Traversing through the world of Naruto, having just escaped from the clutches of the evil god cult and arrived at the Hidden Rain village, I was promptly dispatched by Hanzo the Salamander to infiltrate the Leaf village. What was initially agreed upon as a 3-year endeavor has now stretched into an interminable cycle of 3 years, then another 3 years, and yet another. Nearly a decade has passed. Hanzo, today marks the 5th time that old coot Sarutobi has summoned me, pressuring me to ascend as the Fourth Hokage. For heaven's sake, I do not wish to become Hokage, I merely yearn to return home and settle down. Chapter 1. A Startling Awakening. Feed these little brats some pig slop, at least let them survive the night. Who is speaking? Am I so intoxicated that I have collapsed in the streets? Rin slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with an abyss of darkness. The familiar ceiling of his abode was nowhere to be found, nor the comforting glow of the incandescent lights. Only the dim flicker of oil lamps outside the dark iron bars illuminated this grim setting. What on earth is happening? A jolt surged through Rin as he sat up, his gaze sweeping his surroundings, and his heart sank. Nothing here seemed familiar. The iron bars partitioned each cell, and beneath him lay a cold, hard floor. Inside the enormous cage, ragged children huddled together, shivering in a cluster. This, gazing down at his own tender yet unrefined hands. A cold sweat broke out on Rin's brow. I must be no older than 6 or 7. If this is not a dream, then I am in serious trouble. These hands are not the rough, unrestrained hands I once possessed. It is abundantly clear that this is not my body. Most importantly, the fierce, burning sensation of hunger in my stomach tells me this is no mere fantasy. Damn! Lowering his arms, Rin managed a bitter smile, collapsing back against the unforgiving surface, struggling to accept the reality of his situation. He could confirm it had indeed traversed worlds. Suppressing his hunger, Rin closed his eyes, attempting to delve into the memories of this boat's former owner. To his dismay, the child's mind was a blank slate, devoid of any recollections cleaner than the tissues on his bedside table. My money. Rin was no stranger to the concept of transmigration. In his previous life, he had been a salesperson, often engaging with clients while indulging in novels. He would occasionally grow weary of his mundane existence, envying those who experienced thrilling adventures through transmigration. Yet now that it was his turn, Rin found himself quite unwilling to embrace this fate. All the hard-earned money he had saved at least let him enjoy it before being thrust into this ordeal. The thought of his treasured funds languishing in a cold, desolate vault alongside him caused a pang of anguish that left him breathless. However, he was no stranger to the harsh realities of life and understood when to bow his head. This bizarre circumstance of transmigration was simply not something he could resist. At present, with this in mind, his mindset gradually calmed. Thank goodness I haven't lost my memories from my past life, otherwise I'd be utterly lost. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Rin had gained a modicum of fame as a salesperson, adeptly navigating the challenges posed by numerous clients and demanding superiors, which had fortified his resilient mindset, his very foundation for survival. Silently adjusting his perspective, Rin recalled the sights that greeted him upon awakening. The windowless cage, the cold, damp ground, the foul-smelling air that was not frigid, and the ragged children all conveyed an air of cruelty and despair. The only conclusion Rin could draw was that he was underground. Considering the illegal imprisonment of children, including himself, this was likely the secret lair of some international crime syndicate. As Rin pondered this unsettling reality, a sudden, jarring noise pierced the silence. Clang, clang, clang. It startled him. Good grief, are you all ghosts? Can't you make a sound while walking? Rin muttered under his breath, then opened his eyes. By the faint candlelight, he discerned a grim, middle-aged man clad in a gray burlap tunic, with a peculiar headband adorned with strange patterns affixed to his forehead. Relentlessly striking the iron bars with a wooden stick. Emotionless, the man tossed handfuls of black pellets into the cage, scattering them across the ground. Rin, positioned near the edge of the cage, sat up and picked one up, watching the man's retreating figure as he quietly remarked, "This fellow must be deranged, wearing those holy socks as clothing. He's either a pervert or a lunatic." As he spoke, Rin suddenly froze, a spark of realization igniting in his mind as his pupils dilated. I believe I have seen this attire before." In the next instant, The words Naruto leapt to the forefront of his thoughts, and a tidal wave of emotion surged within him. Suddenly, he recalled the phrase he had heard before. Awakening the pronunciation bore an uncanny resemblance to the Yami Kadasai he often studied in AVI. That man's headband, could it be a forehead protector? With this revelation, Rin glanced down at the black pellet in his hand, and his stomach churned with unease. No. I cannot jump to conclusions. Perhaps that man is merely a cross-dresser with a gender identity crisis. Inside the cage, the children scrambled to seize the black pellets from the ground, devouring them as soon as they obtained one, rushing back to join the fray. Before long, the ground lay bare of pellets. Rin noticed several children hoarding more than one, carefully hiding them away in corners, their eyes brimming with suspicion as they watched their surroundings. The unlucky ones who failed to secure a pellet gazed longingly at those who had, their eyes glinting with greed. It was hard to fathom that these children, barely 7 or 8 years old, could harbor such fierce gazes. Whoosh! A light sound accompanied the sound of chewing, redirecting the envious glances towards Rin. Rin swallowed the pellet, exhaling a sigh of relief. When one is destitute, one must look after oneself. When prosperous, one can extend a hand to others. With only one pellet to spare, and his stomach aflame with hunger, it was prudent to prioritize his own well-being. After consuming the pellet, a wave of fullness washed over him, warmth spreading through his stomach. Rin smacked his lips, marveling at the experience. Though the taste was rather unpalatable, reminiscent of dirt, its effect was extraordinary. One pellet was as filling as an entire meal. As the pangs of hunger subsided, Rin shifted away from the brawling children, seeking a quiet corner against the wall, striving to recall the plot lines he had previously encountered in Naruto. Little did he know, the more he thought, the more he was startled. Good grief, why does my mind keep circling around phrases like "I Madara shall call you the strongest," and "how many floors can a bag of rice carry? Spicy, sweet, salty?" This is maddening. I've watched too many Hippodup clips. Muttering to himself, a smile crept onto Rin's lips as he softly lamented, "Ah, youth!" As the candlelight flickered and dimmed, Rin closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. Time slipped away, and Rin was abruptly roused from his drowsy stupor by a cacophony of harsh knocking. Outside the cage stood an elderly man clad in a white lab coat, flanked by 4 or 5 individuals dressed in ninja attire. The middle-aged man who had been feeding the children was now vigorously striking the iron bars with a wooden stick. "Get up, all of you. Stand by the bars." The middle-aged man bellowed, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. The ragged children startled awake, huddling together like frightened lambs. Rin stood up, lowering his head to blend into the crowd, discreetly observing the movements of the figures beyond the bars. Creak! The grating sound of friction echoed as the cage door swung open. "Come out, quickly!" The middle-aged man continued his intimidating clamor, producing a resounding noise. Rin remained among the throng, following the elderly man in the white coat as they ventured into a narrow corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly in a vast subterranean cavern. Water droplets cascaded from the stalactites above at the center of the cave. A colossal stone altar lay drenched in mottled dark red blood, the air thick with the pungent scent of iron. Before the altar stood a man cloaked in dark robes, his face obscured, gazing impassively at the imposing stone structure. "Lord Inoue, the offerings for the Dark God are prepared." Behind him, a figure clad in ninja attire knelt on the ground, his voice filled with reverence and fervor. The man known as Inoue nodded silently, still turned away, his raspy voice cutting through the tension. "What are the vessels?" The ninja immediately bowed his head, replying, "All is ready. We have prepared 152 vessels this time." Inoue nodded more vigorously, clearly pleased with this number. "Proceed, the Dark God will remember your contributions." At this, a look of barely contained joy spread across the kneeling ninja's face that a throng of figures emerged from the pitch-black openings surrounding the cavern, herding forth a multitude of children. Inoue, cloaked and tightly wrapped, surveyed the anxious children from his vantage point, his bloodshot eyes brimming with fervor as he muttered dark, incoherent phrases. As the children readied themselves, the previously quiet entrance to the cave erupted with the arrival of countless adults, their faces blank and gaunt. Among them were men, women, and even elderly figures, differing in appearance, gender, and age, yet united by one haunting trait: their eyes devoid of life. Shambling like zombies, this group encircled the altar, with the offerings and vessels in position. Inoue cast aside his hood, revealing a grotesque visage marred by deep scars, his eyes, red and wild, filled with a frenzied madness. Ahaha! Commenced the sacrifice. With his piercing scream, the guards clad in ninja attire knelt in unison before the central altar, bowing their heads, their lips whispering a cacophony of blasphemous incantations. Rinrin, standing atop the altar, suddenly felt the world spin, as if reality itself had warped. Even his head felt as though it were rusted, operating with excruciating sluggishness. Damn it. Cultists. I cannot move. I must save myself. Though he was unaware of the malevolent intentions of these deranged individuals, one certainty lingered. Their actions were far from benevolent. As Rinrin struggled fiercely, attempting to regain control of his body, a horrific scene unfolded. The cultists produced an array of grotesque and dark red implements of torture, charging into the crowd of adults like a meat grinder, unleashing a storm of blood and flesh. Ordinary people stood no chance against these ninjas, and the crowd offered no resistance, even failing to utter a single scream. Soon, the ground was soaked in blood, littered with severed limbs and shattered bodies. Inoue closed his eyes, savoring the metallic scent of blood in the air, suddenly snapping them open, his wretched face contorted in fury. Not enough, still not enough. The offerings are too few. Kill some of the vessels. A shrill roar echoed, and the cultists, grinning with malevolence, brandished their instruments and surged towards the altar. Rinrin felt a cold sweat break out on his back, yet his body remained as unyielding as rusted machinery, creaking without movement. As the blood-stained axe blade neared his neck, panic surged within Rinrin, his eyes nearly bursting with desperation. Move! Get out of the way! His frantic cries reverberated through the cavern. The thread of life within him snapped at its limit, and with a soft thud, a blazing desire for survival shattered his physical constraints. In an instant, his body lurched backward, narrowly evading the cultist's deadly strike. However, before he could exhale in relief, the ghastly visage of the cultist reappeared, the axe in hand seemingly weightless, slicing through the air with alarming speed, pursuing. His neck, Rinrin's pupils dilated to pinpricks as he beheld the approaching blade, his heart flooded with despair. It's over. The sharp edge swept past, and Rinrin felt the world spin violently, as if hurled into the air, before crashing down with a heavy thud. In his fading vision, a familiar headless body toppled slowly, stirring up clouds of dust. Damn. The body and head have parted ways. Done for. Chapter 2. Notes on the research of immortality. Thick blood soaked the altar as the cultists' massacre drew to a close. Only a few trembling children remained on the altar, their pale liquid dripping from their pant legs. Yet, despite their terror, they remained utterly motionless, frozen by some mysterious force, in the throes of life and death. Rinrin unleashed a terrifying will to survive, granting him a moment of movement. His lonely head lay tilted upon the ground, his unblinking eyes fixed on the frightened children. Am I to perish? Alas, how tragic! Thoughts surged through his remaining consciousness. They say death is a return to a warm embrace, a source of tranquility. Hasten, end my suffering. Take me to the beautiful sea of Bianwash. Bring me to the vast banks of Wang Chana. Let me taste the delicious Mengpoatam. Wait, was Mengpa an old woman or a beauty? I recall reading somewhere that she was a tsundere blonde lowly. No, Mengpa shouldn't be a lowly, she ought to be a gentle yet formidable older sister. Suddenly, Rinrin froze, an awkward twitch tugging at the corner of his mouth. Why? Am I not dead yet? Where's the sea of Bianwash? Where's the Wang Chanhua? Where's the beautiful Mengpa? Damn it, I was prepared to die. Gazing at his own headless corpse before him, Rinrin felt a pang of embarrassment that, even after the separation of my head and body, I'm still alive. Moreover, he sensed that he could control his headless body entirely, despite the disorientation in spatial awareness. With mere thought, he could make his headless corpse stand and sprint 500 meters holding his own head. After pressing his lips together, Rinrin snapped back to reality, a name surfacing in his mind. Haydn. This fellow seemed to worship some dark deity. Could it be that this is the very cult? Rinrin harbored strong suspicions that the mysterious dark cult hiding adjoined was none other than the one he now faced. The slaughter had ceased upon the altar, the last remaining child having fainted from fright. Yet, even so, the child stood frozen in place, unable to move an inch. From below, a cold voice rang out. "Take away the gift, and chop the rest into pieces, filling the blood pool to prepare for the next time." "Yes, Lord Messenger." Rinrin could no longer remain still atop the altar. "Chop into pieces? I can survive without a head, but how can I live if turned into meat paste?" As in no way you grasped the child and approached the passage, Rinrin could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, if I'm caught, so be it. Better to live in disgrace than to die honorably." Initially intending to feign death to escape this cursed place, he never anticipated that the messenger would act so ruthlessly. With no time to spare, Rinrin cried out desperately. "Wait!" The echoes reverberated, and the entire cave fell into silence. Rinrin controlled his headless corpse, swaying drunkenly as he rose, clumsily retrieving his head, a sheepish smile gracing his lips as he weakly uttered, "Dear brother, could you take me with you?" The cultists were rendered speechless despite being ruthless killers. They felt a chill run down their spines at this bizarre sight. Seeing these fierce figures gaze at him in trepidation, Rinrin bashfully tucked his head behind him, awkwardly taking a few steps to follow in the footsteps of Inoue. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed, in an enclosed room filled with scrolls underground. Inoue sat cross-legged on the ground. A massive scroll lay before him. March 24th. Experiment. The impact of cutting on the undead. Method. Knife cutting. Conclusion. The separation of bodily tissues does not inflict substantial harm on the subject once sutured. The subject remains fully operational. After being finely minced, the target's tissues tend to gradually coalesce and restore, albeit at a painfully slow rate. Notes 1. The target cannot be killed through conventional cutting. 2. No signs of enhanced bodily tissues. 3. The target did not lose its sense of pain, continuously howling and cursing throughout the experiment. March 26th. Experiment. The effect of burning on the undead. Method. Fire release. Conclusion. The undead body behaves similarly to ordinary test subjects, exhibiting no resistance to flames. Bodily tissues lose vitality temporarily under high temperatures, however. Even if completely carbonized, the target's tissues will still regain vitality and coalesce, rendering it impossible to kill. Notes. The target exhibits a strong tendency for self-restoration with sufficient nourishment. Any part can regenerate. April 18th. Experiment. The effect of freezing on the undead. Method. Ice release bloodline limit. Conclusion. The target's tissues resemble those of ordinary humans, suffering from the effects of frost without any special attributes yet. Upon the removal of the ice, the body self-restores. Notes. The subject appears to be particularly averse to cold, cursing profusely. It is advised to utilize ice release ninjas for sealing. June 1st to October 1st. Experiment. The effects of hunger and desiccation on the undead. Method. Wind release. Conclusion. Desiccation is entirely ineffective against the undead, but hunger will gradually lead to its demise, estimated to take a year. October 2. Experiment. The utility of the undead's bodily tissues. Method. Implantation into other test subjects. Conclusion. The experiment failed all 231 test subjects perished. The target's tissues exhibit extreme corrosiveness, making it impossible to prevent the target's tissues from killing the test subjects. Notes. The undead does not seem to be a boon from the dark god, but rather a curse. October 10th. Experiment. The effect of lightning on the undead. Method. Lightning release. Conclusion. Lightning release not only fails to inflict damage, but also significantly stimulates the target's bodily tissues, accelerating its restoration and inducing a profound sense of hunger. Notes. It is advised to refrain from using lightning release. Final conclusion. The undead cannot be killed through sealing, fire, lightning, or low temperatures. It can only be slowly eradicated through hunger. Aside from that, the test subject exhibits no peculiarities and cannot extract chakra. Final recommendation. Starve it. As he reached the end of the scroll, Inoue furrowed his brow, slowly lifting his scarred visage. A Aside from the undead, what the only surviving gift? No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man clad in a white lab coat emerged from the shadows, humbly standing before Inoue, saying, "Great messenger, as per custom, the gift has been brainwashed and named Sun Man. Once we acquire the blood of the daimyo of the Fire Nation, we can activate the curse technique, death offering by blood, exchanging one life for another. Excellent." Inoue nodded, his expression unchanged. "Take good care of the gift." "No, care for Sun Man. He will be our most lethal knight." The elderly man, understanding the great messenger's fondness for chess, silently vowed to take good care of Sun Man. "And what are the undead?" The elderly man inquired curiously. Inoue was momentarily taken aback, his previously relaxed brow knitting tightly once more. He knew that Rinrin's existence had become a burden to the organization. This fellow, relying on his immortality, devoured a large bowl of military rations at every meal, and if he was not fed, he would furiously dig at the walls, raiding other cells for food. Within a year, he had already tunneled through an entire row of cells. After a long pause, Inoue cast a discontented glance at his oblivious subordinate and exhaled forcefully. Has he been brainwashed? Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face instantly contorted with bitterness as he replied, "Yes, he has been brainwashed, but the effects are quite peculiar." Inoue raised an eyebrow. The undead seems to believe itself to be the embodiment of the dark god in the ninja world, frequently lashing out and cursing. At this point, the elderly man appeared ready to continue lamenting, but was interrupted by Inoue's raised hand. "All right, let it be. We shall use the undead as a test subject for ninjutsu potency from now on. And, is everything prepared for the sacrifice in 3 days?" In response, the elderly man's expression turned serious as he stated, "All preparations are complete." With that, he closed the scroll and hurriedly turned to leave. As he watched Inoue depart, the elderly man sighed helplessly upon recalling the monstrous undead, muttering to himself, "Honestly, we should just starve this fellow relying on his immortality. He eats like there's no tomorrow. Do military rations cost nothing? It's half my experimental budget." As the supervisor of this base, the elderly man was acutely aware of Rinrin's appetite. To be frank, the entire base's test subjects consumed merely a couple hundred military rations a day. Yet Rinrin? He devoured 3 large bowls a day, matching the total food consumption of all test subjects combined. Moreover, Rinrin had a penchant for wandering about, turning the once quiet dungeon into a bustling marketplace. Crucially, surveillance results indicated that this fellow was a thorough zealot within the base. Numerous cultists had already expressed dissatisfaction with the imprisonment of Rinrin. In simple terms, this fellow not only mingled with the guards, but had become a significant burden to the entire organization. Thinking of this, the elderly man's eyes twitched at the corners, feeling utterly exhausted. Damn it, after this sacrifice, we shall seal away this monster. In the cell, our protagonist, Rinrin, lounged leisurely against the iron bars, playfully bantering with the guard outside the cage. "Gene, it's been months since I last saw you. Were you out on duty?" Hearing this, the guard outside the cage smiled wryly and shook his head. "Isn't it all because of you, you glutton? I've heard that most of the brothers in the base have been sent out to earn money." Upon hearing the guard named Gene call him a glutton, Rinrin rolled his eyes without reservation, casting a disdainful sideways glance at the guard. "I'm not saying this out of malice, Gene. You're just too petty. In an organization, if we can't even guarantee basic sustenance, how can we win people's hearts? Take our cult as an example. If you struggle to feed even me, the incarnation of the dark god, how can you expect everyone to be convinced? Enough with your nonsense. It's clearly a curse. The dark god despises your incessant chatter." The guard retorted immediately. Rinrin had repeatedly proclaimed himself the incarnation of the dark god, and initially, the guards, offended by his insults to their faith, had retaliated against this. Prisoner. After enduring countless tormenting methods, the weary and exhausted guards reached a desperate conclusion. This individual was indestructible. Thus, a small faction of fervent believers began to place their faith in Rin's words in their dim-witted minds. Only an avatar of the malevolent deity could possess such formidable power. The benevolent figure, as referred to by Rin, comprised those whose faith was less resolute. Clang, clang. With a lazy tap on the cage, the benevolent figure prepared to conclude the idle chatter and resume his patrol. "Wait," Rin exclaimed, extending his hand through the bars to grasp the benevolent figure's sleeve, his eyes narrowing into a mischievous squint. "Let's talk a bit longer. Why has everyone returned? I saw Captain Chuanpu just yesterday. Isn't he usually away gathering funds?" The benevolent figure yanked back his sleeve, retaliating with a swift strike against Rin's tightly clenched fist, retorting tersely, "I don't know, don't ask me." With that, he turned and vanished into the dark corridor without a backward glance. "TSK? Miser?" Rin retracted his now swollen arm, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In his palm, a brass key gleamed brightly, a cold chuckle echoing in his heart. In that fleeting moment, Rin had pilfered the key from the guard's waist. He was uncertain which cell it belonged to, but that mattered not. The benevolent figure had recently returned to oversee the row of cells, and the key hanging from his waist was the key to this very row. Whether or not it was meant for his own cell was inconsequential. Under the pretense of scavenging for food, Rin had already breached the earthen walls of the row of cells. Initially, the guards attempted to repair the gaping holes between the cells, but each time they filled them, Rin would breach them again within days. Weary and lacking any major incidents, the guards eventually abandoned their futile attempts to mend the walls first. Many withdrawn prisoners found Rin's intrusions intolerable. However, after an adult prisoner who had bullied Rin was found with his neck bitten through one night, no one dared to torment this seemingly 7-year-old yet indestructible entity any longer. After all, while the monster required no sleep, they did. This resulted in a peculiar outcome. Rin roamed freely among the cells possessing just one key, allowed him to try each door in succession, invariably finding one that matched. In a dim corner, Rin gritted his teeth, his delicate face contorting as he forcefully tore open his abdomen, inserting the brass key within. He then pressed down on the wound, enduring the discomfort of the foreign object within. Moments later, the wound began to heal, and Rin slowly lifted his head, his dark eyes shimmering with an otherworldly white light. Freedom. Chapter 3. Amidst the sacrifice, Rin's escape. The secret lair of the heretics, with the previous sacrifices spanning over half a year, a multitude of ragged, terrified children were herded into the cavernous space where the altar awaited. Jingjin Yushin maintained his position from the last ceremony, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the altar, fantasizing about how many Goemon would emerge from the sacrifice. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed his mind that if Rin's indestructible form were combined with the Sun-Dweller's curse, Death's emissary by blood, he could acquire a formidable strategic weapon. With it, he could effortlessly control those so-called strong individuals by merely collecting their blood on the battlefield. Would his ambitions of world domination remain distant? With this thought, Jingjin waved his hand toward an elderly figure in a white lab coat nearby. "Master, what is your command?" The old man fawned, rubbing his hands as he approached. "Where is the indestructible one?" Jingjin scanned the crowd. The old man paused, then grimaced. "Master, let's not involve that troublesome creature in such a significant event as a sacrifice." As the lead researcher of the indestructible body experiment, the old man understood Rin better than Rin knew himself. To him, Rin was merely a waste of resources, incapable of distinguishing between poison and sustenance, only demanding more food without any observable effects. Most importantly, a sacrifice was a serious occasion for killing, and having a silly creature who giggled and demanded food among them would surely infuriate the malevolent deity. Seeing the old man evade his inquiry, Jingin's expression darkened, that he solely wished to ascertain whether the indestructible being's involvement in the sacrifice would yield the ultimate weapon, one that was both indestructible and wielding the curse of Death's emissary by blood. "You will go, and spare me your nonsense." Noticing Jingin's displeasure, the old man's head drooped even lower. "Yes, master." With that, he beckoned a cultist from behind. "Bring the indestructible one here." "Yes." The cultist turned and exited. In the meantime, in the vacant cell area, Rin sat in a dark corner, muttering to himself. "Since I'm escaping, I cannot bring along unnecessary burdens." With that, he used his sharp nails to tear into his forearm, inhaling sharply as he extracted a square iron block from his bloodied muscle, tossing it carelessly to the ground. The block hit the ground with a heavy clang, echoing through the hollow corridor. Gathering his resolve, Rin endured the immense tearing pain, methodically ripping open the skin of his left hand, left leg, right leg, and abdomen to retrieve 7 or 8 such burdens. Looking at the bloodied burdens on the ground, Rin blinked wistfully and murmured, "If it weren't so inconvenient to carry you, I would never abandon you." With that, he slowly rose, lightly bouncing twice, his fists creaking as he smiled. With a powerful push, Rin dashed through the gaping hole in the cell wall, finding himself in the adjacent cell. Feeling the immense strength coursing through his arms, Rin grinned. If his estimations were accurate, he could easily dispatch a lower-ranked ninja like the benevolent figure with sheer strength and speed. If ambushing, his speed would allow him to swiftly eliminate one before leisurely taking care of the other. As for a mid-level ninja, while he may not win, his speed would enable a seamless escape. "It's time to make my move." Drawing out the key, he began to test each room one by one. With a soft click, Rin's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the darkness outside the door. "Indestructible One, are you planning to escape?" "Who?" Rin jolted in surprise. Quickly looking up, a guard clad in ninja attire stepped out from the shadows, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded the stealthy Rin. Rin instantly recognized him as Zhu Kongping, a guard from the old man's laboratory. Zhu's gaze shifted between the key and Rin's youthful face, and he slowly extended his hand, taunting, "Hand over the key, stop playing these futile tricks." Rin obediently extended his hand, placing the key in Zhu's palm, then glanced behind him, suddenly appearing anxious. "Greetings, Master Jingjin Yushin." With that, he hastily stood straight and bowed. Zhu Kongping was taken aback by Rin's sudden gesture. After all, Jingjin held significant authority among the cultists. Typically, only the old man in the white coat, who managed this underground lair, was permitted to speak with Jingjin. Zhu hurriedly adjusted his posture, glancing back. In the next moment, a jolt of excruciating pain surged through his spine, and he suddenly felt his body below the neck lose sensation. Accompanying this was the mocking laughter of the indestructible little creature. "Didn't your ninja school teacher instruct you not to expose your back to enemies?" A dull thud echoed as Zhu Kongping fell heavily to the ground, his gaze towards Rin filled with disbelief. "Why? Why did you run away? Why did you turn your back on the dark god? How dare you? How dare I?" Rin retorted, then burst into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face. After a prolonged moment, the laughter finally subsided, and Rin wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "In the past 6 months, you've inflicted 34,551 wounds upon me, burned me 13 times, struck me with lightning 5 times, starved me for 2 months and 4 days, and forced 6 bottles of deadly poison down my throat. But I forgive you." As he spoke, a sneer of scorn suddenly curled at the corners of Rin's mouth. "Your dark god? Huh? Let your dark god come and save you." His tone dripped with mockery and disdain. Hearing this, even the wounded Zhu Kongping, who had every reason to be enraged, felt his eyes redden with fury as he howled like a rabid dog at Rin. "Shut your mouth, you cursed monster. How dare you insult the dark god?" Before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, desperately twisting his head like a starving wolf fixated on Rin's feet. "Blasphemous creature, just wait. I will be the one to punish you, to bring you to justice. My teeth alone will suffice. I will crush you to pieces. It'll be waiting," Rin replied, picking up Zhu Kongping's ninja bag as he rose, his expression calm as he gazed into the depths of the corridor. "But now I must take my leave. Forgive my departure, Mr. Zhu Kong. I have a date with my beloved horizon." With that, Rin paused, joy radiating from his dark eyes. With freedom, as the words left his lips, Rin disregarded Zhu Kongping's roar and stepped into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. On the other end of the corridor, Rin circled around other cells, bypassing Zhu Kongping, and strode purposefully in another direction. To the altar, all preparations were complete. Jing Jinyong stared at the corridor that had long been devoid of activity, a growing sense of unease creeping into his heart. "Where are your people?" Jing Jinyong coldly inquired of the elderly man in the white coat beside him. The elderly man, fixated on the altar with fervent eyes, was momentarily taken aback by Jing Jinyong's question and forced a smile. "Divine messenger, perhaps they are delayed. You know how disobedient that little monster can be." Finishing his sentence, he carelessly summoned a cultist. "Run, go hurry them along. Don't let Zhu Kongping and that little monster delay the sacrifice." "Yes, my lord," Rin replied with a respectful bow, dashing towards Rin's cell. Time passed, and Jingyong's unease deepened, while the elderly man in the white coat grew anxious. Suddenly, Rin, dressed as a ninja, burst out of the corridor, his brow furrowed and panic etched across his face. My lord, Zhu Kongping is gravely injured, and the immortal monster has vanished. What? Jing Jinyong exclaimed, his scarred face darkening with fury. Though the elderly man regarded Rin as useless, Jing Jinyong saw potential in him if trained properly. Rin could become a fearless weapon. Beside him, the elderly man's expression morphed into something peculiar, a mix of anger and delight, as if he wished to laugh but dared not. This fellow has finally slipped away. How splendid! I provided him with so many opportunities, and at last, he seized one. Unbeknownst to the old man, Rin's earlier inaction was not due to ignorance of the defensive lapses, but rather a fear of his own inadequacies, worrying he would be recaptured before he could escape far. After all, who could say whether these lapses were not intentionally left open by Jing Jinyong? At this moment, during the sacrifice, even if everyone wished to pursue, they would have no chance. Jing Jinyong realized this as well. If he abandoned the sacrifice now to pursue Rin, it would surely displease the Dark God. Continuing the sacrifice while temporarily relinquishing the pursuit would only allow Rin to escape further. This time, Rin had triumphed. This seemingly devout little monster had audaciously humiliated the great divine messenger. As he caught the questioning glances of his subordinates, a wave of profound humiliation surged within Jing Jinyong, stirring feelings of shame that he had not felt in years of. High position. Suppressing his furious rage, he clenched his teeth, each word punctuated with barely restrained fury. Prepare for the sacrifice. At his command, the brutal slaughter commenced, and Jing Jinyong, his expression like stone, observed as vibrant lives were extinguished, vowing in his heart. Cursed little monster, you cannot escape. When I catch you, I will slice you piece by piece, pulverize your bones until you understand that the most agonizing fate is to remain alive. Meanwhile, after much winding, Rin finally emerged from the cult's secret base. Shielding his eyes from the bright light, his pupils gradually adjusted to the harsh brightness, and he gazed into the distance. There, an endless forest radiated a vibrant, life-filled green, stretching to the horizon, where a cerulean river wound gracefully, merging seamlessly with the sky that sparkled. Like precious gems, wispy white clouds drifted across the sky, mingling pure white with pure blue. Taking a deep breath, the air was devoid of the musty dampness of the underground base instead. It was fresh, imbued with the scent of grass and wood, and a gentle breeze carried the delicate fragrance of camellias. Rin gazed into the distance, never having felt the world above so beautiful, nor the once ordinary freedom so precious. Gradually, a genuine smile blossomed from within, replacing his habitual facade. Well, enjoying life can wait for later for now. The priority is to escape. Suppressing his excitement, Rin shed the weight of his burdens and, feeling remarkably light, surged forward like a fleeting shadow, racing towards the horizon. As the lush trees flanked him and receded behind, a sense of exhilarating release washed over him, while his mind busily calculated the path ahead. Right now, I must first find a populated place to evade further pursuit. Though the elderly man in the white coat would wish him to venture as far as possible, that was no reason for him to let down his guard. One must remember, within the entire underground base lurked the rarely seen divine messenger, Jing Jinyong, who was the true leader. If Jing Jinyong sought to recapture him, the old man would have no grounds to object. Thus, it was imperative to find a populated area to hide, for only then would these insignificant cultists dare not launch a widespread search for him. Moreover, cultists offered bounties. This information had come to him while he was bound to the experimental table enduring electric shocks. It was rumored that Jing Jinyong's bounty was worth 20 million taels, with the remaining captains also having their own rewards. With this in mind, Rin couldn't help but mutter to himself that I should report your illegal assembly to the exchange office when this is over, so the authorities can deal with you all. Lost in thought, he noticed that the trees ahead were becoming sparser, and light rain began to fall from the sky, revealing a muddy path. Rin's heart leaped with joy. Where there is a path, there are people following the road forward, which surely lead him to a settlement, where he could blend into the sea of humanity, feeling content. Uncertain how much time passed, The sky grew darker, clouds obscured the sun, and the rain fell incessantly to the horizon. A vast lake rippled in the rain, and at its center stood a village with an exceedingly peculiar architectural style. Rin gazed intently. The buildings were predominantly made of black steel, entwined with pipes of varying thickness, each structure resembling a sword piercing the sky. A straight bridge spanned the inland lake, connecting both shores, leading directly to the village's entrance. Staring at the village in the distance, Rin froze, a surge of memories flooding his mind. After a long pause, he finally exhaled slowly. Could this possibly be the village of Rain? Though his memories of the Naruto universe were painfully sparse, he was still aware of the formidable figure known as Pain. The devastation he wrought was akin to a tempest, stripping away layers of Konoha's very foundation. As powerful as Jiraiya was, even he had fallen victim to the onslaught of the Rain village. Impaled and defeated, what fate awaited me? Would I merely be reduced to fish feed? Yet upon further reflection, he found solace in the thought that as a mere wandering genin, he was hardly deserving of such a grandiose fate. With this realization, Rin's taut body relaxed, and he joined the throng of villagers traversing the bridge into the village. Before long, it was Rin's turn. The gatekeeper, noting the drenched, unthreatening child before him, waved him through with an air of impatience. Wandering along the modest streets, he slipped into a narrow alleyway. Finding refuge in the shadows, Rin leaned against the wall, surrendering to a wave of relaxation that enveloped him from head to toe. Having tasted the freedom of the outside world, he had no desire to return to the suffocating, dimly lit confines of the underground base. Looking up at the gentle patter of raindrops, a contented smile began to form on his lips. At long last, I am free. Is that so, Rinkin? Just as Rin was lost in his contemplations, a mocking, raspy voice emerged from the darkness, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 4. Urban Warfare on a Rainy Night. A lack of martial virtue, a hoarse voice echoed, sending chills down Rinrin's spine and making his short hair stand on end. As the words faded, a tall silhouette emerged from the darkness, revealing itself to be the sinister cult envoy, Jing Jinyong. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flickering lightning, Jing's scarred visage appeared, emanating an eerie aura. Good heavens! Little brother, are you a dog? How could you track me down after I've fled so far? Jing Jinyong showed no intention of answering Rinrin's question. Instead, he took a sudden interest in this individual he had scarcely acknowledged and retorted, immortal. No, Rinrin-kun. I am quite curious. Despite your brainwashing, why do you suddenly wish to escape the base? Well, it's quite a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it? Absolutely. Jing Jinyong nodded slightly beneath his hood, indifferent to the waste of time. After all, he regarded the feeble Rinrin as no threat other than his immortality, especially given his status as a seasoned shinobi. Noticing that Jing Jinyong did not immediately seize him, but instead seemed to relish playing with him like a cat with a mouse, Rinrin's mind began to churn with a plan. Maintaining a steady demeanor, he calmly replied, "There are countless reasons for wanting to escape the base. First and foremost is the food. Although I'm not picky, having nothing but military rations every day is unbearable. You have no idea. I've been severely constipated lately, and each time I relieve myself, it's accompanied by some bleeding. Speaking of excretion, our base's latrines are utterly deplorable. Let us not even mention automatic toilets. Even the toilet paper." Rinrin grimaced, pressing his hand against his backside in frustration. "The toilet paper is too coarse. It tears at my hemorrhoids every time." As Rinrin rambled on, Jing Jinyong's mouth twitched beneath his hood. He had expected the immortal to speak of freedom, dreams, or bonds, but instead, this individual could not stray from the topic of his rear end, descending into the depths of vulgarity. Come on, you're an immortal. Is it really worth complaining about such trivial matters? Perhaps as soon as you finish, your wounds will heal. Have you ever considered the feelings of us mere mortals? Suddenly, Jing Jinyong paused, his scarred face contorting into a mask of agony. Cursed be it, he had been drawn into this conversation, and the plethora of topics had compelled him to respond. No wonder that subordinate named Rin warned him before departing. If he encountered an immortal, he should avoid conversation and simply apprehend him. Oblivious to Jing Jinyong's inner turmoil, Rinrin continued his tirade. Furthermore, we must address the water quality at our base. The water has a chalky taste. I suspect everyone's teeth are yellowing due to this unfiltered hard water. Enough. Seeing Rinrin's enthusiasm, which seemed likely to stretch on interminably. Jing Jinyong growled to interrupt him. Let us save the chit-chat for the journey. Now, we must return. His deep, gravelly voice enveloped the alley in a chilling atmosphere. And within this ambience, Jing Jinyong felt a sense of ease. Rinrin seemed to exude an air of irreverence. And Jing Jinyong feared that engaging him further would lead to irreparable damage to the image he had painstakingly crafted. No. As Jing Jinyong moved to escort him back, Rinrin shook his head vigorously. Though he knew he might not be able to resist this man, he felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of defiance. You have no say in this matter. Before Rinrin could finish his protest, Jing Jinyong swiftly drew a shuriken and hurled it at Rinrin's feet with a speed that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive. However, Rinrin was no longer the inexperienced individual he had once been. He had undergone significant physical enhancement, and his dynamic vision had sharpened considerably. The moment Jing Jinyong acted, Rinrin reacted instinctively, propelling himself forward like a gust of wind towards the alley's exit. He gambled that Jing Jinyong would not allow him to escape into the street or blend into the crowd. It was evident that his gamble had paid off. At the alley's entrance, Jing Jinyong's clone appeared, brandishing a sharp shuriken. Useless. Rinrin surged forward, unyielding as a bull, forming hand signs. Fire release, great fireball technique. Rinrin's calm voice broke the air, causing Jing Jinyong's brow to furrow in disbelief. Impossible. How could this guy form hand signs and perform ninjutsu? The clone at the alley's mouth leaped high, evidently intending to sacrifice itself to block Rinrin's path. After completing several hand signs, Rinrin's chest swelled, and he unleashed a spittle aimed at the airborne clone. At that moment, Jing Jinyong, who was now aware of the deception, realized that Rinrin's gestures were nothing but a ruse. Though the darkness concealed much, he could tell that Rinrin was merely flailing about. Foolish monster. Are you seeking your own demise? Jing Jinyong's icy voice resonated from behind. I originally intended to bring you back unharmed, but now, I shall reduce you to a mere stick and drag you back. Earth release, earth spike. At these words, Rinrin's heart tightened. With the clone floating in midair from his trickery, it was clear that this ninjutsu was being unleashed by Jing Jinyong's true form. With the alley's entrance within sight, Rinrin instinctively lunged forward. As long as he could escape the suffocating darkness, hope remained. Just then, an immense force surged beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he felt a weightlessness, realizing he was now level with the ground. Yet the anticipated earthen spear was absent. How does it feel to be deceived? Before him loomed Jing Jinyong, hands forming seals, looking down at Rinrin with a mocking glint in his eyes. With that, Jing Jinyong crouched and slowly drew a sharp shuriken from his ninja pouch, contemptuously patting Rinrin's face. Rinrin sighed in resignation, completely oblivious to the impending capture. Gazing at Jing Jinyong with innocent eyes. Great envoy, what technique is this? I suppose I could tell you. This move is the earth release, heart decapitation technique. Upon hearing this, Rinrin nodded and asked again, Sir, considering that I am already captured and likely 1T have another chance to escape, could you grant me a small request? Confident of his victory, Jing Jinyong smirked cruelly and then shook his head dismissively. Rinrin-kun, the only request you may make is that I dispatch you swiftly when I dismember you. No. Rinrin, neck buried in the earth, shook his head with great effort, seemingly unfazed by the forthcoming carnage. That is not the request. Great envoy, I simply wish to ask how you managed to find me after I fled so far. Under the watchful gaze of Inoue, his eyes instinctively shifted downwards to Rin's heart region, only to immediately feign ignorance, as if nothing had transpired. However, this subtle movement did not escape Rin's keen observation. In an instant, a vivid memory flooded his mind. In that recollection, he found himself bound within the confines of a laboratory, sturdy iron chains securing his limbs, while an uncommon black cloth had obscured his head. He then felt a brutal incursion into his chest, a searing pain radiating from his heart as though it had been viciously prodded by a spade. At the time, he had believed it to be an ordinary experiment, but in hindsight, it seemed these fiends had meddled with his very heart. After all, this cruel group had never shied away from using their own bodies for experimentation. In the world of ninjas, bizarre jutsu were commonplace and hardly surprising. Ah, the heart indeed. Rinrin, you are quite astute. A cruel smile crept upon Inouye's lips. But alas, you have come to this realization too late. Upon your return, I intend to inscribe every single bone in your body with this cursed seal. Listening to the inhumane and ruthless declaration, Rin remained unresponsive, his eyes gradually closing, embodying a resigned acceptance of his fate. Observing Rin's silence, Inouye's expression twisted in frustration. The desperate struggles, the pitiful pleas, the tears of anguish he had anticipated from Rin were conspicuously absent. He understood that Rin placed a tremendous value on his freedom. Otherwise, how could he have meticulously chosen such an opportune moment to escape? With that thought, Inouye's fury intensified as he roughly yanked at Rin's hair, his calloused hand striking Rin's face with a manic ferocity. Damn you! Why do you not struggle? Cry out. Perhaps you might summon a few onlookers who could come to your aid. Yet, as Rin's cheeks swelled with bruises, he remained unyielding, leaving Inoue feeling as though he were striking a punch into cotton, further inflaming his rage. Beast, I shall gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. With that, the increasingly deranged Inoue clawed at Rin's eyelids, seizing his eyeball in a brutal grip. Chapter 5, Farewell. Explosive tag. At the very moment Inouye's fingers grasped Rin's eyeball. Bang! A soft sound erupted. There, buried in the earth, Rin transformed into a cloud of white smoke. In the next second, a wooden stump emerged from the pit. A substitution technique. Inouye's eyes widened in shock, a tempest brewing within his heart. Damn it! The experiments indicated that immortal monsters cannot extract chakra. How could this be? Where did this substitution technique come from? Just as he stood bewildered, a heart, wrapped in paper and still pulsating, mysteriously appeared at his feet. A faint hissing sound interrupted Inouye's thoughts. Not good. An explosive tag. But before his body could react, the blinding light from the explosion engulfed him. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the dark alleyway illuminated as brightly as day. Deep within the alley, Rin, drenched and clutching his chest, gradually revealed himself, his eyes reflecting the flames, a mix of pain and satisfaction etched on his face. Ah, thank you, KK-kun, for providing such a miraculous ninja pack. With ninja scrolls and explosive tags, what a godsend. Alas, the explosive tags have run out. As the explosion raged, a mangled body was hurled forth, crashing soundlessly to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Inoue, now devoid of his previous bravado. His body bore the marks of fiery wounds, his legs shattered at the knees. Rin's complexion paled. Though he was immortal, he still possessed a sense of pain. The agony of losing his heart contorted his delicate features. Clutching his chest, Rin slowly approached Inouye's lifeless form, scrutinizing the figure of this malevolent cult leader. After enduring such a close explosion, even with his legs blown off, the hood still shrouded his head. For reasons unknown, Rin felt compelled to uncover the visage of this remorseless executioner. One hand pressed against his chest, the other cautiously extended, preparing to remove the veil of this despicable creature. Suddenly, Inouye's eyes snapped open, glaring with a hollow gaze devoid of white. Jinjutsu, heart of my will. In the next moment, Rin's body froze as if ensnared by a binding jutsu, his hand that had been poised upon his chest now immobilized. On the ground, Inoue, with his shattered knees, watched as the darkness in his eyes rapidly dissipated, spewing forth a mouthful of blackened blood, his hand falling limply. Damn it, cunning little wretch. I swear, for the rest of my life, you shall endure my torment. Grinding his teeth, Inouye's mouth bled profusely. The explosion's blaze may have been extinguished by the torrential rain. Yet the cacophony would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ninjas from the Rain Village. He had to flee immediately. Thank goodness I still possess the heart of my will technique to control this monster. Otherwise, I would have fallen to this brat today. With that thought, Inouye's fury surged anew, the blood he had managed to suppress erupting forth once more. Damn monster, come here and take me away from this place. Inoue glared fiercely at Rin's seemingly innocuous face, wishing to devour him whole. Yet regrettably, he still needed this creature for his salvation. At his command, the Jinjutsu-controlled Rin extended his arms, effortlessly lifting Inoue in a princess carry. Hurry! Just as Inoue was about to issue further commands, a chillingly familiar sound pierced his ears. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What is that sound? Inoue was instantly petrified. It was an explosive tag, and it sounded so close. At that moment, a blinding white light erupted beneath Rin's clothing. The next second, a violent explosion detonated between the two. The searing light and flames consumed them, and in the final moments before losing consciousness, Inoue recalled the white-coated elder's warning. When you find the immortal, dismember it. and bring it back without delay. Wasn't it agreed that there would be no explosive tags? Damn it. A pit of despair. Uncertain of his own survival. He knew with absolute certainty that the one he held would undoubtedly endure, for he was, after all, an immortal. As the flames raged, the two figures were propelled in opposite directions, one toward the realm of the living, the other toward the abyss of death. Bang! The two thuds echoed in succession as Rin and Inoue fell to the ground. The searing pain jolted Rin awake. His singed eyelids struggled to part. And upon seeing the scene before him, he quickly comprehended his situation. A sinister smile crept across his charred face as he muttered, "Isn't it better to die quietly? Why resort to such theatrics?" However, his immediate concern was not to retrieve Inoue's body, but rather to deal with the impending arrival of the Rain Village ninjas. If they discovered the secret of his immortality, he would surely meet the fate of dismemberment for research. With that in mind, Rin disregarded his missing organs and the extensive burns across his body, enduring the agony of his torn flesh as he retrieved several soldier pills from Kuin's ninja pack, hastily shoving them into his mouth. This was knowledge gleaned from his prolonged captivity. As long as he had sufficient sustenance, his wounds would heal a tad faster. Moreover, unlike Haiden, he had not been dismembered by countless explosive tags. Zhu Kongping's explosive tags were limited to just two. One obliterated his own leg, cursed and shattered along with the heart of Inoue, while the other extinguished Inoue's life, leaving his own organs scattered. Reflecting on this, Rinrin offered a bitter smile. Thankfully, he was not Tsunade's brother, Zhu. Otherwise, he would have met an irreversible demise. Stuffing his mouth with military rations, he swiftly shed his tattered garments and darted into the depths of the alley, awaiting the restoration of his body. Meanwhile, a peculiar thought flickered in Rinrin's mind. What if he mastered the 8 gates? Would it not mean, at dawn, like a peacock, by day, a tiger, at dusk, an elephant, and by night, a dance of victory? The mere contemplation sent a thrill through him. What were illusions, ninjutsu, or ocular techniques compared to his indomitable strength? Even the Sage of 6 Paths would be sent flying with a single kick. And if one kick proved insufficient, he could always follow with several more to ensure a grand finale. With this thought, Rinrin felt an overwhelming sense of security. Yet, he recalled how Might Dai, despite having decimated the 7 ninja swordsmen, was still considerably weaker than Kai. Indeed, the efficacy of the 8 gates varied among individuals. Those with stronger physical prowess garnered greater benefits. He needed to steadfastly pursue the path of physical enhancement. This resolution must remain unwavering for a century. In the darkness of the alley, Rinrin grasped the skin around his abdominal wound, knowing full well that the time was insufficient for his organs to regenerate. He could only allow the skin to heal together, while the organs lay in wait for gradual restoration. Watching the wound slowly close, anxiety gnawed at Rinrin. He regretted not having learned the art of sewing. If only he had thread to stitch the wound, the healing would have accelerated significantly. His immortality bore little resemblance to Haiden's. It was merely a diluted form devoid of Haiden's absurd curse, death by blood. In essence, it was a neutered version of immortality. However, according to the lab's white-coated elder, this form of immortality was not a divine gift, but rather, more akin to a curse. Rinrin largely concurred with this perspective. Unlike Haiden, who reveled in agony, Rinrin loathed pain. Even after enduring months of cuts, burns, lightning, and desiccation, he remained unaccustomed to the excruciating torment inflicted upon his flesh. The most agonizing aspect was the pain accompanying healing. He vividly recalled the torment of shattered bones knitting back together, a sensation that clawed at his very soul. Furthermore, regarding chakra, Rinrin had already mastered chakra extraction techniques within the underground base, one of the elder's experimental pursuits. Although he feigned ignorance about his chakra extraction abilities, he had privately experimented and discovered that his body could indeed extract chakra, albeit in minuscule amounts. He had observed another test subject in the lab, a child named Yang, whose extraction speed could be likened to a steady stream, whereas Rinrin's was akin to a painful trickle reminiscent of kidney stones, frustratingly slow. Fortunately, his immortal cells appeared capable of limitless chakra extraction, implying that, given ample time, he too could produce a substantial amount. Yet, in Rinrin's eyes, this was of little consequence. The most crucial revelation was that his body, despite being 7 years old, would continue to develop, and his youthful form would mature with time. Moreover, His physical condition could be enhanced through rigorous training. Having endured numerous physical traumas, his bone density was remarkably resilient. A close-range explosive tag could detonate without shattering his bones. In contrast, not far from him, Inouye's body was reduced to little more than a spine barely holding his upper and lower halves together. As Rinrin pondered, he heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps accompanied by splashing water nearby. He steeled himself. An explosion had occurred here. At the mouth of the alley, a mature and magnetic male voice echoed. Chapter 6. Guarding Secrets. Entering the rain's veil, a faint sound resonated, followed by the flicker of lanterns carried by the ninjas outside the alley. Rinrin witnessed 7 or 8 ninjas transform into fleeting shadows, vanishing into thin air. Clearly, this group of rain ninjas was quite adept, aware of the need to remain vigilant against hidden foes. The leader, clad in a voluminous raincoat with a specially crafted breathing mask, was a tall and robust figure. With keen eyesight, Rinrin noticed a distinctive patch of dark birthmark on the leader's face, extending from his forehead to his cheekbone, dominating nearly half of his visage. Confronted with such an unattractive yet distinctive face, Rinrin instinctively recoiled, his right hand brushing against his chest. The substantial wound on his torso had healed, the skin tightly adhering to his sternum, rendering him emaciated and gaunt. However, as long as his abdomen remained uncut, no one would suspect the absence of any internal organs beneath that skin. Upon realizing this, Rinrin exhaled in relief. At last, the grotesque wound had begun to mend. The secret of his immortality should remain concealed. With this thought, Rinrin leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. Suddenly, a sharp katana appeared seemingly out of nowhere, poised at his neck. "Don't move." Rinrin froze, hands slowly raised in surrender. "All right, I won't move, but please hold that blade steady, my good sir. I fear pain." The exchange was subdued, yet immediately captured the attention of the leader. Approaching with his lantern, the unsightly man fixed his serious gaze on Rinrin, scrutinizing his face with an unwavering intensity. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Rinrin forced a smile. "Sir, my name is Zhu Kongping, and I am an orphan." He refrained from disclosing his true identity to the Rain Ninjas, as he could not ascertain whether Inouye's corpse contained any scrolls bearing his information. If such scrolls existed, the likelihood of him being captured and dissected again would increase substantially. As anticipated, one of the Rain Ninjas searching Inouye's body discovered a peculiar sealing array adorned with strange symbols beneath his arm. The seasoned ninja dipped his thumb in Inouye's blood and smeared it across the seal. With a puff of white smoke, a massive scroll materialized in his grasp. Rinrin kept a watchful eye on the ninja's actions while simultaneously addressing the ugly-faced man. "As for why I'm here, it's quite simple. I was captured by the cult of the evil god, but seized an opportunity to escape yesterday. I thought I would find safety among the powerful Rain Ninjas, but alas, I have been pursued here as well." He gestured toward Inouye's lifeless body. "Did you kill him?" The ugly man inquired again. Rinrin nodded, recognizing the futility of lying. The signs of battle within the alley were painfully evident, easily interpreted by any seasoned ninja. "How did you do it?" Rinrin hesitated briefly before responding. "Reporting to you, sir, it was a combination of substitution techniques, traps, explosive tags, and a modicum of cunning." At his words, the ugly man's lips pursed slightly, his gaze sweeping over Rinrin and the corpse of Inouye, betraying a hint of disdain. Clearly, he looked down upon Rinrin's juvenile tricks and held contempt for Inouye, who had fallen to a mere child. At that moment, a ninja who had completed the inspection swiftly approached the man with the grotesque face, covering his mouth with his hand and whispering into his ear. "Lord Shinda, after identification, we have confirmed the deceased's identity as the emissary of the evil god cult, Inoue Isamu, who has a bounty of 20 million ryo. The scroll on him cannot be opened for the time being." Upon hearing this, the man named Shinda disdainfully glanced at Inouye's corpse on the ground and quietly inquired, "How did he die?" The deceased was first incapacitated by an explosive tag that severed his legs, and then another explosive tag detonated at close range, obliterating his chest and abdomen. As for his killer, it appears to be this child before you. The pit in the ground bears the marks of the earth release, heart beheading technique, with its depth closely matching the child's height. There is also a wooden stake in the pit, likely a result of the replacement technique, executed precisely at the moment of the earth release. After listening to the ninja's report, Shinda unexpectedly regarded Rin with an uncertain glint in his eyes. By the way, how much was the bounty on that worthless fool? 20 million Rio. The ninja replied in a hushed tone. At this, a smirk crept across Shinda's lips. A plan forming in his mind. Take this boy back and detain him. Since the corpse is unrecognizable, dispose of it in the river to feed the fish. Having said this, he silently blinked at the ninja beside him. The ninja, having served Shinda for quite some time, immediately grasped his intent, feigning an understanding nod before turning to leave. Although Rin was bound with his hands behind his back, he was not anxious. While he had not overheard their conversation, he could clearly read the expressions in the grotesque man's eyes. The flickering glint within them indicated he was plotting something sinister, harboring no good intentions. However, Rin remained indifferent. Inoue's affairs held no allure for him, even as a burden. Moreover, within his 7-year-old body resided the soul of an adult, who, having endured the harsh realities of society, understood the adage, one must bow their head under the eaves. The most crucial aspect was that, despite his youthful appearance, he possessed no utilitarian value and would merely squander precious resources. Nevertheless, this man had robbed him of 20 million Rio in bounty, a grudge he vowed to remember. Once he mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia, he would be the first to deliver a fatal blow to this man, secretly committing the grotesque man's distinctive face to memory. Rin outwardly feigned a pitiful and helpless demeanor, obediently following the rain ninja out of the alley. In the dark, damp confines of the prison cell, Rin savored a restful slumber throughout the night. At this moment, the dim sunlight filtered through the small, fist-sized window, heralding the arrival of dawn. Whistling cheerfully, Rin sat cross-legged before the wall of his cell, a shuriken in hand, doodling on the wall. The day after his escape from the evil god cult, he felt remarkably buoyant. Although he had just regained his freedom only to be recaptured by the rain ninja, he believed these kind-hearted individuals would soon release him. Rin expressed this sentiment in writing, as well as in thought. His cell, not only equipped with a well-placed window that provided ample light, had seen the ninja who detained him conduct a mere cursory search of his ninja pack, leaving even the shuriken untouched. Altogether, this indicated that the Rain Village did not regard him as a significant threat, or perhaps they underestimated his capabilities despite the fact that he had slain Inoue. This attitude was rather intriguing. However, Rin could surmise the reasons behind it. The previous 2 leaders of Rain Village were known figures, the semi-divine Hanzo the Salamander, whose prowess was indisputable, and the current leader, Nagato, who had once obliterated the entire real estate industry of Konoha single-handedly. It was no wonder they dismissed him, a mere child, in the shadow of such formidable leaders. Their current detainment of him was likely a means to avoid complications regarding the bounty. Once the bounty was claimed, they would undoubtedly release him, this insignificant child. As for the 20 million Rio bounty on Inoue, Rin was unconcerned. He intended to exact revenge on the grotesque man who had robbed him of his bounty once he had acquired sufficient strength. Rin's predictions proved accurate. After hastily consuming a rather peculiar prison meal, the grotesque man's lackey ninja arrived. With a blank expression, he opened the cell door. Kid, come with me. And remember, don't touch anything that isn't yours. With that, he led the bewildered Rin out of the cell. After navigating a series of convoluted corridors, Rin's head spun with confusion until they finally reached their destination. Knock, knock, knock. The iron door, emblazoned with the symbol of Rain Village, echoed with the sound. Enter, came a calm and steady voice from within. The lackey pushed open the door, ushering the still-dazed Rin into the room. Before him stood a massive and imposing desk at the center, cluttered with a multitude of neatly arranged documents. Seated behind it was a tall, robust young man wearing a specially designed mask, with tubes extending from its sides, adorned with the headband of Rain Village. What captured Rin's attention were the man's eyes, exuding an air of authority. Beside him stood the grotesque man from the previous night, lingering in the background with an unwilling expression, his gaze toward Rin veiled with menace. Behind them hung a vast map on the wall, adorned with various arrows. Upon a mere glance, Rin instinctively lowered his head. Although he was no military expert, he understood the gravity of not prying into battle command diagrams. Noticing Rin's swift compliance, the man behind the desk perceived a flicker of appreciation in his deep, dark eyes. Sit. His commanding voice resonated as Rin quickly pulled out a chair and sat down, still with his head bowed. Seeing this, the man nodded approvingly and lifted a scroll. Is your name Yashik-Rin? Yes, it is, Rin confirmed with a nod. Then I shall refer to you as Rin-kun. After a brief cough to clear his throat, he continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of Rain Village. I have gathered information about you through Shinda. You were once a captive of the evil god cult, and you managed to escape during one of their sacrificial ceremonies, only to be pursued by their emissary, Inoue, whom you subsequently dispatched. By the way, did you realize that the person you killed was Inoue?" Rin nodded in response. In the presence of such a formidable individual, lying held no merit, and it was evidently illogical for a child confined for an extended period to be unaware of the leader of the evil god cult. Rin firmly believed that a single lie necessitated 10 others to cover it up, and those adept at deception either glossed over the truth to avoid attention or buried a single falsehood amidst a sea of truths, rendering it indistinguishable. Observing Rin's nod, Hans's expression softened considerably. He detested liars, as do all those in positions of power. "Could you elaborate on how you managed to escape and how you defeated Inoue?" Rin inwardly sighed, musing that such questions were rather redundant. However, harboring the soul of an adult within his young frame, he concealed any signs of impatience and feigned sincerity as he began to speak. "It all began over half a year ago when I was captured and taken to the base of the evil god cult, where I, along with other children, was imprisoned in a cell, enduring day after day. The cultists provided us with meals, taught us chakra extraction methods, and occasionally took us for indoctrination." "Oh, indoctrination? How did they indoctrinate you?" Hans inquired with curiosity. "The incessant chattering in our ears, extolling the virtues of the cult of the evil god, deprived us of sleep." "How do you manage to avoid being brainwashed?" asked Mantis Fish Hans once more. In response, Rin shook his head and declared, "I have not avoided it. I am still a follower of the cult of the evil god. However, I yearn for the freedom to live my life unencumbered." After saying this, Rin feigned a shy demeanor. "You see, they serve us military rations daily, which are barely fit for human consumption, practically akin to eating dirt. The water is equally poor. Many children my age cannot even relieve themselves. The sanitation conditions are abysmal, with rough paper that has left me injured each time. Moreover, bathing is prohibited, and everyone is infested with lice, keeping us awake at night from incessant bites. What I find most intolerable is that the guards force us to work, cleaning and such. It is utterly unreasonable. Who, in their right mind, would clean? And let me add, the cells are overpopulated, leaving no room for privacy. If one person suffers from an upset stomach, we all have to endure the consequences." Seeing Rin ramble on incessantly, the composed Mantis Fish Hans could no longer remain passive. He wore an unusual expression, raising a hand to interrupt the loquacious Rin. "Please, focus on the main point. Well, to be blunt, I can accept the notion of believing in the evil god, but I cannot tolerate poor food and being forced to work." At this, the 3 individuals in the room wore expressions of disbelief. It became apparent that this fellow was nothing more than a lazy glutton, ingrained with the notion of avoiding labor. Rin lifted his head slightly, and, out of the corner of his eye, saw the 3 of them exchanging bewildered glances. He quietly exhaled, relieved that despite the truths in his words, he was not confined with the other children. As for the chakra refinement technique, only he and Jin were deemed worthy to learn it. His intention in voicing all this was to gloss over his unique, immortal status and divert Mantis Fish Hans's attention with his fabricated special talents. In truth, the notion of being a glutton was not entirely unfounded. Can the matters of modernity truly be labeled as laziness? Rather, it could be said that laziness is what propels technological advancement. After a prolonged silence, Hans cleared his throat twice, stifling his desire to make a sarcastic remark. "By the way, do you know there is a bounty of 20 million Ryo on Jingjin Y?" Upon hearing this, Rin nodded again. "I occasionally overheard the guards mention it. That is why I sought to blend into your village. I figured that with more people around, the actions of the divine messenger would at least be somewhat restrained." Hans nodded in agreement, realizing that despite Rin's gluttony, his intellect was truly remarkable. While children in the Warring States era were generally precocious, with many even participating in battles at the tender age of 7, the majority lacked the cleverness of this boy, let alone his cunning. With that in mind, Hans hesitated no longer, rolling up the scroll on the table and rising slowly. "Since you are aware of the bounty on Jingjin Y, I present you with 2 choices." Upon hearing this, Rin understood that the pivotal moment had arrived and sat upright, his demeanor suddenly serious. "First, I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the bounty on Jingjin Y. Since you defeated him, the bounty is yours. but the repair cost for the alley will be deducted from it. As soon as he finished speaking, Rin felt a gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over him. He knew it could only belong to that divine envoy, who he would one day send to their demise. Simultaneously, he understood why, back in the cell, the lackey ninja had cautioned him against taking what was not rightfully his. The second choice. Hanzo's voice resonated once more. You can join the village and become my disciple. Before Hans could finish, the divine envoy interjected loudly, disregarding decorum. Hans-sama, even if he has dispatched Jingjin Y, he is not qualified to be your disciple. What he truly meant to convey was, Hans-sama, if you are to select a disciple, it should be someone of exceptional skill, unwavering loyalty, and a willingness to toil. As the divine envoy's words hung in the air, Hans abruptly raised his right hand, signaling for silence, and fixed a determined gaze upon Rin. By becoming my disciple, you need not worry about the disturbances from the cult of the evil god. As for the bounty, Rin hastily shook his head, interrupting him. Having been interrupted twice, Hans's expression grew visibly displeased, ready to express his frustration, but Rin's next words quelled his ire. Hans-sama, what bounty? Where would I find such a bounty? As long as I can join the warm family of Amigakure, I would willingly pay to be part of it. Seeing this, Hans nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Rin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Hans did not take his words literally. If he were to ask me to do something else, I would be willing, but to pay to join, that would be unacceptable. One must understand the nature of a rogue ninja. Chapter 7. Concealed Talents. I must survive although I had publicly become Hans's disciple. It had been over a week since my last encounter with that shameless individual. In his stead, a special jonin named Suk took over the teaching duties. This Suk, while unremarkable in appearance and somewhat unattractive, had a particularly prominent nose and a receding hairline that he tried to conceal. Each time I attended class, I couldn't help but worry that the sparse tuft of hair he meticulously groomed would drift away like dandelion seeds in the wind. I once asked him why he didn't simply shave his head and sport a stylish bald look. Suk, in a melancholic tone, replied, "This is not merely hair. It is a man's last bastion of stubbornness." It was only later that I realized this seemingly mature man was merely 18 years old, at the prime of his youth. The room assigned to me by Mantis Fish Hans was situated within a tall building at the heart of the village, adjacent to Hans's office. My chamber was on the top floor. While it boasted excellent lighting and ventilation, this was Amigakure, not Konoha. The incessant rainfall meant that this country rarely saw the sun, and the drainage on the upper floors was significantly inferior to that of the lower ones, leading to peculiar customs. Most residents lived on the lower levels, while the upper floors were primarily reserved for placing coffins of the deceased. The sole consolation was that outside my room stood a fearsome statue of a face, its tongue protruding long enough for a person to sit upon. I dared not perch myself there, as it was treacherously slippery in the rain, and I feared that one misstep could send me tumbling to my demise, making it difficult to explain if I were to rise again. It had been a week since my last meeting with Mantis Fish Hans. During this time, I had been diligently learning the rules of the ninja world under Suk's guidance. It was only after grasping these rules that I realized how egregious my previous actions had been when I used the Great Fireball technique to obliterate Jingjin Y. It was a blatant breach of martial ethics, and no wonder he was nearly driven to fury. Such tactics were deemed lowly and beneath the dignity of any self-respecting ninja, and any adversary employing such methods would be seen as profoundly disrespectful. With this realization, I silently mourned Jingjin Y for 3 seconds in my heart. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking interrupted my solemn reflection. Sighing, I silently apologized to Jingjin Y and promised to make amends in the future, then rose to open the door. Outside stood Suk, clad in a raincoat over his jonin uniform, who entered my room and casually placed the breakfast he had brought along on the table. "Let us eat," he said, and after finishing, he officially commenced the chakra extraction course. With that, he pulled out a chair and sat at the table. From his pocket, he produced a teapot, and as if performing magic, conjured a teacup, pouring a cup of hot tea and placing it before Rin. Observing the fluid grace of the water bear's movements, Rin's lips quirked slightly. One must admit, this fellow was truly meticulous, a term the locals would call yasasashi. At merely 18 years of age, he had already attained the rank of special jonin, a classic case of a fool with too much money. Had it not been for his prematurely aged appearance and unruly hair, he might have already settled down with a family. Rin extended his hand to accept the teacup offered by the water bear, expressing his gratitude before promptly devouring his breakfast. Not one to remain idle. The water bear began to speak. This past week, you have grasped the basic knowledge of being a ninja. Starting today, we shall delve into the art of chakra extraction. My collar is too tight, Rin mumbled with a mouth full of food. At this, the water bear rolled his eyes unabashedly. I know all too well the ineptitude of the evil god sect. Their method of chakra extraction is a watered-down version. Rin swallowed his food in a single gulp, his eyes widening in disbelief. There's a watered-down version of this technique? I've never heard of such a thing. Forget about what a watered-down version entails. Just assume you have never learned anything at all. With that, he rose and settled cross-legged on the bed. To be frank, Rin's bed resembled a leaky waterbed. The dampness in his room was excessive, and were it not for his peculiar immunity, he would surely be afflicted with arthritis by now. Touching the moisture on the mattress, the water bear furrowed his brow slightly, muttering under his breath. Lord Shinda is going too far. How can anyone live in such a room? No, I must speak to Lord Hans today and arrange for a room change. Grumbling to himself, he disregarded the dampness and assumed the posture for chakra extraction. Watch closely. I will demonstrate. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. The essence of chakra extraction lies in concentration, emptying all thoughts, and harmonizing one's mental and physical energies to generate chakra. Rin finished his breakfast and moved a chair to sit beside the bed, watching intently. Gradually, a blue light of chakra began to emanate from the water bear's body, flowing along fixed pathways. Rin, no longer a novice, understood that this ability to manifest chakra externally consumed significant amounts of chakra and energy. After all, not everyone could unleash their power with reckless abandon like Prince Naruto, who borrowed the strength of the Nine Tails without hesitation. Realizing this, Rin focused his mind, diligently observing the flow of chakra. Have you remembered? After a considerable time, beads of sweat formed on the water bear's forehead as he asked in a low voice. Rin nodded vigorously. His concentration was remarkable, and within that brief moment, he had memorized the entire pathway. Seeing Rin's affirmation, the water bear released the hand seals, and the surrounding blue chakra dissipated instantly. He let out a long sigh, revealing that this method of teaching placed a hefty burden on his body. Now, it's your turn to try, he said, standing to make way. Rin nodded again, sitting cross-legged on the bed, mimicking the water bear's stance, forming the hand seal. Meanwhile, memories of how to combine mental and physical energies flooded his mind. First, he would merge his mental and physical energies to create stamina, then, through specific techniques, transform that stamina into chakra. There were two critical challenges inherent in this process, and these challenges distinguished one ninja from another. The first was the conversion of stamina into chakra, a process known as chakra manufacturing. During this phase, some ninjas could convert every ounce of stamina precisely into chakra, while others would waste a portion, yielding only a fraction transformed into chakra. This was the difference between the standard chakra extraction technique and its watered-down variant, as the water bear had mentioned. The second challenge concerned the transformation of chakra into techniques. Some ninjas could adeptly manage their chakra usage, converting it into ninjutsu without waste, while others struggled to control their chakra amounts, inevitably leading to wastage. These two challenges were what defined transformation and utilization. Rin sat cross-legged on the bed, the techniques for chakra extraction continuously surfacing in his mind. A warm flow began to generate slowly from his limbs, following an unusual path. Rin paused slightly, astonished. The speed was indeed much faster than the extraction technique taught by the cultists. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of fatigue coursing through his cells. Rin understood this was due to the consumption of stamina. However, he dismissed it as a concern. He was immortal, which not only prevented his death, but also eliminated the possibility of exhausting himself. In simpler terms, his physical energy was boundless. Aware of his condition, Rin subtly halted the chakra extraction process, merely pretending to form the seals. The reason was straightforward. He simply did not wish to reveal his unique abilities while he was still weak, especially with his master, the renowned semi-divine ninja Hanzo the Salamander, observing. In Rin's memory, although Hanzo was immensely powerful, his intellect often faltered. He had declared war on the fire, earth, and wind nations simultaneously during the Second Great Ninja War, depleting the resources of the Rain Village and incurring significant losses. He then colluded with Danzo to eliminate Yahiko, leading Nagato down a dark path. Despite escaping both times, many of his rain ninjas had perished. Contemplating this, Rin inhaled sharply, mentally lamenting. I should remain low-key as a mere aide. The ninja world is far too perilous, especially living under Hanzo's shadow, where the danger factor rises by 50%. If only I had escaped to Konoha, it would have been peaceful and harmonious, with a superior living environment. I could bask in the sun without a care. Unlike in the land of rain, where it rains incessantly, I feel like I might develop shingles. A week passed, and over a month had elapsed since Rin's arrival in the rain village. On this day, Rin continued to sit cross-legged on his bed, diligently practicing the chakra extraction technique, while the water bear, seemingly tireless, maintained a serious watch over Rin's every move. Suddenly, a rare knock at the door broke the silence of the room. The water bear furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. Lord Hans. Upon hearing this exclamation, the water bear immediately opened the door respectfully and stepped aside. Outside stood the formidable Hanzo the Salamander, masked and expressionless, entering the room with 3 rain ninjas, including the water bear's acquaintance, Shinda. Noticing this, Rin rose, adopting an obedient demeanor as he stood by the bed. Hanzo's gaze swept over Rin before he strode purposefully to the table and gestured for the water bear to approach. It has been 15 days. How is the training progressing? The water bear felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as he stammered. Lord Hans. Rin has been diligently practicing the chakra extraction technique and is very earnest, showing no signs of complacency. He wished to praise Rin further. But after spending this time together, he observed that Rin's chakra had not only failed to improve, but had actually diminished, leaving him perplexed and unable to understand the reasons behind it. Thus, he could only watch Rin's training with heightened responsibility, akin to a desperate parent hoping for their child to achieve greatness. Yet, little did he know that Rin, who was determined to conceal his true abilities, not only had childhood experiences of outsmarting his parents, but also accumulated a wealth of invaluable experience in slacking off during his adult career. In simple terms, Rin's talent for idling far surpassed the supervisory skills of the water bear. The outcome was that, over the past 15 days, Rin had made no progress whatsoever. In fact, he had become even more inept. Upon hearing the water bear's words, Hanzo the Salamander nodded expressionlessly. To him, in times of chaos, relentless training was a given and did not warrant praise. What about the chakra levels? Hanzo inquired again. The water bear hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The chakra. I have mastered the cultivation techniques quite well, and now I can extract chakra at any time. Observing the water bear's stiff expression and his attempts to change the subject, Rin felt a flicker of amusement and a surge of emotion. He understood that if he did not showcase his strength, the privileges he currently enjoyed would surely be revoked. This meant that the timely provision of food, the house situated near the village center, and the one-on-one tutoring from the exceptional Jonin, the water bear, would all be callously withdrawn. Although harsh, he recognized this as reality. Individuals of little worth did not merit excessive investment of energy. Yet, this was also the freedom Rin yearned for. Being valued, being bestowed with hope, and being burdened with responsibilities. Wasn't he that a form of freedom stripped away? In this world, Rin had yet to find anyone willing to sacrifice their freedom for him. Noticing the water bear's evasive demeanor, Hanzo's brow furrowed slightly, and Rin felt the atmosphere in the room rapidly grow colder. I ask again, has there been any increase in your chakra levels? Seeing Hanzo the Salamander display a hint of annoyance, the water bear dared not divert the subject and replied, sounding crestfallen. Lord Hanzo, there hasn't been any increase. However, the time is still too short, and as you can see, the environment is far from conducive for meticulous training. As he spoke, the water bear's voice grew increasingly faint. He should not have said so much. After all, he was merely a temporary mentor. That's enough. Hanzo's cold voice interrupted the water bear, and had it not been for his exceptional teaching skills, he would have long since dragged any other Chunin who dared to bicker with him out for execution. Inject your chakra into this. Saying this, he expressionlessly tossed a piece of paper onto the table. Observing Hanzo the Salamander's expression, the nearby Shinda could hardly contain his delight. Having followed Hanzo for the longest time, Shinda clearly understood how Hanzo expressed his anger. Typically, Hanzo maintained a stern demeanor, but if someone provoked him, his brows would furrow slightly, and his emotions would not be overtly displayed. However, if Hanzo were truly disappointed or furious, his expression would return to a stoic visage, accompanied by an intimidating aura that deterred others. With this thought, Shinda couldn't help but smirk, secretly thinking that from the moment he first laid eyes on Rin, he had taken a disliking to this cunning little brat, believing he embodied none of the true spirit of a ninja. In his view, ninjas should, like Hanzo, defeat their opponents with overwhelming strength and honor. Later, when Hanzo took Rin as his disciple, it ignited the flames of jealousy within Shinda to their utmost limits. Witnessing Rin being treated coldly, Shinda felt as refreshed as if he had just devoured an ice-cold watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Rin remained blissfully unaware of Shinda's sentiments. He simply nodded silently, maintaining an innocent facade as he approached the table to pick up the chakra testing paper. Subsequently, under the expectant gaze of the water bear, the cold stare of Hanzo, and the mocking eyes of Shinda, he feigned great effort, though he did not channel even a trace of chakra. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on the chakra testing paper. The next instant, Shinda's lips curled into an uncontrollable grin, ecstatic joy lighting up his unattractive face. It remained dry. Not the water that Lord Hanzo values most. What's more, the chakra testing paper showed no signs of change. It did not burn, crack, wrinkle, or break. This fool is a rare non-attribute, utterly dim-witted. The onlookers in the room displayed various expressions upon seeing the unchanged testing paper. Several bodyguards cast disdainful glances at Rin, their contempt palpable. Meanwhile, Hanzo's eyes narrowed. Although his expression remained impassive, a hint of disappointment flickered deep within his gaze. This individual, aside from a modicum of cleverness, holds no value. With this thought, Hanzo abruptly stood and, without looking back, strode towards the door, followed hastily by the scheming Shinda and the bodyguards. Chapter 8. Firm belief. The water bear stared despondently at the retreating figure of Hanzo the Salamander, feeling as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, and slowly sank back into his seat, supporting himself on the table. Rin, do not lose heart. Chakra attributes can, be cultivated. It's really not a big deal. Observing the bittersweet smile on the water bear's face as he stammered his attempts at consolation, Rin felt a pang of emotion and wiped his nose, casually stuffing the chakra testing paper into the ninja pouch at his waist, where a flash of blue light occurred. In the concealed ninja pouch, the chakra testing paper floated down and, like a magnet, firmly adhered to the soul kunai within. Magnetism. It endows objects with magnetic force and attracts those possessing magnetic properties. Rin was well aware of the changes occurring to the chakra testing paper, yet outwardly, he maintained a stubborn demeanor. I'm not saddened. My ambition has always been to live off my wits. The water bear fell silent, noticing Rin's continued facade of indifference. Time passed, and the door to Rin's room was pushed open once more. Shinda the Salamander stood triumphantly at the entrance, looking down at the interior. Oh, I forgot to mention, your room has been requisitioned, and here is your new address. He disdainfully tossed a note with the address written on it, then turned to the water bear, whose anger was visibly rising. And you, water bear, your responsibility now is to continue instructing the Lord's son. You need not concern yourself with Rin any longer. With that, he exhaled sharply through his nose, shook his head, and mockingly closed the door, the sound of his derisive laughter echoing in the distance. Trash is simply trash, devoid of any redeemable value. In the room, the water bear stood up straight, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Rin. Rin, do not heed others. What you must do is steadfastly uphold your own beliefs. Life is simple. Identify your goal and run towards it with unwavering determination. Cheer up. Noticing that Rin still appeared lackluster, the water bear seemed to recall something, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. Follow me. I will take you to solidify your beliefs. With that, he dashed to Rin, grasped his hand, and pulled him out of the room. In the rain-soaked village of Amigakure, the water bear led Rin along the dimly lit streets of the lower levels. Due to the perennial rain and towering buildings, the cramped lower roads appeared particularly gloomy. Yet the orange lanterns lining the sides emitted a warm glow, creating a unique charm. Turning a street corner, the water bear led Rin into a narrow alley. At first glance, the alley seemed deep and endless, with walls on either side adorned with a myriad of colorful signs. In this charming alley, the vibrant red lanterns and signs stand out strikingly. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, each adorned with expressions of sheer joy. Flanking the road, the open doorways reveal sisters with radiant smiles, beckoning to passers-by. The melodious sounds of laughter fill the air, as this delightful lane seems to exude an enchanting allure. In a world shrouded in gray, it is as if this faint glow from the depths offers warmth and happiness. Rin raised his head, his expression odd as he slowly enunciated the sign at the alley's entrance. Kabukicho Ichiban Street? Teacher, could this steadfast belief you spoke of be here? Upon hearing this, Shuitaka's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly scanned the street for the welcoming sisters, drool escaping his lips. Do you not feel that all worries and sorrows dissipate in this place? After wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he raised his fist with a face of feigned seriousness. As ninjas, we must cast aside our inner distractions in this grand Ichiban Street, gain clarity, and fully comprehend our deepest aspirations, solidifying our resolve. Rin placed a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Damn it, if you are a lecher, just admit it. But why do you present such a facade? I misjudged you, thinking you were a respectable person, but you are nothing but a vulgar creature. From his moral high ground, Rin delivered a stern 10-second rebuke to Shuitaka before seriously grabbing his sleeve. Teacher, do they accept children? Rin arched an eyebrow playfully, his expression gradually turning mischievous. Upon hearing this intriguing question, Shuitaka furrowed his brow, hesitating as he replied, I'm not really sure. After all, I've never brought a little kid here before. Shall we give it a try? Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered, Let's try? Shuitaka nodded emphatically. Together, the two dubious figures, one large and one small, strolled into the mysterious alley, their movements synchronized. Inside the alley, Shuitaka, familiar with the surroundings, led Rin through the winding streets, effortlessly locating a small door tucked in a corner. A tattered red lantern hung above it, the sign reading Ame Free Information Center. In the lively alley, this place appeared rather desolate. Rin cast a silent glance at the impatient Shuitaka beside him, who pointed eagerly at the dazzling sign across the way and the young lady at the entrance holding advertisements. Teacher, why don't we go to that Hanamichi Ichinocho? It looks. Before Rin could finish his thought, Shuitaka covered his mouth. Shu, keep your voice down. If I visit a place like that, I'd be stuck eating instant noodles for a month. Rin couldn't help but think, that's exorbitant. Is it made of gold? Prizing Shuitaka's hand away, he mimicked his tone and quietly inquired, Is the expense at Hanamichi really that outrageous? Shuitaka nodded vigorously. Not just outrageous, it's exceedingly so. Only prominent figures like the daimyo and Hanzo possess the wealth to indulge here daily. It is said that the owner of this kabukicho hails from the land of hot springs, where there is also a Hanamichi Ichinocho, the land of hot springs. Rin sighed, his mind swirling with endless fantasies. Soaking in hot springs with beautiful women, that life must be utterly blissful. These damn ninjas truly know how to enjoy life. Rin couldn't help but recall having read Kawabaya Izunari's Snow Country, a book replete with sensuality. One particular scene stood out vividly, where the female protagonist, clad in a yukata, told the male lead, You often touch one side, causing me to be uneven. Just the thought of it made his nostrils flare. However, there was no opportunity to explore such pleasures now. After all, Shuitaka's wallet couldn't sustain such indulgence for two. Seeing Rin still gazing enviously at the place across the street, Shuitaka gritted his teeth, trembling as he took hold of Rin's hand, determined to walk towards it. No. Rin instinctively pulled Shuitaka back, the force nearly causing him to stumble. Let us go this way instead. I'm worried you won't have enough money, and then we'll both end up washing dishes. After saying this, he led the touched Shuitaka into the somewhat quiet Ame Free Information Center. Normally, as a special jonin responsible for teaching the daimyo's son, Shuitaka's salary was quite substantial. However, Hanamichi Ichinocho was a veritable den of extravagance, capable of draining an entire month's wages in one visit. In contrast, the Ame across from Hanamichi offered much more reasonable prices. Shuitaka frequented this place often enough to save some money for future marriage. Pushing open the creaky wooden double doors, Shuitaka strode in boldly, showing no shame in bringing a child to such a place. Welcome. Oh, isn't this Shuitaka-sama? What brings you here today? The sultry voice was soft and alluring, hinting at the presence of a mature woman who was irresistibly enchanting. Sure enough, stepping inside revealed the voice's owner, a stunningly curvaceous woman. Rin's immediate reaction was that she was magnificent. Not just magnificent, but of an utterly cow-like grandeur. Involuntarily, 3 words popped into his mind: gentle paradise. Other women, when compared to her, could only be called gentle village, a stark difference in stature. The alluring woman possessed captivating eyes, as fluid as water, seemingly able to peer into one's soul, Her petite, well-defined nose was perfectly placed, and her soft, luscious lips beckoned to be tasted. My goodness. This woman is a fairy. Rin mentally assessed her danger level. If beauty equates to danger, this enchantress was on par with a nuclear weapon. Upon seeing Rin, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered something extraordinary, covering her mouth in delight, her bosom heaving. Rin instinctively shrank his head, feeling dizzy, unable to help but worry about the quality of the kimono she wore. My goodness, this kimono is of such high quality that it can hold all that? Despite having seen countless wonders in his previous life, Rin had rarely encountered a creature of this caliber. The enchanting woman, with a pure smile, squatted before Rin, her enticing curves fully on display, and reached out her delicate hand to pinch his cheek. Little brother, how adorable. Ahem, dear lady, please behave yourself. Rin cleared his throat, trying to maintain seriousness as he brushed her hand away. Hee hee, little rascal, I'm not an aunt, I'm an older sister. The fairy's beautiful eyes sparkled as she playfully reached out again to pinch Rin's cheek. As if sensing Rin's predicament, Shuitaka chuckled and clapped his hands. Miss Mikiko, could you please take us inside? Upon hearing this, the enchanting Mikiko nodded with a smile and rose. All right, Shuitaka-sama. Please wait here for a moment while I prepare the girls. With that, she gracefully walked into the inner room, her white tabi and wooden sandals creating a rhythmic sound. Seizing the moment, Shuitaka quickly crouched and leaned toward Rin, whispering, Pinkwin, this is Miss Mikiko, the owner of this establishment. Do not underestimate her. The place across, Hanamichi Ichinocho, offered a hefty sum to entice her there, yet they could not secure her presence. Rin, upon hearing this, was not surprised. After all, such a fairy could bring ruin wherever she went. So she runs her own business here? Rin asked curiously. No. Shuitaka shook his head. She merely owns the establishment. She does not entertain. As the two were engaged in casual conversation, the door to the inner room swung open, revealing Mikiko, who gracefully stood at the entrance and waved to Suikyu and Rinto. Mr. Suikyu, the ladies are ready. Please come in. Suikyu nodded repeatedly, tears of emotion streaming down his cheeks. However, this fellow was indeed reliable, not forgetting his comrade Rinto, and pulled him into the room. The space was modestly sized, illuminated by a warm, dim light that created a cozy atmosphere. A spacious sofa occupied half of the room directly facing the door, where two reasonably attractive women sat, their presence complemented by a low coffee table brimming with bottles and glasses. Suikyu nonchalantly settled in the center of the sofa, wrapping an arm around each of the two ladies, embodying the very image of a carefree charmer. What are you dawdling for? Come sit. One of the women, with a flirtatious smile, poured Suikyu a drink, while the other wriggled in his embrace. Good grief, stop squirming. Are you suffering from a rash or something? Rinto thought with a hint of malice. Suikyu was truly insufferable. Not only did he indulge excessively, but he also flaunted his role as the host. It was as if everyone was out to enjoy themselves, yet he compelled Rinto to witness his indulgence. Previously only mildly discontent, Rinto was now thoroughly vexed. He approached Suikyu, sitting beside him, separated by the girl with the rash, and silently lifted a glass of oddly colored juice. This predicament could not be entirely blamed on Suikyu. Perhaps Rinto's mature demeanor in speech and actions led others, including Suikyu, to forget that he was merely a 7-year-old child. Soon, the two women left the sofa to perform for Suikyu, one playing music while the other danced. With a mischievous grin, Suikyu leaned closer to Rinto, nudging him with his elbow. Well, what do you think? Isn't this a splendid place? I wasn't lying to you, was I? He gestured towards the performers. Upon receiving Rinto's nod, Suikyu erupted into a hearty laugh, clapping Rinto's shoulder with enthusiasm. That's the spirit. What does it matter if you lack attributes? Even if you never possess chakra, you can still train in physical arts. And let me share a secret. Ninjas skilled in physical techniques are particularly adored by the ladies in the first street of the entertainment district. Just think about it. If you diligently hone your physical skills, become a ninja, take on missions to earn money, and firmly pursue your goals, with unwavering determination, you can continue to train, earn even more, and, meet more beautiful ladies, thus solidifying your resolve. This is truly a perfect virtuous cycle. Yeah, right. Rinto choked on his drink, nearly choking. You, Suikyu, and your twisted reasoning. What kind of nonsense cycle is that? I have every reason to suspect you are a spy sent by a malevolent cult to Rain Village. The aim is to turn all ninjas in Rain Village into weaklings. thereby executing your evil scheme to invade the land of rain. Despite his protests, Rinto couldn't help but accept Suikyu's absurd logic with a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, beneath Suikyu's frivolous exterior lay a genuine heart. His intentions were clear: to alleviate Rinto's lingering disappointment from being discarded by Hanzo the Salamander. After spending 2 weeks together, Suikyu realized that Rinto lacked direction in life, and he hoped to inspire Rinto to discover his path. After this lengthy monologue, Suikyu, parched, raised a cup of sake and gulped it down. "And you?" Rinto suddenly asked. "What about me?" Suikyu replied, puzzled. "Why do you take such care of me?" At this, Suikyu scratched his head, his gaze evasive, before bursting into a hearty laugh again. "Ha ha ha, Rinto-kun, don't overthink it. I'm just a kind person who treats all my students well." No sooner had he spoken than the two ladies affectionately rushed into Suikyu's embrace. "Yes, yes, Suikyu and I is the kindest. Brother, please have another drink. I admire a man like you." Surrounded by their adoration, Suikyu laughed heartily. Listening to their sweet nothings, Rinto's expression darkened. "For heaven's sake, return my moment of sentiment." Feeling disgruntled, Rinto silently pushed open the door and stepped outside. Outside, Mikiko sat on a cushion, her gaze dreamy, her once alluring demeanor now softened, revealing a neighborly innocence. "What a capricious enchantress," Rinto muttered to himself as he strolled to the entrance, observing the bustling crowd outside, Suikyu's words echoing in his mind. Though the theories had strayed far from logic, Rinto grasped the essence of what was conveyed. As an outsider in this world, how was he to navigate his existence? Firstly, rising to prominence seemed impossible. This world was fraught with danger, filled with reapers and the Sage of Six Paths. Even the formidable Hashirama could capture the Nine Tails as easily as one might catch a chick, yet he still fell prey to Uchiha Madara's schemes. Thus, survival became paramount. Moreover, this realm favored lineage. Those without illustrious backgrounds could only play a minor role. So what was next? Investing in real estate in Konoha? Or perhaps establishing a brothel in the Land of Water? Or settling in the Land of Iron to forge a living? Engaging in battle was out of the question. That was a certainty. "Little brother, what are you thinking about?" A soft, melodic voice interrupted from behind. Without a moment's thought, Rinto instinctively leaped forward, creating distance. Upon turning, he found Mikiko, the proprietor of the establishment, crouched where he had just been standing, gazing at him innocently. "Goodness, do you walk without making a sound?" Rinto exclaimed, glancing at her wooden sandals and the playful curl of her toes. "Hee, I'm just teasing you." Mikiko giggled, covering her mouth playfully. At that moment, Rinto's eyes widened. He marveled at her captivating charm, realizing she could effortlessly embody any style. "Are you bored, having been dismissed by Mr. Suikyu?" Mikiko asked, dusting off her knees and rising gracefully, her gaze fixed on Rinto with a warm smile. "More or less. Men are all the same," Rinto replied with a mature air, moving to sit cross-legged on a cushion at her low table. "Sounds as if you're not a man yourself," Mikiko teased, kneeling across from him. "Well, that's not entirely accurate." Rinto waved his hand dismissively, taking a sip from the teacup on the table. "To be precise, before I acquired my mischievous abilities, all men were oblivious fools." Mikiko blushed slightly at Rinto's use of her cup. "And after you gained those abilities? Now that's a tale worth telling," he replied, sipping his tea and then adding, "This tea is quite delightful. Where did it come from?" "Oh, little rascal, tell me more," Mikiko urged, opening her small fan to hide her flushed cheeks, her voice sweet and coaxing. Had it been anyone else touching her cup, she might have reacted with hostility. But this mature little boy, who appeared to be no more than 7 or 8, was hard to resent. Plus, he was rather amusing. Seeing the affectionate glimmer in Mikiko's eyes, Rinto concluded that since he could not assert himself in respect, he would have to content himself with merely indulging in the moment. "When I am capable of mischief, the men of this world, in my eyes, naturally divide into 2 categories. What are those 2 categories? Well, the majority of men are friends, but if a man were to marry a beauty like my sister, he would become my enemy." Upon hearing this, Mikiko burst into laughter, her joy causing the flowers to sway. In that moment, Rin felt as if the entire room blossomed with flowers and sunshine illuminated the earth. My goodness, this woman, with every frown and smile, exudes such enchanting charm that it's simply unbearable for me. Adhering to the principle of what is inappropriate to see should not be seen, Rin lowered his gaze. "What nonsense!" Rin insisted. "I'm merely a 7-year-old child." and no one can stop me from admiring the beautiful lady and her delightful movements. At that moment, he felt that his body was simply magnificent. Everyone despises TZ. Yet everyone yearns to be like TZ. After laughing for quite a while, Mikiko finally caught her breath, though her chest continued to rise and fall. Little brother, you truly know how to flatter. Am I really as beautiful as you say? Indeed. Rin nodded vigorously, thinking to himself that compared to her, all the other girls, whether it be teacher Rora, senpai Miku, or junior Mei, could all step aside. Mikiko laughed once more, her charm causing her to sway. Every woman enjoys being praised. It is a trait ingrained in their very genes. As the owner of a brothel and possessing such captivating beauty, Mikiko had long been immune to ordinary flattery. Rin's creative compliments were both refreshing and entertaining. As they continued to laugh, Mikiko suddenly paused, a mischievous curve appearing at the corner of her mouth as she leaned closer to Rin, revealing a breathtaking silhouette. Since my sister is so beautiful, when you grow up, would you be willing to marry me? Upon hearing this, Rin's head shook vehemently, as if it might snap off. You little rascal. Seeing Rin desperately shake his head, Mikiko straightened up, her expression instantly turning cold. Rin appeared oblivious to her change in demeanor and continued, I don't wish to wait until I grow up. I want to marry you as my wife right now. Mikiko was taken aback, her icy demeanor melting away like spring snow, her small fan shielding her shyly flushed face. Then it's settled, my little man. You must grow up quickly and take responsibility for me. Rin, despite his childlike stature, nodded with a smile in his heart. Hee, whoever takes this seriously is a fool. Do you truly think I cannot see the playful glimmer in your eyes? You are just amusing yourself with me as if I were a child, and I'll indulge you since I have nothing to lose. By the way, my little man, what is your name? Rin. Rin instinctively blurted out, only to quickly correct himself. I am Zhu Kongping. My name is Zhu Kongping. Just as Rin finished speaking, the inner door swung open, revealing a drunken Shuigong, his face smeared with lipstick, stumbling out with the support of two ladies, still clamoring for another drink. Rin smiled apologetically at Mikiko, then quickly stepped forward to support the wobbling Shuigong. I apologize, I'll take him home. With that, he guided Shuigong out of a free guidance center. Mikiko leaned against the doorframe, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she watched their retreating figures, suddenly recalling something. She called out to Rin, my little man, remember to visit me often. Your sister will be waiting here for you. Is there a fee? Rin asked without turning back. Of course, Mikiko replied in her soft, melodious voice. Am I your husband, and still expected to pay? Well, I need to eat, her coy voice chimed again, drawing the attention of passers-by. At her words, Rin stumbled slightly, turning to glance at the charming Mikiko, clasping his hands together. Farewell, may we meet again. With that, he hurriedly helped Shuigong, moving swiftly as if a flood were chasing him, disappearing into the crowd. Leaning against the doorframe, Mikiko watched Rin's vanishing silhouette, then turned and closed the wooden door, a delightful smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, Rin, is that your name? Hee. What an amusing little rascal. Chapter 9, Choices, Opportunities, and Crises. As dusk approached, the gentle patter of rain continued without a hint of respite. Rin, supporting the inebriated Shuigong, strolled through the streets of rain-hidden village. Teacher, why are you back so soon? Effortlessly draping Shuigong's shoulder, Rin asked nonchalantly. Soon. Shuigong, slurring his words, replied. What do you mean by soon? Not soon, but rather, you were too quick. I calculated it. Within just 10 minutes, you managed to charm 2 women, averaging 5 minutes each. And in that same span, you've managed to get yourself completely drunk. At his words, Shuigong staggered, wobbling unsteadily, his expression defiant. Nonsense. I'm not drunk. Besides, my relationships with Maya and Yukiko are purely platonic. They sell their art, not their bodies. Enough. Rin tightened his grip, steadying Shuigong's steps. Selling art without selling oneself? Do you take me for a fool? By the way, I'm unaware of how much you spent with Mikiko, but your purse must have at least diminished by 10,000 ryo. There's barely over 20,000 left. As Rin spoke, he tucked Shuigong's purse into his ninja bag. No worries, Shuigong waved dismissively, a blissful smile illuminating his flushed face. Maya, my little Maya is celebrating her birthday today. All the excess is just her birthday gift. Hearing Shuigong's rambling, Rin was left speechless. At this moment, he couldn't quite discern whether Shuigong was truly intoxicated or merely pretending. If he were genuinely drunk, he would still recall giving money to the geisha. If he were sober, no sane person would consider gifting a geisha something for her birthday. After escorting Shueigong home, Rin retrieved his keys, opened the door, and tossed the now unconscious Shueigong onto the sofa. Setting the keys on the coffee table, Rin stretched his stiff shoulders, glanced at Shueigong, who was soundly asleep, and chuckled at his own situation, preparing to leave. Just then, Shueigong suddenly propped himself up, wobbling as he sat upright. Ping. Continue. Continue drinking. Drink my foot. Lie down and sleep. Rin retorted irritably. However, Shueigong unexpectedly grasped Rin's sleeve, his slurred speech spilling forth. Ping. Don't harbor resentment towards Lord Hans. He only acts that way for the village. For peace, he has become so unapproachable. I am like you, an orphan, a child of war. But I cannot compare to you. You possess far more talent than I. I sense that you have long concealed your true abilities, your chakra. Well, you think you hide it well, but I can see through it. Upon hearing this, Rin's muscles tensed, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Yet, Shueigong, with his eyes closed and inebriated, remained oblivious to Rin's change, continuing to mumble. Rest assured, I will never speak of it. Although I don't know why you don't confide in Lord Hans, I believe you have your reasons. Ping, do you? Do you have a dream? Rin sighed, his fierce gaze gradually softening as he shook his head. No. I do. Shueigong beamed with pride, as if surpassing Rin in dreams was a remarkable achievement. I was born at the end of the Warring States period. During that time, the entire ninja world was engulfed in turmoil. Even 7- or 8-year-old children had to rush to the battlefield to fight for their lives. As he spoke, Shueigong's voice grew increasingly somber. My parents were killed during that time. Later, I was rescued by Lord Hans and brought back to the village. I remember that before I was as old as you, the villages of Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure were successively established. Yet, despite the presence of the so-called god of ninjas, the world of shinobi remained in chaos, with relentless conflicts between the small villages. Eventually, I found myself on the battlefield, where I witnessed the death of comrades, friends, and teachers. I harbor a deep hatred for war, as it ruthlessly claimed their lives. Observing the man before me, weeping like a child, Rin pressed his forehead against his hand, sighing silently. After my journey through time, I felt for the first time as though I existed in an incredibly authentic world. The musings of the water bear continued. Since then, I have pondered the very essence of our existence. What is the purpose of our lives? Subsequently, I established a goal, a vision. As I spoke, the tone of the water bear grew ever more resolute. I am a person devoid of talent, unable to alter this world. But I shall devote all my efforts to protect the village, to safeguard children like you, and when my time comes, I will pass on the belief of protecting the village to the next generation that has matured. Pinkuin, can you accept such a belief? Gazing into the eyes of the water bear, which had opened without him noticing, Rin fell silent. After an indeterminate span of time, under the eager gaze of the water bear, Rin slowly and firmly shook his head. I'm sorry, Water Bear Sensei, I have only been in the village for a few dozen days. Rin stumbled over his words, unaccustomed to such vulnerability. He did not wish to deceive the water bear, for the water bear was the only one he recognized in this village. Hearing Rin's words, the water bear awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, muttering to himself, Pinkuin, I was too impatient. Forget it, don't take this to heart. By the way, if you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to come to my house and ask me. After all, who else would be your teacher? With that, he flashed a broad smile at Rin. Rin nodded slowly and, in the midst of the water bear's complex gaze, expressionless, exited his home and closed the door behind him. Leaning against the doorframe, Rin gazed into the distance. The incessant, drizzling rain had ceased, and the bright moon, a rare sight, peeked out from the night sky, casting its silvery light upon the darkened earth. Rin looked at the moon and sighed once more. Freedom and bonds, though they are twin destinies, diverge onto different paths. Meanwhile, in the heart of the village, Hans sat expressionless in his office, listening to reports from his subordinates. The anxious demeanor of the bodyguards surrounding him indicated that Hans's mood was exceedingly grim. Indeed, his spirits were low, and after a day of accumulating frustrations, his anger reached its zenith. In the morning, a Janine from the intelligence department reported that they had been attacked, and a significant number of confidential scrolls had vanished. Among them were crucial jutsu scrolls of water release from the village of Amigakure, the village's defense plans, and a plethora of intelligence communications sent to various villages. The less significant items included an unresolved intelligence scroll obtained from Y. In the afternoon, spies stationed at the currency exchange reported that a large volume of intelligence regarding Amagecure's spies had surfaced at the exchange, and representatives from the great ninja villages hastily purchased them. Just a moment ago, yet another piece of grave news arrived. The covert lines within the 5 great ninja villages had, without exception, lost contact, including those that had never been activated. In comparison, his unworthy disciple, Zhu Kongping, seemed trivial now. In fact, as soon as Hans received news of the intelligence department's attack that morning, he had promptly activated his covert lines to recall spies from all villages. Yet, the transmission of information inevitably required time, and his speed ultimately could not match that of the masterminds and the 5 great nations. The longer he contemplated the entire day spent searching without any trace of the assailants, the more Hans's breathing grew rapid. Investigate. Continue searching. Bring forth every single spy from other villages within our village. At that moment, Hans cursed himself for lacking the mountain clan of Konoha. Otherwise, he would have subjected every villager to a game of truth or dare. Shinda cautiously approached Hans's side, speaking softly. Lord Hans, could it be that Zhu Kongping is behind this? There hasn't been much activity in the village lately. He is the only one who seems suspicious. Upon hearing this, Hans abruptly turned his head, his fierce gaze causing Shinda to retreat in fright. He vowed he had never seen Hans so enraged. Put away your cleverness. Do you think me a fool? That boy is under constant surveillance by my men, 24 hours a day. I know every detail of his activities, even when he defecates and how much. Seeing this, Shinda shrank his neck, resembling a scolded child. Well, our most pressing matter remains the reconstruction of the spy network, Lord Hans. He continued, with that individual from Konoha recently deceased. The 5 great nations are likely to be more active than ever. We cannot afford to be blind. After hearing this, Hans finally nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Speak, what are your thoughts? Seeing Hans receptive to his counsel, Shinda felt a surge of elation, thinking to himself that Hans favored him a little more. In times like this, only he could assist Hans in mitigating losses. Shinda's eyes sparkled with cunning as a plan formed in his mind. Lord, since the covert lines have been eradicated, dispatching adults now would undoubtedly raise the suspicions of the 5 great nations. Therefore, let us train a group of orphans and send them deep into their territories to infiltrate. They would remain undetected by the 5 great nations, while we cultivate our influence from scratch. If they fare well, they may even ascend to high positions within the 5 great nations. Take Konoha, for instance. They are quite nurturing towards orphan children. It truly is a threefold advantage. It must be said, Shinda is brimming with schemes. The 5 great nations may be wary of incoming adults, but they would never suspect the multitude of war orphans. After all, monitoring a vast influx of orphans would require immense human and material resources. Excellent. But how do we ensure their loyalty? Hans pinpointed the vulnerability in Shinda's scheme. In response, Shinda grinned ominously and leaned closer to Hans, whispering, Lord, our village possesses a certain secret technique. The jutsu, brain insertion. At this, Hans's eyes widened, casting a severe sidelong glance at Shinda. Shinda felt a chill run down his spine under Hans's penetrating gaze, yet he pressed on, Lord, this is no time for mercy. For the peace and tranquility of the village, the sacrifice of these children is justified. Moreover, as long as they remain cautious while infiltrating, their chances of survival are substantial. Think of those in the village who trust and rely on us, and those who have perished, who devoted their lives to the village. We must protect their children. At this point, Shinda was nearly hoarse with fervor. It was evident he genuinely believed this. As if perceiving Shinda's true intentions, Hans slowly turned his head to the scrolls on the table, which contained records of the orphaned children of the eliminated spies. An unknown time passed before Hans exhaled deeply, the custom mask emitting a hissing sound, his expression transforming into one of unwavering determination. Go, retrieve the scrolls of forbidden techniques from the vault. Yes. One of the bodyguards took the key from Hans's hand and proceeded to the vault on the other side of the room. After a series of intricate operations, a bundle of scrolls, each the size of a palm, appeared on Hans's desk. Since this is your proposed plan, you shall execute it. Hans swiftly pushed the scrolls towards Shinda, as if the mere act of prolonged contact with the scrolls would prick his palm. Moreover, extract all the spies from neighboring villages. In 3 days, I demand to see a cleansed village. Yes. Shinda accepted the scroll, standing upright with an unmistakable expression of pride on his face. By the way, Lord Hans, I wish to borrow a person from you. Who? Zhu Kongping. Chapter 10. Curse Seal, Brain Insertion Technique. Zhu Kongping. What do you want him for? Upon hearing this, Shinda flashed a flattering smile. Lord Hans, I believe this child possesses exceptional intelligence and quick wit, making him an excellent choice for infiltration. If we assign him the task concerning the Stone Country's Iwagakure, the most significant threat to us, he will swiftly establish an intelligence network. In truth, he aimed to send Rin far away, ensuring no one could vie for his favor. Moreover, dispatching Rin would yield multiple advantages. Should Rin excel in this task, he could continue as long as he kept out of Lord Hans's sight. If Rin were to be exposed and captured, then it would be an opportunity to rid himself of this bothersome brat through the hands of a Iwagakure. Even if Rin returned to Yearn village unscathed after exposure, he would likely face Lord Hans's disdain for his incompetence. At that moment, the beleaguered Hans was completely oblivious to Shinda's ulterior motives. After a brief contemplation, he recognized that Rin indeed had the makings of a good spy, and since the boy lacked any significant talent for cultivation, utilizing him for the village could be seen as waste management. With this in mind, Hans nodded slightly and commanded, "Bring Zhu Kongping and Mizukama to me." After a considerable time, Mizukama and Rin, who had just parted, gathered in Hans's office, staring at each other in astonishment. At this moment, Mizukama exhibited no signs of previous inebriation, his expression stoic as he focused on the floor, reverting to his serious demeanor. Rin scrutinized the pretentious Mizukama, astonished that this individual had recently been frolicking at the Ame Free Guidance Agency, boasting about celebrating his sister's birthday, perhaps feeling uncomfortable under Rin's intense gaze. Mizukama slowly lifted his head and, with an awkward smile resembling that of a weeping face, gestured with his eyes, indicating, "This is Lord Hans's office. Do stop staring at me. If you continue, I might break out in hives." Understanding Mizukama's message, Rin blinked in acknowledgement and ceased his examination. Hans, seated behind an expansive desk, observed the two lively characters exchanging glances, utterly speechless. Once upon a time, Mizukama had been a notably serious and sensible individual. Unexpectedly, after less than half a month with Rin, he had begun to make faces in front of Hans. Reflecting on this, Hans grew more resolute in his decision to send this troublesome child far away. Ahem. With a light cough, Rin and Mizukama immediately stood at attention. The village has decided to dispatch a group of clever and agile children to serve as covert operatives in the 5 great nations. Zhu Kongping, as my disciple, you shall take on this perilous task without hesitation. Henceforth, the mission concerning the Stone Country's Iwagakure will be entrusted to you. With a wave of his hand, Hans determined Rin's fate. Huh. Rin was taken aback. You want me to be an informant? A double agent? In that forsaken land of the Stone Country? Instinctively, Rin wanted to refuse, but upon catching Hans's menacing gaze, the words turned back at the last moment. Lord Hans, Rin said, retracting his neck, tentatively speaking. Seeing that Hans did not object, he gathered courage and continued, I fully accept the organization's arrangement, but may I make a small request? Speak. Could it be changed to the Hidden Leaf Village? I still prefer, despising the leaf. Initially intending to express his fondness for the leaf, he reconsidered, realizing he represented Yearn village in this double agent role. How could he claim to like the leaf? Mizukama, seemingly struck by a thought, hastily looked up to speak, but was instantly deterred by Shinda's threatening gaze from behind Hans. Very well, Hans decisively concluded. Upon hearing this, both Rin and Shinda felt a surge of joy. Rin was thrilled at the prospect of finally being dispatched to the legendary Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Shinda recalled the Yamanaka clan of Leaf Village. For a clandestine operative, the Yamanaka's mastery of mind techniques posed a greater danger than any other clan, as they controlled the counter-espionage efforts within the Leaf. Simply put, every member of the Yamanaka family was a natural ally against double agents, meaning that infiltrating the Leaf would be significantly more challenging than in other villages, especially for those aspiring to reach higher echelons. However, for Shinda, this was good news. Were it not for the fear that Hans might suspect him, he would have long sought to place Rin in the most treacherous position within the Leaf. Zhu Kongping, I wish you luck. The village will remember your contributions. Hans concluded before waving his hand dismissively. With Rin dispatched, Hans's attention turned to Mizukama. Mizukama. Yes, Lord Hans. I have a task for you. For the next week, you are responsible for training 12 children, including Zhu Kongping, in the art of infiltration. Yes, Mizukama replied solemnly. Standing at attention, Hans, satisfied with Mizukama's reliable demeanor, nodded approvingly before gesturing for him to leave. Yet, Mizukama remained rooted in place. Is there something else? Hans inquired. Noticing Mizukama had not departed, his brow slightly furrowing. Mizukama gazed at Hans with a complex expression, as if hesitating to speak. Lord, you once said to protect the village and the children within it. He paused, then continued. I believe children lack the capacity to execute such tasks. Not only are they immature and easily swayed, but the crucial ability required for infiltration is a robust psychological resilience, something most adults struggle to achieve, let alone unseasoned children. Once he finished, his expression shifted from one of heroic resolve to that of timidity. This was not entirely his fault. He was a child rescued by Hans from the brink of death and instinctively feared his benefactor. The fact that he could voice such sentiments under immense pressure today could be deemed a testament to his unwavering conviction and extraordinary performance. Hans stared blankly at the child he had pulled from the jaws of death, astonished that this once timid child had become so bold. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that little brat had grown up. For a moment, Hans found himself momentarily lost in thought. Nevertheless, as the leader of the village and a powerful figure, he swiftly regained his composure, his expression hardening into an impassive mask. Look at this. He tossed a bundle of scrolls towards Mizukama. Upon hearing this, Mizukama stepped forward, picked up the scrolls, and began to read with rapidity. The more he read, the more apparent his anger became. Damn these attackers. How dare they brazenly invade our intelligence division and audaciously sell information about our village. They deserve to be captured, bound to stones, and thrown into the lake to drown. Glancing at the infuriated Mizukama, Hans nodded in satisfaction. If it were you, and all the operatives perished, what would you do? Faced with Hans's question, Mizukama fell silent, his expression shifting to one of profound complexity. Lord, I don't know. For this vague response, disappointment flickered momentarily in Hans's eyes as he withdrew the scroll and waved his hand dismissively. The water bear hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Rin was led by Shunda into a dim chamber. The room was modest in size, reminiscent of the laboratories found in the underground base of the cult. In the center, a stone platform the size of a single bed was surrounded by bustling researchers, their hurried movements echoing the urgency of their tasks. Chains, stained with dark red rust, hung ominously around the platform, suggesting that these individuals had engaged in unspeakably cruel experiments. After all, these chains were likely not meant for animals, but for humans. Upon the stone platform lay a boy, his eyes tightly shut, his mouth forced open. Two individuals clad in ninja attire were manipulating the boy's tongue. Do you know what this is? Shindao's mocking voice came from behind. Rin, with an innocent expression, shook his head. Observing Rin's naive demeanor, Shindao's lips curled into a cruel smile as he draped an arm over Rin's shoulder, guiding him closer to the stone platform. This is a cursed seal, one of the most powerful in our village. Rin remained silent. His curiosity piqued as he watched the actions of the operators. He felt no urgency, aware that Shindao's intent was to instill fear in him to satiate his peculiar pleasure. To be honest, Rin had always sensed Shindao's hostility towards him. The reasons for such animosity eluded him, yet it hardly mattered. He had already sentenced Shindao to death in his mind, vowing to deliver a lethal kick once he mastered his skills. Noticing Rin's apparent lack of fear and his curious demeanor, Shindao felt as if he were striking at empty air. You little brat. Enjoy your moment of joy while it lasts. Soon, it will be your turn, and you shall weep. With that, he pointed at the peculiar droplet symbol on the boy's tongue, explaining with malice, this is the cursed seal, insertion of the brain technique. Its purpose is to ensure that you little brats keep your mouth shut. Once your mind is controlled, or if you divulge any information about the rain hidden village, the cursed seal will activate, and then, Shindao paused dramatically, suddenly spreading his hands wide in a gesture of explosion. Boom. The seal will instantly scramble your brain, turning your gray matter into mush. In secret, Rin rolled his eyes, then dramatically clutched his chest, feigning terror. Curse that little brat. It's your brain that will be scrambled, not your heart. Huh. Rin blinked, quickly releasing his grip on his chest to cover his head instead. My apologies, my apologies. I'm just used to covering my chest. Observing Rin's dismissive expression, Shinda found the child utterly insufferable. Before long, the boy on the platform was carried away, and the two operators approached Rin with intentions to restrain him. At that moment, Rin swiftly raised his hand to halt their actions and turned to Shinda. Lord Shinda, may I make a small request? At his words, Shinda recalled Rin's previous request in Lord Han's office and readily agreed. Could you please bring me a bucket of water and a cup of water? The operators exchanged puzzled glances at Shinda upon hearing this strange request, while Shinda, curious about Rin's intentions, signaled for them to comply. Soon, a bucket of water and a cup of water were delivered. Rin pointed at the water in the bucket and commanded, "You too. Yes, you too. Go wash your hands." As soon as he spoke, Shinda and the two operators exchanged incredulous looks, their faces darkening. Yet with the water already provided, there was no choice but to comply. After washing their hands, the operators pulled out a large syringe, preparing to administer anesthesia to Rin. "No," Rin exclaimed, jumping up to reject their approach. "This is absurd. My constitution, let alone anesthesia, not even potent poison could affect me. Wouldn't that be akin to throwing dumplings into cold water and revealing my secret? Please, no anesthesia. I am willing to contribute to the village. How could that be called voluntary if I am anesthetized?" As he spoke, he snatched the syringe from the operator's hand and jabbed it into Shinda's leg. "You insufferable." Shinda's words trailed off as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Witnessing Shinda's limp form, Rin covered his mouth in shock, whispering, "This stuff is potent." Without Shinda's interference, the cursed seal was successfully implanted. After sticking out his tongue for an extended period, Rin's first instinct was not to inspect his own tongue, but to grab the cup of water beside him, gargling it before casually spitting the mouthwash onto the unconscious Shinda. Observing the two operators' darkened expressions, Rin sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, my apologies. I didn't mean to imply you were dirty. I meant to say everyone present is rather unclean." Chapter 11. 3 birds with 1 stone. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a week had elapsed. Throughout this week, Rin and a dozen other children diligently learned various skills from the water bear, aptly dubbed the self-cultivation of the underlings. This encompassed expression control, effective integration into the group, 100 methods of inserting oneself into conversations, feigning ignorance, and leveraging their youth to gather information, an array of subjects akin to a crash course in sales. The curriculum not only covered micro-expression management and child behavior, but also delved into social psychology, truly relentless. Over the week, the water bear transformed from a serious instructor into a passionate teacher. Any minor mistake from the students would earn them his stern reprimands, reminiscent of a strict mentor. Had he been a woman, Rin would undoubtedly have pursued a romantic entanglement with her, one that could be ended on a whim. As the week of lessons drew to a close, the students, under the supervision of their ninja monitors, began to return home to pack their belongings, while Rin leisurely remained in the water bear's office, sipping tea at his leisure. It was not that he lacked a supervising ninja, rather, his supervising ninja was the water bear himself. "The lessons are done, and I shall be leaving tomorrow," Rin proclaimed, setting down his teacup with unabashed contentment. "Humph, you think you can just leave the village so easily?" The water bear scoffed, his expression stern. Noticing this, Rin nonchalantly tidied up the table. "Come now, stop pretending. Everyone else has left. Besides, isn't my departure a result of Shinda and Lord Han's machinations? What can I possibly do to resist?" Upon hearing this, the water bear fell silent, his mature visage drooping. To be candid, whenever he taught these children and witnessed their anxious, innocent faces, he felt an immense inner turmoil. Only when he was with Rin, this carefree child, did his guilt momentarily dissipate. Initially, he had been displeased by Rin's eager demeanor, but as time passed, and he interacted more with the children, he became increasingly reluctant to meet their pure gazes. He dreaded hearing them innocently ask, "Teacher Water Bear, will we be able to return to the village in the future?" He recalled Lord Han's words, to do everything possible to protect the village and its children, and when faced with death, to smile and pass on the belief in protecting the village to the next generation. Yet now Lord Han's, in the name of protecting the village, had turned the village's children into underlings, beings that could not see the light, existing in a state of constant vigilance, forever anxious. "Lord Hans, you have lost your faith." Tears welled in his heart as the water bear grew increasingly silent. Observing the water bear's somber expression, Rin's own demeanor began to darken. Boom. The table erupted with a thunderous sound, scattering papers in all directions. Rin, filled with determination, sprang to his feet and seized the collar of Water Bear. Come, I shall lead you to unwavering conviction. With that, he exerted his strength, dragging Water Bear towards the vibrant streets of Kabukicho. In this moment, he no longer concealed his immense power. After all, he would be leaving the village tomorrow, soon. The mountains would be high enough for birds to soar freely, and the waters deep enough for fish to leap unrestrained. A trivial mind control technique would hardly stop Rin. Most importantly, Water Bear was his sole connection in the Hidden Rain village, a mentor and friend. He did not wish for his dear companion to incessantly teeter on the brink of darkness. Dragged along in a state of utter humiliation, Water Bear protested, "Wait. Put me down. Let me go, you rascal. Who goes to Kabukicho during the day?" At this juncture, all notions of conviction had fled from Water Bear's mind, replaced by feelings of shame and social death, lamenting his prospects with women. Being towed along by a child of merely 7 or 8 years old into Kabukicho was nothing short of a picturesque absurdity. The thought of permanently losing his chance at love brought tears to Water Bear's fierce eyes as he buried his face in his hands, weeping bitterly. Damn it! What kind of wretched village is this? What kind of wretched child? I've sacrificed my happiness for the rest of my life. Seeing Water Bear's powerful cries, Rin felt a wave of relief wash over him, reflecting, Kabukicho truly is a splendid place. All of Water Bear's distracting thoughts seemed to be washed away in an instant. With this thought, Rin's spirits soared even higher as he disregarded the curious gazes of passers-by, pushing forward with determination until they reached the entrance of the Amiyoko Free Information Center. Resolute, he aimed to purge every lingering distraction from his mind, to achieve clarity and steadfastness. Onward. With that, he thrust Water Bear into a private room at the center. Water Bear seemed to realize he had lost all face, entering the room reluctantly. Noticing this, Rin swiftly closed the door behind him, returning to the main hall. Inside, the enchanting Mikiko, who had pledged herself, was absent. Instead, it was Water Bear's old acquaintance, a girl named Mia, standing in the foyer. "Hello, Sister Mia." Rin greeted her with an innocent smile. "Hello, little brother," Mia replied with a smile of her own, glancing outside curiously. "Why are you here so early in the afternoon?" Yuki hasn't even had time to prepare herself yet. Rin's eyes darted, and he offered an embarrassed smile. Water Bear Sensei said he couldn't hold it any longer and wanted to see you quickly, to be embraced by you. Really? Mia looked at Rin with a playful smirk, clearly skeptical of his words. In her line of work, she had heard too many flattering words. Rin's attempt at sincere, yet mundane flattery was lost on her. Truly. Rin insisted, nodding earnestly. Water Bear Sensei also mentioned that Sister Mia is both gentle and generous, and how wonderful it would be to marry you. Mia's eyes widened, her expression shifting as she hurriedly asked, "Did he really say that?" "Indeed. If you don't believe me, just ask Water Bear Sensei. Tell him, someone is willing to marry you. Would you accept?" Upon hearing Rin's words, Mia's doubts evaporated. A woman of her background knew that finding a good husband was a rare stroke of luck. Though Water Bear might not be conventionally handsome, his status as a special jonin and a coveted bachelor was enough to make him desirable to many. Moreover, seasoned in the insincerity of men, a dancer like Mia would find herself more drawn to genuine affection than the average woman. As Rin's statement hung in the air, Mia swiftly turned and dashed towards the inner room, and soon, faint sounds of breath emerged from within. It seemed Water Bear had found success. Since Water Bear could not pursue a respectable marriage due to circumstances, perhaps seeking a courtesan was a reasonable alternative. After all, Water Bear himself had said, "We sell art, not our bodies." Just then, another door opened, revealing the impeccably dressed Yuki, who looked at Rin with curiosity. "Little brother, have you seen Mia?" Rin raised his chin, indicating the inner room. As Yuki moved to enter, Rin quickly blocked her path. "Wait. If Yuki goes in there, the heartfelt confession will instantly turn into a social disaster." With these thoughts racing through his mind, Rin swiftly spoke up, "Sister Yuki, where's your boss? I haven't seen her today." Yuki chuckled, crouching down to Rin's level, playfully pinching his cheek. "Who would have thought you were such a romantic? Unfortunately, your Mikiko sister left here a week ago." Hearing Yuki call him a romantic, Rin's face darkened. Damn it, that old hag must have relayed my flirtations verbatim to these two women. How could I be so careless with such tender words? Yet, as he pondered, The thought of leaving the village tomorrow brightened his spirits once more. Leaving? Rin casually inquired. Will she return? Who knows? She might come back tomorrow, or perhaps never again, Yuki teased, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she looked at Rin, finding him even more charming than what her boss had described. What's the matter? Do you miss her? At this, Rin nodded. Yes, I miss her. Just as Water Bear Sensei misses sister Yuki every night. Being younger than Mia, Yuki was still quite innocent. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly shot Rin a glance and quietly asked, what does he think of her? What else could he think? Rin sighed dramatically. He then crossed his arms, embracing himself while swaying his body, saying, just like this, wooden horse, Yuki, you are like the rain in the village, pouring upon my heart all day, drowning me, suffocating me. Ah, splendid. As Rin struck a flamboyant pose, Yuki could no longer contain herself. Her face turned a deep crimson, steam practically rising from her head. Stop. You're going to embarrass me to death, she exclaimed, covering her face with her hands. She had encountered many customers who were overly forward and crude, but their behavior only made her feel disgusted. Yet this unique, albeit bold, declaration of affection from Rin did not repel her. Instead, it left her feeling weak in the knees. Seizing the moment while Yuki was flustered, Rin suddenly had a pang of conscience. By the way, Sister Yuki, do you sell art and not your bodies here? In a daze, Yuki instinctively nodded. Yes. Mikiko is a remarkable person. She protects us very well. At this, Rin's lips curled into a sly smile, mischief brewing within him. Oh, Sister Yuki. Water Bear Sensei has been talking in his sleep again. At the mention of Water Bear, Yuki's attention was instantly piqued, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What did he say? He mentioned something about saving up money to marry you. Wait, no, it should be, after becoming a jonin, marrying you. Actually, I can't quite remember what he said. By the way, Sister Yuki, don't tell him I said anything. At that moment, Yuki, her eyes glazed over with delight, had long been filled with sweetness. Her ability to think gone as she nodded with a blissful expression. Seeing her reaction, Rin chuckled inwardly. Though I must leave the village tomorrow and will not have the opportunity to witness Teacher Suigama's purgatory. The thought that all of this is a consequence of my own actions brings a smile to my lips. Bidding farewell to the muddled Yukiko, Rinto departed from the Ame Free Information Center with a sense of satisfaction, casually removing the open sign and locking the door behind him. It is easy to imagine that Yukiko will surely seek a moment of solitude tonight to converse privately with Suigama, a lone man and woman. Engaged in late-night dialogue, what else could it lead to but an intimate encounter? Given Suigama's character, he might very well end up marrying both of these women simultaneously. A favorable outcome, indeed, as Suigama appears to have a fondness for them, while also preventing these two unfortunate ladies from becoming further ensnared. Moreover, with a wife, Suigama is likely to save money and lead a more stable life. A triple win, indeed. I truly am quite the clever little rascal. Patting myself on the shoulder, Rinto sauntered away from the bustling Kabukicho Ichiban Street, leaving behind the place where this dream began. Chapter 12. Farewell to Ame Free Information Center. A gentle drizzle continued to fall, tapping rhythmically against the awning outside, producing a crisp sound. In the warm, dry room, on a spacious bed, Suigama pressed his forehead, laboriously lifting his eyelids. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a ceiling he had never seen before. Breathing in, he detected a scent both familiar and alien. Reaching out, he felt peculiar sensations on his left, a landscape of peaks and valleys, while on his right, an expanse of flatness. Furrowing his brow in bewilderment, he was engulfed by a torrent of questions. This was not right. I distinctly remember concluding my final lesson for the children and returning to the office with Hira. How did I end up in such an unfamiliar place? And when did I fall asleep? Could it be that Hira played a prank on me? Or was I kidnapped by the ninjas from the rival village? As a ninja well-versed in theoretical knowledge, Suigama refrained from making any rash movements. Instead, he slowly squinted his eyes and perked up his ears, preparing to discreetly gather information. It must be said, this is an excellent habit. Should he be kidnapped, feigning unconsciousness would significantly reduce the vigilance of his captors. Regulating his breathing and sensing his body, he noted a lack of restraint. The enemy had underestimated him. How foolish of them to disregard this special jonin. Straining to listen, he detected two soft, slow breaths. One to his left and the other to his right. They seemed to be asleep. Their kidnapping tactics are quite unprofessional. Suddenly, as Suigama feigned unconsciousness, a frown creased his brow, and a jolt of alarm coursed through him. No, the enemy is not relaxed. Why does my body feel so weak? Particularly my legs. Why do they feel so feeble? Why has my chakra diminished so drastically? Those scoundrels who abducted me must have administered some strange drug to impair my body. How cunning. Suigama gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing the ancestors of his captors. I cannot remain idle. Resolving not to wait any longer, Suigama decided to take action while the enemy was still asleep. Without hesitation, he contracted his abdomen, preparing to evade the encirclement of the two kidnappers, then create distance to employ his ninjutsu for victory. After all, he was not particularly adept at close combat. However, the disparity between ideals and reality often proves stark. He had envisioned a graceful leap akin to a carp springing from the water, followed by a swift body flick to gain distance. Instead, he found himself gingerly sitting up, only to lose his balance and tumble off the bed. Damn it, take this. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a flurry of hand seals, chakra gathered in his mouth, and finally, Suigama beheld his two captors, Miss May and Miss Yukiko, exposed and vulnerable. In an instant, a flood of memories surged through his mind, but he had no time to ponder. He lifted his head and unleashed a whirlwind. The room was instantly transformed into a chaotic scene reminiscent of a tornado-struck parking lot, with bedding and garments flying in every direction. The commotion startled the two ladies awake. Well, the two bear ladies. It was then that Suigama realized he, too, was without clothing. As the fierce wind subsided, Suigama, May, and Yukiko exchanged wide-eyed stares. His face flushed crimson as he covered himself, awkwardly scratching his head. Miss May, Miss Yukiko, allow me to explain. Still calling us Miss. Have you forgotten what you said last night? The fiery May, disregarding her lack of attire, placed her hands on her hips, her chest swaying violently, nearly leaving Suigama in a daze. What did I say? Suigama responded absent-mindedly, confusion evident in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he struggled to piece together the events of the previous night. Suigama, May, believing he would deny their encounter, shrieked and suddenly yanked on his ear. Ouch, ouch. May, be gentle. Let me think for a moment. Suigama's ear was stretched painfully, distorting his expression, yet his gaze remained fixated on May's chest. Seeing this, May swiftly grabbed a blanket to shield herself, unwilling to allow him another glance. With the light obscured, the fog in Suigama's mind began to clear, and the memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced. Wait, let me sort this out. Ignoring his own state of undress, he began to count on his fingers, murmuring softly. Yesterday, that scoundrel Hira dragged me through the village and brought me to May's place. I thought I had embarrassed myself beyond measure and consumed a copious amount of alcohol. Then May told me someone was willing to marry me. I seemed quite pleased at that moment, and when May revealed that the woman was herself, I was even more delighted. As he ruminated, May interjected, yes. You were so happy that you, her voice gradually dwindling as her cheeks flushed, embraced me, declaring you would marry me, and vowed to treat me well, May continued, her voice trailing off. At this, Suigama nodded, his expression devoid of emotion as he recalled. Then, we engaged in intimate relations, and later in the night, I vaguely remember being roused by Yukiko. Upon hearing her name, Yukiko let out a small sound of dismay, covering her face. After I awoke Yukiko, I pulled her onto the bed, and then Suigama's expression grew increasingly serious. The two women felt their hearts plummet. Although both were inexperienced, they had heard tales from their friends that a man's serious demeanor often heralded a change of heart. As Suigama's expression reached its most grave, paired with his anxious countenance, it appeared even more somber. Suddenly, a loud thud jolted the attention of both women back to reality. Suigama dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. May, Yukiko, what happened last night was my fault. Upon hearing this, May and Yukiko sank deeper into despair. Not only was this man shamelessly kneeling to evade responsibility, but they had also lost their virtue. Were they truly to live like the lowest of courtesans, relying on their bodies to survive? As waves of resentment surged within them. Just as May and Yukiko contemplated a drastic resolution, Suigama's serious voice rang out once more. So please marry me. His resolute declaration abruptly lifted the two women from despair to a state of blissful euphoria, as if they had been transported from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Overwhelmed by happiness, tears streamed down their faces, brimming with joy. I am willing. The voices harmonized simultaneously. Only then did the water bear raise its head, the seriousness on its face melting away. A smile blossoming at the corners of its mouth, happiness radiating across its visage. At the entrance of Yearn village, Rinrin donned a raincoat, burdened with luggage. Idly chatting with the gatekeeper. "Pingjun, why haven't you set off yet?" inquired the gatekeeper. Rinrin chuckled softly, lifting his chin to gesture towards the village. "Waiting for someone." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Rinrin, and asked, "A woman?" "Indeed." Rinrin nodded. "Not just any woman, but a stunning beauty. The kind that turns heads. Would you like me to introduce her to you?" Upon hearing the description, the gatekeeper instinctively swallowed hard, shaking his head awkwardly. "No. You should keep her for yourself." "Oh, come now. She is to be my future wife, and she is breathtaking. I will be away for 3 years, and I worry she might face difficulties in the village. Besides, I have no acquaintances to rely on there. Since we have a connection, I hope you can look after her for me." The gatekeeper perked up at this. "Cough, cough. That's no problem at all. We are from the same village. After all, helping each other is only right." "Exactly." Rinrin agreed enthusiastically, giving a thumbs up. "You, my friend, have a commendable sense of duty. Just keep an eye on her. If she faces any trouble, comfort her for me. If she gets cold, send her some clothes to warm her up. When I return, I will surely reward you handsomely." As he spoke, Rinrin's eyes lit up, and he pointed towards the village, saying, "Look, isn't that her coming now?" The eager gatekeeper immediately turned to follow Rinrin's finger. There, a weathered-looking water bear, grinning lewdly, was sprinting towards them. Upon recognizing the figure, the gatekeeper's face drained of color, and he nearly choked on his own saliva. This is the beauty you spoke of?" Rinrin waved at the water bear, nodding emphatically. "What do you think? Surely, you must help me look after her." The gatekeeper, now realizing the truth, shot Rinrin a venomous glare and stormed away into the guardhouse. At that moment, the water bear had reached them. Scanning the gatekeeper with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with him?" the water bear asked, pointing at the retreating figure. "Nothing, he's just practicing his wide-eye technique." "Wide-eye? Is that even a technique one can practice?" "Who knows? With these things, anything is possible." Rinrin deftly shifted the topic, leaning closer to the water bear and whispering, "Teacher, were you happy last night?" The water bear's expression instantly transformed, a foolish grin spreading across its face. You have no idea. Miyabi was simply incredible. And Yukiko was no slouch either." Witnessing the water bear's blissful demeanor, Rinrin felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that matters had progressed as he had hoped. Moreover, this fellow seemed to be as bold as he had anticipated. With that thought, Rinrin cleared his throat, interrupting the water bear's daydreaming. "Teacher, now that you have a wife, you should refrain from wandering the streets and save some money for a larger house. That won't do. Cultivating clarity of mind and firm belief is something that must be practiced regularly," the water bear declared earnestly, raising a fist. Rinrin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that the wife he had found for him was not someone to be trifled with. Although Yukiko appeared gentle, she certainly had her own opinions. Or else why would she sneak into his bed at night? Miyabi was even more formidable. Despite not being a ninja, can marital matters truly be measured by combat prowess? At that rate, he might find himself leaning against the wall for support every day. With this in mind, Rinrin decided to pour a bit of cold water on this inflated ego. "Ah, you now have 2 wives. I trust you are delighted." "Absolutely." The water bear nodded vigorously. Hearing this, Rinrin sighed, standing on his toes, patting the water bear's shoulder like an elder. "But I am rather troubled. Miyaki promised me she would marry me once I grow up. I wonder when that day will come." As a master of sarcasm, Rinrin's words left the water bear feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. Miyaki truly was an unmatched presence, far beyond the reach of ordinary women, in terms of figure, looks, and charm. Nevertheless, the water bear, maintaining a positive mindset, quickly recovered and retorted in a mimicking tone. "Heh, I have too." Following this, he launched into an exuberant monologue about the joy of having multiple partners, uttering phrases that a child could not comprehend. Now, it was Rinrin's turn to feel discomfort. After all, every man dreams of the blessings of a harem, the convergence of 3 flowers, the opening of 4 goats, the arrival of 5 fortunes, and the smoothness of 6. Just as Rinrin prepared to retort, a cold-faced man protruded his head from a distance. Rinrin understood that this was the individual urging him to depart. With a sigh, he unobtrusively retrieved an ornate hourglass from his pocket. "Teacher, time is of the essence. I must take my leave." Glancing at the markings on the hourglass, Rinrin sighed once more. The water bear, caught up in his exuberance, abruptly halted, his joyous expression gradually fading. A heavy silence enveloped the two. Suddenly, the water bear's eyes darted warily around, and then, without warning, he produced a small scroll from somewhere and swiftly tucked it into Rinrin's cloak. "Use it carefully," the water bear whispered. At this, Rinrin cast a complex glance at the water bear, silently nodding. They exchanged no further words, and silence fell upon them once again. As the cold-faced man approached, Rinrin forced a strained smile, producing a brass key from his pocket and placing it into the water bear's hand. "Teacher, I won't say farewell. This key is of utmost importance to me. Please keep it safe. When I return in 3 years, remember to return it to me." With that, he tightened his backpack and strode purposefully into the downpour. The rain fell in torrents as the water bear stood alone at the village's edge, staring blankly in the direction Rinrin had departed until the latter's silhouette faded into the curtain of rain. "Rest assured, I will live until the day you return." The choked voice was drowned by the elements. The rain intensified, cascading down the water bear's face, leaving him uncertain whether it was water or tears. Alone on the path leading from the village towards the land of fire, Rinrin exhaled a deep sigh. He understood the water bear, and even more so, he comprehended Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo was cautious and prudent, fiercely powerful, yet deeply fearful of death. Rinrin recognized that Hanzo was inherently suspicious, never trusting anyone around him, not even comrades. Should anyone threaten his position, he would ruthlessly eliminate them. The water bear, who initially appeared solemn, soon revealed a lewd side. Hiding beneath his mature exterior a gentle and steadfast heart. He had been rescued from a heap of corpses by Hanzo, raised and instilled with Hanzo's beliefs, protecting the village, safeguarding the children within it, and when his time came, passing on the mantle of protection to the next generation. However, Hanzo's decision to send children as spies shattered this belief and dismantled the water bear's blind admiration for him. Rinrin's worries burgeoned. He feared that the water bear, upon losing his illusions, might act recklessly, and he feared that the inherently suspicious Hanzo might detect something amiss in the water bear. He was concerned about losing his only connection in Yearn village. Thus, Rinrin orchestrated everything, selfishly utilizing the water bear's emotions, leveraging Miyabi and Yukiko, binding him in chains of love and family. He entrusted the key, a symbol of his freedom, to the water bear, hoping he would safeguard his own life until Rinrin's return. Love and friendship ensnared the water bear with 2 layers of shackles, aimed at ensuring his survival in this cannibalistic world. He firmly believed that as long as the water bear remained prudent, he would inevitably endure. After all, his elevation to the esteemed rank of Special Jonin stemmed from his exceptional teaching prowess. As long as he remained in the village, Rin believed he would thrive. Chapter 13. Magnetic Release. Technique of 1,000 Machine Massacre. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. During this period, Rin first departed from the borders of the land of rain, circumventing the lands of grass, waterfall, iron, and rice, and eventually arriving at the land of hot water, located in the northeast of the land of fire. The reason for this extensive detour was that Rin was, after all, an undercover agent. If he brazenly entered the land of fire from the land of rain and made his way to Konohagakure, his background would surely be scrutinized. The villagers of Konohagakure would undoubtedly connect him to the recent collapse of the underground system in the land of rain. Such thoughts would significantly amplify suspicions regarding Rin's identity as an undercover agent from the land of rain. Additionally, the method devised by Shinda, the cunning child undercover technique, might appear as mere basic tactics to others. Should Rin be suspected and sent to the mountain clan for interrogation, his secrets would be unearthed, leading to his demise. It would be a true case of being unable to escape life or death. Most critically, the current Hokage of Konohagakure was none other than the renowned researcher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Therefore, Rin preferred to take a longer route rather than risk even the slightest chance of exposure. As he wandered along the path in the land of hot water, Rin donned a rain cloak and a straw hat while engrossed in a scroll gifted to him by the water bear. This scroll contained a clandestine technique from the hidden rain village known as the sliding ghost technique. It was evident that the water bear must have taken considerable risks in bestowing this secret to him. What a meddlesome fellow. Nonetheless, the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed his inner gratitude. After tucking the scroll away, Rin tightened his backpack and continued on his way. In the distance, where the earth met the sky, A wisp of smoke was rising gently. What a delightful coincidence. With the mastery of a new technique and the presence of a village ahead, he would finally be spared from consuming cold rations. Murmuring to himself, Rin quickened his pace, striding toward the smoke as the sun dipped lower in the sky. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the land, the smoke that once floated in the air was now hidden from sight. Nevertheless, Rin relied on his keen sense of direction to locate the village. Just as he approached within a kilometer of the village, he sensed an anomaly. Gazing upon the inferno before him, Rin's brow furrowed deeply as he belatedly comprehended the truth. What he had perceived was not smoke but the thick, billowing smoke from houses ablaze, a resemblance to smoke only due to the distance. With his mind racing, Rin swiftly recognized this as an opportunity. The village lay in eerie silence, presumably devoid of life. If he could substitute himself for one of the children from this devastated village and fabricate a plausible excuse, he might mitigate the obstacles to infiltrating Konohagakure. Without hesitation, Rin found a secluded thicket to conceal his backpack filled with provisions and stealthily approached the burning village. Secret technique, sliding ghost technique. After forming the necessary hand seals, he maneuvered cautiously through the tall grass, inching toward the village. Closer, ever closer. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he focused on the village, his dark pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Within the fiery village, corpses lay strewn across the ground, crimson blood saturating every inch of soil, claiming the lives of men, women, the elderly, and children alike. The village was small, and in a clearing near the center, individuals sat around a campfire, conversing boisterously. Among them, Rin recognized a familiar face, a boy approximately 12 years old, who had once participated in the water bear's undercover training alongside him. Rin had heard that he, along with another boy around 10, was to be dispatched to the hidden mist village. Initially, Rin had been relatively amicable toward the children in that training program, as they were merely victims of politics and war. However, his perspective had shifted dramatically. Gradually rising, Rin made his way to the center of the village. The flickering firelight cast shadows across his somber face. Upon reaching the center, he expressionlessly seated himself beside the four. Strangely, the four showed no reaction to his approach. Furthermore, whenever their gazes swept over Rin, it was as if they merely glanced at an ordinary stone by the roadside. As he sat down, Rin silently marveled at the potency of the sliding ghost technique while surveying the faces of the four. The 12-year-old boy was the most familiar to him. The other three were ninjas he had previously encountered near Hanzo's office. At present, these three were not wearing the headbands of the hidden rain and were stained with blood, laughing and chatting among themselves. While Rin felt a surge of anger, he refrained from taking any action against them. After all, this was an era where humanity devoured humanity, and killing and being killed were merely the most common ripples in the river of time. In front of him, the four continued their lively banter. "I say, Aaron, you're young yet you pick up bad habits quickly. You kill more adeptly than I do," remarked the 12-year-old boy with a smirk. "Brother Butsu, your words are misplaced." The big, foolish bear teaching the undercover course said to show no mercy when killing. "I am merely following his guidance," replied the boy with a nonchalant shrug. Hearing this, Rin couldn't help but smirk coldly. It was clear that the advice was meant for those who had their identities discovered and needed to prevent exposure, not for directing slaughter against defenseless civilians. If the water bear were to learn of such a student, he would surely be infuriated. "Hey, big foolish bear," the conversation continued, with the rain ninja named Butsu chiming in sarcastically. "Following your teacher's teachings, did the big, foolish bear ever tell you not to get distracted while killing?" At this, the four erupted into raucous laughter. Another ninja joined in, teasing the boy named Aaron. "Aaron, you've tasted blood today. You wouldn't want to suffocate in the hidden mist village. Where would you find a village to burn or pretty girls to defile?" The three ninjas laughed heartily once more. Aaron, feeling challenged, huffed in defiance. "Once I become a ninja in the hidden mist village, I will bring my little brothers to continue burning villages. Then, I will do it openly. What is wrong with that? Is it not permissible?" Fine. You're the best. Just don't forget about me when that time comes," replied Butsu. But to be honest, this remote village does have its fair share of beautiful women. Indeed, this is the land of hot water, renowned for its beauties. We truly struck gold today. To enjoy such women here is worth at least 100,000 Rio for a single night. As their conversation progressed, their expressions grew increasingly lewd and grotesque. However, it was a pity that the most beautiful one had not been experienced, Aaron licked his lips in disappointment. Butsu let out a disdainful laugh. Oh, you still want to play with the prettiest? Let me tell you, only the great adults have the privilege to play with the most beautiful. In response, Aaron lowered his head in defiance, muttering, what is so great about that? Just because adults play with the big ones, can't I play with the little ones? Why must you take everything? Beside them, as they spoke, Rin's expression grew increasingly somber. It seemed these scoundrels had not only taken lives, but had also engaged in numerous despicable acts. A somewhat melancholic voice emerged from among the four, startling them. In the next moment, they suddenly realized a figure donned in a straw hat and a raincoat had stealthily appeared among them. You, who are you? Oh, have you forgotten me so soon? Rin replied languidly, casually removing his straw hat. Zhu Kongping. Aaron's eyes narrowed sharply as Rin's pseudonym slipped from his lips. The other three ninjas quickly grasped the situation. Although they had never encountered Rin, they had heard tales of Zhu Kongping, the apprentice of Hanzo. However, as subordinates of the Divine Da, they were well aware that Rin was merely an insufferable brat devoid of ninjutsu skills. Weren't you supposed to be in the land of fire? How did you end up here? Aaron questioned bluntly. Being the eldest among them in the dark training class, he enjoyed an inexplicable psychological advantage over the younger ones, as is often the case in schools. Ignoring him, Rin turned his curious gaze to the other three ninjas. Where is your leader? I need to speak with him. What about? One of the ninjas asked in a low, serious tone. The bizarre manner of Rin's sudden appearance made them wary. I need to borrow a life, Rin replied. Seeking death. The hot-tempered bougie's eyes gleamed with menace. You little brat. I don't care who you are. As a fellow villager of the rain, apologize on your knees now. Otherwise, even if I kill you, no one will know it was us. Bougie roared, his arrogant voice echoing in the desolate night. Ah, do you wish to alert that pig? Allow me to teach you a lesson. Saying this, he clasped his hands and prepared to form a seal. Seeing this, Bougie was the first to throw a kunai, shouting, Attack! This brat is seeking death. Without flinching, Rin faced the kunai and forcefully clasped his hands, forming a final seal. Magnet release. 1000 machine massacre technique. In the next instant, countless shimmering shuriken erupted from Rin's ninja pouch, instantly enveloping his surroundings. The magnetic force controlled the swiftly flying shuriken, traveling at speeds exceeding that of thrown kunai by tenfold. The shuriken pierced everything within their indiscriminate range, including Rin himself. In less than a second, the three rain ninjas were caught off guard and instantly pierced by countless shuriken. In a mere heartbeat, all five, including Rin, were riddled with holes. Instant kill. Rin formed another seal, channeling his magnetic chakra to retract the shuriken, gazing at the four writhing in agony on the ground, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. My dear fellows, how does it feel to be pierced by 1,000 arrows? Chapter 14. Curse Technique. Death by blood sacrifice in the village. The only house untouched by fire stood ominously. Bang! With a resounding crash, the wooden door exploded into splinters, revealing the scene within to Rin's horrified gaze. In an instant, Rin's already darkened expression deepened to an unbearable extent. Beasts, beasts. Inside, furniture lay shattered and overturned, blood splattered across the walls. In the center of the room stood a bare-chested man, slowly turning his head, a repulsive, deranged grin plastered across his face. In his hands, a bloodied, naked woman slipped down, her beauty evident even in her fading life. She was barely clinging to existence. Not far from the deranged man, a man in commoner-s attire was bound tightly to the only intact chair, his eyes wide and blood streaming from the corners, soaking the ground beneath him. He was dead, Rin could confirm it. Even without a visible wound, he was gone. Isn't this Zhu Kongping? Long time no see. I bring greetings from Lord Da. The man with the twisted smile kicked the woman aside and turned his unwavering gaze on Rin. Rin remained silent, the scenes before him assaulting his sanity. At that moment, as Rin's anger reached its zenith, a string in his mind snapped. Suddenly, a sinister technique manifested in his consciousness. With his head lowered, Rin's lips slowly curled into a smile. Ah, how fortuitous. As Rin spoke, the figure of the small wild boar vanished. Behind him, the small wild boar reappeared. And in an instant, a tremendous force surged forth as a kunai pierced through Rin's heart. Pain, a long-forgotten agony, surged through him. His newly formed heart was pierced once more. Behind him, the small wild boar stepped back, a playful smile on his face, casually flicking the kunai's hilt. Seems you haven't grasped Lord Hanzo's essence, have you? Blood spilled from Rin's mouth as he slowly turned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Is that so? Then, would you teach me what Lord Hanzo's essence is? Rin stammered, staggering toward the small wild boar. Instinctively, the small wild boar contemplated using body flicker to escape, but he clearly understood he had dealt a fatal blow. Inherently cruel, the small wild boar paused, his hand poised to form seals, tauntingly saying, "Hee hee, to think you're still Lord Hanzo's disciple. What a pathetic fellow. Today, as you approach death, I shall generously impart a lesson. Besides having formidable strength, what is most admirable about Lord Hanzo is that he spares no effort in dealing with scum like you, leaving not a shred of opportunity for weaklings like you." The small wild boar spoke with pride, his gaze fixed on Rin's bowed head. Suddenly, this perverse individual craved to witness the look of regret on Rin's face before death. As he reached out to grasp Rin's neck, a flash of blade light sliced through the air. True to his status as a Jainin, the small wild boar's reflexes were far superior to those of the previous four. In the blink of an eye, he evaded the kunai Rin had thrown. When he reappeared, the small wild boar stood back in the center of the room, as if nothing had occurred. However, a narrow wound across his face revealed that this was no illusion. It also indicated that Rin's precise strike had missed its mark. The small wild boar's gaze remained locked on Rin, his right hand slowly reaching for his face. "Blood. You made me bleed. Hee hee. You made me bleed. How delightful. A mere Jinin. Yet this is splendid. Quick, let me see your struggle. I adore your dying struggles." The small wild boar danced maniacally, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow. "Hee hee, you shall witness it soon." Rin's voice resonated deeply, the flames casting thick shadows across his visage. With a splatter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, Rin's head shot up, revealing his gleaming white teeth, glinting ominously. While feigning a stagger toward the small wild boar, Rin had prepared a crimson array beneath his feet, painted with his own blood. A blood-red circle enveloped a blood-red triangle within. Rin slowly raised his hand, and under the bewildered gaze of the small wild boar, he delicately licked the bloodied kunai. The atmosphere turned tense as the wild look on the face of the young wild boar suddenly vanished. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar connection linked the bodies of the two individuals. As the young wild boar prepared to weave a hand seal, an intense pain surged through his left wrist, causing a disruption in the flow of chakra within him. Looking down, he discovered a deep, bone-exposing wound on his wrist, which had appeared unbeknownst to him. Not far away, Rin stood with a kunai firmly embedded in his left wrist. His voice, chilling enough to freeze the very air, echoed ominously. "Cursed technique, death's embrace of blood. The wretched scoundrel, that damned little brat. I shall dismember you to feed the dogs." At this moment, the little wild boar's face bore no trace of its previous madness. Instead, a flicker of terror glimmered in its once mocking eyes. Drawing a kunai, the little wild boar prepared to charge at Rin. He was confident that, even without the ability to employ ninjutsu, this little brat was no match for him. However, he was mistaken. In terms of pure physical prowess, he was indeed not necessarily superior to Rin. As for Rin's reluctance to engage him with physical techniques, it was simply because Rin sought to obtain his blood. Ideals may be beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. Before the little wild boar could take 2 steps, a spray of crimson erupted from his heel. Bang! The little wild boar fell heavily to the ground, its gaze swiftly sweeping over its heels before turning to face Rin. There sat Rin, cross-legged upon the magical array, a sharp kunai having severed its tendons. Realizing it had been ensnared, the little wild boar's smile vanished completely, replaced by a visage of sheer terror in its small eyes. "Peace, my lord. Spare me. I implore you. Grant me mercy, for I am but a humble creature, a mere dog in this vast world. Considering we are both inhabitants of the rain-hidden village, and out of respect for Lord Hanzo, I beseech you to show me clemency." Before the words of supplication could fully escape his lips, the young wild boar, sprawled upon the ground, suddenly swung his intact right hand with great force, launching a shuriken that soared through the air, aimed directly at Rin's face. Rin arched an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips, as he calmly raised his right hand to intercept the incoming shuriken. Thud! The kunai embedded itself into his flesh, piercing his arm. Nearby, Rin mimicked the earlier movements of the small boar, flicking the handle of the kunai protruding from his arm. Opposite him, the small boar clutched his bleeding arm, wailing like a hog pinned down, rolling on the ground in agony. This is merely the beginning. Haiden, observe closely how the death god commands blood, he declared, retrieving a shuriken from his ninja pouch and forcefully driving it into the tip of his left index finger. Before him, the small boar let out a pained howl, followed by a thunderous, anguished scream that shook the roof. The creature cradled his finger, kneeling on the ground, desperately ramming his head against the earth. Perhaps the wail was too deafening. In the center of the room, a woman lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, slowly lifted her head, biting her pale lips that bore no trace of color. In her eyes, a gleam of satisfaction flickered at the thought of revenge against the small boar. Observing this woman on the brink of death, Rin's expression gradually softened. Rest assured, he began, intending to assure her of his vengeance. But his voice was abruptly drowned out by the small boar's agonized cries. Damn it, can't you be quiet for once? Rin, feeling vexed, uttered a curse. His voice once again drowned out by a resounding scream. Hey, I can no longer deal with you. As he spoke, he thrust the shuriken into his mouth and twisted it vigorously a few times. Snap! The tongues of Rin and the wild boar simultaneously touched the ground. At last, the world fell silent. Though the pain was unbearable, to the point of wishing for a fatal collision, the wild boar could utter no sound. The 3-second rule. The 3-second rule. Rin pondered to himself, picking up his tongue from the ground and placing it back into his mouth. After a considerable pause, he cleared his throat and spoke to the ailing woman before him. Woman, he is your enemy. What do you propose we do? Upon hearing these words, the woman's eyes suddenly sparkled with life, and she struggled to rise, trembling as she did so. Her fingers, a hoarse voice emerged. Is it like this? Rin, with a swift and decisive motion, severed all 5 fingers of his left hand. Simultaneously, the left hand of the little wild boar was amputated at the base, blood gushing forth profusely. That wretched fellow clutched his palm, tears and snot streaming down his face in agony. The woman observed the little wild boar, who was on the brink of collapse, her teeth grinding audibly. As Rin reattached his fingers, he nonchalantly stuffed a soldier's ration pill into his mouth, his expression unperturbed as he uttered, "Continue." The woman's gaze gradually shifted towards the little wild boar's groin, and Rin felt a chill beneath him, shaking his head fervently. Akin to a rattling drum. No, this cannot be. Although he had previously endured similar experiences at the base of the evil god cult, he had no desire to undergo such an ordeal a second time. Enough, I can hardly bear it any longer. Please, kill him. A hoarse voice resonated. Good. Rin nodded, and with unwavering determination, plunged the shuriken into his own heart. Thud. At last, tranquility has been restored, and cleanliness prevails. Chapter 15. Farewell. As his gaze swept over the lifeless form of the little wild boar, Rin rose in silence, stepping away from the circle of magical symbols beneath his feet. He removed his raincoat and shed the cloak beneath it. With quiet resolve, Rin approached the naked woman, draping her body with the cloak. I am truly sorry. In the village, a scoundrel emerged. The woman, feeble and weary, turned her head to gaze upon the youthful face of the boy, and with great difficulty, she shook her head. It is not your fault, child. Rin, tilting his head slightly, remained silent, feeling a twinge of fear under her penetrating gaze. He extended his hands, gently lifting the frail woman, and carefully placed her beside the man bound to the chair, unfastening the ropes that bound him. The man's body had grown cold, his joints stiff, frozen in a sitting position. With a sigh, Rin summoned his strength, forcibly straightening the man's body and laying it flat beside the woman. Having completed this task, Rin averted his eyes from the lifeless couple on the ground, rising slowly to approach the corpse of the wild boar, carrying it out of the house. He felt it necessary to grant the woman a moment of farewell. After all, her life too had reached its conclusion. Inside the house, the woman gradually turned her face towards her husband, gazing into his lifeless eyes that could never again close. Tears streamed down her swollen cheeks like a gentle brook, falling ceaselessly. With her battered hands, she reached out, slowly yet resolutely grasping her husband's hand, holding it tightly and refusing to let go. Outside, Rin, with an impassive expression, attended to the aftermath. He intended for everyone to understand that this tragedy was wrought by the people of Yearn village. He dragged out the bodies of villagers, either violated or brutally slain, from various rooms, arranging them neatly in the village square. He then bent the knees of the wild boar's corpse, forcing the perpetrator to kneel before the remains of the villagers. Subsequently, he prepared the bodies of the remaining 4, aligning them in a disciplined row. As he tore off the shirts of several, Rin retrieved a large brush. With the brush as his pen and the back of the wild boar as his canvas, Rin wrote with solemnity and focus. Wild boar, a jonin of Yearn village, a subordinate of the god of pungency, Miso Hans, secretly executed the covert plans of Miso Hans, aiding Eren in infiltrating Kirigakure, led 3 subordinates to mercilessly slaughter 103 villagers of the Soup Country, their actions barbaric and unjust. At that very moment, as Rin inscribed these words, a sudden heat enveloped his tongue, the curse mark activating. In the blink of an eye, countless black threads erupted from the tongue, densely intertwining and piercing the head with a multitude of wounds. After the black threads had shot forth from the head with a chilling force, their power remained unabated as they continued to surge outward in all directions until they vanished into the vastness of the night. Time slipped away unnoticed as Rin, gritting his teeth in silence, slowly raised his head, revealing a face marred by countless wounds, both terrifying and grotesque. He wiped the cerebral fluid oozing from his nostrils, gritting his teeth as he glared at the back of the small wild boar. Damn it, this pain is unbearable. The sensation of my brain being stirred is truly something else. I will remember this, Hanzo of the Salamander. Even so, Rin trembled as he picked up the fallen scrolls and painstakingly made his way behind Eren. Eren, a 12-year-old from the rain-hidden village, was set to infiltrate the Land of Water's Mist village under the guise of a war orphan as part of the Dark Line plan. He would partake in the massacre, defilement, and incineration of villagers and their homes. Subsequently, Rin inscribed the mastermind behind the entire scheme, along with the specific number of victims, onto the backs of the remaining 3 individuals. He intended for the entire ninja world to know what kind of scum Hanzo of the Salamander and his associate Shindo were. Even though this plan significantly heightened the chances of his exposure, even if inscribing this information would trigger his cursed seal and plunge him into unbearable agony, he was undeterred. Failing to act would weigh heavily on his conscience. After all, he was still a time traveler, possessing his own moral boundaries and conscience, unable to turn a blind eye to such inhumane acts. Once he completed his task, Rin stood up and, adhering to the ninja knowledge imparted by Suk, meticulously erased any traces of his existence before finally returning to the room that plagued his heart. Inside, faint sounds of sobbing echoed, filled with confusion and despair. Rin hesitated for a moment before pushing open the door. With a soft creak, the crying abruptly ceased. Inside, a child with a face smeared in soot abruptly turned, their tear-filled eyes reflecting fear and vigilance. "Why you? Don't come any closer." The child clutched a kunai salvaged from somewhere, awkwardly brandishing it in front of them. Like a wounded beast baring its teeth, desperately attempting to display a semblance of fierce determination. Don't be rude to your benefactor." A woman, lying on the ground, struggled to lift her hand and pressed it against the child's arm. Rin paid no heed to the still tense child and strode purposefully to the woman, swiftly crouching down. In the dim light from outside, Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. Normally, this woman should have succumbed to her injuries long ago, yet she had managed to endure until now. If Rin's survival was solely due to his unique constitution, then this woman had persisted through sheer, unyielding will. Observing her, Rin fell into silence. "Benefactor, what is your name?" The woman's hoarse voice pierced through Rin's wandering thoughts. "Rin, my name is Rin," he replied. At his words, the woman's rigid face gradually softened into a gentle smile. "Rinkuin, do you have a surname?" Instinctively, a figure surfaced in Rin's mind, Suk. It was during their first meeting. Suk, with a serious expression, nodded at his rain-hidden village forehead protector, his mature face imbued with solemnity. "In our first encounter, I introduced myself as Sakuhu Suk, a special jonin from the rain-hidden village. You may call me teacher, or simply Suk." Recalling this, Rin instinctively blurted out, "Sakuhu. My surname is Sakuhu, Sakuhu Rin. I look forward to your guidance." The woman gave a barely perceptible nod, grasping the child's hand and gazing at her with tenderness and reluctance. My child, from this moment onward, you shall be known as Sakuhu." With that, she firmly placed Ri's hand into Rin's. "Rinkuin, please take good care of my little Ri." Her eyes gradually dimmed, leaving no room for Rin to express hesitation or regret. On a gentle hillside outside the village, warm afternoon sunlight bathed the land as a soft breeze swept through the grass. Before a small grave mound, two figures, one large and one small, stood in silent reverence. Go, bid farewell to your father and mother, Rin gently urged as he nudged Ri's shoulder. Ri nodded, delicately laying a bouquet of red and white wildflowers at the gravestone, her eyes brimming with tears. After a prolonged silence, Rin stepped forward and gently patted Ri's head. Let us be on our way. The little girl, understanding, nodded and reached out her chubby hand to grasp Rin's, turning back occasionally as they walked into the distance. Chapter 16. Following the caravan into Konoha on a winding forest path, a large caravan was making its way forward on foot. Behind the caravan, a ragged group of children trailed closely, their numbers substantial. Ranging from older children appearing around 15 or 16 to toddlers barely 3 or 4, they trudged along, struggling to keep pace with the caravan. Though their faces were gaunt, not a single child lagged behind. They supported one another, the older ones protecting the younger ones, advancing with steadfast determination. These were the orphans of the land of soup, bereft of their parents. Since the passing of the legendary ninja, the first Hokage of Konoha, Senju Hashirama, a peculiar calm had enveloped the entire ninja world. Although the 5 great villages maintained a facade of peace, countless conspiracies brewed in the shadows. The catalyst for this unrest was the recent loss of intelligence from the Rain Hidden Village. Following the loss of crucial information, Hanzo of the Salamander dispatched a young undercover team, including Rin, while simultaneously deploying a significant number of ninjas along the borders of the Land of Rain, resulting in considerable movements from the fire, wind, and earth countries that bordered it. Despite the small rain-hidden village being disregarded by the 5 great nations, the restless second Hokage, Mu, seized this opportunity to provoke the Land of Water's Mist Village. Mu believed that the rain-hidden village was under the control of the Mist Village, preparing for a covert assault on the Land of Earth. The animosity between the Earth and Water countries had persisted for ages, with grievances traceable to the Warring States period. Even the slightest misstep could lead to accusations of deploying poisonous gas bombs. The Mist Village, uninterested in defending itself against the Earth's slander, simply chose to ignore it. The second Mizukage, Yagura, declared, I have no time for lengthy discussions, let us just fight. Thus, both nations swiftly dispatched large contingents of ninjas to the Land of Soup and the Land of Rice, gathering in the narrow expanse between them. When the great powers clashed, the small nations bore the brunt of the consequences. The second Hokage, observing the intense conflict between the two nations, expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting that the seemingly honest second Hokage had neglected to include his Cloud Village in the fray. Without hesitation, he initiated a surprise attack on Konoha. Consequently, 4 of the 5 great nations found themselves engaged in a brutal conflict on the diminutive battleground of the Land of Soup. Thankfully, the quality of ninjas from the 4 nations was generally high, refraining from targeting civilians as the Rain-Hidden Village had done. However, the destructive capabilities of ninjutsu exceeded the tolerance of this era. A careless fire technique could incinerate homes, an inadvertent water technique could flood villages. In this back and forth, a multitude of war orphans emerged. Due to the Land of Soup's tradition of benevolence and prioritizing peace, they sealed off their ninja village, prohibiting outsiders from entering and residents from leaving. The orphans were left bewildered. The Land of Water was abundant with water, but without boats, they could only traverse on foot. The Land of Lightning, with its treacherous mountains and high altitudes, left them breathless after just a few strides. Thus, the Land of Fire, abundant in trees, became the primary refuge for many fleeing orphans. This caravan epitomized the plight of countless children escaping the ravages of war. Fortunately, the guards of the caravan belonged to Konoha, whose ninjas demonstrated commendable qualities. Although they did not go out of their way to care for the orphans, they tacitly accepted their presence. Occasionally, some kind-hearted female ninjas would share a portion of their food with the children. At the forefront of the merchant caravan, Rinrin carried a large basket on his back, engaging in conversation with a boy dressed as a merchant. Nabunki, didn't you say we would reach Konoha by this afternoon? It's already noon. And yet there is still no sign of the village, Rinrin complained. Why are you so anxious, Rinrin? I'm not exaggerating. I've traversed this road between the Land of Soup and Konoha countless times. If I say we'll arrive in the afternoon, we certainly won't be delayed until evening. Nabunki retorted. Grandfather? You're only 12. Have you even hit puberty yet? Rinrin scoffed, rolling his eyes at Nabunki's certainty. I still recall the last time someone boasted about the Valley of the End, claiming there were gigantic statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I rushed over only to find two bald heads glaring at each other. Cough, cough. Nabunki stumbled, nearly falling over. Damn it, Rinrin. That was delayed due to war. Otherwise, they would have been repaired long ago. Rinrin merely smiled derisively. If you keep fooling me, I'll tell Miss Yuriko that you spied on her while she was bathing. Please, don't. Nabunki exclaimed, hastily covering Rinrin's mouth, his youthful face turning crimson. At the age of 12 or 13, boys are often at a stage of budding emotions, shy yet bold, terrified of having their secrets exposed. Just as Nabunki was about to plead for mercy, a deep, mature voice resonated from behind. Nabunki, are you bullying Rinrin again? I'm not. Nabunki shouted instinctively, turning around in a huff. Dad, it's Rinrin who's bothering me. I didn't see that. I only saw you bullying Rinrin, the elder replied. At this moment, Rinrin turned to face the old merchant, a shy smile gracing his face. It's all right, Uncle Kato. I was just playing around with Nabunki. Hearing this, Nabunki rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, Damn you, Rinrin, always playing the fool to trick the old man. Noticing his son's stubbornness, Uncle Kato sighed and rubbed his temples, choosing to ignore him. He looked up at the sun filtering through the trees and turned to the caravan behind him. Let us take a break for lunch. If we all work together, we'll reach Konoha by this afternoon. I'll treat everyone to barbecue then. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crew erupted in cheer, unloading their heavy burdens and settling down by the roadside to eat their provisions. At the back of the caravan, the children who had been trudging along also halted, their eager eyes fixed on a little girl in the center of the gathering. The girl appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, wearing black three-quarter pants and a sky-blue hoodie. Though the clothing was slightly oversized, it stood out in stark contrast to the ragged burlap garments of the other children, appearing clean and tidy. Additionally, her chubby cheeks and plump hands further distinguished her from the surrounding kids. Sister-ry, do you have any food left? Asked a dirty-faced girl timidly from the crowd. The other children nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with yearning as they gazed at the mini backpack on Ri's back. Ri tilted her head slightly, glancing behind her with a pouting, adorably playful expression. I need to count. Her sweet, clear voice tugged at the heartstrings of every child present. With that, Ri approached the roadside, awkwardly but cutely removing her backpack, unbuckling it, and pulling out a small white pouch. There are 21 of us. Yesterday morning, there were 31 soldier food pills in the pouch, and we ate 21 of them yesterday. As she counted on her fingers, she murmured, 1, 2. There are 10, 11 left. After saying this, she opened the pouch and began counting one by one. How come there's one less? Only 10 left. No, that is not enough. Ri suddenly stood up, her small mouth pouting. The children's expressions dimmed as they heard this. For many days, they had relied on this little girl, and though they felt ashamed, they were powerless in the face of hunger. I don't want it. Missing a meal is no big deal. A boy shouted. Yes, give the leftovers to the smaller kids. Other older boys chimed in, insisting they didn't need it, as they would reach Konoha that afternoon anyway. However, deep down, they were uncertain if they would be fed once they arrived at the village. If Konoha didn't offer them food, that single soldier food pill from yesterday would likely be their last meal for several days. Sister Ri, while I know this is unreasonable, please share the leftovers with the younger children. A girl named Yako stepped forward. It was evident that she craved the small pills in Ri's hands, but she resolutely chose to give the opportunity to the younger kids. Watching as everyone swallowed their saliva and hesitated to step back, Ri's adorable face scrunched up in concern. I'll go ask my brother. Her bright voice cut through the children's retreat. Don't. Yako quickly interjected. Sister Ri, don't you remember how you were scolded last time? She cast a fearful glance toward the front of the caravan. The other children nodded in agreement. Sister, it's best not to go. Missing a meal isn't a big deal for us. If you get scolded, we'll be utterly ashamed. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Ri suddenly felt bashful, her cheeks flushing as she shuffled her feet on the ground. Brother, he scolded me last time because I counted wrong, not because I asked for soldier food pills. Yako couldn't help but chuckle at her response. But you counted wrong just now. It was clear she understood that 31 minus 21 does not equal 11. Perhaps my brother didn't hear it, Ri pouted, displaying a defiant expression as if she were unwilling to admit her mistake. Whatever, I'm going. With a loud declaration, Ri slung her small backpack over her shoulders and bounced toward the front of the line. The people in the caravan smiled warmly at this angelic girl, whose kindness and innocence had allowed the younger children to keep pace with the group and maintain their strength until now. By the roadside, a short-haired girl dressed in ninja attire waved at the approaching Ri. Ri, are you going to find Rinrin? Ri nodded, offering a sweet smile to the girl. Yes, I'm going to find my brother, Sister Yuriko. You look even prettier today. Really? It's probably because of the hot springs we visited yesterday, Yuriko smiled back. By the way, why didn't you come yesterday? At the mention, Ri's face momentarily flashed with panic. Well, my brother quizzed me on math yesterday, so I didn't come. In reality, the night before, Rinrin had taken Ri to help Nabunki keep watch while Nabunki seized the opportunity to spy on Yuriko while she bathed. Thinking of this, Ri couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yuriko, a flicker of pride gleaming in her eyes. Mommy is much prettier than you, and I, Sister Ri, will also be as beautiful as Mommy in the future, making my brother utterly captivated. With that thought in mind, Ri lost interest in the defeated sister, politely excusing herself as she hurried toward Rinrin. She hadn't forgotten that her little brothers were still hungry. With a quick dash, Ri reached Rinrin, who was leaning against a large tree, resting with his eyes closed. Li extended her small hand, shaking Rinrin's knee and leaning closer to whisper in his ear. Brother, stop pretending. You don't need to sleep. At her words, Rinrin slowly opened his eyes, rolling them dramatically before playfully flicking the girl's forehead. Where's your brain? Think before you speak. He admonished, exasperated. I know. Li pouted, covering her forehead with both hands. Brother. The little dumplings you gave me were so delicious that I finished them all. Please give me some more. All right, Rinrin replied, expressionless, as he rummaged through a backpack taller than him, retrieving a handful of military rations. By the way, Li, I have a question for you. At that moment, Li's eyes sparkled with desire as she gazed at the rations in Rinrin's hand. Upon hearing that he had a question, she instinctively nodded. What is 31 minus 21? Li was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing that her brother had caught her mistake. Seeing Rinrin's amused gaze, she instinctively took a step back, her big eyes blinking rapidly as she attempted to evade the question. Rinrin shook his head resolutely, his smile growing brighter. All right, I'll solve it. Li sighed, realizing her charm was ineffective. She clumsily began counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. I got it. It equals 9. Yes, it's 9. Seeing the little one glancing around proudly, Rinrin nearly choked on his own disbelief. You little rascal. Rinrin stood up abruptly. How could you, the child of a blacksmith, think 31 minus 21 equals 9? Where did the rest go? Do you wish to drive me insane? The girl defiantly met his gaze, her neck stretched out. Then it equals 8. You're even further off. It equals 11. Oh dear, you're infuriating me. I will give you a good thrashing on behalf of your mother. Don't run. Chaos ensued. After a while, Li, her face flushed and panting, clutched a handful of military rations and dashed into a group of children. Rinrin covered his eyes, sitting back down under the tree, lamenting. What happened to this lovely child? She's usually so well-behaved, yet when it comes to math, she turns into this? Is it truly the case that without homework, children are obedient, but with it, everything descends into chaos? However, observing Li earnestly distributing the rations among the children, Rinrin's frustration dissipated significantly. He recalled how the little girl once spent entire nights unable to sleep, hiding in her sleeping bag and crying. Now, at least her face no longer bore that shadow. She occasionally smiled and had made a whole group of peers. With this thought, he lifted his gaze to the sky, where Li's mother appeared to be smiling down at him. Rinrin sighed and chuckled bitterly. You certainly know how to stir up trouble for me. Chapter 17. Identity Exposure Crisis. Before long, they arrived at Konoha, which lacked the towering red walls from his memories, and the village appeared far less grand. On Hokage Rock, only 2 stern faces were carved. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Gazing at the distant Hokage Rock, Rinrin had come to accept the reality of his early arrival, yet a sense of reluctance lingered. It was now the 18th year of Konoha. Goodness. Don't even mention Naruto. Even his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was somewhere, perhaps waiting in the belly of some little girl. Nevertheless, observing the vibrant village, his spirits lifted unexpectedly. Compared to the Rain Village, Konoha's environment was simply splendid. The bright sunshine, refreshing breeze, lush trees, and uniquely beautiful architecture, and the 8 gates technique. For Rinrin, the 8 gates technique could maximize the advantages of his immortality. Unlike the original character Haiden, Rinrin's immortality was even less reasonable. His cells exhibited a formidable aggressiveness, coupled with an intense inclination for self-repair and division, especially when injured. This explained why he could reattach his fingers without stitches. Furthermore, he could train recklessly, welcoming heavier burdens without fear of bodily harm. Ultimately, combined with the 8 gates technique, this would reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. Most importantly, Rinrin need not worry about dying when opening the death gate. This was why he was so determined to master the 8 gates technique. While contemplating his next moves, Rinrin held Li Yi's hand and followed the merchant caravan towards Konoha. At the village entrance, for ninja guards were meticulously checking the identities of those entering the village. Mr. Kato stepped forward, reporting the number of caravan members, the goods they were transporting, and submitting to inspection. Just then, a ninja with a fan emblem tattooed on his left arm pointed at the children behind the caravan and asked, "What about them?" "They're also members of the caravan." Mr. Kato hesitated, then shook his head with a wry smile. "No, they are orphans from the land of hot water." Orphans? Orphans can journey all the way from the land of hot water to Konoha. The ninja guards clearly expressed disbelief. If they were ninjas, traveling back and forth between the land of hot water and Konoha would only take 2 days. If they were ordinary people, it could take a week or more. Judging by the pale and emaciated appearance of the children, they clearly could not be ninjas. Moreover, they had no luggage. How could they run for an entire week without food or drink? The ninja guards suddenly recalled an incident from a few days prior. In the land of hot water, a village had been innocently slaughtered, and according to reports from the front lines, the scene was utterly harrowing. What baffled the 5 great nations was that the perpetrators of the massacre knelt before a massive grave after being killed, with their crimes inscribed behind them, along with the not-so-sophisticated conspiracy from the Rain Village. With this in mind, the ninja guard's gaze towards the children grew wary. "Mito, go notify the others. Just say that a large number of orphans have appeared at the village entrance." Rinrin, blending in with the caravan members, observed the guard's actions with a detached eye. Although he was also posing as an orphan, he did not need to undergo inspection with the children. Long before, in the land of hot water, Rinrin had joined the caravan as a helper. Furthermore, he had intentionally become quite familiar with Mr. Kato and his young son, Nobuki, using this as an opportunity to relay his fabricated background and identity to his colleague in Konoha. In simple terms, Mr. Kato was an undercover agent for Konoha, albeit an unprofessional one. After all, his job merely required him to travel between the major nations, conduct business, and gather some basic intelligence. Having undergone professional undercover training, Rinrin had confirmed Mr. Kato's identity at their first meeting. Rinrin was confident that his information would reach the Konoha intelligence team promptly. Soon, several ninjas rushed from the village and took the children away. Rinrin believed that Konoha would provide a proper solution. After all, this was Konoha. He had no intention of interfering. His assistance was merely a matter of interest. After completing the registration, Rinrin held Li Yi's hand and followed the caravan into Konoha village. Secretly, he felt at least 10 pairs of eyes scanning him and Li Yi. But Rinrin was unconcerned. His infiltration plan was flawless. He had no intention of executing Hanzo of the Salamander's orders. At most, he would send some inconsequential information each month. Surely, Hanzo would not truly place his hopes on this group of children. After all, he is the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, a being shrouded in distrust. Rinrin regarded this undercover mission as a mere funded excursion. With a light heart, he bid farewell to Mr. Kato and the reluctant Nobunki, making his way towards the heart of Konohagakure. He intended to register with the Hokage building alongside Ri, for otherwise, he would only be able to linger in the village like the other merchants. However, this also meant he was likely to be summoned for a discussion. The bustling streets were alive with a throng of people, and Ri, having never ventured this far, was filled with curiosity, eager to see and taste everything. "Just bear with me for a little while longer. Once I finish my business, I will buy you something." Upon hearing this, Ri nodded obediently, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Before long, they arrived at the Hokage building, a magnificent 3-story circular structure, its exterior ablaze in fiery red. "Halt! You there? This is the Hokage building." As those words echoed, 3 figures appeared before Rinrin, clad in black vests and adorned with animal masks. Clearly members of the elite assassination unit established by the second Hokage. Rinrin stood still and addressed them. I apologize for the intrusion. Is this where I can register for a Konohagakure resident identity? Indeed, replied the central figure, nodding solemnly. What brings you here? Rinrin felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, internally scoffing. Of course, he was here to process his identity. Was he here for a casual visit? Without revealing a hint of his annoyance, he maintained a stoic expression. I indeed have business to attend to. I wish to obtain my identity as a Konohagakure resident. Tudo, take these two children to the intelligence division, the leader commanded. Tudo, a rather unique nickname, Rinrin thought. Though the man himself seemed unfazed as he gestured for Rinrin and Ri to follow him inside. They were soon led to the intelligence division located on the first floor of the Hokage building. Rinrin remained composed, embodying the demeanor of a remarkably mature boy who had experienced profound changes. Meanwhile, Ri, ever the curious child, was busy examining her surroundings. At 4 and 7 years old, the 3-year age gap was significant in the context of the Naruto universe. During the Warring States period, a 7-year-old might find themselves on the battlefield, while a 4-year-old would be spared such a fate. Thus, the burgeoning village of Konohagakure, having emerged from war less than 2 decades ago, was far more vigilant in its scrutiny of Rinrin than of Ri. You go inside. You stay here and wait, Tudo instructed, but before he could finish, Ri had already hidden behind Rinrin, crying out, No, I don't want to leave my brother. I want to go anywhere without him. It was evident that she was truly afraid to be left alone with strange men, particularly adults, given the trauma she had endured. I apologize, Rinrin said, shielding Ri with a look of concern. My sister is in a delicate situation. May she accompany me? She is only 4 years old. Tudo glanced at the pair of siblings, who together had yet to reach adulthood, and shook his head resolutely. I'm sorry, but that is the rule. Seeing no other option, Rinrin sighed, took Ri's hand, and turned to leave. He was determined to uphold the role of the protective older brother, shouldering every burden for Ri. He could not allow her to be separated from him, for doing so would shatter the persona he had crafted. Moreover, he did not wish for Ri to be alone with Tudo, not out of fear for her safety, but out of concern for her mental state. For over a week, he had exhausted himself ensuring that Ri received the care she needed, from providing her with food for orphans to imparting knowledge, all to help her overcome her previous psychological trauma. He could not allow her to revisit those horrifying memories. Since that is the case, I apologize for taking up your time. Please escort us out. Tudo had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Rinrin. Although the 7-year-old boy still maintained his unperturbed demeanor, his sudden departure astonished him. Did this child not realize that Konohagakure was the safest village in the ninja world? Could they not be apart for just a moment? But Rinrin's answer was a resolute no. While Ri's mother had stated, My daughter Ri, please feel free to command her. It transformed in Rinrin's mind to Ri. I entrust her to you. As Rinrin attempted to leave, Tudo fell silent for a moment, unwilling to contravene regulations, and led Rinrin out. Just then, a steady voice resonated from the end of the corridor. Tudo, let them in. As the words fell, a young man with sharp black hair emerged. Lord Sarutobi. Tudo stood at attention immediately. The name Sarutobi could only refer to Hiruzen's disciple, a figure of immense stature in the village, Sarutobi Hizashi. Rinrin's heart raced. This was no ordinary individual. To be a disciple of the second Hokage and appointed as Hokage himself spoke volumes of his formidable capabilities. Despite the turmoil within, Rinrin maintained his composure, turning to Tudo. Mr. Tudo, is this permissible? Tudo nodded instantly. After all, the man before them was Sarutobi Hizashi, the direct disciple of the second Hokage and, at that moment, the captain of the Umbu, his superior. The door creaked open, and Sarutobi led Rinrin and Ri into a dimly lit room. In the center stood a solitary chair, and before it, a sturdy wooden table accompanied by 3 additional chairs, the standard decor of an interrogation room. Please, have a seat. Sarutobi gestured towards the lone chair in the middle. Suddenly, Rinrin felt Ri tremble violently beside him. Instinctively, he turned to her, noticing her gripping his hand tightly, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her once bright eyes now shadowed with fear as she fixed her gaze on the chair in the center of the room. Damn it! Rinrin felt a surge of guilt wash over him. The dim atmosphere, the solitary chair, it bore an uncanny resemblance to that fateful night. He recalled how Ri had fainted behind the chair where their father had sat. Without a moment to lose, Rinrin swiftly struck the back of Ri's head, causing her to lose consciousness. He caught her as she slumped, cradling her in his arms, his eyes instinctively scanning the room, locking onto Sarutobi Hizashi's contemplative gaze. This was a disaster. Rinrin's heart sank as he recognized the gravity of his error. In his heightened anxiety, he had neglected to control both his reaction speed and force. And such a minor lapse could be a glaring flaw in the eyes of a powerhouse like Sarutobi Hizashi. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child, without formal training. How could he possess such reflexes and control? Damn it, the plan was in disarray. He could only proceed one step at a time. With this in mind, Rinrin held Ri tightly, steeling himself to project an angry demeanor, glaring fiercely at Sarutobi Hizashi, resembling a protective wolf guarding its cub. Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent, calmly retrieving a scroll from his ninja pouch and spreading it across the table. "Please, take a seat," he said, his voice devoid of inflection. After that, he ignored Rinrin, engrossing himself in the scroll. Rinrin, unable to devise a better plan, slowly approached the chair, cradling Ri as he sat down. The foremost concern was his identity. Should any seeds of suspicion take root, the likelihood of being dragged off for memory extraction was high. Unless he could dispel Sarutobi Hizashi's doubts, he was in perilous territory. Above all, the secret of my traversal must remain concealed. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be subjected to the dissection of the research enthusiast, Senju Tobarama. Yet, oddly enough, I do not seem particularly fearful of being dissected. After a moment's hesitation, I hastily cast aside such distracting thoughts and resumed my previous line of reasoning. Not only must the secret of my traversal be hidden, but the truth of my immortality must also remain undisclosed. Contemplating this, I felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, constantly guarding so many secrets. Am I destined to be a mere pawn in this game? No, certainly not. I am merely a victim of circumstance. After all, I began my journey as a member of a cult, a most arduous predicament. In the dimly lit environment, time passed slowly. I sensed a peculiar sweetness permeating the air. My head grew heavy, and my thoughts became sluggish. After an indeterminate period, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been examining a scroll, suddenly lifted his gaze and spoke in a deep voice. "Zhu Kongping." Who? My mind was spinning. I could hardly respond, instinctively questioning his words. To be frank, I genuinely could not recall who Zhu Kongping was, and my name is Rin, not Zhu Kongping. In the past, while in the Rain Village, I would require a moment to realize when someone called me by that alias. However, my reaction to Sarutobi's inquiry felt somewhat inscrutable. The air here was already infused with a significant amount of hallucinogenic substances. Strangely enough, this 7-year-old child displayed minimal reaction to the effects of the drug, unlike ordinary people who would succumb to confusion upon inhalation. Observing this, Sarutobi regarded me with a bemused expression. "Impressive. Truly deserving of the title of the most professional infiltrator. Your resistance to drugs and reaction speed far exceed that of the elite. It seems that Hanzo of the Salamander has great expectations for your infiltration into Konoha." Upon hearing the names of Rain Village and Hanzo, I felt a shiver run down my spine and instinctively bit my tongue. The sharp pain and taste of blood jolting my consciousness back to clarity. Seeing this, Sarutobi's smile widened. Even though he had consumed the antidote, his head felt heavy. Yet this fellow appeared to be even more awake. Remarkable. Little did he know that I had been consuming poisons like water back at the cult's base. Ahem. "Excuse me, sir, I do not comprehend a single word you have uttered. Still pretending, your mental fortitude is truly extraordinary." At that moment, Sarutobi felt an unexpected fondness for talent. Had Konoha not already infiltrated the Rain Village to the extent of being a sieve, this time, he might have been completely deceived. After all, based solely on my background investigation, there was not a single flaw to be found. Shakuhu Rin, hailing from the land of water, born into a family of blacksmiths, merely 7 years old, with a 4-year-old sister, Shakuri. During the massacre of Rain Village, I hid in the cellar, narrowly escaping. Then gathered my family's belongings and fled to the land of water. Subsequently, I sold the goods and intended to join a merchant convoy to the land of lightning. However, due to the conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure, the route was severed, leading me to accompany the original merchant convoy to Konoha. According to the reports from the underground operative, Katu, my behavior along the way was unremarkable. I often displayed sorrow during the late hours of the night, yet remained remarkably strong in front of my younger sister Ri. Simultaneously, I showered Ri with affection, allowing her to befriend orphaned children, while only exhibiting sternness and agitation when teaching her, which aligned perfectly with the protective instincts of an older brother. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi couldn't help but marvel. If every infiltrator from the land of rain were of such caliber, then the rain village would indeed be fearsome. Of course, this is merely hypothetical. Nevertheless, even with just one Rin, a shiver ran down Sarutobi's spine. Examining the fabricated identity I had created, he felt a strange sense of recognition. Furthermore, he found the little rascal remarkably resilient, igniting a desire to assist him. However, upon learning of my true identity, he could only view this disguise with even greater admiration. It must be noted that I am but a child of 7. When I was of the same age, I had already seen the battlefield, but in terms of meticulousness, I would not be worthy of even carrying his shoes. A remarkable child, so endearing, I wish to have him. Hanzo truly has struck gold. At that moment, Sarutobi suddenly paused. No, there exists a flaw in this disguise. The surname. Damn it. I should have realized that a small village in the land of water could hardly possess surnames, as they are typically associated with prominent families. Shikuhu. Suddenly, Sarutobi recalled something and hastily brought the scroll forward, finally recognizing a somewhat familiar name. Hiss. Shikuhu Suikyu. This fellow has inherited his teacher's surname. Moreover, why did he bestow this surname upon Ri as well? Does he not realize that surnames should not be assigned so frivolously? If only Rin were aware of Sarutobi's internal musings, he might have innocently scratched his head and exclaimed, I truly had no idea. In truth, I was also aware of the loophole in the plan. However, I could not possibly introduce Ri without including the surname I had promised her. This was a pact between me and Ri's mother, a hurdle I could not circumvent. I could easily deceive others, even myself, without a shred of guilt. Yet, whenever I gazed into Ri's innocent eyes, I was reminded of that blood-soaked, resolute woman, and I could not bring myself to deceive her. Nor could I bear to conceal anything from her. As Sarutobi fell into contemplation, my mind raced with thoughts. The moment he called me by my alias, I understood that my cover had been compromised, for there existed no possibility of deception. To know that name implied that Konoha had uncovered everything about my existence in the Rain Village. The source of all these complications lay with the two foolishly self-assured individuals, Hanzo and Kamikaze. Despite their own village being thoroughly infiltrated, they still sought to meddle in others' affairs. How utterly foolish. Upon realizing this, a profound clarity surged within me. At this moment, I must relinquish something. Just as I resolved to take action, Sarutobi furrowed his brow and looked at me, inquiring with curiosity, who is Shikuhu Suikyu? He was aware of who Shikuhu Suikyu was, yet he sought to ascertain the connection between Suikyu and me. Hearing Sarutobi's question, I let out a bitter laugh and sighed. Have you truly investigated to this extent? Alas, such is the tragedy of a small village. As I spoke, I gently pulled Ri closer to me. Shikuhu Suikyu is my teacher, my closest friend, and my bond. My voice remained calm, devoid of any fluctuations. There was no element of performance in my words. All was genuine and true. The painstakingly devised infiltration plan into Konoha served two purposes, one for the 8 Gates of Death, and the other for my teacher, Suikyu. After all, while the 8 Gates of Death was my top priority, Kumogakure's lightning release, Raijin armor was also an admirable backup. I could have easily disregarded Hanzo's orders and fled to Kumogakure with Ri, yet I chose to come to Konoha. The news of my defection would surely reach the Rain Village, and Suikyu, who truly cared for me, would be pleased, while Hanzo, who only cared for his own interests, would be displeased. Such a conflict could lead to Suikyu's demise. Upon hearing my words, Sarutobi instinctively believed me. The term bond holds a special significance in Konoha. Having deeply understood the will of fire, Sarutobi believed that this little rascal could not deceive him in his area of expertise. Those who do not comprehend the concept of bonds can never achieve that level of selfless dedication. And this little rascal before me possesses bonds akin to those of the Uchiha, a profound and genuine love for his kin. The will of fire embodies a profound bond with the village. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Regrettably, he misinterpreted the essence of it. The will of fire indeed represents immense love, while the Uchiha clan is, in truth, rather petty. As for Rin, his mindset is even narrower than that of the Uchiha. A quintessentially small-minded individual. Noticing Sarutobi's silence, Rin continued expressionlessly. I am an orphan, raised within the cult of the evil god, enduring inhumane experiments, brutal indoctrination, and witnessing comrades slaughter one another over a mere morsel of food. During those days, I silently amassed strength. Later, during a sacrificial event, I escaped. I ran desperately until I reached the Hidden Rain village, where I cunningly killed the cultist envoy, J-Gen-Y. Eventually, Hanzo the Salamander recognized my intellect and took me as his disciple, assigning the teacher, Fukusaku, to instruct me in chakra extraction techniques. This was also my first encounter with him, a man who appeared earnest yet was anything but serious. Subsequently, due to my lack of talent for cultivation, I was scorned by Hanzo, and Fukusaku took me to explore Kabukicho. As he spoke, Rin chuckled, shaking his head. Can you imagine? Taking a 7-year-old child to such establishments. How unreliable can one be? He even justified it with clarifying the mind and solidifying beliefs. At that moment, I wanted to kick him to death. Later on, there was the loss of intelligence, which I assume you are all aware of. After speaking, Rin lowered his head, adopting a posture of resignation, tightly embracing Ri, and fell silent. He was gambling, wagering that the attack on the intelligence department of the Hidden Rain was not orchestrated by Konoha, that Konoha had not acquired J-Gen-Y's scroll, and that Sarutobi would acknowledge his ideals. Though hope was slim, Rin still yearned to struggle. After all, the sensation of being sliced was truly unbearable. After a prolonged silence, with his elbows resting on the table and hands clasped before his mouth, Sarutobi finally spoke. Did you kill the little boar? The moment the words left his lips, a wave of relief washed over Rin. He understood he had won his gamble. Yes, Rin nodded. But why? Why would you kill your own comrades? Sarutobi's tone suddenly turned gravely serious. Rin knew the crucial moment had arrived. If he could surpass it, he would be acknowledged, swayed, and thereafter soar to great heights. If not, he would become mere sashimi. Drawing in a breath, Rin abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze with fury as he scornfully retorted, Comrades? You call those people comrades? Oh, comrades should at least be human, right? This wretched bunch is less than human. How can they be called comrades? Rin's voice rose to a fever pitch, his excited heart and trembling hands seemingly rallying for his own performance. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, intently observing Rin's every movement. Rin, equally unafraid, glared fiercely back at Sarutobi. She, Ri, this child, her mother, you. Do you know what those beasts did to her? Speak. Isn't Konoha capable of uncovering everything? Tell me, do you know what those beasts did in front of her and her father? In the next moment, Rin's emotional outburst abruptly halted, the rage on his face replaced by anguish, a heavy shadow enveloping his immature features. He felt it, the tremor in Ri's embrace, the dampness soaking through his chest. With a thud, Rin slumped back into his chair, defeated. I can share all I know about the Rain's intelligence, but I have 2 requests. His voice cracked, sounding weary. This child is innocent. Please raise her. And inform the outside world that I was killed during a failed infiltration, not that I defected from the Rain. After speaking, Rin lowered his head, falling into silence, no longer uttering a word. No. Sarutobi's voice suddenly rang out. I refuse your request. Ri, you will raise her yourself. Moreover, congratulations, your infiltration was a success. As the words echoed, Rin's contorted face shot up, staring at Sarutobi as if he were mad. If you want something, just say it. I will cooperate. There is no need to insult my intelligence like this. Simultaneously, Rin clutched Ri tightly, internally shouting, Ri, it worked. Brother finally won to be made into sashimi. I can fulfill my vow to your mother and allow you to grow up under the sun. Goodness, it was exhausting. He had managed to turn the tide against formidable foes, even when his supplies had been cut off. He astonished Sarutobi with his abilities, moved him with his emotions, and swayed him with his convictions. Without a doubt, he had stirred a sense of appreciation in this future professor of ninjutsu. Most importantly, his emotions were utterly genuine. Upon hearing Rin's inquiry, Sarutobi suddenly laughed. Suspicious little brat, you can leave now. I believe no one will hinder your departure. Even if you leave the village now, I will not stop you. Sarutobi was certain that Rin would never flee Konoha. In fact, he would wholeheartedly choose to join it. This was the confidence of a true hero. In response, Rin fell silent. After a lengthy pause, still cradling the unconscious Ri, he slowly rose. His voice hoarse as he said, I know what to do. With that, he took Ri in his arms, unsteadily preparing to leave. Just as Rin pushed open the door, about to step out, Sarutobi's voice rang out once more. By the way, I am a bit curious. How did you kill 4 ninjas? Including the J-nin, the little boar? He added, of course, you may choose not to answer. Huh, I choose your backside. Rin internally scoffed while maintaining a neutral expression, decisively opting to reveal a portion of his cards. Extending his hand, chakra flowed slowly through his veins. In an instant, a kunai shot forth from his sleeve. Seeing this, Sarutobi's eyes widened, elation flooding his heart. He understood that magnet release was a unique ninjutsu and bloodline of the Sunigakure. However, he felt no concern. Rin had not deceived him by concealing his chakra affinity, which indicated that he had dropped his guard regarding Konoha. Magnet release, this is my chakra attribute. I know you might suspect me of being a spy sent from Sunigakure. It matters not. Feel free to assign those ninjas outside to surveil me 24 hours a day. I have nothing to hide. Rin no longer concealed his mature resolve, grasping the kunai mid-air, bending down to place it on the ground, and then, holding Ri tightly. He strode away without looking back. In the spacious, bright Hokage office, the handsome Senju Tobarama, now in his 40s, stood by the large window, gazing at the distant streets. Behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reporting the interrogation of Rin, detailing every action, expression, and word of Rin without interjecting his own opinions. Soon, the report concluded, and Sarutobi, filled with confidence, awaited his teacher's question. As expected, after listening to the report, the second Hokage turned slowly, his face expressionless as he inquired, Monkey, what is your perspective? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirit surged, and he began to speak. Teacher, my perspective on Sakafang Renhito is that he possesses wisdom that far surpasses that of his peers and even adults. He places immense value on bonds and is willing to sacrifice his life for the companions he acknowledges. The conclusion is that he can be influenced by the village's atmosphere and the will of fire, thus integrated into the village. The reasoning? Senju Tobarama inquired succinctly. It might seem like a trivial statement, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen had already elucidated the reasons beforehand. However, he understood that the teacher's request for reason delved deeper. He was asking, how can we ensure his loyalty? With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke without hesitation. The girl named Sakafang Ri and the already deceased Sakafang Suikyo. Tobarama nodded at the monkey's response. Hiruzen, you've made progress, quite commendable. However, regarding Sakafang Renhito, while there is no need to worry about his loyalty, he cannot be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Teacher, why? Upon hearing his teacher's words, Hiruzen stammered in disbelief. He had intended to take Renhito as his disciple. Instead of answering Hiruzen's question, Tobarama posed another inquiry. Hiruzen, have you ever considered the possibility that Sakafang Renhito has come to seek refuge in Konoha? What? Hiruzen gasped once more. Tobarama chose not to continue testing his beloved disciple and instead spoke for himself. Sakafang Renhito may have initially intended to seize the opportunity to escape from Amigakure. This can be inferred from his arrangement of his mentor Suikyo. He knows his mentor very well, and he is equally familiar with Hanzo of the Salamander. I believe that if he could, he would certainly take his mentor with him. Unfortunately, Sakafang Suikyo was raised by Hanzo, and despite their ideological differences, defection is nearly impossible. Hence, he arranged for his mentor to marry, creating a bond to instill more concern in Suikyo. This conveniently explains why he later took action against the ninja from his own village. Firstly, he could not tolerate such actions. Secondly, he was confident that no one would escape. Thirdly, he did not care for the village. This is also why he unabashedly revealed the fact that he killed an Amigakure. He was transmitting a message to you. He does not care for Amigakure. He only cares for Sakafang Suikyo. It is he who chose Konoha, not you who chose him. After speaking, he cast a glance at the astonished Hiruzen and reached into the drawer, retrieving a scroll and placing it on the table. Take a look. Hiruzen snapped back to reality and hurriedly picked up the scroll, scanning it rapidly. A cursed seal? Discovered on the tongue of the boy who perished in the land of soup? Hiruzen exclaimed. The research team has confirmed that it is a triggering cursed seal, with the effect of destroying the entire brain, and the trigger phrase being any information regarding Amigakure. He has provided an abundance of information about Amigakure. Yet have you witnessed his death? Or have you seen the cursed seal on his tongue? Hiruzen shook his head foolishly. This fellow had long been prepared with a method to unlock the cursed seal. Perhaps he was already ready to leave Amigakure. After speaking, Tobarama let out a slow sigh, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. It was not fear of strength, but rather of intellect. Sakofang Renhito, despite being an undercover agent sent by Amigakure, and even one whose identity has been exposed, has skillfully used cunning and strategy to render both him and Hiruzen devoid of murderous intent toward him. Allowing him to reside in Konoha, he has meticulously wrapped himself in a guise of no threat, employing an almost candid demeanor to diminish their wariness. Sakofang Renhito, an undercover agent, a defector, has managed to convince Tobarama that he would never divulge Konoha's secrets nor betray the village. Simply outrageous. Such cunning and wisdom Tobarama has never encountered from the warring states to the present. Perhaps while Uchiha Madara and his brother Senju Hashirama wielded earth-shattering power, they lacked this overarching vision, this ability to manipulate the hearts of men. There is no need for surveillance. This individual is more aware than anyone of what he ought to do. Since he has chosen Konoha, let him live there peacefully. Just as he was speaking, Tobarama's tone suddenly shifted to one of utmost seriousness. However, Hiruzen, remember this. Never allow him to ascend to the higher echelons of Konoha. Upon concluding, Tobarama sighed internally, adding silently, if you permit him to enter the upper ranks, you all, one and all, will be outmaneuvered by him. Not far from the Hokage building, Renhito strolled leisurely with Ri in his arms, to convey his intentions clearly to Konoha's higher-ups. To protect Ri, to safeguard Suikyo, and to become a legitimate double agent, he was thoroughly exhausted today. To achieve these objectives, Renhito had prepared 3 sets of plans. The first, an imperfect false identity, was intended for the fools. The second, the tragic genius with bonds exposed. This was for those with a modicum of intelligence. The third, a seemingly harmless but best left undisturbed slacker. This was for the true wise. In truth, Renhito had also prepared a separate 4th plan for someone. The purely benevolent Renhito. Alas, that person had perished. Uncertain of how long he had been walking, Ri gradually awoke on Renhito's back, her drowsy eyes half closed as she gazed at the golden sunset. The little girl innocently inquired, "Brother, are we dead?" Renhito, with a blank expression, nodded slightly. "Yes, we are dead. Our identities have been exposed, and our heads have been severed." "Oh." The little girl was instantly startled, clinging to Renhito's back and flailing her arms to steady her head. "No, my head, it mustn't fall off." Watching Ri's adorable demeanor, Renhito shook his head helplessly. "Don't worry, it won't fall off. Here, eat this." He then produced a glistening, bright red candy apple, as if performing magic. "Wow, what is this? So round, so plump, so cute. It looks so delicious." With sparkling eyes, Ri eagerly grabbed the candy apple and cautiously licked it with her tiny tongue. "Wow, so sweet. Brother, is this the world after death? How blissful." Observing the girl's naive expression, Renhito couldn't help but flick her forehead with his finger. "Fool, when one dies, they do not feel pain." In response, Ri tilted her head, puzzled, and looked at Renhito's profile. "Brother, how do you know that? Have you ever died?" Renhito smirked slightly. "Believe it or not, I have indeed died once. If I weren't afraid of scaring you, I would have asked you, little sister, how about a time travel? The kind that involves coming back from the dead." Soon, Renhito, carrying Ri, arrived at their destination, a blacksmith shop. As the saying goes, one must prepare thoroughly for the performance. Renhito aimed to blend into Konoha seamlessly, striving to leave no loose ends. Before reaching Konoha, he had already fabricated a backstory while in the merchant caravan. In the tale, both he and Ri were the children of a blacksmith. Indeed, Ri's father was a blacksmith, and as Ri's current guardian, he had every right to be considered a child of the blacksmith as well. Is this reasonable? Absolutely. Furthermore, before linking up with the personnel from Amigakure and receiving his first payment, Renhito required an income to satisfy his growing appetite and to ensure Ri's happy childhood. Regarding money, Renhito had 2 ideas. One was to earn by blacksmithing, and the other was to approach Sarutobi Hiruzen and request a salary. Since he had covertly allied with Konoha and become a genuine double agent, it would be unreasonable not to receive payment. This is what one calls working one job while earning 2 salaries. Moreover, he would have time for side ventures. What a delightful prospect. Once he has earned some money, Rin intends to invest in real estate in Konoha, establishing a side business as a landlord. He plans to utilize the rent from his tenants to speculate on land in other villages. Thus, even 30 years later, when the Ninetales incident inevitably occurs and Konoha suffers significant damage, Rin will be unfazed. By that time, his enterprises will have spread throughout the entire shinobi world. This is what one might refer to as the rationalization, healthiness, and longevity of assets. In simpler terms, it means not putting all one's eggs in one basket. Even when the fourth great ninja war arises, Rin will remain composed, confident that Naruto and Sasuke will save the world. He can simply find a well-situated location, hang in a tree, and wait for rescue. After all, warfare seems highly improbable in this lifetime. With so many monsters in this world, including the Sage of Six Paths, how could one possibly fight back? At most, he could learn the Flying Thunder God technique to travel between villages and collect rent. Acquire some puppet techniques to save on labor costs when developing land and constructing buildings, and perhaps delve into magnet release for global sand and gold mining. Finally, he could master the 8 gates to enhance his physical capabilities and prowess in bed. Of course, the more armor like Raijin-S that enhances durability, the better. With visions of a promising future, Rin felt invigorated. Soon, he reached his destination, a secluded ninja tool shop bearing the sign Kato Ninja Tools. According to that kid, Nabunki, this shop was run by his brother, who could offer him a livelihood. With IRI on his back, Rin stepped into the shop. "Pardon the intrusion," he said as he lifted the curtain marked warm tools and entered. It was evening, and a man resembling Mr. Kato, with a significant belly, was dozing behind the counter. "Excuse me," Rin called out. The sudden voice startled the rotund man awake. "Ah, welcome to Kato Ninja Tools. Please feel free to browse," he said, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he emerged from behind the counter. "Oh, 2 little children. Did your parents send you here to run errands?" the jolly man inquired. Rin shook his head. "Is this for your own training?" Rin shook his head again. "Then what on earth do you want?" "I am a blacksmith, capable of forging ninja tools." At this, the man burst into laughter, gesturing towards Rin's stature. "You? A blacksmith? Can you even lift a hammer?" Rin sighed in exasperation. "No wonder your father said you were clueless. He keeps you at home to watch the shop. With your skills, you'd surely lose every business venture, leaving you with nothing." Rin's words seemed to strike a nerve, and the chubby man sprang up, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You little brat, who are you calling a loser?" Before he could finish, Rin casually grasped a corner of the counter, and with a crack, a solid wood corner was ripped off. The man's face flushed crimson. "You little rascal, that's my precious Erhan's counter. I spent a fortune on that." He rolled on the ground like a child. 10,000 Rio? Erhan's? Wood release? No. This is clearly the wood release technique for generating wealth. My goodness, I've stumbled upon the key to prosperity. Suppressing his excitement, Rin gazed intently at the man before him, realizing that his first job in Konoha had just materialized. With that thought, Rin ceased to hesitate and straightforwardly stated his intentions. "Mr. Kato, I am a blacksmith recommended by your father, Kato Tadao." Upon hearing Rin's words, the rotund man stopped rolling and slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, pondering internally. Recommended by the old man. He is usually discerning. This kid likely has some talent. Regardless, let's test his abilities. Clearing his throat, the man announced, "Cough, cough. I am Kato Ichibunki, the owner of this Kato Ninja Tools shop." "Ichibunki, your brother is Nabunki?" "Mr. Kato Tadao, you certainly named your children rather carelessly." Rin silently thought, while maintaining a neutral expression, bowing slightly with IRI beside him. "I am Shikuf Rin, and this is my sister, Shikuf IRI. I look forward to your guidance." Ichibunki nodded, his demeanor becoming serious as he quickly moved behind the counter. "Since you were introduced by my father, I trust your character. However, this is a ninja tool shop, and we have high standards for selecting materials, forging techniques, heat treatment, product appearance, and hardness. After all, we sell weapons, tools that can save lives or take them. Quality is paramount." After listening to Ichibunki, Rin nodded, understanding that he was being assessed for his professional skills, and a smile crept onto his face. "I don't understand any of that, but it's fine. I possess magnet release, which grants me strength. These matters are trivial for me." After a moment of contemplation, Rin produced a palm-sized silver kunai from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "Mr. Ichibunki, this is a product of my own forging. Please take a look." Upon seeing the kunai, Ichibunki's heart surged with excitement. Among ninja tools, kunai is one of the best indicators of a blacksmith's attention to detail. This common tool, favored by many ninjas for its speed and stealth, is one of the 3 most utilized ninja tools alongside shuriken and shuriken. Crafting shuriken requires exceptional balancing skills. Kunai necessitate the blacksmith's tireless effort to refine the iron. testing both strength and patience. As for kunai, it is all about the details. After all, a palm-sized kunai must be straight, smooth, and have an extraordinarily sharp tip capable of piercing anything, while its material must also be of high quality, with a hard tip and overall resilience. Touching the shimmering kunai and sensing every detail, Rin then casually thrust the kunai into the counter surface. With a flash of silver, the kunai embedded itself, leaving only a nail-sized segment visible. It is important to note that this is a solid wood counter over 5 centimeters thick. Ichibanki's smile broadened. My goodness, the old man truly cares for me. He introduced me to a blacksmith of this caliber. My little shop is saved. With that thought, Ichibanki suddenly raised his hands, slapped his cheeks vigorously, and forced a greasy smile. Ahem. Rin, young brother, may I ask what salary you are expecting? As long as it does not exceed 30,000 ryo, we can discuss anything. Ichibanki mused internally. Rin, unaware of Ichibanki's high regard for him, had no intention of accepting a salary. In this lifetime, working for wages was not an option. He could only employ some clever strategies to generate wealth. Mr. Ichibanki, I do not require a salary. At this, Ichibanki was taken aback, staring intently at the 2 children behind the counter, his mind racing. Could these children be new arrivals in Konoha? After all, his father had been traveling with Nabunki all over during the war. Could they be refugees? Refugees, without a stable home or relatives nearby him. That is wonderful. I have a vacant room at home. You are welcome to stay for a while. With an eager expression, Ibamaku remained unfazed, responding calmly. Ibamaku, you may have misunderstood my intention. What I mean is, I do not seek a salary. I only accept collaboration. Chapter 19. The relationship between the Hokage and the lecherous collaboration? Ibamaku's voice elongated, and his round face mirrored his hesitation. Rin nodded affirmatively. Yes, collaboration. You provide the materials, the forge, and the storefront, while I contribute my skills and physical labor. Upon hearing this, Ibamaku fell silent, mentally calculating the implications. Collaboration was not an uncommon practice. In fact, it was quite prevalent. He understood that many master blacksmiths from the land of iron only accepted employment in the form of collaboration, which was hardly a rarity. The benefit of this arrangement was that merchants could obtain higher quality ninja tools, while the master blacksmiths enjoyed greater freedom with their time. After all, for those renowned masters, forging had transcended mere work and evolved into an art form. With this thought, Ibamaku gazed at the boy before him, who stood just above the counter, hesitating. If the quality of this child's products was indeed akin to the kunai displayed on the counter, he would certainly qualify for such a partnership. But could he truly deliver? Rin seemed to sense Ibamaku's doubts and unhesitatingly pulled out a ninja pouch from his pocket. Opening it, he poured its contents onto the table. Instantly, an array of kunai spilled forth. Ibamaku took a cursory glance and felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinheads. Though merely a merchant, he possessed a masterful ability to assess the quality of ninja tools. The kunai scattered across the counter appeared indistinguishable, as if they had been copied and pasted. Their lengths, lines, and even the curvature of their tips seemed identical. Raising his head, Ibamaku fixed his gaze on Rin, asking, "How do you envision this collaboration?" At those words, Rin felt a surge of delight within, realizing that he had successfully navigated most of the interview. After deducting the materials, I will take 30%. 30%? Ibamaku initially intended to refuse outright. How could he allow someone to take away a third of the shop's profits? Yet, he quickly reconsidered, suppressing his skepticism. Rin-kun, what is your production capacity? Rin turned his head to survey the various ninja tools lining the walls of the store and gestured broadly. In a month, all of this. Before he could finish, Ibamaku interrupted him. Not enough. Not nearly enough. He shook his plump head vigorously. Rin rolled his eyes, emphasizing each word. What I meant was 10 times the amount of all this. Ibamaku was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with shock. If Rin truly possessed such production capabilities, he could easily dismiss the 2 average blacksmiths he had employed. The savings of 20,000 ryo would be an incredible windfall. With this in mind, Ibamaku wasted no time in agreeing. All right, I accept. In that instant, both parties reached a consensus, and Ibamaku felt elated. If Rin proved to be as productive and reliable as he anticipated, he would be his very own cash cow. Since our collaboration is established, I shall not disturb you further. Farewell, Mr. Ibamaku. Please wait a moment. Ibamaku raised his hand, halting Rin and Ri. Then, surprisingly agile for his size, He dashed out from behind the counter. May I ask, Rin-kun, is this your first visit to Konoha with your sister? Rin nodded. Upon seeing this, Ibamaku rubbed his hands together with a grin. In that case, why not stay at my home for a while? It would spare you from the chaos of an inn. Rin hesitated. He was indifferent, unashamed, and had no qualms about mooching off others. However, he worried that Ri might feel out of place. Looking down at Ri, who was earnestly licking a candy apple, he found himself momentarily torn. Noticing Rin's indecision, Ibamaku felt a twinge of anxiety. He had finally encountered a young blacksmith with exceptional forging skills, and he certainly did not want his cash cow to slip away. The competition in the ninja tool market of Konoha was fierce, with several prominent families owning shops and employing highly paid master blacksmiths. If it weren't for the connections his father had forged, allowing him to consistently acquire reasonably priced materials of acceptable quality, his small shop would have long been driven out of business. With this in mind, Ibamaku flashed a radiant smile. Do not worry. My wife, Akiko, adores girls. And we only have an 8-year-old son, which is a regret for us. I am confident that Rin-kun and his sister will bring her immense joy. Gently squatting down, he took Ri's chubby hand in his own. Ri, would you like to stay at this uncle's house? Having already licked all the sugar off her candy apple, Ri was now pondering how to consume the large, shiny apple. Distracted, she replied, wherever my brother goes, I go. Hearing this, Rin nodded and stood up, offering a slight bow to Ibamaku. Then, I shall trouble you, Uncle Ibamaku. Ibamaku chuckled heartily. Not a trouble at all. We have plenty of empty rooms. As the day waned and the last rays of sunlight faded, lanterns of various designs illuminated the streets. Clad in yukatas, people bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Elated by acquiring Rin, his cash cow, Ibamaku decided to grant himself a day off and closed the shop early. Rin-kun, let us go home for dinner. He patted his round belly, striding confidently ahead. Rin nodded, taking Ri's hand as they followed Ibamaku. Winding through the streets, Ibamaku led Rin and Ri to a serene courtyard. The garden featured an intricately designed rock formation and flowing water, while the traditional wooden structure exuded an antique charm. In the center, a small pond emitted rhythmic thuds as water splashed. It was astonishing that such a corpulent and mercantile man like Ibamaku resided in such an elegant courtyard. In the open space behind the garden, a boy of similar age to Rin was practicing shuriken throwing, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He had a head of slightly bluish-white hair and exhibited intense focus. Nearby, a graceful and mature woman with her similarly styled white hair pulled up sat elegantly on a low wooden platform, watching the boy with a look of pride. I'm back, Ibamaku called out. The woman turned, rising gracefully with a warm smile. Welcome home, dear. As she spoke, she noticed Ri, who was eagerly munching on an apple, and Rin, whose expression was somewhat perplexed. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Dear, who are these two? Ibamaku jovially stepped aside, gesturing toward Rin. This is Sakuhu Rin, and this is his sister, Sakuhu Ri. They will be staying with us from tonight. He then pointed to the boy practicing shuriken throwing. This is my son, Kato Dan. As Rin's gaze fell upon the boy, a flicker of recognition sparked within him. Kato Dan. That name sounded familiar. Could he be the Kato Dan who was Tsunade's first love? The hair color did seem similar. Ah, what a pity, to be so young and yet leave no legacy, not even an heir for Tsunade. With this thought, Rin's perception of Ibamaku shifted, tinged with a hint of sympathy. You are indeed a hapless soul. Your son has passed, and your grandson remains unaccounted for. Perhaps it is time to subtly suggest the idea of having another child. However, observing the resemblance between you and your son, one cannot help but feel a certain discord. Could it be that this fellow is not truly of your lineage? The malicious thoughts of Rin surged forth in a moment of contemplation. On the other hand, Kato Kyoko expressed profound affection for Ri, clearly demonstrating her genuine fondness for children, much like Iponmoku had mentioned. Duan, tidy up and prepare for dinner. Iponmoku bellowed at Kato Duan, who was diligently throwing shurikens. Kato Duan immediately shook his head. Father, I still need to throw 100 more times. You all can eat first, he declared, pulling out another shuriken to continue his practice. Upon hearing his child's words, Iponmoku's face hardened, and he muttered, Practice, practice. Don't think that just because you aspire to be Hokage, it grants you the privilege to evade my responsibilities. Hearing this, Kato Kyoko shot Iponmoku a disapproving glance. Do not dampen the child's enthusiasm. What is wrong with wanting to become Hokage? It is the highest honor. With that, She took Ri's small hand gently and said, "Reach on. Come with Aunt Kyoko to the kitchen and see what you'd like to eat tonight." "Okay." Ri nodded vigorously, drooling slightly and gazing longingly at Rin. "Go on. Don't cause trouble for Aunt Kyoko," Rin sighed. While Kato Kyoko prepared dinner, Ipponmoku sat with Rin in the courtyard, observing Kato Duan as he persistently hurled shurikens. "Rin, tell me, what is so appealing about being Hokage?" Ipponmoku grumbled, his eyes fixed on Kato Duan, who was sweating profusely. "My younger brother was a Hokage, and now my son seems to have the same fixation. It drives me mad. My ancestors fought valiantly alongside the Senju clan during the Warring States period to establish Konoha. Finally, in my generation, we no longer have to send 7- or 8-year-olds to battle, allowing us to engage in business pursuits joyfully. Yet my son insists on repeating this folly. It is infuriating. It is indeed vexing." Rin nodded in agreement. "This situation only suggests that he has not faced enough adversity. If there were frequent skirmishes, he would surely comply." However, Rin refrained from voicing this opinion, as it would be foolish for an outsider to intervene in the affairs between father and son. "By the way, Rin-kun, do you wish to become Hokage?" Ipponmoku inquired, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. "I do not aspire to that position," Rin replied flatly. He spoke the truth. Any hint of ambition towards the role of Hokage would render Konoha unwelcoming to him. Nonetheless, Ipponmoku interpreted Rin's words differently. "Indeed, there is no precedent for an outsider becoming Hokage. But, Rin-kun, do you truly not desire it?" "No, I do not." Seeing Rin's resolute demeanor, Ipponmoku nodded and countered. "Then why does my son constantly speak of becoming Hokage?" "I don't know. Perhaps it is to prove something to himself," Rin replied wearily. "Prove himself? Shouldn't that be done in private?" Ipponmoku mused, furrowing his brow. "Oh dear, now you've piqued my interest." Rin sat up straight. "Uncle, you might not understand this. Allow me to enlighten you." With that, he playfully hooked his arm around Ipponmoku's neck. "Tell me, how does a man make a woman fall in love with him?" There must be many ways," Ipponmoku responded uncertainly. "Absolutely correct." Rin nodded emphatically. "Now let me ask, how does a man make many women fall in love with him?" Ipponmoku was taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. He had never contemplated such a question, especially not with a woman like Kyoko, who appeared refined yet was a fierce protector. Seeing Ipponmoku's bewilderment, Rin clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Power, in the world of ninjas. Power is the key to winning the affection of many women. Some women may be attracted to wealth, others to good looks, and some to honest men, but fundamentally, it is the sense of security that draws them in. Tell me, who offers more security than the Hokage?" "None," Ipponmoku nodded thoughtfully. "Now, let us return to the matter of proving oneself. Uncle Ipponmoku, as a man of experience, you must know that men often find themselves feeling powerless, correct?" Ipponmoku nodded vigorously in agreement. "Absolutely, brother, you are spot on. Sometimes it's not a matter of ability, but rather external circumstances that hinder one's capabilities." Encouraged by Ipponmoku's agreement, Rin continued, "So, what causes this feeling of powerlessness? Age, physical condition, or perhaps emotions? I believe it is none of these." "What then? Please, tell me." Ipponmoku's eyes sparkled with anticipation, convinced that bringing Rin home was a wise decision. The boy was indeed a treasure. "It is the thrill of novelty." Rin whispered conspiratorially into Ipponmoku's ear. "Uncle Ipponmoku, think about it. Becoming Hokage must provide a sense of security for many women, right? Can one not indulge in romantic escapades? Are there not countless opportunities to prove oneself, and without the feeling of powerlessness?" "And so?" Ipponmoku replied. "Thus, those who hold the title of Hokage are often seen as lecherous." Rin exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. Upon hearing Rin's words, Ipponmoku's expression darkened. "After all that, you Haven't even told me how to overcome the feeling of powerlessness. Furthermore, I suspect you are insinuating that I am lacking, and that my brother and son are indeed lecherous." Chapter 20. The Master of Versailles. 12 hours had passed since Rin had playfully suggested that Ipponmoku was inadequate. Early in the morning, Rin awoke feeling refreshed. After a night of training, he sensed a notable increase in his chakra, nearing the level of the mediocre Chunin known as the Water Bear. This signified that his chakra reserves were on the verge of reaching Chunin status, a remarkable development for him. With an expanded chakra capacity, he would be able to wield techniques more liberally. Moreover, Rin's cells possessed a unique trait: they would not perish, which allowed him to draw infinite stamina from his own cells, converting it into chakra. Taking advantage of this moment, Rin swiftly dressed the slumbering Ri in her jacket. Today, the little chubby girl turned 4, an age characterized by excessive sleepiness, as Rin gently carried her on his back. He dared not leave her alone, fearing she might feel scared or nostalgic, so he carried her wherever he went. After all, those painful memories could only fade with the passage of time. Having enjoyed a hearty breakfast at Aponmoku's home, Rin, still guiding the drowsy Ri, stepped outside with Aponmoku. "Uncle Aponmoku, are you still upset?" Rin inquired, leaning closer. The plump man huffed with indignation, quickening his pace to distance himself from Rin. Seeing this, Rin chuckled softly to himself. "Ah, this feeling of powerlessness. I have heard of a remedy for that." Aponmoku, who had been walking briskly, perked up at the mention of remedy, halting in his tracks to face Rin with a serious expression. Rin-kun, we haven't discussed your work hours yet. Shall we talk while we walk?" "Certainly," Rin replied with a grin, and they continued on their way. "Rin, when do you plan to work every day? I need to arrange a separate forging room for you. Perhaps after 4 in the afternoon, as I am attending ninja school and only have time post-4. Rin stroked his chin, articulating his intentions. "Ninja school?" Ikemen exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed Rin, much like himself, was solely focused on making money, never expecting him to suddenly decide to attend ninja school. "Rin, do you aspire to become a ninja? Good grief. You wouldn't want to become a lecherous old man, would you? Enough of this nonsense. How dare you utilize such skills?" Rin silently rolled his eyes. "I aim to save money. Think about it. Once I have wealth, wouldn't I need to hire bodyguards? Of course, safety comes first," Ikemen chuckled. "Is one bodyguard sufficient?" "Not at all," Ikemen shook his head. Although he hadn't reached the point of hiring bodyguards himself, he had seen wealthy individuals surrounded by a multitude of them. Would hiring numerous bodyguards require a significant sum? Indeed. Would you be the one to pay for the bodyguards? Upon hearing this, Ikemen shivered, shaking his plump head vigorously. "I want to pay. Whoever does is a fool." "Good grief, I see you as a fool." Rin sighed. "Look, by attending ninja school and learning self-defense techniques, I could save a fortune." Ikemen nodded, temporarily removing the crown of a lecherous old man from Rin's head. "By the way, Uncle Ikemen, how much do you think your house is worth?" Rin finally broached the question that had been on his mind. The courtyard, the hedgy architecture, aligns well with Rin's aesthetic. Thus he was curious about its value to set a small goal. Upon hearing Rin's inquiry, Ikemen's chubby brows furrowed, tilting his head in response. "Which house are you referring to?" "This entire area comprises my family's houses, and the prices vary significantly." He gestured broadly, encompassing all the houses in the vicinity. "Goodness, how extravagant. Where did this Versailles come from? Hurry, take him out and execute him for 5 minutes." With a stern expression, Rin retorted, "Just the one you live in." "Oh," Ikemen suddenly understood, mischievously counting on his fingers. "Approximately 20 million Rio, not too expensive. I simply enjoy the tranquility there." Rin was left speechless, abruptly picking up Ri and striding past Ikemen with determination. Ikemen was left dumbfounded. "Wait, brother, you haven't explained how to address your limitations." "Limitations? Go be the Hokage." After a busy morning, utilizing magnetic release as a tool for forging, Rin swiftly completed his assigned tasks for the day. He handed over the finished products to Ikemen, whose face was dark, before departing the Kato Ninja Tool shop with Ri. With the scant cash remaining, Rin and Ri managed to afford lunch. Following the main road, Rin returned to the Hokage building. This time, he refrained from rushing inside, instead standing quietly at the entrance to gather himself. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would soon become aware of his presence. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, Sarutobi emerged from the main entrance, casting a peculiar glance at the young boy before him. Had it not been for Tobarama-sensei's reminder yesterday, he might have fallen for this boy's tricks. Thankfully, in this world, strength reigns supreme. With power, all schemes and plots become inconsequential. With that thought, Sarutobi relaxed, giving Rin a knowing glance before re-entering the Hokage building. Rin, undeterred, tightly held Ri's hand, guiding her, albeit with some trepidation, to follow his lead. It was likely he would soon meet the legendary second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Indeed, this time Sarutobi did not escort Rin to the interrogation room from yesterday, but instead led him to the 3rd floor. Before long, they arrived at a red wooden door, where Sarutobi knocked before entering upon hearing a steady "Come in." "Tobarama-sensei." "Shakafang Rin has arrived," Sarutobi announced, stepping aside to allow Rin to enter the fabled Hokage office. Upon entering, Rin was immediately struck by the sight of a massive desk adorned with the Konoha emblem, behind which sat a man of imposing stature, notable for his piercing gaze and silvery hair. Handsome. Even as a fellow male, Rin couldn't help but admit the man was strikingly attractive. Staring into those eyes for a full 3 seconds, Rin then expressionlessly stepped forward into the Hokage office. If all went according to plan, this would be his first and last time in this office. Henceforth, his days in Konoha would be devoid of ties to this center of power. With that thought, Rin felt a surge of exhilaration. Finally, he would be liberated from the mess left by his transmigration. Inside the room, several individuals stood scattered about, men and women, of varying shapes and sizes, mostly young faces. It appeared that Tobirama intended to use Rin as a learning experience for these novices. Tobirama indeed had such intentions. Ever since a few of his disciples learned about Rin from Sarutobi, some were discontent, others contemplative, while a few were disdainful. Thus, Tobirama decided to have his students interact with this astute young man, while also observing him up close. Rin, undaunted, expressionless, led Ri to the desk. Observing Rin, who had just surpassed the desk's edge, Tobirama suddenly felt a strong sense of dissonance. Is this boy truly only 7 years old? In contemplation, Rin spoke up. Hokage-sama, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Shakafang Rin, and this is my sister, Shakafang Ri. Upon hearing this, Tobirama regarded Rin with an impassive expression. What brings you here, Mr. Anko? Tobirama reminded Rin to remember his identity and refrain from making excessive demands. Rin grasped the implication. It seemed Tobirama was already aware of his desire to attend Konoha school, and it was evident he did not favor the idea. However, Rin believed that any matter could be negotiated, provided he demonstrated his worth, thus justifying his right to make requests. Since Tobirama had gathered many individuals, intending to use him as a learning tool, Rin decided to perform a simple yet impactful demonstration of Taizu Long Fist, relying on internal strength to communicate. With that in mind, Rin refrained from any unnecessary antics, scratched his head, and chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I have no significant matters. I simply wish to attend school. In exchange, this is my sincerity. He then produced a pre-prepared envelope from his pocket and placed it on the relatively tidy desk. Observing this, Tobirama took the envelope without hesitation, extracting the letter and swiftly reading through it. The more he read, the deeper his frown became, a chill creeping into his heart. Noticing Tobirama's furrowed brow, Rin found it amusing. It was merely a straightforward letter addressed to Lord Hans. The content simply stated that he had infiltrated Konoha, currently masquerading as a blacksmith, and had secured the necessary arrangements to enroll in ninja school through his employer's connections. Simultaneously, Rin urged Hans to promptly send more personnel, as Konoha was currently affected by the war, resulting in a shortage of manpower, making it quite easy to infiltrate. He also agreed upon a means of communication and established a frequency of contact once a month. In his letter, Rin requested Lord Hans to extend his regards to the water bear, expressing gratitude for the care he had continuously provided. Lastly, Rin shamelessly asked Hans to provide him with 50,000 ryo for operational expenses. Upon finishing the letter, Senju Tobirama passed it to the eager Sarutobi Hizashi, who, oddly enough, wore a hint of a smile after reading it. At Tobirama's prompting, the letter circulated among the crowd before finally resting in the hands of a man with an explosive hairstyle. Narashikaku, what do you think of Rin's sincerity? Tobirama inquired, directing his gaze toward the man. In response, Narashikaku fell silent, and the others in the office also lapsed into contemplation. After a considerable pause, as Narariko began to yawn, Shikaku slowly raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. Lord Tobirama, I believe his sincerity is quite substantial. Is it sufficient for Rin to gain admission to the Konoha Ninja Academy? Tobirama retorted. I believe it is. Shikaku nodded after a moment of reflection. Observing this, Tobirama turned his attention back to Rin, his brow furrowing even further. To be candid, eliminating this individual would be exceedingly simple. Yet discarding Rin as an asset would be profoundly unwise. This is a straightforward notion. Rin represents not only himself, but also Hanzo the Salamander, who, after his demise, would be the only figure in the shinobi world to have the title god appended to his name. Though Tobirama might possess greater strength than Hans, who would refuse such a powerful ally? If Konoha could manage Rin, his intellect would likely influence Han's decisions. In such a scenario, the pressure on Konoha from Sunagakure and Iwagakure in the west would diminish significantly, resulting in fewer casualties among the comrades in the village. Rin is indeed a trump card. This is also Rin's brilliance. He subtly conveys dissatisfaction with Amigakure, garnering Konoha's delight. He showcases his capabilities, stirring Konoha's interest while simultaneously preventing them from easily imprisoning him. By demonstrating the ability to sway Han's decisions, he excites Konoha. At the same time, he earns Han's trust by revealing his vulnerabilities. Subsequently, he utilizes his significance to safeguard Shaku's water bear, ensure his own safety and freedom, and provide Shakuriko with a healthy and joyful childhood. Everyone is aware that Rin is a pawn, a spy, an undercover agent, yet all seek to exploit him to achieve their objectives. Contemplating this, Tobirama felt a sudden headache. This fellow is not even a ninja. If he were a formidable ninja, who could possibly control him? The most critical point is that he is merely 7 years old. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he could live for another 40 to 50 years. By that time, as he grows older and craftier, who could possibly outmaneuver him? In a moment of resignation, Tobirama found himself empathizing with Senju Hashirama's perspective. If it were his brother, what would he do? He imagined that the Navi elder brother would immediately agree, ecstatic at the prospect of saving many comrades in the village. With this thought, Tobirama resolved to approach the dilemma with the mindset of his deeply admired brother. Rinkuin, I concur. He merely hoped that the will of fire in Konoha could inspire this troublesome individual. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Rin beamed, revealing a dazzling smile of white teeth. Yet, just then, a voice unexpectedly rang out from the crowd. Teacher, I have an objection. Who? Before Tobirama could react, Rin had already shouted in frustration. Shimura Danzo. A young man emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of righteousness. Damn it, anyone with Dan in their name can't be a good person. Rin rolled his eyes dramatically, muttering under his breath. At this moment, he appeared to resemble a genuine child. Danzo, however, did not spare Rin a glance, addressing Tobirama instead. Teacher, I propose that we imprison him and control Han's through curses. This would be more effective. Danzo spoke with unyielding conviction, unperturbed by Rin's presence. In his view, this was an excellent opportunity to display his merit before the teacher, unlike the indecisive Hisashi. At that moment, Danzo felt utterly triumphant. Rin regarded Danzo's performance with cold detachment, a storm brewing within him. To be honest, he did not particularly despise the role Danzo played. He simply felt that he was overstepping. However, today, the audacity of this fellow attempting to take advantage of him, especially in a life-or-death manner, would not go unpunished. If I do not ensnare you in shadows, you shall avoid me from now on. I swear I will not bear the surname Shaku. Faced with Danzo's suggestion, Tobirama suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration, internally giving Danzo a silent thumbs up. Indeed, it is necessary to have a character with lesser intellect present to vex the enigmatic Shaku Rin, facilitating my intelligence gathering regarding him. With this in mind, Tobirama cast a keen glance at the sullen Rin, choosing to remain silent. He was eager, extremely eager, to observe how Rin would respond. Although Rin did not perceive Tobirama's intrigued gaze, at this juncture, it was clear that the Hokage was silent, waiting for a child to speak. The implications were abundantly evident. In an instant, all eyes in the office converged upon Rin. He paused for a moment, the storm on his face dissipating, and suddenly broke into a grin, shaking his head with a sigh as he addressed the unyielding Danzo. Shimura Danzo, you shall not become Hokage. What? Danzo immediately turned, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to devour Rin whole. His anger stemmed from a simple truth. He desperately aspired to become Hokage. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had yet to express a clear intention regarding the next Hokage. This implied that he, Shimura Danzo, was also a contender for the position. Yet only the second Hokage understood that the only one fit for the mantle of Hokage was Sarutobi Hisashi. Danzo was unqualified. Mito Kamizumi was unqualified. Nara Shikaku was unqualified. Akimichi Torafu was unqualified. And while Uchiha Kagami possessed both ability and conviction, thinking of Kagami's future torn between village and clan made Tobirama hesitant to take a risk. As for why Sarutobi Hisashi was suitable, it was not due to strength, character, or ability, but because, among the six, he most resembled the elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Upon hearing Rin's words, Tobirama was taken aback, a chilling premonition emerging within him. It warned that he could not allow this fellow to continue speaking. Yet reason urged him to let Rin continue, as it would assist in analyzing this individual. In that moment, the depths of Tobirama's eyes reflected a tumult of conflicting emotions. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a surge of joy. Claiming not to desire the role of Hokage would be disingenuous. The most crucial point was that while the teacher had declared that Rin could not ascend to the higher echelons of Konoha, evidently stemming from a lack of trust, Hizashi, in contrast, believed in his own judgment. Rin valued bonds more than life itself, which made Hizashi optimistic about Rin and willing to place his trust in him. Thus, he found little reason to doubt Rin's words. If Rin knew Sarutobi's innermost thoughts, he would surely be taken aback. For the fourth plan he had prepared for Senju Hashirama to review had, quite unexpectedly, been seen by Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon returning to the office, Rin looked with amusement at the increasingly furious Danzo, his eyes narrowing with delight. "Mr. Danzo, do you know what the greatest weakness of human nature is?" Danzo remained silent, consumed by a desire to strangle this insufferable man, even wishing to eliminate the small one beside him. Rin did not expect an answer. Instead, affectionately ruffling the soft hair of Ri, tell him, what is the greatest weakness of human nature? Ri timidly glanced around before softly replying, arrogance. Silence enveloped the room. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. In Senju Tobirama's mind, two faces suddenly appeared, his elder brother and Uchiha Madara, the arrogant Madara and his brother's foolish grin. Uchiha Kagami, meanwhile, thought of his clan. Their eyes filled with hope for him, while coldly disregarding outsiders, filling him with profound sorrow. So this is what it means to have character? The involuntary words from Uchiha Kagami struck Danzo like a sharp pain across his face. What does this mean? I lack character? Impossible. I am willing to bear the weight of infamy for the village, to shoulder the darkness. Do I truly lack character? As soon as the words left his lips, Danzo felt a jolt in his chest. It was over. To speak of bearing darkness was a grave mistake. The reason it is called a hidden rule is because everyone knows it, yet no one speaks of it. It is not that they cannot, but that once uttered, the consequences are inevitable. Now, with a single phrase, he had unwittingly ensnared himself. Even if he wished to avoid the burden of darkness and infamy, he was now fated to carry them. Realizing this, Shimura Danzo immediately lowered his head, no longer daring to display even a hint of anger before the second Hokage. He had lost his qualification to compete for the position of Hokage, right then, after that damned little brat's mere words. Now, he did not want Senju Tobirama to harbor genuine disdain for him. Seeing Danzo retreat, Rin chose to lower his flag. Not at all. A snake that is not killed will strike back. Today, I shall use my words to thoroughly uproot you. Dare to provoke my petty grievances? You must learn that the tongue can be sharper than any blade. With these thoughts, the mischief within Rin bubbled with greater enthusiasm. By the way, there was one more thing. Before Rin could finish, Senju Tobirama raised a hand to interrupt. Enough, monkey, take him to complete the enrollment procedures. Sarutobi Hizashi also felt it was time to prevent this man from continuing, hastily grasping Rin's sleeve and escaping the Hokage's office as if fleeing for his life. Don't forget to deliver the envelope to the Exchange Bureau's Rain Frog. Rin's words were cut short as he was forcibly pulled out of the office by Sarutobi Hizashi. Seeing this, everyone in the office, except for Senju Tobirama, sighed in unison, feeling the cold sweat already dampening their backs. Sakafang Rin was far too skilled at manipulating emotions. It was more terrifying than any jutsu they had ever known. Shimura Danzo, in an attempt to showcase himself, had been decisively stripped of his candidacy for Hokage by this fellow. Not only in their eyes but also in the heart of their teacher. With this realization, they collectively concluded, under no circumstances should this man be allowed to rise to the upper echelons of Konoha. Senju Tobirama, seated behind his desk, maintained an expression of calm indifference. Yet within, he sighed softly, compiling intelligence. Name, Sakafang Rin. Potential, S. Loyalty, E-. Value, S. Personality, extremely family-oriented, holds deep grudges. Recommendation, directly handle or ignore. Handling method, ignore Sakafang Rin. Approach through Sakafang Ri. Contact via Senju Akatsuki. After completing the enrollment procedures, Sarutobi Hizashi escorted Rin and Ri to the entrance of the Hokage building. Just as the three were bidding farewell, Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly called out to Rin, perplexity evident in his tone. Rinkuin, Why do you insist on enrolling in the ninja school? Hearing this, Rin let out a bitter laugh, glancing at the obedient Ri beside him. What other reason could there be but money? With that, he began to pour out his grievances to Sarutobi Hizashi. Uncle Sarutobi, you have no idea. Working the forge to the bone, I can barely earn 20 to 30,000 Ryo a month. Even if I save here and there, I cannot skimp on Ri's meals. Calculating it all, I'd end up with just over 20,000 Ryo a month. In a year, that's 240,000 Ryo over 10 years. I can't possibly stay at Uncle Ikamoku's place for a decade, can I? And as Ri grows up, she can't continue living in the same room with me. I've inquired. A 3-bedroom apartment in Konoha costs 5 million Ryo. It would take me 20 years to save that much. Even if my salary increases, 1T Ri's expenses grow as well. The little girl is getting older. She deserves pretty dresses like her classmates, doesn't she? And she shouldn't have to watch them eat delicious food while she goes hungry. I promised her mother that I would take good care of her. I can't let her suffer. What will I do if I don't become a ninja and earn money to support us father and daughter? By the end of his lament, Rin was left speechless, while Ri began to sob dramatically in support. You two are clearly siblings. Sarutobi Hizashi was utterly taken aback, staring at Rin as if he were a father crushed by the weight of life. He had imagined countless responses from Rin, but never expected such a down-to-earth answer. One that felt as earthy as the very ground beneath them. A true manifestation of earth release, mental decapitation technique. Here. I still have some savings. Take this for now. Sarutobi Hizashi fumbled in his ninja pouch, nervously pulling out a stack of money and trembling as he handed it to Rin. Witnessing this, Rin wiped away his tears and looked at Sarutobi Hizashi with longing. Uncle Sarutobi, thank you so much, but I cannot accept. With that, he pretended to wipe non-existent tears, revealing his ulterior motives. By the way, I suppose I am a double agent for both Konoha and Rain Village. Rain Village pays me, doesn't he, Konoha? At this, Sarutobi Hizashi was at a loss for words, feeling he had been ensnared once more by this fellow. At this moment, he found it difficult to refuse. Ahem, wait a moment, I will ask the teacher. With that, he executed a body flicker technique and vanished in a hurry. After a considerable time, Rin awaited Sarutobi Hizashi and received his first remuneration since arriving in Konoha, 10,000 Ryo. Sarutobi Hizashi observed Rin's disdainful expression and, with an awkward tone, remarked, Don't think it's too little. Even Umbu members earn only this much per month. With that, he hurriedly departed, fearing Rin would launch into another performance of lamenting his poverty. Rin clutched the money in his hands, clicking his tongue and sighing. Well, something is better than nothing. After mumbling this, he pondered how he could work one job and earn 3 incomes, and his spirits lifted as he carried the giggling Ri home. In front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage office, Senju Tobarama watched Rin's jubilant demeanor, his handsome face growing long with discontent, silently appraising this man with a new label, shameless. Chapter 22. The village's plans with 10,000 Ryo in hand, Rin returned home in high spirits. Money is the source of courage. With it, Rin felt as though he walked with the wind. Moreover, he had arranged with Sarutobi Hizashi that in a week, he would begin his studies at the ninja school. Attending school is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the rigorous training at the Ninja Academy that rightfully qualifies him as a member of the Leaf Village's ninja community. Although he remains vigilant and cautious, Rin has at least gained the opportunity to embark on missions. Furthermore, the unabashed use of ninjutsu proves to be immensely beneficial for his future endeavors. Over the course of the following week, Rin dedicates himself to forging, producing a considerable number of finished products while accumulating a significant amount of iron scraps. Embracing the principle of waste not, want not, he melts down the scraps, grinding them into iron powder for storage within his body. This method of weighted training is one he previously employed at the base of the evil god cult, albeit back then, he concealed dirt and other debris within himself. Whereas now, it is iron powder. The weight of iron powder far exceeds that of dirt, and its distribution is remarkably balanced. Thus, it can be said that iron powder serves as a far superior form of weight compared to mere dirt. Consequently, despite the persistent aches that envelop his body, Rin remains undeterred and finds joy in the process. He is inherently lazy, reluctant to carve out time for physical training on his own, and thus resorts to this method of continuous weighted exertion to enhance his capabilities. Within less than a week, Rin discovers that this weighted approach yields surprisingly effective results. The total weight of approximately 200 kilograms of iron powder is evenly distributed across his body. Although the discomfort is relentless, every movement, be it walking, sitting, or lying down, contributes to his training. Observing the faintly darkened palms of his hands, Rin cannot help but muse. What Phaeton lacks is not strength or intelligence, but rather creativity. The potential applications of an immortal body are vast: 8 gates, explosive tags, flying thunder god technique, and so forth. If given the opportunity, Rin even contemplates trying out the corpse demon binding technique or perhaps entertaining himself with a tailed beast. Ever since he became impervious to death, the array of possibilities has expanded significantly, leaving Rin in awe. Should he master these techniques, not even Madara or Kagaya could stand against him. Of course, engaging in actual combat seems implausible. He is resigned to a life of earning a few billion to sustain himself. What Rin admires most is the character of Banjizo, the son of a jeweler. With his mastery of money ninjutsu, tongue-based deception akin to that of a prince, and the facade techniques of the two pillars, alongside the face techniques of Otsutsuki Ichiraku, they collectively represent the 4 most formidable ninjutsu. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is the day Rin is to attend school. Lee, it's time to wake up. Rin dons his clothes and shakes the plump Lee, who lies sprawled beside him. Lee mumbles and turns over, continuing her deep slumber. Lee, wake up. Your brother is taking you to school. Rin, unperturbed, continues to shake the chubby girl, akin to kneading a round piece of dough. Brother, I want to sleep. Lee, growing impatient from his persistent shaking, finally sits up, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. What are you sleeping for? Only the unambitious sleep. Rin, who seldom sleeps himself, feels an envious yearning for the carefree slumber of a child like Lee. When firmness fails, Lee pouts and plops back down onto her bedding, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Brother, I want to go to the Asakusa Temple Festival with Aunt Kyoko today. Where is Asakusa Temple? I've never heard of it. Aunt Kyoko said that Asakusa Temple is a branch of the Temple of Fire, right in the village. Noticing Li's eager expression, Rin lets out a sigh. You don't wish to visit the festival. Rather, you want to indulge in feasting. However, Rin does not impede Li's enthusiasm. It is evident that the higher-ups of the Leaf Village are at play. The method is simple, yet it is one that Rin finds difficult to resent. Among the many reasons for his arrival in the Leaf Village, one significant aspect is to provide Lee with a joyful childhood. The Leaf Village, being the strongest among the 5 great nations, boasts a favorable climate and environment, and, most importantly, a relatively pleasant atmosphere. In this era where life is as expendable as grass, the will of fire indeed shelters a haven. The village leader's intentions are straightforward. By influencing Lee, they aim to further sway his decisions. Clearly, they are overestimating their influence. Even without Lee, Rin would still align with the Leaf Village. Even if Lee were to become a Leaf Ninja and a successor to the Will of Fire, what of it? Would she be unhappy? What does this fellow even understand? With that thought, Rin resolves to let it be. Carefree living is less burdensome. Then you must get up. If you linger any longer, I shall punish you. Lee pays no heed to Rin's threat, her face lighting up as she tugs at his sleeve, her large, beautiful eyes wide with delight. Brother, you agreed. Rin nods, and the little girl immediately springs to life, wriggling joyfully in her bedding. All right, get dressed. Upon hearing this, Lee obediently nods. Before long, Rin leads Lee to the dining area, where Uncle Muku sits at a low table, yawning sleepily. Upon seeing Rin enter, he childishly turns away, shaking his rear in discontent. He remains displeased about Rin attending ninja school, viewing ninjas as untrustworthy, believing that only earning money is respectable. Aunt Kyoko, busy preparing the meal, playfully swats him, then smiles and beckons to Rin and Lee. Rin-kun, Lee-chan, come here. Today's breakfast is tomato omelet rice. At the mention of food, Lee's eyes sparkle, and she eagerly pulls Rin towards the table. Taking their seats, Uncle Muku leisurely sips his tea, while Aunt Kyoko lifts Lee onto her lap, and the little glutton Kato dives into his meal. Rin, however, disregards the tempting omelet rice on the table and instead reaches into his pocket to retrieve an envelope. Placing it on the table, Aunt Kyoko, today I will be attending ninja school. I heard from Lee that you are taking her to the Asakusa Temple Festival, so please use this for her expenses. He pushes the envelope toward Kyoko. Kyoko, taken aback by Rin's serious demeanor, instinctively resorts to honorifics. shaking her head in refusal. No, no, Rin-kun, I really like this child, and just a simple outing to the festival won't cost much. Rin gently shakes his head, his hand firmly pressing the envelope forward. Though still young, his furrowed brow emanates a mature intensity that makes it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Perhaps he is unaware, but his past experiences imbue him with a certain sophistication that often prompts others to forget he is merely 7 years old. Unable to resist his insistence, Kyoko sighs softly and accepts the envelope. It feels neither thick nor thin, but possesses a solid weight. Frequently dealing with money, Kyoko quickly deduces its contents. The envelope likely contains cash, around 8 to 10 1,000 yen bills. She cannot help but marvel at how generous Rin is towards Li Yi, readily offering 10,000 yen. To her, 10,000 yen is not much, but for a child just starting out with his sister, it is indeed a substantial sum. What an extraordinary child he is. After breakfast, Rin guides Li Yi back to their room. Li Yi, hold on to this. I hope you haven't forgotten how to recognize characters. Upon hearing this, Li Yi, with a sweet and innocent expression, accepts the scroll Rin offers, shaking her head. Brother, I haven't forgotten. Excellent. Rin, satisfied, pats Li Yi on the head and continues. This scroll contains a technique for chakra extraction. You're a big girl now. Take the time to study it on your own and don't rely on your brother for everything. Hearing this, Li Yi nods obediently. Brother, does having chakra make one a ninja? Not exactly, but chakra is fundamental to being a ninja. The scroll contains all the necessary information. You can read it yourself. He concludes by gently pinching her chubby cheek. Li Yi silently cradled the scroll in her arms, her large eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, Rest assured, brother, I will strive diligently to become your capable assistant soon. Observing the girl's bright, gleaming eyes, Rinrin could only shake his head in resignation. Li Yi, I do not require an assistant. The scroll I gave you merely offers you an additional choice for your future. After all, this world does not solely revolve around the path of a ninja. Li Yi shook her head defiantly. Brother, I do not understand, but I will certainly give it my all. Sighing, Rinrin conceded, Very well, pursue your happiness. With a gentle pinch to her chubby cheek, he turned and headed off to school. Chapter 23. Enrollment at the Konoha Ninja Academy. By the time Rinrin arrived at the school gate, the throng of children had dissipated. The warm morning sun filtered through the leafy treetops, casting a serene and leisurely glow upon the ground. At the entrance of the school, a middle-aged ninja clad in a green vest stood upright, jotting notes in a small notebook. Upon noticing Rinrin's approach, the ninja paused momentarily before striding towards him. Sakuhu Rinrin? He inquired, peering at his notes with a furrowed brow. Rinrin nodded in affirmation. The middle-aged ninja wasted no time. With a decisive snap, he closed his notebook and introduced himself with rapidity. I am Nakazura Taiku. You may call me Teacher Taiku. Now, Rinrin-kun, please follow me. With that, he briskly made his way into the school, prompting Rinrin to quicken his pace to keep up. Noticing Rinrin had caught up, Nakazura Taiku opened his notebook and began reciting with precision as they walked. Sakuhu Rinrin, an orphan from the land of water, arrived in Konoha over half a month ago with a merchant caravan. Rinrin nodded in acknowledgement. I have a general understanding of your situation. Now, let me explain the school's regulations. The Ninja Academy was established by the second Hokage, Tobirama-sama, and serves as the foundational training ground for all Konoha ninjas. Here, you will learn the will of fire, the fundamental ninjutsu of the three-body technique, and the knowledge necessary for a novice ninja to survive. Clearing his throat, Nakazura Taiku continued, Ahem. Since this is your first day, I won't require you to transcribe the will of fire just yet. However, remember this. Classes commence at 9 o'clock in the morning and conclude at 3 in the afternoon. There are 2 classes in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, including history, theory, and practical lessons. As he rambled on, Rinrin discreetly rose on his toes to steal a glance at the tiny, densely packed script in Nakazura's notebook. Goodness, the letters were as small as grains of rice. Was this fellow truly serious? However, Rinrin felt no connection to such earnestness. As the information entered one ear and exited the other, he stifled a yawn and trailed alongside Nakazura Taiku. Before long, they crossed the open space in front of the school, passed by the swing set favored by the future prince, and entered a 3-story building. The first floor housed the 1st and 6th grades. The second floor contained the 2nd and 3rd grades, while the 3rd floor was designated for the 4th and 5th grades. Teacher Taiku, which grade have I been assigned to? Rinrin inquired, uncertain of how Sarutobi Hizashi would arrange things. Given his circumstances, he should have been placed in the first grade, yet his age suggested he was capable of entering the second grade. Hearing this, Nakazura Taiku's expression suddenly grew peculiar. Instead of answering Rinrin's question, he asked, Rinrin-kun, do you have relatives in the upper echelons of Konoha? No, Rinrin replied honestly, shaking his head. Then, did you receive any foundational education in ninjutsu prior to attending school? At this, Rinrin's heart sank. Could Sarutobi Hizashi have disclosed his information to this man? No, surely not. Such matters, concerning Konoha's infiltration of the Rain Village, would not be divulged to an ordinary teacher. Reflecting on this, Rinrin forced a self-deprecating smile and shook his head once more. Nakazura Taiku's expression became even more perplexed. That is indeed strange. Why would they allow a student without a foundation to directly enter the second grade? Rinrin felt a flicker of joy. To be placed in the second grade meant he would spend a year less in this school filled with young children, which he considered rather good news. Lost in his thoughts, Nakazura Taiku led Rinrin up the staircase to the second floor. The number of students capable of becoming ninjas was limited, resulting in only one class per grade. This meant that each floor, aside from the teacher's office, contained merely 2 large classrooms. Upon reaching the second floor, Nakazura Taiku led Rinrin into a tiered classroom situated close to the stairway. The classroom was empty, with books, papers, and scrolls haphazardly strewn across the desks, indicating that the students had just recently departed. Nakazura Taiku continued to drone on about the rules of the ninja school, adopting an urgent demeanor, while Rinrin pressed his forehead in frustration. Teacher Taiku, where are the other students? Interrupted, Nakazura Taiku shot Rinrin an annoyed glance and replied tersely. This class is a practical lesson, and everyone has gone to the playground at the back. Then, Teacher Taiku, do I need to attend the class? Rinrin thought his incessant chatter was unbearable. After only a short while, he felt as if he might strangle him in frustration. Yes, but since you have interrupted me with 5 questions and 7 interruptions from the school gate until now, I must deduct 5 minutes from your time. With that, he flipped through his notebook and resumed his monologue. Rinrin rolled his eyes and sat down in a random seat. Finally understanding why the Supreme Treasure would want to silence Tang Sung with a single blow, being lectured was more unbearable than slicing through layers of flesh. It felt as if a century had passed before Nakazura Taiku's thin lips finally ceased their movement, and the world fell silent. Rinrin stood up, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he exclaimed, Teacher Taiku, let us hurry to the playground. I can hardly wait to meet my dear classmates. Seeing this, Nakazura Taiku nodded in satisfaction. Despite the boy's tendency to interrupt, his unmerited leap to the second grade, and his tardiness on the first day of school, as long as he could bond with his classmates, he would be considered a good child. With this thought, Nakazura Taiku gestured towards the last row's corner, saying, Rinrin-kun, there are no other available seats in the classroom for now, so you must make do with sitting there for the time being. Rinrin's heart leapt with joy upon seeing the corner seat, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at rice. The corner was perfect. He could nap without interruption, and if sleep eluded him, he could gaze out at the beautiful scenery beyond the window. Truly a seat designed for someone like him, who merely wished to pass the time. Once the seating arrangement was settled, Nakazura Taiku led Rinrin outside the teaching building. In the spacious playground behind the school, under the guidance of 2 ninjas, a group of children was pairing off, engaging in mock combat with punches and kicks. Even though they were merely 7 or 8 years old, their movements displayed a level of discipline and strategy, each action measured and deliberate. The air was filled with their youthful voices, punctuated by playful grunts and shouts. The 2 teachers in green vests moved among the children, continuously correcting their stances. Initially intrigued, Rinrin soon lost interest. Admittedly, there was a distinct ninja fighting style at play, with both sides either blocking or dodging. The intensity of the combat lacked the visceral thrill he associated with the taijutsu of the Cloud Village, which was more vigorous and exhilarating. In the vicinity of Rin, a dark-haired boy was pinning down a silver-haired boy. Notably, the silver-haired boy exhibited an extraordinary fighting spirit, struggling fiercely even while pressed to the ground. The boy on top, with an arrogant expression, had his hand firmly around the other's neck, his demeanor particularly infuriating. Rin's gaze swept over the scene, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ah, the mischief of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 24. The Children of the Blacksmith Rinkuin. Do you truly not have any techniques mastered? Surely you can perform the simplest of body replacement jutsu? Upon hearing this, Rin shook his head. Teacher Ozora, I genuinely cannot perform ninjutsu. What about chakra extraction techniques? Ozora pressed on, still hopeful. Rin continued to shake his head. Ozora paused, then sighed. It's all right. You can learn at your own pace. Luckily, you've only jumped to the 2nd grade, not the 3rd. So there is still time to catch up. Do not be disheartened. After a moment, his expression turned serious. Rest assured, Rin-kun, as your teacher, I will not simply watch you fall behind in your studies. Upon hearing this, Rin felt a foreboding sensation creep over him. Ozora's next words confirmed his apprehension. How about this, Rin-kun? From now on, you will stay for 2 hours after school every day. I will provide you with individual tutoring. And you can also utilize this time for training until you have caught up. Rin was taken aback. What do you mean? School ends at 3:30. And you want me to stay until 5:30? Don't you have a romantic life to attend to? What about your wife? Even if you don't mind, I do. I want to go to Uncle Yamaki and learn blacksmithing. I need to support myself and Rin felt a surge of frustration at the thought of wasting so much time at the ninja academy. Teacher, can we discuss something? Speak. Teacher Ozora, could I skip this practical combat class and use that time to catch up on my studies? After all, this practical class is just about fighting back and forth. It feels a bit tedious. Upon hearing Rin's reluctance to attend the practical class, Ozora's brows furrowed immediately. Do you think this ninja academy is merely a place for training secretaries? Even medical ninjas must attend practical classes. Before Ozora could refuse outright, a haughty voice interjected. New here? You look like a clown trying to attract attention. Rin seemingly paid no mind to the mockery from behind and continued to face Ozora with hopeful anticipation. Ozora, having heard the comment, instinctively turned to look at the speaker. Upon recognizing him, Ozora's frown deepened. Uchiha Ryota, one of the top students in the class, was academically proficient, but the Uchiha clan's aloof demeanor was far from likable. Ryota, sensing Rin's indifference, felt a wave of intense humiliation wash over him. At this age, children are most eager to prove themselves, often consumed by self-centeredness. Even with Ozora nearby, he felt no intimidation. After all, his uncle was the direct disciple of the Hokage, Uchiha Kagami. Rin, oblivious to the unfortunate boy's connection to Kagami, wouldn't he have cared even if he did know, though merely an undercover agent. The only one truly capable of strategizing was the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It wasn't he that Rin underestimated the upper echelons of Konoha, but those who had grown accustomed to relying on brute strength often exhibited a regression in intellect. Just as the character Kurizetsu in the original work was deemed formidable, his true prowess lay in his cunning. The bloodline heirs portrayed in the original narrative held no appeal for Rin. Instead, he respected the 2nd Hokage, the tragic Uchiha Itachi, and the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, as individuals worthy of his esteem. Seething with anger, Ryota's youthful face twisted in frustration. Ozora-sensei, let me fight him and see how strong he really is. He pointed disdainfully at Rin. Ozora felt an onset of headache. While he would never be angered by the boastful words of a child, he was troubled by the Uchiha clan's pervasive arrogance. Whether they wore scowls or flaunted their pride, they were all too accustomed to disdain. On the playground, the small commotion quickly attracted attention. Students ceased their activities and gathered in clusters, including a few of Ryota's admirers. The reality of their admiration was undeniable. The Uchiha name carried significant weight, drawing fans wherever they went. However, the girls were cautious not to raise their voices in the presence of the teacher. Nevertheless, they glared at Rin with fierce intensity, as if he were their sworn enemy. With the support of his admirers, Ryota grew bolder, a smug expression plastered across his face as he addressed Rin. Newcomer, I'll give you one hand. He dramatically tucked one hand behind his back, eliciting cheers from the surrounding girls. Rin remained unfazed. He had no desire to engage with such individuals, feeling that any association would only diminish his own intellect. After all, individuals like the Prince Naruto excelled at dragging their opponents down to their level of reasoning, only to defeat them with superior experience. Seeing Rin ignore him completely, Ryota's anger flared. You brought this upon yourself. With that, he pushed Rin forcefully from behind. Rin, caught off guard, stumbled forward. As he teetered on the brink of falling, Ryota felt a surge of satisfaction. Let us see you act tough now. Ozora could hardly believe that Ryota had the audacity to bully a classmate in his presence. However, He thought perhaps a lesson would be beneficial for Rin, preventing him from complaining about not wanting to attend the practical class again. In the crowd, the silver-haired boy who had been knocked down now rose, dusting himself off and silently preparing to assist Rin. Just as Rin was about to fall, he suddenly stepped forward with his right foot. Boom! With a terrifying crash, Rin's right foot struck the ground heavily. In the next moment, a 3-meter-wide crater filled with intricate cracks appeared beneath him, and the pressure of the air erupted, sending dust flying in all directions. The crowd froze as if time had paused. Ryota, standing behind Rin with crossed arms, felt his smugness evaporate, his expression turning to one of shock as sweat poured down his forehead, mixing with the dust swirling around him, creating a comically absurd image. Monster! Amidst the circle of children, a chubby little boy pointed at Rin, shouting in alarm. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd. A beautiful girl with a golden ponytail stared at the ground riddled with cracks beneath Rin's feet, instinctively wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Monster! This guy's strength is simply terrifying. Even the Senju clan, known for their physical prowess, had no one at Rin's age who possessed such formidable might. It was evident that he had not gathered strength nor charged forward. He had merely instinctively extended his right foot. Standing beside Rin, Ozora was even more astonished. The playground of the ninja school is far from a mere expanse of mud. The ground here is a thoroughly compacted yellow earth, a surface so solidly pressed that it serves as the ideal battleground for ninjas. Not even the 6th graders, who have already mastered numerous ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques, can produce such a terrifying impact on this formidable terrain, let alone the 2nd graders. In the midst of his anxiety, Zhongliu Dachion gazes at the ground, acknowledging that even his most powerful ninjutsu would barely leave a mark here. Nearby, a white-haired boy, seated on the ground with wide eyes, could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! Just incredible!" At that moment, Rinrin slowly straightened up, and Zhongliu Dachion swiftly appeared before the now frightened Uchiha Ryota. If shoving and pushing could be considered the antics of children, the force that this individual wielded was far more perilous than mere bruises. Such immense power would only lead to one outcome: catastrophe. The other 2 ninjas present reacted quickly. One stepped in between Rinrin and Ryota, while the other cautiously pulled the still-shocked Uchiha Ryota back. Rinrin stood quietly, expressionless, casting a glance at the ground before abruptly turning to face Zhongliu Dachion. Dachion felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fierce beast, cold sweat trickling down his back as he regarded Rinrin with intense wariness. Suddenly, Rinrin's stoic face contorted into an awkward grin. "Dachion, I'm just a blacksmith. It's only natural for me to have a bit of strength. By the way, I won't have to pay for damages, right?" The group collectively broke into a cold sweat, collapsing backward. At such a moment, this fellow was still concerned about compensation. What on earth? This monster. How does his mind work? It's terrifying. "Mom, I want to go home." Panic surged among the group. Only the white-haired boy, with a silly grin, stood up and jovially patted Rinrin on the shoulder, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. "Don't worry, new guy, you won't have to pay. I saw it all. Uchiha Ryota pushed you, so he should be the one to pay." Upon hearing this, Rinrin's eyes brightened, and he hugged the scruffy white-haired boy. "Brother, you're absolutely right. Among all these people, you are the only one with a sense of justice." This prompted a hearty laugh from the white-haired boy, who pounded his chest proudly. Of course, Rinrin chuckled in response. This fellow, despite having just been beaten, did not sulk in embarrassment. Instead, he was the first to come forward to support him. "What a warm-hearted guy. What is your name, good brother?" Rinrin inquired. "Haha, watch closely." The white-haired boy, leaping back a couple of steps, stood on one foot, extending his right hand in a flamboyant pose. "I am Jiraiya." Chapter 25. Meeting Jiraiya. As for the incident of Rinrin creating a large pit on the playground, it ultimately faded into obscurity. Uchiha Ryota, having been overly frightened, was taken home by his parents. After understanding the situation from Zhongliu Dachion, Ryota's parents chose not to apologize to Rinrin. However, Rinrin was indifferent to this. While the Uchiha clan had some remarkably magnanimous individuals, many were simply lackluster. What pleased Rinrin more was that teacher Zhongliu Dachion agreed to exempt him from practical combat lessons, instead turning that time into extra tutoring. For Rinrin, this was a satisfactory arrangement. As long as he could return to the forge on time, these were minor issues. In the only class of the afternoon, Rinrin sat at the back of the classroom, sharing a desk with the white-haired boy from earlier, Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya sported an audacious, explosive hairstyle, with red lines painted under his eyes, dressed in a gray-green robe adorned with flame patterns. Rinrin, your strength is truly impressive. How did you cultivate it? Jiraiya whispered, leaning over the desk to shield his conversation from the teacher's view. Noticing this, Rinrin mimicked him and leaned down, responding quietly. I forge iron. Swinging the hammer often naturally builds strength. Can you teach me? Jiraiya asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Rinrin nodded immediately. Next time, I'll bring a blacksmith's hammer for you. Find something sturdy to pound on every day, and your strength will increase naturally. Jiraiya beamed with joy. Having experienced that immense power firsthand, he recognized not just the destructive potential, but the overwhelming aura it exuded, sending chills down his spine. Imagining himself wielding such strength to confess to Tsunade filled him with boundless joy. Rinrin couldn't help but smile along. By the way, Jiraiya pointed curiously at the empty seat in front of Rinrin. Do you know where Uchiha Ryota went? Rinrin paused, realizing that the infamous little devil from the Uchiha clan was sitting right in front of him. Unsure, he scratched his head and speculated. He was probably taken home by his parents to change his pants. Jiraiya didn't laugh. Instead, he leaned in closer and warned, Rinrin, be careful. Uchiha Ryota is quite petty. Besides, their clan. Jiraiya's words trailed off, but Rinrin understood the implication. The Uchiha clan certainly harbored a certain narrow-mindedness. Yet Rinrin was even more astute. Reflecting on this, he belatedly recognized a flaw in his plan. If I were to have an enemy in Konoha, would the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, be more inclined to trust me? The answer was self-evident, and the Uchiha made for an excellent adversary. In the village, the Uchiha clan did not enjoy the esteemed status one might expect. Their exclusivity was deeply ingrained in their family culture. As long as there were elders from the Warring States period among them, the pride embedded in their lineage would continue to persist through generations. This was in stark contrast to the will of fire championed by the first Hokage. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan's formidable combat prowess remained an indispensable part of Konoha, or rather, the Uchiha were still a vital component of the village's military strength. If I were to fall out with the Uchiha clan, I would appear isolated and vulnerable, inevitably leaning towards the Hokage faction for protection. Thus, my trustworthiness would gradually increase. From the moment I entered Konoha and my plans were exposed, I had already been swept into this great whirlpool. In politics, there is no room for isolationism. With this thought, Rinrin's gaze shifted, and he quietly resolved to navigate these treacherous waters. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the class ended, and Rinrin joined the throng of students leaving the ninja school. Per their agreement, he was now headed to the Kato Ninja tool shop to work. With the advantage of magnet release, Rinrin's forging skills became increasingly refined, and the quality of the ninja tools he produced grew ever more exceptional, gradually enhancing the reputation of the Kato Ninja tool shop. This led to a notable phenomenon. The demand for their ninja tools became insatiable, particularly the shuriken, as reports from the front lines indicated that those produced by the Kato Ninja tool shop exhibited remarkable sharpness. For ninjas, their tools are akin to a second life. If the quality is unreliable, it becomes a nightmare. Rinrin's crafted shuriken were not only razor-sharp, but also remarkably durable, resulting in an exceptionally high recovery rate post-battle. Although such traits were not conducive to business for the Kato Ninja tool shop, on the battlefield, when supplies ran low, these recovered shuriken could indeed be life-saving. With that, he pulled aside the curtain and stepped into the Kato Ninja tool shop. At this moment, the store was no longer as desolate as when Renhito first arrived. Instead, it bustled with activity. Numerous ninjas clad in green vests moved about, gesturing with the ninja tools displayed on the racks. Ibanmuki rubbed his plump hands together, his expression shrewd and a smile plastered across his face as he navigated through the crowd. Upon seeing Renhito lift the curtain, Ibanmuki hurriedly approached him. Ah, my dear brother, why have you arrived so late? Come, there are several specially customized large orders. Let me see if you can take them on. How substantial are they? Renhito instinctively responded. Hearing this, Ibanmuki threw an arm around Renhito's shoulder and, with his free hand, discreetly gestured an 8 between them. Mine? Yours? Renhito grinned widely, knowing that good fortune was on the horizon. This large order was not merely significant in size, it was a symbol of established reputation. In the realm of forging, particularly weapon crafting, quality is the foundation of all. With quality, everything follows. Ninjas who survive on the battlefield inherently serve as the best advertisements. The tools they wield are naturally perceived as superior. As they spoke, Renhito and Ibanmuki approached the counter. Here are the orders. Customized ninja blades from the Tsukikage clan, armor plates from the Akimichi clan, and the merchandise my old man is trading this time. He can wait for the goods he ordered from me. What's crucial is the Tsukikage clan's ninja blades. This is a significant client, so please pay special attention. Renhito nodded, taking the order from Ibanmuki's hands before turning to enter the forge. Ironically, magnet release provided an almost perverse enhancement to blacksmithing. Yet Renhito still couldn't determine whether magnet release was indeed a bloodline limit. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed, accompanied by the roaring of the bellows, as time gradually passed. At 6 o'clock, the Kato Ninja Tool store closed. Renhito wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and feigned exhaustion as he emerged from the forge. In the front hall, Ibanmuki was animatedly leaning over the counter, the beads of his abacus clicking loudly. Ah, Renhito-kun, you've worked hard. Hey, with all this effort, aren't you going to give me a raise? Renhito grinned. A raise? Ibanmuki's face stiffened as he slowly wrapped his arms around the stacks of cash before him. You're joking again. We're partners sharing the profits. I'm not your boss. How can I give you a raise? Observing Ibanmuki's wary expression, Renhito smirked and suggested, adjusting the profit share would be out of the question. At this, Ibanmuki shook his plump head vigorously. No, Renhito-kun. I am a man of integrity. I will not go back on my word. Hearing this, Renhito could only sigh in resignation. All right, you have integrity. Just remember, the iron, ore, and charcoal will only last until tomorrow. Make sure to restock. I'm off to have dinner now. With that, Renhito slipped out of the Kato Ninja Tool store without looking back, leaving Ibanmuki lamenting in anguish. Is it not enough again? The last shipment just came in last week. That was enough charcoal and iron ore for 2 weeks. Damn, Renhito, don't leave, come back. Renhito shrank his head and vanished without a trace. In a dense forest outside of Konoha, Renhito excitedly pulled out a bundle of weights from his pocket. This was the weight he forged from leftover materials. And under the combined effects of immense force and magnet release, it was compact yet frighteningly heavy. For weights, wrapped in sturdy burlap bags, totaled nearly 400 kilograms. Renhito strapped the 4 weights onto his hands and feet, and with the iron powder stored within him, the total weight approached 500 kilograms. Merely donning this burden made Renhito feel as though he had transformed into a scale weight, destined to sink in water. Rising to his feet, he took a few arduous steps, and immediately, the groans of his muscles and bones filled the air. Renhito knew this was his body lamenting under the unbearable load. However, this was precisely the effect Renhito desired. He believed that once he adapted to this weight, he would be able to effortlessly overpower a group of Chunin using only his physical strength. As for why not aim for Jonin, it was because those who became Jonin typically possessed exceptional qualities beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Chapter 26. The Seat Change Incident at the Konoha Ninja Academy. During the transformation technique class, Renhito Saku stood before the podium. The instructor, Nakazaru Akira, held the attendance sheet and called out Renhito's name. Present. Renhito replied lazily, then rose to step onto the podium, standing before Nakazaru Akira. With his thumbs pointed upwards and overlapping, Renhito effortlessly performed a transformation. With a soft thud, white mist dissipated, revealing a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Nakazaru Akira. Nakazaru stroked his chin, circling around Renhito. Aside from being a bit short, everything else is fine. 60 points. Passing, keep striving. With another soft thud, Renhito reverted to his original form and turned to descend from the podium. Upon returning to his seat, he had yet to settle in when Jiraiya's disgruntled voice reached him from the neighboring seat. Damn, Renhito, we agreed to fail together, yet you scored 60 in every subject. What does that mean? Renhito was at a loss for words. Although he had his reasons, he couldn't share them with Jiraiya. Competing with a bunch of kids in exams seemed pointless. If not for the requirement to retake classes for failing, Renhito wouldn't have even bothered to take the exams. As for why he only aimed for 60 points, wasn't that an appealing score? It spared him from unnecessary interactions with classmates and maintained a passing grade, thereby avoiding the even more pointless remedial classes. The transformation technique was quite simple, yet it was one of the foundational skills among ninja. Beginners could easily spot flaws in the transformation, but adept ninjas could perform it flawlessly. For a competent undercover agent, The significance of transformation techniques surpassed even combat prowess. Rinhito excelled in this domain. The assessments continued, and soon it was the turn of Uchiha Ryota, who sat in front of Rinhito. Perfect transformation technique, 100 points. Sitting in the audience, Rinhito couldn't help but smile inwardly. The assessments at the Ninja Academy were indeed quite straightforward. Ryota's transformation had at least 7 slight flaws, yet the instructor awarded him a perfect score. If it had been someone else, they would surely have failed. What made Konoha exceptional was its unreasonable abundance of bloodline limits and forbidden techniques. Just a simple Sharingan and Byakugan made many villages drool with envy. Coupled with techniques like Shadow Clone Jutsu, Flying Thunder God, 8 Gates, Corpse Sealing, and Spiritualization, they effortlessly created a chasm of despair between Jonin from Konoha and those from other villages. Not to mention, Konoha produced an abundance of exceptionally gifted genin. As Uchiha Ryota walked back to his seat amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, he sneered, "Saku Rinhito, how many points did you score?" Following that, he mockingly answered his own question, "Oh, I remember now, you only scored 60 points. How fortunate. You almost failed. I sincerely hope you remain this lucky every time." Annoyed by this irritating child, Rinhito merely rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. However, Jiraiya, unable to bear it any longer, slammed his palm on the desk and shouted, "What is so impressive about that? You just got a perfect score. Rinhito scores 60 every time. Can you achieve 100 every time?" Hearing this, Rinhito covered his forehead in exasperation. Damn it, this guy's logic is astounding. What is there to be proud of about consistently scoring 60? I can't tell if you're praising me or mocking me. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Ryota burst into mocking laughter. Heh, you two truly make an exquisite pair. One is perpetually the unfortunate underachiever, failing every time, while the other seems to possess an uncanny streak of luck, always landing on his feet. What an extraordinary match. Sighing heavily, Rin raised his gaze towards Uchiha Ryota, his eyes brimming with exasperation. I had no intention of targeting you. But now you've chosen to step into the spotlight. Why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just live peacefully? Did you change into a clean pair of pants? Rin spoke coolly. At his words, Ryota's face flushed crimson, memories of the last incident when Rin had frightened him into wetting his pants flooding his mind. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. Meanwhile, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Following that incident, Ryota had taken an entire week off just to evade the embarrassment. And now, Rin had brought it up again, as if tearing open an old wound and sprinkling salt upon it. You bastard. What is so impressive about being strong? How dare you mock the Uchiha? Ryota shouted hysterically, his eyes ablaze with fury. At the podium, Nakazuru Aozora pressed his fingers against his throbbing temples, feeling that this particular class was the most challenging he had ever encountered. The arrogant Uchiha, the troublemaking Jiraiya, and the unyielding Rin formed the very epicenter of chaos. The previous incident was still unresolved, the playground remained under repair, and Ryota had just returned from his absence, only to clash with Rin again. At that moment, Rin innocently raised his hand, pointing at Ryota. "Teacher Aozora, this guy is disrupting my studies. May I hit him?" As his voice rang out, the classmates instinctively shrank back in their seats, recalling the scene of Rin demolishing the school playground with a single kick. "No," Aozora instinctively shouted, rushing like the wind to position himself between Rin and Ryota. Ryota felt his legs weaken, retreating nervously. Although Rin had posed his question in an inquisitive tone, the threat in his eyes was unmistakable. "Don't come any closer. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Uchiha clan will ensure you suffer beyond imagination," Ryota shouted, his bravado faltering. Hearing this, many classmates frowned. As fellow members of Konohagakure, such words felt excessive. Was it still the Warring States period? Even Aozora, standing between the two, cast a disapproving glare at Ryota. Children from prestigious clans possessed superior skills in ninjutsu and taijutsu compared to commoners. But their personalities were often heavily influenced by their families. Some even lacked the spirit of fire. Rin narrowed his eyes, observing the reactions of his classmates, a wicked grin spreading across his face. How delightful. If I could bring about the early extinction of the Uchiha clan, that would be splendid. Perhaps I could even acquire a pair of Sharingan myself. Where would I place the Sharingan, I wonder? I wouldn't want to part with my original eyes. Perhaps my belly button? Or well, that is a thought too far. Cough cough. A light cough interrupted Rin's musings. Tsunade, Why don't you switch seats with Uchiha Ryota? Aozora suggested in a conciliatory tone. As soon as the words left his mouth, Rin felt Jiraiya perk up beside him, eagerly gazing at the blonde girl with a high ponytail seated in the middle of the classroom. All right, teacher Aozora, Tsunade chirped, rising and nodding. After gathering her books, she moved to vacate her seat. In front of Rin, Ryota was anxiously packing his belongings while keeping a vigilant eye on Rin's every move. Suddenly, Rin abruptly raised his right hand. Teacher Aozora, he is going to hit me. Ryota stumbled backward, falling to the ground, his short legs flailing in panic. Apologies. My head itches a bit, Rin replied with a bright smile, scratching his head. Aozora's face darkened. This group was truly a handful. Once I finish with this class, I will apply to become a jonin and never teach at the ninja school again. Ryota, realizing he had been tricked once more, trembled with rage. Just wait. He spat angrily before grabbing his books and storming off without looking back. Seeing the situation resolve, Aozora muttered a few words about getting along as classmates before returning to the podium. As soon as the blonde girl sat down, Jiraiya leaned in closer, looking mischievous. Bro, your tactic of reporting him was brilliant. I've never seen such a satisfying report. Noticing Jiraiya's awkward demeanor, Rin suddenly grinned. Jiraiya, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on Tsunade, would you? He whispered, just loud enough for Jiraiya to hear. What? No way, Jiraiya exclaimed, flustered and shaking his head vigorously. Still just a child who had not graduated from ninja school. He was yet to develop the thick skin required to handle such revelations, especially in front of a girl. Although Jiraiya continuously denied it, Rin could already see the truth reflected in his face, which had turned as red as a monkey's backside. He couldn't comprehend why so many characters in the original story were enamored with Tsunade. Was Conan not adorable? Was Kurenai not charming? Was Mei Terumi not beautiful? Conan was so cute, capable of using explosive tags, and obedient. Wasn't she superior to Tsunade, this violent woman? Kurenai, with her crystal release, could easily gather wealth, and had a bit of a tsundere personality. Wasn't she more appealing than Tsunade, who was wasteful? As for Mei, well, let me wipe my nosebleed first. Rin felt that while Tsunade might possess beauty, in reality, her wastefulness and violence were simply terrifying. Unbeknownst to him, sometimes the things one fears the most are the very things that come to pass. Seeing Jiraiya's flustered state, Rin laughed heartily. Jiraiya, you'd better prepare to treat me. Otherwise, I'll spread the word about your crush on Tsunade throughout the village. At this, Jiraiya, filled with embarrassment, grabbed Rin by the neck. No, don't say such nonsense. I don't like that flat-chested princess. Hey, I don't care. If you don't treat me, I'll tell everyone. Rin replied, adopting a defiant expression. Realizing he was outmatched, Jiraiya caved. Checking his pockets, he found only a meager 2 coins, totaling a mere 200 ryo. After a moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to ask, What do you want to eat? At his question, Rin smiled mysteriously, raising a finger. A skewer of takoyaki would suffice to silence me. Upon hearing the request for a skewer of takoyaki, Jiraiya sighed in relief. Takoyaki was a local specialty in Konoha, priced at only 10 ryo per skewer, making it a delicious yet affordable snack. Deal. In the front row, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, struggling to contain her anger. That bastard Jiraiya dared to call her a flat-chested princess. She thought furiously. I must teach him a lesson in the next practical class. And that despicable Rin, he is even worse. How dare he extort Jiraiya for a mere skewer of takoyaki? What is more infuriating is that he was satisfied with just a skewer. You two bastards, just you wait. Chapter 27. The ninja bag nestled close to the heart of the village was an expansive estate, once the ancestral land of the Senju clan, now the home of Uzumaki Mido, and also Tsunade's residence. At this moment, Tsunade, her high ponytail bobbing, angrily pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. In the expansive courtyard, a mature woman with a red bun and a purple diamond mark on her forehead gently lowered the watering can in her hand, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she opened her arms towards Tsunade. Upon seeing her grandmother, Tsunade immediately quelled her anger, like a fledgling darting into the embrace of its nurturing guardian. Grandma, what brings you to tend to the flowers? Tsunade inquired in a sweet, playful tone. Last week, I visited Sensoji Temple, and the head priest gifted me a rhododendron. I thought it would be lovely to plant it, the ageless Uzumaki Mido said, tenderly stroking Tsunade's silky hair, her large eyes narrowing into a crescent. But enough about me. What seems to trouble you today, my dear Tsunade? You appear quite upset, she observed. Tsunade pouted slightly. Under normal circumstances, she would never confide in anyone, not even her grand uncle Tobarama, about her grievances today. However, Uzumaki Mido was different. In Tsunade's heart, her grandmother was the kindest and most considerate person. Grandma, I encountered two incredibly annoying individuals at school today. Tsunade recounted the events of the afternoon, describing Rin and Jiraiya as the most detestable souls in the universe. Uzumaki Mido listened quietly and chuckled softly. Oh, my little Tsunade has grown up and has boys vying for her attention. Is that boy named Jiraiya handsome? Observing her grandmother's teasing expression, Tsunade playfully squirmed in her embrace. Grandma, you're teasing me. Jiraiya isn't handsome at all. His grades are abysmal, and his personality is even more unbearable. In response, Uzumaki Mido affectionately pinched Tsunade's cheek. You shouldn't say such things. Your grandfather was quite mischievous in his youth as well, but he turned out fine. Humph, I don't believe you. Tsunade pouted. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tobarama Senju stared impassively at the scroll on his desk. Before him knelt a man wearing a dog mask. The scroll detailed every aspect of Rin's life during this period, including his daily routines, even noting when he used the restroom and for how long. Upon seeing the recommendation for Rin to swap places with Uchiha Ryota and Tsunade, Tobarama's eye twitched imperceptibly. He had always been quite pleased with Rin's performance. As a discovered undercover agent, Rin had consistently appeared harmless, particularly during the past week at the Ninja Academy. Besides befriending a commoner orphan named Jiraiya, he had little interaction with the other children, which was something Tobarama greatly appreciated. After all, he alone understood the lethal potential Rin possessed, setting aside Hanzo the Salamander. Even Rin's talent for strategy and manipulation made Tobarama wary. To be frank, even if Rin were to engage in a physical confrontation, he would be comparable to AJ Nin, and Tobarama could subdue him in an instant. However, when it came to schemes, Rin's capabilities could have a far greater impact on the battlefield. Were it not for the flying thunder god technique he had imprinted on Rin, he would hesitate to allow the boy to roam freely within Konoha. And now, this dangerous individual, his brother's granddaughter Tsunade, had been foolishly assigned to be near him. It was infuriating. Inuzuka summoned Sarutobi. Yes, the Inuzuka bowed his head and vanished in a puff of smoke. After a considerable time, the door to the Hokage's office was knocked upon, and the young Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. Sensei, you called for me. Tobarama nodded, setting aside the troublesome scroll. Monkey, do you think we should inform Rin of Shikufu's demise? Initially, Hiruzen felt a surge of joy. The question indicated that Tobarama increasingly valued him. However, upon recalling Shikufu's death, he became troubled. He had pondered this question extensively, but had yet to arrive at a satisfactory answer. Once Rin learned of Shikufu's death, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly leave Konoha to seek vengeance. Rin's presence could not be permitted to slip away, for both his identity and abilities were invaluable assets to Konoha. As long as Rin had not fully aligned himself with Konoha, this dangerous individual could not be allowed his freedom. Hiruzen had also considered keeping Shikufu's sister around to restrain Rin, but that was merely a thought. Firstly, would keeping Shikufu's sister create a rift between Rin and Konoha? The answer to that was uncertain. Secondly, if Rin left the village to investigate Shikufu's death, the variables would be too numerous. In the world of ninjas, death was a prevalent theme. While Rin was undoubtedly intelligent, at the moment of life and death, sheer intellect could not wield a kunai effectively. Ultimately, Hiruzen had considerable faith in Rin. He firmly believed that through the will of fire, Rin would become a significant asset to Konoha in the future. With this in mind, Hiruzen summoned his courage. Sensei, my opinion is that we should not disclose the news to him. Let him discover it on his own. Tobarama pondered for a moment and deliberately asked, what if he holds Konoha accountable for concealing the truth? It was evident that Tobarama already knew the answer and was testing Hiruzen. He wouldn't. Hiruzen replied with certainty. If he were an immature child, he might unjustly blame Konoha's higher-ups for such matters. But Rin is not that. I am certain his maturity surpasses that of many adults in the village. Gazing at Hiruzen's resolute expression, Tobarama sighed slowly. This monkey truly resembles my brother. In Konoha's bustling commercial district, the most vibrant and lively part of the village, Rin and Jiraiya stood shoulder to shoulder in front of a grill, drooling as they watched the skewers of takoyaki sizzling. 3 pieces per skewer, topped with bonito flakes. Even the neighboring children are crying out in envy. Here you go, enjoy. The lady preparing the takoyaki handed 2 skewers to Rin and Jiraiya. They swiftly accepted the skewers and, in perfect synchrony, stuffed them into their mouths. This is truly delicious," Rin exclaimed, his mouth full of savory goodness. Beside him, Jiraiya nodded vigorously, his cheeks puffed out. Soon, the two had devoured their skewers, yet they continued to stare longingly at the sizzling takoyaki on the grill, saliva pooling at their mouths. Goodness, this is delectable. As a self-proclaimed connoisseur, Rin had no love for sweet treats like taiyaki or candied apples. Rather, the rich, savory flavor of takoyaki was right up his alley. Jiraiya seemed to share his sentiments, as they both reveled in the savory delight. After finishing, even if tempted, Rin remained silent. Jiraiya had only 200 ryo in his pocket, and spending 20 ryo on takoyaki had already been a significant splurge. "Here, this is a gift." Rin pulled out a small green pouch from his robe. The moment Jiraiya laid eyes on it, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Is that a ninja pouch? You little rascal, where did you steal that from?" Jiraiya's first instinct was to assume Rin had stolen it, given that he was an orphan, and orphans typically lived in difficult circumstances. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Rin immediately bristled. "Steal? I took this openly from Uncle Moku's shelf. Can a ninja's belongings be considered theft?" Once again, Jiraiya was bombarded with a torrent of incomprehensible words. "Should I throw it away? No, I won't." Yes. Jiraiya hurriedly took the ninja pouch, weighed it, and upon opening it, found it neatly stocked with shurikens and kunai. Of course, there were no thousand-handed weapons. Rin believed that this fellow with white hair was far superior to any thousand-handed technique. Holding the ninja tool pouch and gazing at the nonchalant expression on Rin's face, Jiraiya's tears began to flow uncontrollably. You bastard, Rin." Rin, seemingly unfazed, picked his nose and turned to Jiraiya, waving his hand. "I prepared this for you since you missed the last ninja tool throwing class. Consider it a token of gratitude for the octopus balls. Save your thanks for later. Or if you want to be my little brother, I might reluctantly agree. Goodbye, I have to go to work now." Watching Rin walk away, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Since the passing of his parents, no one had cared for him in such a manner. You want me to be your little brother? Just wait until I, Jiraiya, become stronger than anyone else and protect you." After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Rin first went to Kato's ninja tool shop and busied himself for a while. With the added weight, whether walking, sleeping, or forging, he could distinctly feel his physical prowess enhancing continuously. For Rin, this was even more joyous than mastering a forbidden technique. After all, Teacher Waterbear often said that while ninjutsu determines life and death on the battlefield, taijutsu can dictate dignity in life. Rin believed that life and death were inconsequential, but dignity must never be compromised. After completing a day's workload, Rin returned to the Ibumaki household. After a hasty dinner, he returned to his room. On the tatama mat, Ri was sitting cross-legged in her turtle pajamas, looking adorably innocent. Ever since she acquired the chakra extraction technique scroll, she had been practicing diligently. Rin noticed that the little girl had considerable ninja talent. Within just a week, she was already able to sense chakra. He remembered that it took him over half a month at the cult's base to feel the flow of chakra in his body. In comparison, Ri's aptitude surpassed his own. However, this was good news for Rin. The more talented Ri was, the more attention she would receive from Konoha's higher-ups, significantly reducing her chances of peril. Of course, reckless behavior was another matter. Rin was confident that with a steady older brother like himself, Ri would grow up to be a composed and skilled ninja. Observing Ri's diligence, he felt he could not be lax as her brother. With that thought, Rin dove into his warm bed, feeling invigorated. Indeed, the pursuit of cultivation seemed entirely incompatible with his lazy demeanor. Perhaps he should wait until he could steal the multi-shadow clone technique and have his clones practice instead. Chapter 28. The con job. The next morning, Rin got up early. He first dressed the still sleepy Ri, then bid farewell to Uncle Ibumaki and Aunt Kyoko before heading off to school. As for their son, Kato Dan, who was said to be the third-grade class leader, he always left early. In contrast, Rin, the lazy one, took his time. Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, he sauntered to the corner and noticed something peculiar today. Although he was never late, he usually arrived last. But today, Jiraiya, who was typically one of the earliest, had yet to show up. Could it be that he had gone home to cry all night over yesterday's events, causing him to be late for class today? Rin mused leisurely. In his opinion, being late was hardly a concern. If not for the fact that latecomers had to stay behind for remedial classes alongside those who failed exams, he would definitely be late every day. Ding! The bell rang, and Jiraiya finally entered the classroom, looking battered and bruised, covering his face. He shot a glance at his classmates, who were eyeing him mockingly, and rushed to the back to sit down, burying his head. The teacher followed Jiraiya into the classroom, regarding him with a peculiar expression. After a while, this unfamiliar ninja instructor finally opened his book and began the lesson. In the back of the class, Rin tilted his head, curiously watching Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what happened to you? Hearing his friend's concern, Jiraiya hastily covered his face and shook his head repeatedly. And nothing, I just tripped on my way here this morning. Jiraiya stammered. And seeing his evasive eyes, Rin raised an eyebrow. You tripped and ended up with a swollen eye? Impressive. At this, Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled brightly. Seeing this, Rin's lips twitched slightly. What the hell? I can see pride in that idiot's smile. Damn it, when did I ever compliment him? Plus, he clearly got beaten up. However, since Jiraiya chose not to speak, Rin had no intention of prying further, instead scanning the classroom. Soon, his eyes began to narrow. Without Jiraiya's usual antics, the quiet morning passed swiftly. After buying a loaf of bread for the embarrassed Jiraiya, Rin quietly munched on it as they sat together. Just then, a mocking voice shattered the tranquility. Poor people will always be poor. All you can afford for lunch is bread. Ah, here we go. Rin felt a surge of delight and lazily lifted his head to face the intruder. Uchiha Ryota. Uchiha Ryota arrogantly plopped down at a desk, shaking his legs and casting a disdainful glance at Rin and Jiraiya. Oh Jiraiya, did you get beaten up? Why is your eye all swollen? Ashamed to show your face and hiding in the corner with your bread? Huh? Rin remained silent, pressing his hand down on Jiraiya's lap. Shoo, don't rush. Let us toy with him. Jiraiya let out a snort at this and ignored the brat. It was evident that today, Jiraiya had lost his usual carefree demeanor and was instead somewhat irate. This was precisely why Rin held him back. Seeing Rin's silence, Uchiha Ryota huffed disdainfully. The tail end of the class just stays mute. Thinking you can scare me today? With that, he cast a glance at Jiraiya, who was frowning deeply. The tail end should stick with the tail end. It's better than polluting the air. No sooner had he spoken than Tsunade, sitting in the front row, frowned sharply. Uchiha Ryota had gone too far. Although she wished to vent her frustration by beating up Jiraiya and Rin, she never imagined using such vicious words against her classmates. Had the Uchiha clan, bound by a pact with her grandfather, truly descended to this level? As she simmered with anger, a sudden burst of laughter interrupted her train of thought, followed by words that left her utterly astonished. Is that how Uchiha Madara teaches you? No wonder the Uchiha clan produces so many traitors, Rin remarked as he shook his head, feigning regret. When it came to sharp tongues, he had never met his match, especially since he was well acquainted with the Uchiha clan. You, Shikuhu Rin, you're courting death. Uchiha Ryota retreated while glaring fiercely at Rin. You scoundrel, take back your words. The Uchiha clan is not something a commoner like you can insult. In response, Rin not only refused to relent, but laughed even more heartily. Oh, you're angry now. Did you ever consider Uchiha Madara's feelings when you betrayed him? Such a rebellious brat. I ask you, Uchiha clan's wicked little imp, do you truly deserve to remain in Konoha? In Rin's words, not only was the dignity of the entire Uchiha clan ruthlessly trampled upon, but he also berated their once revered leader, Uchiha Madara. Such piercing remarks deeply wounded the heart of Uchiha Ryota. It is essential to remember that one of the reasons Uchiha Madara left Konoha was the betrayal of his clan. These pitiable individuals were corrupted by the tranquility of life in Konoha and ultimately chose to betray their leader. Shut up. A frantic roar erupted from Uchiha Ryota, whose eyes were bloodshot, resembling a beast poised to strike. In an instant, many classmates recoiled in fear from his ferocious demeanor. Ryota, consumed by rage, began to form hand seals, his hateful gaze fixed firmly on Rin. Witnessing this, Rin's spirits soared. He had initially thought Ryota would merely brandish a kunai in desperation, but, astonishingly, he was about to unleash the great fireball technique. How splendid! Ryota's pace in forming the seals was not swift, providing Rin ample time to act. Yet, aside from grabbing Jiraiya and Tsunade by their collars and tossing them aside, he did nothing else. After all, he had uttered so many offensive words today precisely to await this moment. Bastard, die! Ryota shouted, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames towards Rin. Come on. If I don't extort your pants today, I'll never taste 4 dishes in my lifetime. In the following moment, Rin tightened his grip, allowing the weights on his wrists to fall with a thunderous crash. Facing the fireball, Rin's muscles tensed, his right fist concealed at his waist. Grandfather's long fist. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated. An overwhelming force, accompanied by a fierce gale, surged forth to meet the fireball in a violent clash. In the next instant, a colossal fist emerged from the flames, obliterating the fireball into countless fragments, scattering sparks in every direction. Flames ignited upon books, desks, the blackboard, and the floor, casting a chaotic glow. At that moment, the classmates still remaining in the classroom were utterly astonished. The entire event had surpassed their wildest expectations. First, Uchiha Ryota provoked Rin. Then, Rin shockingly declared that the entire Uchiha clan were traitors who had betrayed Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, Ryota unleashed fire ninjutsu within the classroom. Most astonishing of all, Rin had effortlessly dispersed the fire jutsu with his bare hands. This moment, with Rin's fist poised, was indelibly etched in their minds. It was terrifying. This individual was nothing short of a monster. Tsunade collapsed to the ground, her youthful face stripped of all expression, leaving only shock. The sheer violence. That terrifying fist that shattered the fireball left a profound imprint on the young Tsunade's heart. Meanwhile, the instigator, Uchiha Ryota, felt Rin's fist drawing ever closer. His expression contorted in extreme fear, before he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Pretending to be unconscious, are we? Rin gripped Ryota's collar. Pay up. My clothes are ruined. Just then, Jiraiya weakly pointed at Rin's shoes, sheepishly saying, Rin, your shoes, they're ruined too. Rin glanced down, his temples throbbing. Damn it, my shoes are ruined. 2 pairs. You owe me 2 pairs. Tsunade cast a glance at the 2 clowns, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What the hell? Is this really the time to think about shoes? Upon hearing this, Rin turned coldly to Tsunade. Are you going to pay for my shoes? Let me tell you. 2 pairs. If I don't get 2 pairs today, he is not going anywhere. Damn it. And my clothes. 2 sets. 2 sets. Tsunade was utterly speechless. Her face darkened as she fell silent. At that moment, the classroom door was violently kicked open, and Nakazuru Akira, armed with kunai, appeared in the doorway. Put him down. Shikuhu Rin. I command you. Release him. Chapter 29. The emergence of power soon. The flames in the classroom were extinguished. Rin and Jiraiya, as instigators, along with Uchiha Ryota, the victim, were sternly escorted back to the teacher's office by Nakazuru Akira, with Tsunade accompanying them as a witness. In the office, Nakazuru Akira, his face cold, held a small scroll in his hands. Teacher Kanade, please summon Uchiha Ryota's parents. After placing the scroll heavily on the desk, he turned his gaze to Rin. As for you, Shikuhu Rin, who is your guardian? His icy voice rang out. To this, Rin shrugged nonchalantly. My dad is Sarutobi Hizashi. Go ahead and call him. Rascal. Still babbling at a time like this. Lord Hizashi's surname is Sarutobi, while yours is Shikuhu. Nakazuru Akira slammed his hand on the desk, rising in fury to glare at Rin. Huh. I'm taking my mother's surname, Shikuhu Suikyu, Rin retorted, speaking with abandon, knowing that at Nakazuru Akira's level, he had no right to inspect his information. Along the way, Tsunade attempted to speak several times, but was met with Rin's stern gaze that silenced her. Rin was eager to see just how inept the so-called teachers of the Ninja Academy were at gathering intelligence. Although Nakazuru Akira had entered the classroom while Rin was gripping Uchiha Ryota by the collar, it seemed premature to draw conclusions. On the contrary, Jiraiya stood beside Rin, his face bruised and filled with remorse. Hearing Rin's words only fueled Nakazuru Akira's anger further. Fine, fine, fine. I will summon Lord Hizashi and see what you have to say. He finished with a haughty snort, seeking a teacher to summon Sarutobi Hizashi. In the Hokage building, a puzzled-looking ninja approached Sarutobi Hizashi. Lord Hizashi, Shiku Rin has caused trouble at school, and Nakazuru Akira wants you to come take a look. The ninja teacher hesitated, not daring to mention that Rin was Sarutobi Hizashi's son. Upon hearing of Shikuhu Rin's mischief, Sarutobi Hizashi's hand trembled, causing his brush to fall, and he quickly rose to grasp the shoulder of the ninja teacher. What happened? Your son Shikuhu Rin had a conflict with a boy from the Uchiha clan at school. It seems the Uchiha boy unleashed a fire jutsu in the classroom against Shikuhu Rin. As one of the participants in extinguishing the flames, the ninja teacher easily gleaned the truth from the students. However, He had no opportunity to communicate this to Nakazaru Akira, who was already fuming. What he deemed a trivial matter, a mere harsh reprimand of a student, would ultimately extinguish Nakazaru Akira's dreams of becoming a Nin. Upon learning of the events, Sarutobi Hisashi immediately dismissed the ninja teacher and hurriedly left his office. He was not particularly worried about Shikoku Rin. His concern lay in the fact that Rin had clashed with the Uchihas. Logically, a mere undercover agent should not pose a threat to the Uchiha clan. But Rin was different. His expertise lay in digging pits for others and sowing discord in their hearts. His close friend, Shimura Danzo, was the best example. Sarutobi Hisashi still vividly remembered how Rin, with just a few words, planted a seed of distrust in everyone's hearts, simultaneously dissuading teacher Tobirama from choosing Danzo as a candidate for Hokage. In a hurry, Sarutobi Hisashi made his way to the Konoha Ninja Academy. As Sarutobi Hisashi stepped through the school gate, he immediately spotted Uchiha Kagami, whose hurried demeanor struck him as peculiar. "Kagami, what brings you to the Ninja Academy?" he pondered. Kagami, noticing Hisashi, offered a gentle smile. "I heard that our neighbor, Ryuta, has been bullied at school, and his parents asked me to check on him." Upon hearing this, Hisashi's expression shifted to one of sympathy. "It seems you truly have no idea what sort of trouble your neighbor's child has gotten into. It's Shikoku Rin. To be targeted by him could leave one scarred for life. And your clan expects you to resolve this situation?" Kagami sighed inwardly, caught between the village and his family. "However, having a friend like you here might simplify matters considerably," he mused. Kagami did not fully comprehend the events that had transpired, but he understood that for Ryuta's parents to summon him, the matter likely stemmed from the child's own misdeeds. After all, it was commonly known that when one found themselves at a disadvantage, they would resort to exerting influence over their opponent. "By the way, Hisashi, what are you doing here?" Kagami inquired, perplexed. "You'll find out soon enough. Prepare yourself," Hisashi replied, taking the lead into the Konoha Ninja School building. Creak. The door to the teacher's office swung open. Nakazumi Akira sat in his chair, his cold gaze sweeping over Rinin. Seeing this, Hisashi felt a tightening in his chest. Upon their entrance, Nakazumi quickly rose. Rinin turned to glance back. "Dad, you finally made it. Please, have a seat." Hisashi's face darkened instantly. "Who is your dad? Watch your mouth, or I might just get beaten to a pulp by Biwa Lake." "No, I'm not your father. I can't bear such a title," Hisashi exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously as he hurriedly distanced himself from the claim. Meanwhile, Kagami's heart sank. The situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. At that moment, Uchiha Ryuta had awakened, standing with his head lowered behind Nakazumi. In front of Nakazumi stood 3 children, Rinin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. As the princess of the Senju clan, Kagami preferred to avoid conflict with Tsunade, and Rinin, he was someone Kagami truly wished to evade. He was all too aware of how difficult this individual could be. Frankly speaking, he would rather face Princess Tsunade than contend with Rinin. Of course, if the involved party were the unfamiliar white-haired boy beside him, the situation would be much more manageable. As a disciple of the second Hokage, Kagami had never considered relying on power or influence to subdue others. However, if the person in question happened to be the white-haired boy, he might find himself spared from much hassle. The thoughts of Hisashi and Kagami collided in an instant. Nakazumi, noticing Hisashi's denial of any relationship with Rinin, wore a long face. "Deceit. Is this what the Ninja Academy teaches you? You insolent brat," he shouted, pointing at Rinin. Rinin bristled at this. He pushed Nakazumi's finger away, his eyes narrowing with intensity. "Mind your tone. You are a ninja and a teacher. Look, Lord Hisashi and Lord Kagami, see how this child treats his teacher." Nakazumi once again pointed at Rinin in frustration. Hisashi furrowed his brow. Not because of Rinin's attitude. He had never regarded him as just a child, but due to Nakazumi's excessive behavior. "Nakazumi-sensei, what exactly is going on? Can you clarify the situation?" Upon hearing this, Nakazumi recounted the events he had witnessed upon entering the classroom. Hisashi and Kagami exchanged concerned glances, both frowning. They possessed their own judgment. Yet they were lacking in information. At this moment, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. She cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Ryuta, who stood behind Nakazumi, and began to speak. As Tsunade narrated the events, Nakazumi's complexion grew increasingly grim, while Ryuta's head drooped even lower. Kagami's expression likewise darkened. Publicly humiliating a classmate and unleashing a formidable fire release technique aimed at fellow students. This was intolerable. Even Kagami, a member of the Uchiha clan, felt an overwhelming urge to slap this disgraceful scion of his clan. What happened to the will of fire? Is this how your ancestors taught you? Ninjutsu is not to be wielded against classmates. At that moment, Kagami's face turned a shade of deep mortification. Once Tsunade concluded her account, Ryuta suddenly raised his head, revealing a swirling Sharingan in his eyes. He activated his eyes. Ryuta's bloodshot gaze bore into Rinin with ferocity. It was him. He called me an evil brat of the Uchiha clan. He claimed our clan are all traitors, that we betrayed Uchiha Madara. It is he who has betrayed us. His frantic voice echoed in the office, casting a hush over the room. After a prolonged silence, the serious-faced Kagami turned to Rinin. Rinin-kun, did you say this? Rinin nonchalantly nodded. The situation is quite simple. I enrolled without wanting to attend practical classes, and this guy mocked me. I ignored him, and then he kept harassing me. Until he struck Jiraiya. Before Rinin could finish, Ryuta interjected, I didn't strike him. It wasn't me. Was it not? Rinin smiled. But that smile was laced with a chilling intent. What if it pertains to you? With each word, a series of clicks echoed as mechanisms unlocked. Boom. 3 heavy thuds resonated as weights fell. In an instant, Rinin vanished from sight. Stop. Both Kagami and Hizen gasped in unison. No sooner had the words left their mouths than Rinin appeared behind Nakazumi, lifting Ryuta with one hand while placing the other before his eye. A cold sweat broke out on the backs of Hizen and Kagami. Quick, too quick. Though Rinin's speed did not exceed the limits of the Sharingan, their bodies could hardly react. Moreover, this formidable boy had matched the physical prowess of a Chunin. This was no simple jonin. One must understand that a Chunin's overall strength encompasses ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and various special skills. Rinin, relying solely on his physical capabilities, had already attained a Chunin-level rating. To put it simply, Rinin's score in physical prowess alone equaled the combined scores of a Chunin in all categories. Uchiha Ryuta, if you dare to lie, I shall take your eyes. Rinin's expression remained impassive as he regarded Ryuta, a beastly aura of murderous intent flooding the office. In that instant, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Hizen finally comprehended the teacher's words about why this boy should not be allowed into the upper echelons of Konoha, and why he should abandon any notions of reforming him. How many hardships must Shiku Rinin have endured? How many lives must he have taken? And how much darkness must reside within him to exude such an indescribable malice? Suspended in the air, Ryuta trembled uncontrollably, his pallid liquid streaming down his pants. It was me. I asked someone to do it. Having obtained the desired answer, Rin smirked disdainfully, loosening his grip, causing Uchiha Ryuta to collapse to the ground. Rin turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. Did you see? From start to finish. I did nothing wrong. This entity, devoid of any will of fire, not only committed arson openly at school, but also secretly incited bullying against unrelated classmates. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply within. Did he not understand? But what could he do? At this point, a menacing grin suddenly spread across Rin's face as he shifted his gaze to the extremely pale Uchiha Kagami. Of course, he was still a child, with potential for growth. As a member of the village, I was certainly willing to give him a chance. However what? Uchiha Kagami's eyes brightened with curiosity, pressing for more. 1 million ryo. And I promise not to mention it again. Rin, you sly rascal. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but internally scoff. He should have anticipated that with Rin's nature, it would ultimately revert to a matter of money. It turned out that his initial intuition had been correct. Anyone who fell into Rin's clutches would suffer, if not physically, then at least metaphorically. 1 million ryo, a sum only obtainable from the highest tier of A-rank missions, and that too under a solo completion scenario. For the formidable Uchiha clan, it was not an exorbitant amount. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Kagami slowly nodded. If money could resolve this situation, it would indeed be a prudent choice. After all, since the loss of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan could not withstand much more turmoil. Frankly, if it weren't for this unexpected incident, Uchiha Kagami would have even considered seeking advice from the astute Rin on how to alleviate the tensions between the village and the clan. Upon receiving the answer he sought, Rin's expression morphed into one of mercenary eagerness as he sidled up to Uchiha Kagami. Brother, would you prefer to pay by card or in cash? Chapter 30. Accomplished Jiraiya. As the matter came to a close, Rin and his companions exited the teacher's office. In the school corridor, Rin, accompanied by Jiraiya, intercepted Sarutobi Hiruzen and the departing young Tsunade. "Thanks to you, Lord Sarutobi, I have managed to preserve my innocence," Rin exclaimed with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a wry smile, shook his head and sighed. "I hardly spoke 2 words. My presence or absence would have made no difference. This was a misconception. Without your presence, I would never have been able to earn such a sum." Rin leaned closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, lowering his voice. "Simply by standing in the office, despite saying nothing. Justice is assured." With that, Rin produced a thick stack of bills. This was the portion of compensation paid by Uchiha Kagami, amounting to a staggering 200,000 ryo. He withdrew half and thrust it into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. "This is your reward for your efforts." Observing this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Was he brazenly bribing Uncle Sarutobi? Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively pushed Rin's hand away. "This is my duty. I cannot accept money." Rin immediately adopted a serious expression, pushing the money back. "I understand you are fulfilling your duty, but if good deeds go unrewarded, who will uphold justice in the future? Therefore, it must be accepted." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Good deeds rewarded, thus ensuring justice? By my word, this twisted logic bore an unsettling resemblance to truth. Seizing the moment while Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought, Rin swiftly stuffed a wad of cash, amounting to a substantial 100,000 ryo, into his embrace. After this transaction, Rin turned to the oddly expressioned Tsunade. "Tsunade, please accept this 100,000 ryo." He dared not thrust the money directly into her possession. After all, she was the princess of Konoha. The idea of taking advantage of the princess was enticing, but she had no such indulgence at present. Tsunade hesitated momentarily, her eyes sparkling with realization before she graciously accepted the money. 100,000 ryo was not a fortune to her, but it marked her first independent earnings. Upholding justice deserves recognition. Such encouragement would lead to an increasing number of individuals committed to righteousness, thus fostering a healthier atmosphere. This is a simple truth. Rin held a fondness for Konoha and was willing to make a small contribution to its ethos. After all, it was not his own wealth at stake. Seeing them accept the money, Rin breathed a sigh of relief. With an arm draped around Jiraiya's shoulder, he laughed heartily. "Jiraiya, we'll split the remaining 800,000 ryo." Upon hearing Rin's intent to share the spoils, Jiraiya shook his head vigorously, repeatedly gesturing in refusal. No, I don't want it. You earned it yourself." Hearing this, Rin adopted a stern demeanor. "What do you mean you can't accept it? You took a beating for it. You fool." With that, he leaned closer to Jiraiya's ear, whispering, "Besides, I've always found that guy insufferable. This was the perfect opportunity to extract some compensation from him. By the way, Jiraiya, you are my accomplice in this, you know?" What?" Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished, and then, as if struck by a thought, he shook his head vigorously. "Rin, I know you want me to take it, but I really can't." Observing Jiraiya's reluctance, Rin's forehead twitched with irritation as he seized Jiraiya's collar. "You insufferable Jiraiya, stop dithering like a woman. You should wear a dress to class. Tsunade, lend this little sister Jiraiya a dress." "What?" Jiraiya, infuriated, retaliated by grabbing Rin's collar in turn. "You bastard. I took a beating from 7 people last night, and didn't he utter a word? How dare you look down on me?" Before he could finish, Rin delivered a swift punch to Jiraiya's uninjured left eye. "Look at you. You were beaten by 7 people and still had the audacity to say it out loud. If it were me, I would have taken down at least one. Damn it, Rin, that is precisely how I operate. Ow, you sneak attacked me. Damn it. I'm going to fight you." As the 2 children grappled with each other, rolling on the ground in a fit of fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched with a mix of amusement and emotion. Setting aside this comical scene, it was evident that Rin had finally forged new bonds within Konoha. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having received the money, wore a displeased expression. "You scoundrel Rin, making a mockery of me again? Just you wait. One day I will make you wear a dress and parade through Konoha." The tussle between Rin and Jiraiya continued unabated. Just as they were about to leave the corridor in utter disarray, the scuffle concluded with Rin's superior skills prevailing. Jiraiya begrudgingly accepted the decision to divide the 80,000 ryo equally. Having resolved their differences, the 2 children, resembling mud monkeys, helped each other up and, ignoring the astonished Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, exited the corridor. Watching the 2 with bruised faces and arms around each other's shoulders, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of laughter and tears. Did they always resolve their disagreements in such a manner? Beside him, Tsunade nodded silently with a frown, affirming, yes. But never before has it been this embarrassing. Around the corner, Uchiha Kagami witnessed everything that unfolded in the corridor. Shikuhu Rin, this fellow is simply extraordinary. Understanding social nuances and human emotions, he executes every little task flawlessly. Reflecting on his own childhood, he remembered accepting help from family, relatives, and friends without ever considering giving something back to those who assisted him. Rinrin, in his unique manner, ensured that those who had aided him received tokens of gratitude, leading his friends to eagerly vie for opportunities to assist him. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep admiration for the camaraderie shared between Rinrin and Jiraiya. Remarkably, his heart was devoid of any trace of resentment. This is not surprising, for although Uchiha Kagami belonged to the Uchiha clan, he held the village in higher esteem. As a direct disciple of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Kagami possessed a profound understanding of the will of fire. This very understanding, however, was also a source of his anguish. If there was anyone who desperately wished for the Uchiha clan to fully integrate into the village, it was he. In his moment of confusion, Rinrin appeared before him. If only Rinrin, the master of perceiving the human heart, could comprehend the plight of the Uchiha, perhaps he would offer some valuable counsel. With this thought, Uchiha Kagami resolved quietly to initiate a change in the relationship between Rinrin and the Uchiha clan. As the school bell rang, the Ninja Academy dismissed its students. Tsunade, pocketing a substantial sum of money, skipped joyfully home, her high ponytail bouncing in sync with her elated spirit. Grandma, upon entering the house, she chirped like a cheerful little sparrow. Sliding open the wooden door, Uzumaki Mito emerged from the tea room, her face alight with joy. Tsunade rushed into Mito's embrace, and after a flurry of affection, she produced a thick stack of 1,000-yen bills from her pocket. "Grandma, look at this," she exclaimed, lifting the wad of cash high. "Is this money? Did my little Tsunade win at gambling today? Such good fortune," Mito teased. "Oh, Grandma, I came straight home after school," Tsunade persisted, clinging to Mito. Only with Mito could she truly indulge in her childhood whims. All right, my dear Tsunade, you are the best. Now, tell me what happened," Mito encouraged. Satisfied, Tsunade began counting the bills, recounting the day's events with glee. In no time, her tale was told. Mito affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair, chuckling. "So, my dear Tsunade has grown into a young lady who can earn money for the household." Indeed, Tsunade beamed with pride, continuing to chatter about how despicable and cunning Rinrin was, describing how he had frightened Uchiha Ryota into a state of panic. Seeing her granddaughter's joyful demeanor, Mito smiled with a sense of contentment. Having experienced youth herself, she understood what it meant for a girl to constantly mention a boy's name. Moreover, current disdain did not preclude future affection. After all, she too had traversed through the stages of girlhood. Alas, happy moments are fleeting. After dinner, Mito and Tsunade cheerfully engaged in training. Mito sat in the tea room, her gaze shifting as if pondering something profound. As the wife of Senju Hashirama, she bore no prejudices against the stature of Tsunade's future husband, yet certain matters needed to be conveyed to Tobirama. With this in mind, Mito beckoned toward the door. In an instant, a masked Umbu appeared. "Lady Mito, how may I assist you?" A raspy female voice inquired. "Could you please relay to Tobirama the recent happenings concerning little Tsunade?" Upon hearing this, the Umbu nodded and vanished from sight. In the Hokage's office, Senju Tobirama reclined in his chair, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the scroll in his hands. Given the day's significant events, as Hokage, he could hardly remain uninformed. What vexed and enraged him most was not Rinrin, but rather Uchiha Ryota's brazen attempt to harm a comrade in the village. Such actions were, in his view, utterly unforgivable. Even if Rinrin were not a comrade but an infiltrator, outsiders were unaware of his true identity. Did this not equate to an attack on a fellow villager? He felt compelled to question the elders of the Uchiha clan about how they were raising their children. If this continued, the village, built upon the sacrifices of his elder brother, would be jeopardized by such reckless behavior. Contemplating the Uchiha clan's influence, Tobirama found himself reproaching Hashirama once more. In the past, Hashirama, under immense pressure, had issued a decree as clan leader and the first Hokage, aside from those who had already inherited the surname. No newborns in the Senju clan would carry the family name. This decision not only astonished the various clans that had joined Konoha, but it also facilitated the complete integration of the Senju bloodline into the village. It can be said that although the Senju clan itself vanished, Konoha gave rise to countless families bearing Senju lineage. Fortunately, the majority of Senju members accepted this decree. They chose bloodline over surname. Little did they know that decades later, their arch-rivals, the Uchiha clan, would choose pride over blood, ultimately losing most of their lineage and at the hands of their own people. Striving to calm himself, Senju Tobarama gently closed the scroll before him and tapped the table lightly. Inform Kagami that this child shall be entrusted to him for guidance. Such acts against fellow villagers must never occur again. He then pondered how to admonish the Uchiha clan. Yes, let them promptly pay the remaining 800,000 ryo to Rinrin. Additionally, reject the request to expand the Konoha Guard by 4 patrol teams. They may only add 1. Were Rinrin present, he would undoubtedly berate Tobarama as being excessively stringent. The conflict between Rinrin and the Uchiha clan had already intensified significantly. Now, the second Hokage's intervention would ensure Rinrin's safety in the short term, yet in the long run, such tensions would inevitably escalate into enmity. Having temporarily resolved the issues with the Uchiha clan, Tobarama's thoughts turned to the troublesome Rinrin. His decision to enroll Rinrin in the Ninja Academy implied that Rinrin would forge friendships and build bonds. However, Tobarama did not wish for his elder brother's granddaughter to associate with Rinrin. The boy was far too dangerous to be around innocent children like Tsunade. With this realization, Tobarama conceived a new plan. The following evening, after a long day of administrative duties, Tobarama returned home early. Although it was still early, Tsunade had already finished her dinner. Upon seeing Tobarama's arrival, she quickly tucked away her scroll and approached him with a lively demeanor. Great-grandfather. Tobarama's lips curled slightly, his attempt at a warm smile faltering. With an expressionless nod, he sat at the edge of the wooden walkway in the courtyard. What have you learned at the Ninja Academy recently, little Tsunade? Great-grandfather. We learned the substitution technique and transformation technique, as well as the ninja code, Tsunade replied, standing tall and responding with precision. Let me quiz you, little Tsunade. What are the tenets of the ninja code? Upon hearing this, Tsunade pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers as she recited, 1. Engaging in close combat is a foolish act. 2. A mission can sometimes be more important than life, so never abandon your task. 3. Keep secrets. And remember to destroy your face before taking your own life. Listening to Tsunade's fluent responses, Tobarama nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, little Tsunade, you have a great memory. Now, can you keep a secret? Upon hearing this, Tsunade assumed Tobarama was about to impart some powerful forbidden technique and nodded excitedly. Grandfather wishes for Tsunade to steer clear of Rin. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning, why, granduncle? Though young, she was far from foolish. In fact, Tsunade was exceptionally intelligent. The fact that the Hokage, Senju Tobarama, personally cautioned her indicated that there were undoubtedly secrets shrouded in mystery. Tsunade's curiosity was instantly piqued. Observing her inquiry, Tobarama chose not to conceal the truth. After careful contemplation, he decided to convey the facts to her plainly. As the granddaughter of her brother Hashirama and his blood relative, Tobarama had no intention of hiding matters from his family. Most crucially, despite her tender age, Tsunade's stubborn disposition was strikingly reminiscent of her elder brother's. Covertly employing various methods would only incite rebellion in the young girl, proving counterproductive. Thus, he resolved to candidly inform Tsunade about the reality of Rin's background, while her interactions with him remained minimal. With this thought in mind, Tobarama began to reveal the details of Rin's origins. Upon learning that Rin was an undercover agent from Amigakure sent to infiltrate Konoha, shock etched across Tsunade's cherubic face, quickly followed by a surge of indignation. Granduncle, why not capture this individual? Why allow him to remain? In response to her inquiry, Tobarama sighed inwardly and explained, retaining Rin is more advantageous for the tranquility of the western border. Why? Isn't he merely an infiltrator from Amigakure? Tsunade retorted angrily. Through Rin, we can subtly influence the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo the Salamander, thereby restraining Sunigakure and Awagakure. This will alleviate the pressure on our border defenses and significantly reduce the likelihood of casualties among our comrades. Upon hearing this, Tsunade ground her milk teeth together in determination. Once I grow up, I shall surely send that wretched Hanzo flying and drive Rin out of our village. Resolutely, she fixed her serious gaze upon Tobirama. Granduncle, can we ensure Rin's compliance? Tobirama sighed heavily at this question. There is no absolute assurance. After all, no one truly knows whether this so-called bond he possesses is genuine. Although he felt a tinge of pessimism, he maintained an outward composure, nodding calmly. However, Tsunade, you must understand that he is unlike you. He has undergone rigorous training as an infiltrator. Infiltrators are devoid of compassion. Thus, I advise you to maintain your distance from this perilous individual to spare Mito's worries, understood? Tsunade nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Granduncle, I shall not exchange another word with Rin. Moreover, I intend to keep a watchful eye on him for the village. As time continued to pass, half a year swiftly elapsed, and the new year approached. According to returning ninjas, the conflict with the Land of Lightning's Kumobikure was nearing its conclusion. Rin persisted in living life at his own pace. Setting aside his identity as an infiltrator, he was surprisingly content. Aside from indulging in daily feasts and spending afternoons forging weapons at the Aponmoku's shop, he found himself with ample leisure time. Seizing these moments, Rin took the opportunity to explore Konoha thoroughly. It must be said that Konoha, as the premier shinobi village, boasted a population far exceeding that of Amigakure, its land area being several times larger. This vast population base resulted in a considerable number of ninjas, all made possible by the favorable climate and fertile soil. Reflecting on this, Rin couldn't help but think of Suigetsu back in Amigakure, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. That rascal was likely indulging in bed with his 2 wives at this very moment. Curse it, I should have introduced him to that plump widow selling orange soda outside Kabukicho. The thought of Suigetsu relishing such pleasures filled Rin with envy and resentment. However, it had been half a year since he last sent a letter to Hanzo the Salamander, and he had yet to receive a response. Surely, it was time for reinforcements to arrive. With this in mind, Rin sighed and quickened his pace, making his way to class before the bell rang. The monotony of the day passed swiftly. At 3:30 in the afternoon, school dismissed punctually. With his thoughts consumed by Hanzo's reply, Rin did not linger, waving goodbye to Jiraiya, who remained behind for extra lessons, and exited the school gates. Upon returning to Uncle Aponmoku's home, Aunt Akiko was helping Riai with her writing. As Rin entered, Riai immediately clamored for her brother's embrace. Akiko stood by, her heartwarming smile brightening as she watched Rin twirl Riai around joyfully. Oh, Rin-kun. Akiko suddenly remembered something and retrieved a thin envelope from a drawer. You have a letter. At her words, Rin's heart tightened, without needing to think. He knew it was a correspondence from Amigakure. Maintaining a neutral expression, he cradled Riai's leg with one arm while accepting the letter with the other, nodding in thanks. Thank you, Aunt Akiko. Not at all. Akiko waved her hand, her smile unwavering. Though both were aware of each other's true identities, they continued to wear a facade of nonchalance, unperturbed by the underlying tension. After taking the letter, Rin politely bid farewell to Aunt Akiko with Riai in tow. Retreating to his room, closing the door behind him, he sat down and unfolded the letter, directing his gaze to its contents. The message was simple, signed by someone named Amigumo. It stated that a team of 4 from the infiltration unit had arrived outside Konoha and required Rin's assistance. Though the wording was vague, Rin discerned the implications. This ninja, Amigumo, along with 3 others, had reached the outskirts of Konoha. Whether due to the tight defenses or the inadequacies of his companions, the 4 had failed to infiltrate the village and resorted to sending a letter for Rin to provide assistance. What a bunch of incompetence. Rin furrowed his brow but did not tuck the letter away. Instead, he placed it conspicuously on the table. Brother, has someone from your village arrived? Riai, recognizing several characters, inquired curiously as she eyed the letter on the table. Rin's serious demeanor softened as he smiled and patted Riai's head. Not at all, Riai. With that, Rin retrieved a brush, dipped it in ink, and inscribed the words 1 o'clock in the morning on the envelope before departing with Riai. Inside the room, a member of the Umbu, adorned with a clay dog mask, leaped down from the beams, silently landing before the table. Glancing at the letter, he vanished without a sound. In truth, prior to this letter reaching Rin, Umbu operatives had already perused its contents. Rin, alongside Riai, strolled around before returning home. The room remained unchanged. Yet a vivid red circle now adorned the bottom right corner of the letter on the table. Rin understood that Konoha had sanctioned his operation for 1 o'clock that night. As the night deepened, Konoha lay enveloped in darkness, tranquil and serene. In a silent room, a pair of bright eyes suddenly opened. Rin rose, deliberately donning a black short-sleeve shirt and fastening a ninja pouch before gently sliding open the door and stepping out. Sauntering leisurely through the streets of Konoha, Rin pondered intently. If the individuals dispatched from Amigakure proved to be foolish, he would simply deal with them, providing an opportunity to showcase his strength to the Umbu monitoring him. Should these infiltrators prove cunning, he would choose to assist them in infiltrating Konoha. Rin was not concerned that overly clever individuals would disrupt his plans. Rather, experienced shadows would serve to bolster his trustworthiness in the eyes of Hanzo the Salamander. Since his arrival in this world, he had never underestimated anyone. But the one who occupied his thoughts the most was not Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, nor Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage in reserve, but Hanzo himself. To lead the village hidden in the rain through such chaotic times, this man's abilities and intellect were not to be belittled. A clever shadow would indeed facilitate Rin's manipulation of Hanzo. Those who are prone to suspicion seldom lower their guard against anyone. What of those two? Or three? When most intelligent individuals are engaged in a singular task, even the most doubtful would gradually let their defenses down. Rin expressed his desire not to become the chief strategist Qingong, but rather to live a life of leisure akin to Jiasu. With his mind meandering through trivial thoughts, Rin walked unobstructed out of the village and toward their meeting place. He traversed a small stream and entered the dense forest outside Konohagakure. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind him, a kunai glinting ominously against his throat. "Kid, wandering about at such a late hour is ill-advised." A mocking voice rang out. Rin halted momentarily, letting out a slight sigh of disappointment at the shadow sent by Hanzo. In the dead of night, a 7-year-old child meandering through the woods. Was no one frightened by this bizarre scene? Even if they recognized him as a shadow, as an undercover agent, they should not approach him so recklessly. With a sigh in his heart, his expression remained calm. "I am Zhu Kongping, seeking Yua." Rin's composed voice echoed through the stillness of the forest. Behind him, the shadow remained unmoved, the sharp kunai still poised at Rin's neck. "How do you prove your identity?" "I have a Rain Village forehead protector in my bag." Rin stood still, speaking plainly. The ninja pouch was opened, revealing a pristine Rain Ninja forehead protector in the shadow's hand. "All right." The kunai at Rin's throat was slowly retracted. Just then, the sharp blade suddenly changed direction, slicing across Rin's forearm. In the next moment, his sleeve was torn, blood seeping forth, as the mocking and cruel voice echoed once more. "Forgive me. This is to prevent transformation techniques." Rin merely pursed his lips, nonchalantly spreading his hands as he insincerely praised, "It's nothing. You are indeed quite professional." In truth, Rin was cursing internally. "Damn it, I wore short sleeves today, purposely exposing my forearms, and yet you chose to slash my upper arm. This shirt cost me 200 taels. You're finished." After confirming his identity, Rin was pressed by the shadow into the depths of the forest. After winding through numerous paths, they arrived at a concealed cave. Inside, a campfire flickered as 3 adult men clad in commoners' attire sat around it, their gazes fixated on Rin upon his entrance. "Zhu Kongping, I've long heard of your reputation," spoke the young man seated at the back. He bore an unremarkable face. With eyes, nose, and mouth of average size, the corner of his lips curled into a hint of disdainful smile. Overall, if he did not smile, he would make a fine shadow. Rin recognized him. His name was Yua, a shadow from the Rain Village, primarily responsible for gathering intelligence at the currency exchange. He was one of the few shadows to survive the recent assault on the Rain Village's intelligence organization. Seated before the campfire, Yua scrutinized Rin with narrowed eyes, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing more pronounced. "Zhu Kongping, I know you well. To be precise, most ninjas from the Rain Village had heard of this kid's name. After all, he was a disciple of Hanzo the Salamander. As the village leader, Hanzo was revered as a demigod within the ninja world, deeply adored by the Rain ninjas. The devotion these ninjas held for Hanzo was matched only by their disdain for Zhu Kongping, the boy who had seemingly stumbled into fortune. Not for any other reason, but because Rin was Hanzo's disciple. However, at this moment, this boy had fallen from grace. With this in mind, Yua smirked inwardly, adopting an elder's demeanor as he casually instructed, "Pinguin, I've summoned you for a particular task." "What is it?" Rin feigned a timid disposition. Seeing Rin's cowardly demeanor, Yua's contemptuous smile widened. "First, draw a map of Konoha's defenses, then arrange for different identities for us, and finally, share with me the intelligence you have gathered recently." Upon hearing this, Rin nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Certainly, Lord Yuwa, but I would like to first inquire about the status of Shuangfang Mizukumo." Silence. Yua's expression turned serious. "That is not your concern." This was his typical method of asserting authority, starting off with a genial facade, then immediately asserting dominance at the first opportunity, only to later offer reassurances once more. At this moment, he had already considered Rin to be his subordinate, and with subordinates, one must wield both benevolence and authority. Not to mention, he was unaware of Mizukumo's whereabouts. Even if he did know, he would not divulge it. However, Rin was not intimidated by Yua's attitude. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yua's every move. He was assessing whether Yuwa had any information about Mizukumo, evaluating this man's remaining value, and contemplating his next steps. Unfortunately, it appeared that Yuwa either had no knowledge of Mizukumo or simply did not wish to share it with him. With this conclusion, Rin decided to play along. Donning a stubborn expression, "Tell me about teacher Mizukumo." Observing Rin's agitation, Yua's interest in Mizukumo piqued, and he could not help but quietly chuckle. "Oh, this kid is quite nostalgic." However, this sentiment was to be manipulated, compelling Rin to work diligently for him. "Once you have documented the intelligence of Konoha, I shall have someone relay Mizukumo's information to you." "What? You have no news of teacher Mizukumo?" Hanzo-sama had promised to provide it. Rin's face contorted with fury. "Damn you, kid," Yuwa suddenly bellowed. "How dare you speak Hanzo-sama's full name so casually? Where is your sense of decorum?" Yuwa reprimanded him ruthlessly, akin to a loathsome corporate leader. Rin remained silent, merely glaring stubbornly at Yuwa. He had deduced that this Yuwa had no information regarding Mizukumo. If he did, this ostentatious character would certainly dangle Mizukumo's news before him. At this juncture in their conversation, the fact that Yuwa had not once mentioned Mizukumo confirmed that he was entirely ignorant of the matter. With this thought in mind, Rin's expression darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, what a waste of my expression." Unbeknownst to Yuwa, who believed he had executed his authoritative tactics perfectly, he had already scolded Rin earlier, and now it was time to offer the boy a sweetener to ensure his diligence in service. With this in mind, Yuwa softened his expression, once more adopting a congenial demeanor as he reached into his belongings to retrieve a thick bundle of cash and an envelope. "Here, Pinkuin. You requested activity funds, right? Here, 5,000 taels for you." He feigned generosity, pulling out a 5,000 tael bill from the stack and presenting it along with the envelope to Rin. Rin, no longer feigning, rolled his eyes in disdain as he accepted the 5,000 taels. "What a joke, treating me like a beggar." Indeed, associating with Hanzo the Salamander offered no prospects for wealth. Observing Rin's disdainful expression, Yuwa felt only greater contempt. Enough with the frowning. "Take these 5,000 taels to buy some sweets. What need does a child have for such a sum?" The envelope contained a personal letter from Hanzo, which you should read now. Upon hearing this, Rin felt a surge of indignation. This fellow certainly has a sharp tongue. At the moment when Rin met with the rain frog, outside the cave, 7 or 8 figures clad in black robes and adorned with animal masks had surrounded the area, leaving no escape. In the deepest shadows of the cave, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed with keen interest the events unfolding by the campfire. If his assumptions were correct, Rin would likely arrange for these 4 individuals to enter the Hidden Leaf Village. Naturally, this was a scenario he found desirable. The Hidden Leaf Village, as the foremost hidden village among the 5 great nations, was inevitably infiltrated by spies. However, if one could secretly control these infiltrators, they could transition from light to shadow, not only managing the outflow of information but also achieving personal objectives through manipulation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's belief that Rin would include these 4 in the village stemmed from the fact that they were rather foolish. Perhaps due to his frequent dealings with Rin, Hiruzen had raised his standards considerably. Now, observing the infiltrators sent by the Rain Village, he found them childish and laughable. With this thought, a faint smile graced his lips. If nothing unexpected occurred, Rin's intellect would surely allow him to handle these 4 with ease. Alas, he was mistaken once again. Rin had no intention of letting these 4 escape the cave, let alone enter the Leaf Village. Chapter 32. A bath in the river of oblivion. Rin cautiously tucked away the money before roughly tearing open the envelope and unfolding the letter with a casual demeanor. The letter was brief, yet its content was striking, causing Rin's eyes to twitch. It began by praising Rin's actions, noting his successful infiltration into the Leaf Village. followed by a casual directive regarding several tasks. The first task instructed Rin to gather intelligence on the upper echelons of the Leaf Village. The difficulty and danger of such a task were immense, even if Rin's identity remained undiscovered. In the letter, Hanzo's nonchalant tone suggested an utter disregard for Rin's safety. The second task required Rin to instigate animosity between the two prominent clans of the Leaf Village, the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Upon reading this, Rin nearly burst into laughter. This Hanzo, seemingly unconcerned about his own well-being, appeared rather naive. Did he truly believe a mere child of 7 or 8 could incite such hatred between two powerful families? The third task demanded that Rin follow the directives of the Rain Frog, aiding him in establishing a foothold in the Leaf Village. However, what Hanzo failed to realize was that the 4 clumsy individuals he sent had yet to even cross the village's threshold. Observing the 4 before him, Rin sighed in exasperation. If only Hanzo were not a man, Rin would surely commend him with the phrase fools are often the most endearing. It was clear that Hanzo did not regard Rin as a serious player. Nevertheless, at the end of the letter, Hanzo provided Rin with a reassuring statement. Shukahu Suikyu is quite capable and currently serves as the jutsu instructor to the heir of the Land of Rain. Throughout the letter, Rin felt a blend of amusement and anger. Had Hanzo commanded so many tasks yet only offered him a meager 5,000 taels? Was this merely a pittance to dismiss a beggar? With these thoughts, Rin placed the letter down with a strange expression. The Rain Frog, seeing that Rin had finished reading, stood up and approached him, looking down imperiously. Now that you have read Lord Hanzo's personal letter, it is time to commence your mission. Speaking thus, the Rain Frog produced a palm-sized scroll and laid it on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at Rin. I order you, Zhu Kongping, to draw the defensive layout of the Leaf Village. In response, Rin shook his head. How would I know? I am not a ninja. I have had no opportunity to observe the defenses. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly relaxed his clenched fists. He was certain that Rin could discern the Leaf Village's defenses. Yet it was evident that Rin had no intention of revealing any information, which brought Hiruzen a sense of relief. What about the intelligence on the village's upper echelons? The Rain Frog pressed, unwilling to relent. Do you really believe I am a superhero? Why not just ask me to unify the ninja world? A stern reprimand echoed in response. You are utterly useless. After infiltrating the Leaf for so long, is all you do is eat? You have brought shame to Lord Hanzo. How could the Rain Village have produced such trash like you? At these words, Rin raised an eyebrow, looking at the Rain Frog with curiosity. Enough. Since you are so foolish, we shall proceed according to my plan. The Rain Frog furrowed his brow, retracting the scroll from the ground. From now on, I am your uncle, posing as a merchant, and these 3 are my associates. Your task is to facilitate our entry into the Leaf Village and arrange suitable accommodations. Do you understand? In the face of this roar, Rin nonchalantly nodded. All right, I understand. Observing Rin's nonchalant demeanor, the Rain Frog felt a surge of unexplained anger rise within him. Furthermore, I hear you are currently residing with a merchant. Rin again nodded. Fool, how could the Rain Village harbor such a spineless individual? Who is your instructor among the infiltrators? He must be a fool himself to have taught you such talents. The Rain Frog raged, spitting out his grievances toward his companions in disdain. These little brats today are simply incapable. Each generation seems to be worse than the last. In the shadows, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the individual known as the Rain Frog while suppressing his murderous intent. He had changed his mind. Although the infiltrators sent by the Rain Village were foolish, their ruthlessness and lack of morals made them a danger that Rin should not be allowed to integrate into the village. With this conclusion, Hiruzen resolved that even if Rin insisted on bringing these 4 into the village, he would never consent. The Rain Frog continued to complain to his companions, occasionally casting disdainful glances at Rin. Unfazed, Rin sat down slowly, expressionless, murmuring to himself, the burden must be released, otherwise it will be troublesome. With that, he began to untie the weights bound to his ankles, carefully placing them against the cave wall. Though the sleeves of his clothes were tattered, they could still be mended. He wondered if they would be reimbursed. Muttering to himself, Rin removed his black short-sleeved shirt and neatly folded it, placing it beside the wall. Brat, what do you think you are doing? Suddenly, seeing Rin bare-chested, the Rain Frog roared once more. Upon realizing he had drawn attention, Rin paused in his actions, slowly pulling up his pants and curiously tilting his head to ask, What is it? Am I not leading you? One of the ninjas, who had previously held a kunai to Rin's throat, scoffed derisively. Leading us naked? Where to? Surely not to Kabukicho. With that, the four erupted in laughter. Even the rain frog shook his head in mockery. Hearing this, Rin shook his head earnestly. It's not Kabukicho, it's the river of oblivion. We're going swimming. At this, the laughter abruptly ceased. They all understood what the river of oblivion signified. The boy was leading them to their demise. With this thought, the four cast wary glances at Rin. Upon hearing those words, Frog's heart turned to malice, recalling the command from Hanzo before their departure. If Rin did not obey or exhibited any disloyalty to the Hidden Rain village, he could be eliminated without hesitation. Zhu Kongping, you would do well to retract your words. Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Facing Frog's threat, Rin extended his right hand and beckoned with his fingers, saying, Then come at me. Just as Rin appeared ready to strike, deep within the cave, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow, a wave of confusion washing over him. This was unexpected. How could Rin suddenly be so foolish? Did he not realize he was facing a Jonin and 3 Chunin? With his intellect and capabilities, such a minor humiliation should have been easily endured. Why was he now resorting to violence? Why was he alerting his opponents? For a moment, Sarutobi Hizashi was engulfed in uncertainty. Nevertheless, saving Rin was the utmost priority. With this thought, he readied his shuriken, poised for action. Chapter 33. Display of strength. Observing the ominous expressions of the 4 members of the Hidden Rain who were subtly encircling him, Rin smirked, revealing a gleaming set of white teeth. You are truly the most inept infiltrators I have ever encountered. With that, Rin chuckled and shook his head, continuing. From the very beginning, you displayed a lack of vigilance. Did you not find it peculiar that a 7 or 8-year-old child was wandering about outside the village? Think about it. Would someone so audacious be easily subdued by you? Casting a disdainful look at the Chunin beside Frog, Rin wore an expression of exasperation. His gaze then shifted to Frog. And you, who couldn't even infiltrate the target village. Your competence is indeed questionable. By the way, choosing a cave so close to Konoha as your temporary base, are you not simply selecting a fine grave for yourself? Enough. Rin had not finished his words when Frog, his expression icy, interrupted him. The thought of needing to rely on Rin to infiltrate Konoha made Frog grit his teeth in frustration. Calm down, Zhu Kongping. We are all here to fulfill Lord Hanzo's mission. You should return for now. Once we are prepared, we will come to find you. Upon hearing this, Rin covered his forehead with his hand, laughing uncontrollably. Haha, are you trying to make me die of laughter? After a prolonged bout of laughter, Rin finally exhaled deeply and stood upright as Frog's face darkened. Frog, not only are you foolish, but you are also quite naive. Even at this moment, you still think of infiltrating Konoha. Upon hearing this, Frog's expression instantly turned frigid, his eyes seemingly encased in eternal ice. In that case, you are of no further use, die? With that, a kunai was swiftly launched at Rin. Rin exerted a slight force beneath his feet, rapidly retreating towards the cave entrance, narrowly avoiding the kunai. Seeing this, Frog's eyes narrowed, his heart stealing with determination. Then, Zhu Kongping, you shall perish. At that moment, Frog had made up his mind. He would abandon this mission and eliminate the detestable brat who was fleeing. Upon returning to the village, he would tell Lord Hanzo that Zhu Kongping had betrayed them and was being pursued by Konoha. Due to the battle taking place so close to Konoha, he had no choice but to retreat with his squad. In his fury, Lord Hanzo would undoubtedly exact revenge on the so-called traitor. With this plan forming in his mind, a cruel smile crept across Frog's lips. Altogether now, eliminate this wretched creature. With a command, the 4 of them sprang into action, launching kunai and shuriken towards the direction of Rin's escape. Just as Rin was about to exit the cave, he was suddenly pierced by several kunai. At that moment, a soft sound echoed, and Rin transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution technique. Pursue him, do not let him escape. Frog's brow furrowed as he made a quick decision to pursue. The 4 of them rushed out of the cave. At this moment, Rin was perched high upon a tree branch, looking down upon them. End this quickly. Do not alert the hounds of Konoha. Water release, water chaos wave. With that command, the 4 of them launched their attacks once more. From his vantage point, Rin steadied himself against the tree trunk as shuriken flew towards him. Followed by a torrent of water, he clicked his tongue in boredom, contemplating his purpose for this journey. One of his objectives was to assess the capabilities of the infiltrators from the Hidden Rain, Should they prove overly formidable, he would eliminate them outright. As for his second objective, Rin intended to display his prowess, particularly for the discerning eyes of Konoha's Umbu watching from the shadows. He needed to elevate his standing and importance in the eyes of the higher-ups in Konoha from every conceivable angle. Strength was but a facet of status. Thoughts raced through his mind as he calculated his next move, murmuring softly, "First, the ninjutsu." No sooner had he spoken than a shuriken struck him, immediately followed by a powerful stream of water erupting from Frog's mouth, engulfing Rin's form. Got him! Frog rejoiced inwardly. Yet, the next instant, with a loud bang, a sturdy wooden stump emerged from the water stream. Another substitution technique. Damn it, the intelligence was wrong. This brat has an astonishing speed of hand seals. In the information provided to the Hidden Rain, Rin was merely an inexperienced rookie who had undergone basic training. However, the scene before them starkly contradicted their intelligence. Rin's speed in forming hand seals was far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. As the water receded, there was no sign of him on the branch. Where is he? Find him. Frog's brow furrowed as he scanned the surroundings, issuing rapid-fire commands. Without needing further instruction, the three chunin he led quickly surveyed the area, attempting to locate Rin's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the Umbu, having regrouped with Sarutobi Hizashi, were also searching for Rin's figure, hidden within the dense foliage. They had a clearer view than Frog's group, standing below. Yet, even so, they could not find a trace of Rin. Did you find him? No. Could he have escaped? That seems likely. It would be a wise choice. The Umbu, wearing animal masks, exchanged hushed opinions. Sarutobi Hizashi discreetly scanned the surroundings, feeling a tinge of disappointment before letting out a long sigh. In the air, a barely audible sound emerged. The Umbu were startled, instinctively looking up through the dense leaves towards the sky. The group on the ground, including Frog, also belatedly raised their heads to gaze at the night sky. In the air, under the vast, luminous moonlight, Rin stretched his body. At that moment, time seemed to pause. The cold moonlight cast a silver sheen over him, and around him, countless shuriken fell like a gentle rain, their tips glinting with a chilling light, poised for action. The night brings the sound of wind and rain. How many flowers have fallen? As if chanting, Rin suddenly clasped his hands together, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Magnet release, drizzling petals technique. In an instant, an uncountable number of shuriken rained down like fine mist. Frog was struck with horror, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as dread gripped his heart. This brat has long since harbored murderous intent. Quick dodge. The shrill roar escaped Frog's lips. Unfortunately, it was too late. His figure and Rin's shuriken descended simultaneously. A series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, echoing like a haunting melody. In an instant, countless sharp senbon pierced the bodies of the four individuals. Yet they remained standing, seemingly undeterred. While a single senbon may possess minimal lethality, what of the thousands that rained down upon them? Although the quantity was not quite as exaggerated, the adversaries faced by Rin were merely four ninjas from the Rain Village. Tick-tock. After the barrage of senbon, an eerie silence enveloped the once vibrant forest, suddenly shattered by a soft thud. A drop of crimson blood fell to the ground, splattering into 8 petals, seeping into the earth like a delicate blossom. Almost immediately, the rhythmic sound intensified. The fallen Rain ninjas, still upright, birthed a multitude of blood-tinged flowers beneath them. The hidden Umbu operatives felt a shiver run down their spines. Trained professionals, they found their psychological defenses crumbling before the bizarre, yet tragic spectacle. Imagining themselves in Rin's position, they realized that it could have easily been them standing tall, with blood blooming beneath their feet. As this thought crossed their minds, several Umbu cast admiring glances at the figure standing at the forefront. Without the wise counsel of Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen, they might never have discerned Rin's technique. After all, aside from a select few, most ninjas are not adept at launching attacks from the air. The primary reason being that they become conspicuous targets, especially in open spaces. Furthermore, airborne ninjas lack the ability to adjust their position effectively, rendering those reliant on evasion at a significant disadvantage. At the front, Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled at Rin's descent from the sky. His perspective far exceeded that of an ordinary Umbu operative. Rather than merely being impressed by Rin's ninjutsu, what astounded him most was the youth's efficient and precise combat intelligence. The air was typically a blind spot for most ninjas, yet Rin subverted expectations. using the dense trees as a vantage point to elevate the enemy's line of sight. He then employed a substitution technique, vanishing from view. At that moment, anyone would instinctively brace for an ambush. The area directly above the branches, where Renin had just stood, was perceived as a safe zone, especially after the area had been subjected to ninjutsu bombardment. Consequently, the enemy began to scan for perceived threats, neglecting the skies above, which granted Renin a calm opportunity to form his seals. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the unfolding scenario, Renin gracefully landed. With a discreet glance over his shoulder into the shadows, he approached the rain ninjas, casually picking his nose while admiring his handiwork. Behind the scenes, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled slowly, preparing to intervene. This young man possessed strength, but lacked experience. At that moment, the corpse of the rain ninja, the rain frog, suddenly turned translucent, transforming into a humanoid form of clear water that erupted violently. A water clone. Renin raised an eyebrow, swiftly turning to face the commotion. Not far behind him, amidst the tangle of trees, the bloodied and disheveled rain frog completed his final seal with bloodshot eyes. Die. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Water surged forth, instantaneously forming into a massive, menacing dragon that charged toward him. Though this battle was fleeting, the cautious undercover operative, typically inclined to retreat, found himself drawn in, his desire for revenge blinding him to the necessity of escape. All he longed for was to witness Renin being torn apart, the water dragon staining crimson with his blood. He envisioned the youth struggling helplessly in the water, fighting for survival. Perish, cursed wretch. I shall rip you to shreds. The rain frog howled, his blood-red eyes gleaming with sadistic glee. As the water dragon hurtled toward Renin, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer remain passive. Renin must not perish. He was far too valuable. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed seals at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Earth release, earth. Suddenly, he froze, his technique interrupted. He saw Renin smile. Moments later, a light-hearted voice emerged from Renin's lips. Now that I've seen your ninjutsu, let's see how you fare against my taijutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous crash resonated. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, and in an instant, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Renin, knees slightly bent, assumed a sprinting posture, and the ground beneath him fractured violently, creating a 3-meter-wide semicircular pit. In the blink of an eye, Renin vanished from sight. The water dragon exploded into a cascade of droplets, showering the area. The next moment, the rain frog's head shattered, blood splattering like blooming peach blossoms. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of dread wash over him. This young man was nothing short of a human beast. Was this truly the combat style of a ninja? Even the samurai of the Land of Iron did not engage in such brutish simplicity. Instinctively, he recalled his recent encounter with the second Raikage. Renin's combat style mirrored that of the Raikage, direct, brutal, and imbued with an ineffable aesthetic of violence. Regaining his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the surroundings, finally spotting Renin behind the slowly collapsing body of the rain frog. Renin's hands were enveloped in dark, steel-like particles, wrapping around his fists. Beneath him lay a grisly scene of pale brain matter mingled with blood, splattered across the leaves, trunks, and ground, resembling a cascade of fallen cherry blossoms. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying away the haunting sighs of the fallen. The hidden Umbu operatives appeared as if they had seen a ghost, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Among them, a masked operative known as the Earth Dog felt an icy chill run down his spine. He reached up to touch the back of his neck, only to find that the cloak draped over him was soaked with cold sweat. I haven't wronged this monster, have I? Surely not. But does monitoring him while he relieve himself count as an offense? Dear heavens, what kind of monster has Lord Hiruzen tasked me to observe? I'm terrified. At this moment, the Earth Dog, burdened by a sense of dread, felt as though the world conspired against him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entangled in the Earth Dog's anxiety, unfurled a scroll, documenting Renin's information. Name, Sakuhu Renin. Identity, undercover operative from the Rain Village Intelligence. S. Both strategic capability and battlefield judgment rated S. Chakra capacity, comparable to that of an average Chunin bloodline limit. Magnet release proficiencies in ninja tools, Senbon ninjutsu. B. Chunin level, taijutsu. A. Elite jonin. Extremely dangerous, suggested to avoid close combat, Jinjutsu. unknown overall evaluation. B. Ninjutsu lethality is average, yet battlefield judgment is acutely perceptive, with exceptional strength, speed, and explosiveness. Role: Aid. Strategist, close bodyguard. Slight overlap with the Akimichi and Nara clans. After updating Rinen's dossier, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rolled up the scroll, concealing it within his robes, and leaped from his hiding place. In the distance, Rinen stood with arms hanging low, gazing impassively at the cold moon, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached him slowly, inwardly expressing admiration. What a composed youth. Even after vanquishing formidable foes, he remained unflappable. Well done, Rinen. As the words fell, Rin let out an awkward smile, resembling a deflated balloon, and unceremoniously collapsed to the ground, vociferously lamenting. Uncle, why are you so slow? My neck is aching from striking a pose. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi's fleeting admiration dissipated like smoke, and he pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Damn it. The atmosphere. The atmosphere. Give back my appreciation. In that moment, Hizashi felt as though he had lost his sight. The moment this fellow spoke, the heartfelt and fervent ambience evaporated, leaving only absurdity in its wake. How had the cult of the evil god and the hidden rain village produced such a whimsical individual? And as for his neck ache, he had been perched in a tree for ages without a single complaint about his numb legs. Rolling his eyes, Hizashi, with a look of disbelief, bypassed Rin and crouched beside the rain frog. Seeing this, Rin eagerly scampered over to Hizashi's side, his small hands busily rubbing together. Excitement bubbling within him. We're about to loot a corpse. May Buddha and the Jade Emperor bless me. My greedy little heart desires not the sorrow of frost nor the ashen messenger. Just shower me with gold coins. Unbeknownst to him, while Rin was lost in dreams of the past, Hizashi extended his hand towards the rain frog's lifeless body. Wait, Rin suddenly exclaimed, startling Hizashi. Captain Hizashi, aren't you going to burn some incense first? Rin asked timidly. Hearing Rin's nonsensical words, Hizashi let out a heavy snort and rolled his eyes. Ignoring Rin, he continued to reach for the rain frog's corpse. Wait, Rin's startled voice rang out once more. What are you doing? Hizashi replied irritably. Well, how about you wash your hands first? I'm afraid your hands might get dirty. Get lost. Hizashi kicked Rin away, his face darkening as he began to examine the corpse. Soon, an assortment of scattered items appeared before him. Coins, scrolls, ninja tool pouches, shurikens, explosive tags, and so forth. At that moment, Rin, wearing a cheeky expression, crouched beside Hizashi. Uncle, let's negotiate. I'll take the money, and you can keep the corpse, equipment, and information. How does that sound? Hizashi remained silent. Carefully unrolling a scroll he picked from the scattered debris. After scrutinizing it for some time, he took out a brush and ink, tracing intricate patterns on the ground. Before long, a complex and exquisite design emerged. Hizashi then extended his right hand, smudging a drop of blood from the rain frog's body. Seal, release. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted. As the smoke dissipated, Rin instinctively gazed at the place where the scroll lay. A multitude of various items was neatly arranged before him. Bundles of explosive tags, shurikens strung together with iron wire, and kunai were all present. Rin even spotted several wind shurikens half his height. Goodness, these are truly forbidden items. Not to mention the tremendously powerful wind shurikens. Even the explosive tags alone could cause a catastrophe. Amidst these weapons, a black leather case stood out prominently. From a distance, Rin could smell the scent of money. Despite his overwhelming desire, he remained obediently rooted in place, not daring to move. Though he had slain the foes, the spoils of war rightfully belonged to him. After all, no one could predict whether Hanzo the Salamander had concealed any vital information within inconspicuous items to relay to Rin. Hizashi did not dare to gamble, and Rin was unwilling to raise suspicions among the higher-ups of Konoha. Observing Rin's greed yet steadfast compliance, Hizashi let out a sigh of relief. This fellow, though frivolous in minor matters, was remarkably clear-headed when it came to significant issues. Hizashi had no desire to cause discord with Rin over the spoils. In his heart, he had already deemed Shika Rin a citizen of Konoha. Stowing away the ninja tools and explosive tags, Hizashi approached Rin with the leather case. With a click, the black case opened. In the next instant, a kaleidoscope of colors flooded their vision. Wow, money! Rin's mouth widened in a gleeful grin, saliva nearly pooling as he exclaimed. Quick, Uncle Hizashi, count how much there is. Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he urged Hisashi to tally the coins. Noticing Rin's obedient demeanor, Hisashi felt an even greater sense of admiration. This guy truly made things easier for him. If only all the Umbu members possessed such discernment as Rin, would he really have just one son? He could spend his days idling at home, creating more children by the lake Biwa. With that thought, he resolved to discuss with Biwa about having another child, perhaps naming him Sarutobi Rin. However, witnessing Hisashi's dazed expression, Rin grew impatient. This monkey, I'm holding back my excitement. Trembling hands waiting for you to count the money, and you're off daydreaming. Uncle Hisashi, it's late. Hurry up and finish so you can go home to your wife. Upon hearing this, Hisashi's face darkened, and he mentally crushed the name Sarutobi Rin into oblivion. If he were to have such a child, he would lose at least a decade of his life. With a stern face and rolling eyes, Hisashi began to meticulously count the stacks of bills. Before Hisashi could even finish, Rin, keenly aware of money, had already gauged the total amount in the case. It appeared substantial, but the denominations were generally small, totaling around 170,000 at best. Poor. Truly poor. Rin expressed his disdain. Don't count anymore, uncle. It's just 200,000. Listen, with the corpses of these 4 individuals and all this ninja gear, let us say you get 600,000. What? 600,000? Why don't you go rob someone? Hisashi was taken aback and immediately retorted angrily. Do you think I wouldn't want to? Rin mumbled under his breath, forcing a merchant's grin. Uncle, 600,000 is really not much. Think about it. Without me, would you have caught these for infiltrators? No. And don't think I'm unaware. Even though they are dead, you can still extract information from their heads. Plus, these explosive tags and shurikens are valuable commodities. Aren't they in high demand due to the ongoing war in the north? Come on, 600,000 is truly not a lot. Hisashi crossed his arms and pouted, his youthful face stretching into a long frown, appearing utterly unmoved. No deal. At most, 300,000. Huh. Rin's voice elongated, nearly shaking his head off. No way. At least 550. 350. A deal not struck is still a bond of righteousness. 500. I want to make a profit. No way. I traveled far with the Umbu to act as your bodyguard. At most 400. Upon hearing this, Rin rolled his eyes dramatically. If you hadn't mentioned that, I wouldn't have remembered. After watching a splendid show from a tree all night, I didn't even ask you for a ticket. For 80, or forget it. Crouching tiring. My legs are numb. Hisashi retorted, neck strained, shouting. Nearby, the Inuzuka dog was inspecting the corpses, watching his superior squabbling like a fool with a child on the ground, feeling as though the entire world was collapsing. Was this still the composed, reliable, and serious Hisashi he knew? One could easily mistake him for a fishwife selling salted fish at the village entrance. It was evident that he wasn't the only one thinking this way. The surrounding Umbu, hidden behind their animal masks, wore expressions of bewilderment on their diverse faces. In the end, Rin was unable to outmaneuver the shameless Sarutobi Hisashi, and a deal was struck at the price of 430,000 ryo. The thought of losing nearly 200,000 ryo due to the antics of that old scoundrel made Rin's expression darken like the bottom of a pot. Meanwhile, the smug Sarutobi Hisashi looked on with satisfaction. You little brat, instead of haggling with me, why don't you think about how to deal with Hanzo the Salamander? Hearing this, Rin shot him a glance and coldly retorted, no need for your concern. I'll pretend I'm unaware of it all and carry on as usual. With that, he stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and headed back to the village. As Rin departed, Sarutobi Hisashi hummed a cheerful tune, surveying his surroundings where his subordinates were diligently busy. Noticing he had no further tasks, he squatted down again in front of a black briefcase and began counting the bills with delight. After finishing, his expression suddenly froze, and he quickly recounted. What the hell? Where did this extra 20,000 ryo come from? It's clearly only 170,000. Cursing under his breath, he realized he had been duped once more. Just after collecting his clothes and gear, Rin heard Sarutobi Hisashi's agonizing wail from behind, unable to suppress a grin that spread across his face. Chapter 35, The Fire of Ri. By the time Rin returned to the village, the horizon was faintly illuminated by the first light of dawn. As he gazed at the rising sun, his earlier gloom gradually dissipated. Although Sarutobi Hisashi had swindled him out of nearly 200,000 ryo, he had still earned over 400,000 Ryo overall. Considering he didn't need to sleep, had no significant exhaustion, and only suffered a tear in his clothing, he mused, wait, if I do the math, doesn't that mean I essentially got 40,000 Ryo for free? With this thought, Rin felt a surge of joy, having earned 40,000 Ryo in just one night. Coupled with the previous 40,000 Ryo he had extorted from Uchiha, he realized he now possessed 80,000 Ryo. Was this not a significant step closer to acquiring a cozy three-room apartment? Truly, Hanzo the Salamander was a benevolent figure, understanding the hardships of life and generously providing him with a down payment for a home, more caring than a biological father. When he eventually had a son, he would name him Shokahu Pepperfish. No, it would be Shokahu Pickled Pepperfish. On a nearby rooftop, the Inuzuka clan member, who had been observing Rin, wore a peculiar expression. This guy, who had been frowning all along, suddenly transformed into a picture of joy in the blink of an eye. Realizing he still needed to write an observation report on Rin, the Inuzuka member donned a mask of despair. Come on, I'm a normal person. Why must I record the antics of someone so extraordinary? Casting a casual glance at a certain corner, Rin leisurely picked his nose. Did that Inuzuka guy not get a break even on Saturdays? The Umbu truly were overworked, since he wasn't the one paying his salary. Rin chose to ignore the Inuzuka and strolled leisurely towards home. At 6 in the morning, Rin pushed open the bedroom door. Ri, clad in a bear-themed pajama, sat on the tatami, yawning incessantly. Can't sleep? He inquired. Ri nodded vigorously. I can't sleep because you haven't come back. Hearing this, Rin felt warmth spread through his heart, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then you should sleep a little longer, this afternoon. I'll take you to the barbecue restaurant for a feast. Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, Ri's fatigue vanished, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Can we eat as much as we want? As much as you want, Rin said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Yay, Ri exclaimed, jumping up joyfully. Then, can you tell me a bedtime story? Rin nodded and sat cross-legged in front of her, pondering for a moment before beginning. Once upon a time, in Konohagakure, there was a boy who loved to lie. His name was Pinocchio. Pinocchio possessed a magical ability. Whenever he told a lie, his nose would grow longer. One day, he encountered a beautiful girl named Snow White, who was surrounded by 3 wicked men. These villains intended to capture Snow White to threaten the village. And as a lower-ranked ninja, Pinocchio could not allow such a thing to happen. Thus, Pinocchio leaped forward to confront the 3 villains. A fierce battle ensued, and the weaker Pinocchio was soon knocked to the ground, witnessing Snow White on the verge of being captured. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, Chinese soccer is the best in the world. Upon hearing this, the 3 villains were infuriated, shouting, refund us. But at that moment, Pinocchio's nose suddenly elongated and inadvertently impaled all 3 villains. Snow White, witnessing this, was instantly enamored with the boy who loved to tell tales. As the story concluded, Rin looked at Ri, who had fallen into a deep slumber, and smiled with contentment. Time passed swiftly, and soon the morning had slipped away. Come afternoon, Rin promptly lifted Ri from her bed, swiftly dressing the chubby little girl before carrying her on his back and exiting the room. Let us go for some barbecue. Still half asleep, Ri rubbed her eyes and clung to Rin's neck, mumbling, Brother, first, let us go buy chakra test paper. Rin's eyes brightened at her words as he turned to look at the drowsy Ri. Has my little Ri already refined her chakra? Ri weakly nodded. Walking along the wooden corridor, Rin, carrying Ri, greeted Aunt Akiko, who was watering her plants. Akiko set down her watering can and smiled at the affectionate siblings. Good afternoon. Rin-kun, Richon. Good afternoon, Aunt Akiko. Thank you so much for taking care of Ri during this time. I truly appreciate it. Oh no, I enjoy spending time with Richon. Akiko replied, shaking her head before looking at Rin curiously. Are you going out? Nodding, Rin replied, we're going to buy chakra test paper and then have some barbecue. What a close relationship you have, Akiko smiled, covering her mouth, and then praised. Richon is quite talented and diligent. She will surely become an outstanding kunoichi in the future. Rin chuckled awkwardly at Aunt Akiko's praise. He hadn't taught Ri chakra extraction with the intention of turning her into a high-risk ninja, but simply to provide her with some means of self-defense in these tumultuous times. Seeing Rin only scratching his head, Akiko assumed he didn't believe her and insisted, really, Ri's talent is no less than that of Uchiha Madara's children. Uchiha Madara? Who is that? The child of Uncle Abanmaku? Rin countered. No, he is the child of Uncle Butsukane, Akiko instinctively explained, then smacked her forehead and laughed. I meant Senju Hashirama. Oh, Rin's eyes lit up. The information was quite significant. And Akiko's uncle was Senju Butsukane? Could it be that she was also part of the Senju clan? Considering Aunt Akiko's background and her subtle connections with the higher-ups of Konoha, Rin decided to be direct and asked, Aunt Akiko, are you a member of the Senju clan? I used to be, but not anymore. Akiko's smile seemed somewhat forced. Rin immediately understood. Aunt Akiko must have married Uncle Abanmaku and taken on his surname, Cat. As if reading Rin's thoughts, Akiko slightly shook her head and said, now, there is no longer a Senju clan. Rin's gaze flickered as he pondered many things. Firstly, what exactly happened to the Senju clan? And why did they suddenly vanish from the annals of history? Secondly, why would Anko, who has intricate ties with the upper echelons of Konoha, broach this topic? Is she attempting to convey something through her words, or are the connections involved not as clandestine as one might think? Should she not disclose them? As thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, Rin's smile faded, and he inquired in a subdued tone, why is that? Upon hearing Rin's question, Anko let out a slow sigh. Hashirama and Tobarama abolished the clan's surname. Why? Rin pressed again. There are many reasons, but the most crucial one is for the peace of the village. When Konoha was first established, although various clans joined, there remained deep-seated prejudices between them, and communication was scarce. Hashirama, in a bid to prevent the village from collapsing, resolutely decided to disband the Senju clan, forbidding any newborn from bearing the Senju surname henceforth. At this juncture, Anko's expression grew exceedingly complex. I still remember his words to Uchiha Madara. Now that we have formed a village, let it assume the role of the clan and continue to safeguard our lineage. Yet, Uchiha Madara did not accept Hashirama's proposal. And what about you? Did the Senju clan have dissenting voices? Indeed. Aunt Anko nodded emphatically. Everyone harbored grievances, yet there was a greater understanding. After all, for the precious peace we now enjoy. Hashirama sacrificed so much. Tobarama's death nearly shattered him. The feelings within the Senju clan are no less profound than those of the Uchiha. Listening in silence, Rin instinctively inhaled sharply. Remarkable. The esteemed First Hokage, the illustrious Senju clan. It is truly hard to fathom the breadth of vision and resolve required to make such a decision. Upon hearing Rin's heartfelt accolades, Anko smiled brightly, reaching to wipe away the moisture at the corner of her eye. It is wonderful that you can understand. Aunt Anko's revelation undoubtedly served her own purpose. Yet Rin remained unconcerned. Words may embellish and adorn, but actions ultimately reveal the truth. Senju Hashirama, a truly extraordinary figure. Beneath the jovial exterior lies an unwavering determination to bear the weight of the entire village. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, well, he is also quite formidable. After bidding farewell to the somewhat emotional Aunt Anko, Rin took Yui by the hand and ventured onto the bustling streets. On this Saturday, Konoha's thoroughfares were alive with a vibrant throng of people. Rin, accompanied by Yui, casually entered a ninja tool shop and purchased 2 chakra testing papers. Come, Yui. Let us give it a try. Kneeling by the roadside, Rin placed the testing paper in Yui's hands. With an excited nod, Yui closed her eyes and began to hum. Before long, her face flushed bright red, and she suddenly exclaimed, tossing the paper aside. Yikes! It's on fire. Her adorable voice instantly drew the attention of passers-by. Rin stroked his chin and murmured, it seems to be fire indeed. What a coincidence. Chapter 36. Konoha Orphanage with a cheerful Yui. Rin treated her to a delightful meal of grilled meat. Hand in hand, they exited the barbecue house amidst the astonished gazes of other patrons. Discarding a toothpick, Rin cast a dismissive glance back at the diners, muttering, so what if we ate 100 plates? No need for such astonishment. We paid our dues. Beside him, Yui cheerfully raised her fist. Such astonishment. Such astonishment. Hearing this, Rin nodded in agreement and scanned the lively street, asking, where does Yui wish to go now? Yui pouted, scratching her head, and suddenly her eyes brightened. I want to see the Konoha orphanage. It seems the little one hasn't forgotten her previous companions. Then let us go? I'll carry you. All right. With a lazy voice, Rin's silhouette, along with his sister, gradually faded into the distance. The Konoha orphanage, established by the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, was initially designed to shelter the village's homeless children and later evolved to accommodate war orphans from the surrounding areas. Unlike the Konoha Ninja Academy, The orphanage is situated far from the village center, adjacent to its outskirts. Konoha can be broadly divided into 4 sections. Above Hokage Rock lies an array of various research institutions. Directly beneath it is the inner residential area centered around the Hokage building, flanked by the residences of past Hokages, followed by the properties of prominent clans. And the outermost ring comprises various residential neighborhoods, where the Konoha Ninja Academy is located. Beyond the residential areas lies a mid-tier commercial district, where Uncle Yi's Kato Ninja Tool Shop is located, along with several apartment buildings. The village's outermost perimeter is a bustling amalgamation of various structures. To the south flows a long river known as the Nanha River, which once bordered the Uchiha clan's territory. Rin and Yui were headed towards the very outskirts of Konoha, to the orphanage. Following the direction etched in his memory, Rin led Yui to the somewhat dilapidated orphanage. There were no walls, just an old building surrounded by a grassy expanse. In the open field, a group of children, roughly Yui's age, were diligently weeding. In the center of the field, older children were laboriously pounding rice cakes, the wooden pestles thudding rhythmically against the stone mortars, producing a dull thump, thump, thump. At the entrance of the small building, an elderly woman with snow-white hair hunched over, stirring a large pot that was waist-deep with a long spoon. Observing the children laboring under the sun, Rin scratched his temple expressionlessly. The children appeared to be doing well enough, though merely surviving. Nearby, a child of similar age to Yui unexpectedly looked up and spotted Rin and Yui. Big sister. The clear voice startled several nearby children. In the bustling crowd, a few familiar faces among the children dropped their weeds and dashed toward Rin and Yui. Big sister. Yui, big sister. Leader of the Shokuha group. The excited children rushed ahead, leaving the others bewildered, as they crossed the grassy expanse to stand before Rin and Yui. Big sister, you finally come to see us, one boy said, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at Yui. However, they all maintained a respectful distance of 3 meters from her. The reason was simple, they were all afraid of Rin. Watching the children shouting out various strange titles, Yui cast a nervous glance at her brother, whose expression was darkening, and quickly waved her hands at her younger companions, lowering her voice. No, don't call me big sister, and definitely don't call me the leader. I'm not the head of the Shokuha group. Goodness, this little girl has just exposed herself. Rin's expression darkened. What on earth is this? A chubby little girl of 4 or 5, leading a group of orphans, using her surname to form a gang. And she even self-proclaimed as the leader. Oh dear, is there any hope left for this world? The ruckus soon caught the attention of the older children, who responded with equal fervor, abandoning their tasks and striding toward Yui. Big sister, what brings you here? Quickly, big guy, fetch those hidden rice dumplings to treat big sister. Wait a moment. That big guy's dumpling has grown hair. Give me mine. I just picked some tea leaves from the park last week to brew for the elder sister. And also bring the voucher for the dumpling shop I hid under my pillow. I want to show my respect to the group leader. The clamor erupted once more, causing Rin's head to throb. Li shrank back, timidly glancing at Rin, feeling her bottom tingle. Goodness, the little brothers are too enthusiastic. How can I stop them? Ahem. A soft cough sounded. The big guy who was eager to show respect to the elder sister suddenly stiffened. That cough sounded so familiar. Rin cleared his throat and waved at the circle of children. Instantly, they shrank back like wilted eggplants, huddling closer to Rin, bracing for a reprimand. After all, whenever they ran around with Li on their way to Konoha, Rin would always scold them. Cough, cough. Looking at the timid children, Rin hesitated. His words caught in his throat. Where's the restroom? The children surrounding him began to smile, pointing in unison at the entrance of an old building. President. Over there. Don't call me president. Rin retorted as he made a hasty retreat. Behind him, the chatter and laughter resumed, including Li's somewhat pretentious voice. This girl. I'll deal with her when I get back. Skirting past the elderly woman, Rin entered the dilapidated building, taking advantage of the moment to find a restroom. Rin hastily noted the layout of the building and then exited with a somewhat solemn expression. Sitting down in a random open space, Rin silently surveyed everything before him. Not far away, the elderly woman was beckoning to the children, instructing them to place the prepared rice cakes into the pot before her. She also arranged for the children to sit down and rest. Then, with a long spoon in hand, she began to stir. In no time, a fragrant sweetness of red beans mixed with the aroma of glutinous rice wafted through the air. The children eagerly pulled out their bowls and formed a neat line. Li Yi, having found a small bowl from somewhere, squeezed in among them, craning her neck to peek into the large pot. Soon, her turn came, and the elderly woman kindly smiled at her, serving her a bowl of red bean rice cake soup. Carefully cradling the small bowl, Li Yi tiptoed over to Rin. Here, brother, it smells so good. Seeing Li Yi's twinkling eyes, Rin felt both amused and exasperated. He took a sip of the red bean rice cake soup and offered it back to the eagerly awaiting girl. Speak up, what's on your mind? After spending so much time together, if Rin couldn't discern Li Yi's intentions, it would be a waste of life. Hearing her brother's question, Li Yi pursed her lips and chuckled. Brother, it's nothing, just wanting to show my respect to you. I don't buy that. Rin thought to himself, rolling his eyes without mercy. You said it. If you ask me for anything else, I won't agree. Don't, brother. Li Yi immediately protested, forgetting about her sweet red bean soup. Can I teach the chakra extraction technique to Yazi and the others? Hearing this, Rin raised an eyebrow, pondering. Having been in Konoha for a while, he had never connected with the group of orphans he brought along, mainly to avoid suspicion. After all, as an outsider, gathering a group of outsiders would certainly make Konoha's higher-ups uneasy, especially after showcasing his formidable strategic abilities. That unease could easily turn into suspicion. Everything Rin had done since arriving in Konoha was to alleviate this unease. With this in mind, Rin lifted his head, preparing to refuse, but the next moment, he saw the group of children nearby, their bowls in hand, gazing at him with longing eyes. Indeed, having experienced war and the separation of life and death, how many children do not yearn for strength? With this thought, Rin's brow furrowed deeply. No, that's not possible. His voice rang out loudly, and the children in the distance clearly heard him, their eyes dimming instantly. If even the path with Li Yi and Rin was blocked, what other path could they take? The Konoha Ninja Academy? That was meant for Konoha residents, not for them, the outsiders. Perhaps, in 10 or 20 years, once they had established roots in Konoha, their children could become part of the Konoha Ninja Academy. After speaking, Rin's eyes shifted, and he casually remarked, however, brother might be quite busy recently. Let Anakiko accompany you. Remember, don't trouble Anakiko. Don't go to places like Asakusa where spending is extravagant without a reason. I think this place is quite nice, with a good environment and tranquility. Upon hearing this, Li Yi, who had initially looked dejected, suddenly brightened up. If she still didn't understand Rin's meaning, she truly wouldn't deserve to be his sister. Rin's intention was quite simple, to extricate himself, and the clever Li Yi accurately grasped her brother's meaning. Hey brother, you're quite sly. What did you say? Rin glared. Li Yi, already accustomed to her brother's tsundere nature, stuck out her tongue and scampered back to her friends, cradling her red bean soup. Before long, laughter filled the air again. On the grass, the children sat in an orderly fashion, chatting leisurely after finishing their red bean soup. Hey, big guy, why are you all so afraid of that guy? A child born in the orphanage pointed at Rin, asking curiously. To him, Rin was just a kid, towering before him like a giant, seemingly vulnerable. The big guy scratched his head with a silly grin. I'm just tall. I'm no match for Rinkuin. Really? The nearby child exclaimed in disbelief. Big guy, even though you eat a lot, your strength is frightening. One person can match 10 when making rice cakes. You're only 10, but your strength surpasses many grown men. Yet, you still can't compete with that guy named Rin. Meanwhile, a child with a scar on his cheek leaned in quietly. Buffet, stop giving the big guy a hard time. He's already been beaten up once. After saying that, he playfully patted the big guy's leg and asked, Can I speak? The big guy, grinning awkwardly, nodded. Buffet, you know, both the big guy and I are war orphans from the land of soup, without homes or parents. We either starved to death or died in the war. But Rinkuin saved us. He took us with him, promising to bring us to Konoha. You know, we were barely hanging on at that time, too weak to follow the caravan. Later, Rinkuin had the elder sister distribute food to us. If it weren't for him and the elder sister, we would have starved to death on the road or been killed offhand. But what does that have to do with why you're afraid of him? Buffet asked, his face full of curiosity. Hearing this, the big guy scratched his head, trying to explain. I joined the group midway, and at first, I wanted to steal food from the elder sister. But Rinkuin beat me up. However, he didn't drive me away. Instead, he let me stay with the group. The big guy stammered through his explanation. So, what does that have to do with why you're afraid of him? Buffet emphasized the crux of his question. It's not fear, it's respect. Yes, respect. Rin-kun has a great capacity. How could we possibly fear him? Enough. The large boy was interrupted by a child with a scar on his face. Allow me to explain. We all hold great respect for Sister Ri, but she often faces harsh criticism from Lord Rin for her studies. Over time, we have all grown fearful of Lord Rin. Chapter 37. Medic Ma-e at the entrance of the orphanage. Rin sat on the steps while an elderly woman with white hair stood beside him. Excuse me, are you Lord Rin? The old woman's voice was frail yet kind. Lord Rin is too grand a title. I am merely Shuafeng Rin. You may call me Rin. Ah, what a good child. I often hear Yazi and the others mention your name, saying that without you, they would not have survived. Upon hearing this, Rin smiled and shook his head. That is not the case. Even without me, they would manage, though it would be more challenging. Nonetheless, we must thank you for saving them. The old woman, leaning on her cane, trembled as she sat beside Rin. Hearing her words, Rin shook his head again. It was merely a matter of interest. Ah, well, interest is commendable. After exchanging pleasantries, Rin learned that this elderly woman was the head of the orphanage, affectionately called Grandma Ma-e by the children. Her husband had once been a high-ranking shinobi of the Senju clan's vassal group, but he lost his life in war. Tragically, her two children had become separated during the turmoil of the Warring States period. Thus, in her deep sorrow, Grandma Ma-e prayed for a kind soul to find and raise her children. When the Konoha orphanage opened, she applied to become its head. As they conversed, Grandma Ma-e turned her gaze towards Rin. Rin, I heard from Yazi that both you and Ri are orphans as well. Not entirely. We have each other. Rin replied gently, watching Ri in the distance with a smile gracing his lips. Grandma Ma-e, slightly taken aback, beamed with delight. What an extraordinary child. Such positivity from one who has lost their family is indeed unexpected. May I ask how you managed to care for Ri? By forging tools. Rin replied with a faint smile, producing a kunai from his ninja pouch. Behold, magnet release. The kunai danced in Rin's hand like a nimble swallow. I cannot say whether this is a bloodline limit, but it serves well for forging. Upon witnessing a fleeting expression of disappointment cross Grandma Ma-e's face, Rin sighed inwardly. He had sensed her underlying desire when she posed her question. Perhaps she wished for him to impart his skills to the children of the orphanage, aiding them in securing a brighter future. Were he merely an ordinary villager from Konoha, he would not have hesitated. However, he was an undercover operative, akin to a pawn who has crossed the river on a chessboard, unable to retreat, only able to advance cautiously while being meticulously monitored. Thus, he could only reveal his harmlessness and abilities step by step. Bestowing kindness, especially upon orphans, to win hearts could lead to peril. Gazing at Ri, who was joyfully playing with her friends, a bold idea began to take shape in Rin's mind. Ri, being merely 4 years old, would not raise suspicion. Even the most cautious adults would not be wary of a chubby little child. With this thought, Rin allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Grandma Ma-e, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Rising respectfully, he bowed to Grandma Ma-e, and with her complex gaze upon him, he approached Ri and bid farewell to her companions. As they walked home under the setting sun, Ri appeared somewhat dispirited. What troubles you? The moment he spoke, Rin felt Ri's slender body stiffen, her chubby hand tightening around his. Can't you speak with your brother? At this, Ri lifted her face, shaking her small head vigorously. No. It's just. Encouraged by Rin's supportive gaze, she lowered her head and murmured, Ri feels useless, always relying on brother's things to help friends. Ri hasn't done. Her once bright voice trailed off, the sunset casting a thick shadow over her little face. Rin felt a surge of joy, reflecting. This child has not gone astray. My efforts and discipline were not in vain. Ri's mother, rest assured. Clearing his throat, Rin suppressed a smile and adopted a typical parental tone. What are you saying, child? You needn't be so polite with your brother. You are still young. When you grow up, I will rely on you to support me. Ri nodded earnestly, gazing at Rin with sincerity. Brother, don't worry. When I grow up, all the money I earn will be for you, and I'll take you out for barbecue every day. Huh? Rin chuckled, stifling his laughter. Then it is settled. Internally, he reveled in his triumph, thinking, Ri's mother, see? This is what your daughter has promised of her own accord, not by my coercion. When the time comes, I shall indulge in kabukicho with her earnings. Do not hold me accountable. With this in mind, Rin inquired, So Ri, what was it you wanted to tell your brother just now? Unburdened now, Ri's radiant smile returned as she tugged at Rin's hand, chattering excitedly. Brother, I want to help Yazzie and the others. Oh, what troubles them? Are they hungry or unable to sleep? Neither. Yazzie and the others aren't starving. It's just the children in the orphanage form cliques that are too strong, and they are often bullied since they arrived later. Rin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Such matters were not unique to Konoha or the shinobi world. They were common even in his past life. The nature of humanity is often marred by a tendency to oppress their kin, an unchangeable truth. If adults struggle to rise above this, how can children, whose minds are still developing, possibly resist? Moreover, one could hardly fault Grandma Mai. At her age, her ability to care for these orphans was commendable. Turning to Ri, who gazed at him with anticipation, Rin asked, Ri, do you wish for the orphanage to be free from such bullying? At his question, Ri shook her head adorably. No, I just want Yazzie and the big kids to stop being bullied. After all, my ability to help my friends comes from my brother. I cannot cause you too much trouble. Rin felt a warmth in his heart. Ri, you truly are thoughtful. If only you could apply such diligence when learning arithmetic. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Rin realized that while Ri was indeed a good child, she was old enough to devise her own ways to assist her friends. How about this? For every good idea you come up with that I approve, I shall give you 1,000 Rio to spend as you wish. Upon hearing about the money, Ri's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, it's a promise, the little girl declared, extending her chubby pinky finger. Observing this, Rin smiled faintly and interlocked his pinky with Li Yi's, affirming, a promise it shall be. As they walked home, the little girl entered a mode of incessant chatter, her words tumbling forth like a gentle stream. The sky darkened gradually, the last vestige of the sunset vanishing behind the treetops. Colorful lanterns began to adorn the streets, illuminating the night. What is happening today? It seems the lanterns have multiplied. Rin, intrigued, seized the arm of a cheerful woman nearby and innocently inquired, Auntie, what is the occasion? Why are there so many beautiful lanterns? The woman, beaming with joy, responded without a hint of impatience. The war is over. We have pushed back the forces of Yearn Hidden Village. We have won. A jubilant middle-aged man chimed in. Indeed, just moments ago, Lord Tobarama announced the cessation of hostilities. It's wonderful. My child will return. Nearby, a lovely young woman wiped away tears of joy from her eyes, exclaiming, my husband will finally come back. Releasing the woman's arm, Rin gazed contemplatively at the jubilant throngs around him. Families of the survivors flooded the streets, while those who had lost loved ones remained cloistered in darkness, mourning their losses. Nevertheless, the war had finally concluded. Upon returning home, Rin sat on the corridor, gazing up at the luminous moonlight, his expression shifting between hope and uncertainty. The war had ended, but what lay ahead? Was it now the time for the demise of Senju Tobarama? Rin had always found it perplexing how Tobarama, a master of space-time ninjutsu and the flying thunder god technique, capable of striking, retreating, and maneuvering effortlessly, could have been so easily slain by the likes of Kin and Jin. Even if they had consumed the chakra of the Nine Tails and possessed the physique of sages, it seemed implausible that they could vanquish someone of Tobarama's unparalleled prowess. After all, he was the man renowned for wielding only forbidden techniques, save for water release. To be candid, Rin harbored a complex admiration for Tobarama. On one hand, he awaited the demise of this paragon of strength and intellect, eager to enact his grand design. On the other, he felt it was a profound loss for such a steadfast figure, akin to a pillar of stability, to perish. Although their encounters had numbered fewer than 3, Rin held Tobarama in high esteem. Conquering a realm is easy, yet maintaining it proves far more challenging. Moreover, with his elder brother, the formidable and esteemed Senju Hashirama, the challenges of succeeding Tobarama, who was both less powerful and less renowned, were self-evident. Chapter 38. The conclusion of war in the Hokage building. Senju Tobarama, accompanied by his closest disciples, war strategists, and high-ranking officials, convened in the Hokage's office. Monkey, Hyo, Kaze, Minyin, Koharu, Danzo, you will accompany me to the peace talks. Tobarama stated calmly from behind his desk, his gaze sharp. The 6 nodded in unison. Now, regarding the upcoming negotiations with the Land of Lightning, what are your thoughts? His crimson eyes swept over the assembly. Koharu, standing to the side, stepped forward. Teacher, I believe there should be no significant issues with this negotiation. First, we are all aware of the second Raikage's nature. Although he is combative, he is generally amiable and easy to work with. The others nodded in agreement. recognizing the Reikage as an anomaly within the village of Yunin. During the first 5 Kage summit, Tobirama, serving as Hashirama's bodyguard, had crossed paths with the then second Reikage. Encouraged by their silence, Koharu continued, "Secondly, this war has dragged on for 2 years. It has been a prolonged and arduous endeavor. If we are struggling, it is even more so for the weaker Amigakure. Thirdly, the talks will occur in the battlefield between our land of fire and the land of lightning, where the chances of ambush are minimal." "I concur," Minion interjected. "As long as we temporarily delay the withdrawal of our forces, we can maximize the safety of this negotiation." Their words created an atmosphere of subtle joy within the Hokage office, smiles gracing the faces of all, even Danzo, who had recently faced misfortune. Ahem. A familiar cough broke the elation, prompting everyone to quickly compose themselves and turn their attention to the impassive Tobirama. Now is not the time for celebration. Monkey, draft a letter to the daimyo requesting a portion of funds to be allocated as compensation for the families of our fallen comrades, especially for those who perished in battle. Their remains must be returned for proper burial. The families of these heroes deserve our utmost care. After issuing his instructions, Tobirama turned to the map of the ninja world hanging on the wall and added, "Additionally, regarding the recent movements of the Wind Country, Danzo, what have you discovered?" Danzo stepped forward promptly. "Teacher, a while ago, our reconnaissance teams reported that the Wind Country is mobilizing troops towards the Rain Country. According to intel from our spies, they have already engaged in combat with Amigakure. And the outcome?" Tobirama inquired calmly. Danzo's expression shifted slightly. Hanzo the Salamander led the Amigakure ninjas into battle and suffered a significant defeat against Sunigakure. A defeat? Amigakure triumphed? Koharu asked incredulously. Indeed, Danzo confirmed. According to the reconnaissance report, Hanzo's summoned beast, the Salamander, unleashed a torrent of toxic gas on the battlefield. The Wind Country was unable to produce an antidote in time, resulting in heavy casualties. Later, Chiyo of Sunigakure developed an antidote, but by then, Sunigakure had already sustained substantial losses. However, Amigakure also faced severe consequences, with numerous ninjas slain. Upon hearing this, Tobirama's expression grew increasingly complex. Hanzo the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world, truly the only individual bestowed with a title-bearing god since the passing of my elder brother. In terms of strength, I might be his equal, but on the battlefield, his lethality is unparalleled. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the ever-composed Tobirama felt a fire ignite within him. Sakurin, this boy must be kept close at hand. Tobirama believed that should war arise again, with Rin's intellect, he could mislead Hans, turning him into the most formidable shield for the western borders of Konoha, provided he remained truly loyal to the village. Monkey, what is the current status of Sakurin? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, recalling the previous night when he had once again fallen into the trap set by the young rascal, his expression turning peculiar. Teacher, regarding the intel from last night, I submitted the report to you this morning. Is that so? Tobirama rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed by his recent busyness. Very well, you all know the participants for the negotiations. We depart in 3 days. Prepare accordingly. Yes. The group nodded in unison and exited the Hokage office in an orderly fashion. As the bustling office fell silent, Tobirama slowly seated himself, sifting through the mountain of documents until he unearthed Hiruzen's report. After perusing the detailed account of last night's events, Tobirama propped his forehead with one hand, his expression turning intricate. Sakurin, this individual possesses strength concealed far deeper than expected, according to Hiruzen's assessment. Rin's abilities lie between that of a special jonin and an elite jonin. Among the aspects that warrant special attention are Rin's physical prowess and battlefield judgment, particularly his martial skills, as he astonishingly employed the warning of avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen also noted Rin's weaknesses. When faced with long-range, widespread ninjutsu, he possesses little in the way of defensive measures. This type of bombardment is, after all, the forte of the Senju clan, known for their vast chakra reserves. 3 days swiftly passed. Early in the morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 5 companions reconvened in the Hokage's office. At that moment, Senju Tobirama stood outside, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robe and wearing the hat marked with Hokage. Beneath the ceremonial robe, he donned the armor that had accompanied him through many battles. Its design somewhat archaic, yet boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were also fully equipped and prepared. Is everyone ready? Senju Tobarama asked, arms crossed. Standing before the office's grand floor-to-ceiling window. Ready, responded an Umbu member, kneeling beside him, voice resolute. Half of the Umbu have been dispatched to protect Lord Mito, as per your command. Additionally, the Konoha Guard units have completed their expansion and are conducting high-intensity patrols. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama nodded and urged, during my absence from the village, it is imperative to maintain peace and stability. Should any troublemakers emerge, they must be executed on the spot. Furthermore, the Umbu forces will retract considerably, prioritizing the safety of my elder brother's wife. The Ninetales must not be provoked. Turning to face the others, he inquired, is there anything else to add? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a serious expression, spoke up. Sensei, regarding Rin Shikabane. At this, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation passed through Senju Tobarama's eyes. Do you have any objections? Sarutobi Hiruzen tightened his forehead protector. Sensei, the Umbu dungeon. His tone was grave. As one of the few aware of Rin's destructive potential, he understood that if Rin harbored any hidden schemes, he would likely execute them while Tobarama and the others were away from the village. To leave an individual with formidable close combat abilities, unwavering resolve, and extreme cunning unguarded within the village is clearly irresponsible. Turning to face Nara Shikamaru and Mito Kage, who exchanged glances of agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen added, Sensei, we concur. While Rin Shikabane has been relatively docile recently, he is ultimately not one of our own. Seeing the unanimous agreement among his three disciples, Senju Tobarama's keen gaze shifted to the last member present, Uchiha Danzo. Danzo, what are your thoughts? I agree with Hiruzen's suggestion, Danzo replied succinctly. Since the last encounter where Rin had verbally bested him, he had been notably subdued, rarely revealing his thoughts. Finally, Senju Tobarama's gaze fell upon Uchiha Kagami, who seemed hesitant to speak. Kagami, what do you think? Sensei, I have a different proposal. Uchiha Kagami bit his lip, voicing his thoughts. Could we allow Rin Shikabane to temporarily reside within the Uchiha compound, keeping a watchful eye on him? Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama's brows subtly furrowed. It was neither a wholly good nor bad suggestion. The Uchiha clan Sharingan would indeed serve as an excellent surveillance tool. He had always placed complete trust in the few Uchiha who understood the will of fire. However, he held no faith in the more obstinate members of the clan. Noticing his teacher deep in thought, Uchiha Kagami anxiously bit his lip. His intention in proposing this was to have the Uchiha clan share the village's burdens, but more so, he hoped Rin might gain insight into the Uchiha clan. Caught between the village and his family, he had never considered sharing his frustrations with his comrades or teacher. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, he understood that his companions and teacher inherently held their own stances. Thus, he yearned for someone who could help him find a solution. Rin's presence exhilarated Uchiha Kagami. An outsider, ostensibly a spy, theoretically. Rin did not belong to any faction within the village, making his position distinctly independent. Moreover, Kagami admitted he lacked Rin's extraordinary strategic acumen. The most pressing issue was that Rin's falling out with Uchiha Ryota instilled a sense of urgency within him. The longer Rin remained in the village, the more subjective his understanding of its factions would become. As a seasoned warrior, Uchiha Kagami knew that subjective impressions could be one of the greatest hindrances to a ninja completing their missions. With this thought, the gleam of anticipation in his eyes intensified. Just then, as Senju Tobarama was contemplating, an Umbu member suddenly appeared at his side, whispering urgently, Hokage-sama, Rin Shikabane requests an audience. At this revelation, a sharp light flickered in Senju Tobarama's eyes, his expression turning grave. Does he know something? Let him in. Senju Tobarama's voice was icy. Moments later, as Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others exchanged puzzled glances, Rin Shikabane boldly pushed open the office door and strode in with an exuberant demeanor. Ah, everyone is here. Upon seeing Rin, the expressions of those in the office changed dramatically. What a coincidence it was that they were discussing how to deal with him. And now he had arrived unannounced. None were foolish. Indeed, each of them, being the direct disciples of the second Hokage, was remarkably astute. In an instant, the entire Hokage office fell into a heavy silence, uncertainty clouding their minds. Unfazed by the strange atmosphere, Rin approached the desk with a radiant smile, bowing slightly. Lord Tobarama, I've finished writing the letter to Lord Hanzo. May I trouble you to deliver it? As he spoke, Rin awkwardly scratched his head and continued. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Senju Tobarama fixed his gaze on Rin's eyes, taking the envelope from him and casually inquired, "May I take a look?" "Wow. The second Hokage is quite polite." Rin grinned, nodding vigorously. "Of course, the envelope is unsealed for your perusal." Seeing Rin's compliant demeanor, Senju Tobarama nodded slightly and opened the letter. In the letter, Rin adopted a tone of complete ignorance regarding the rain frog, lamenting to Hanzo the Salamander about his plight. He began by expressing his isolation and the difficulties he faced in gathering intelligence. He requested personnel from Hanzo. The latter part of the letter transitioned to a plea for financial assistance, stating that he had been unable to eat a decent meal for days. The letter was largely filled with grievances, while the remainder consisted of various creative requests for money. In summary, the prevailing theme was, he was broke. Without funds, nothing could be accomplished. Senju Tobarama found the situation amusing. On the front lines, Hanzo was embroiled in a deadly struggle with the Sand Village, while here, this lad was dragging his feet. If Hanzo were to discover that the task force he dispatched was sold off by Rin for a mere 430,000 Rio, he would likely be infuriated beyond measure. Feigning nonchalance, Senju Tobarama handed the letter to an Umbu member beside him. In the future, any correspondence can be directed to the Inuzuka clan. Rin nodded with a smile, yet he did not leave, remaining quietly at Senju Tobarama's desk. "Is there anything else?" Senju Tobarama asked coldly. Unexpectedly, Rin nodded earnestly. "Lord Tobarama, if you're heading to the front lines for negotiations, might I accompany you?" As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the office was taken aback, their expressions filled with astonishment. Even the usually composed Senju Tobarama's countenance grew grim. "Shuku Rinjin." Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted. Hearing a vaguely familiar voice, Rin turned his head in bewilderment to behold the source of the outcry. There stood Shimura Danzo, emerging yet again, his face flushed crimson with unbridled fury. "Shoho Rin," he bellowed, "speak. Are you secretly colluding with Hanzo the Salamander, planting spies within our village?" Emphasizing we repeatedly. Shimura Danzo felt a surge of satisfaction within. "Consider me, Danzo, who has endured humiliation and carried burdens in silence. All for this day, to unmask the hypocritical facade of this traitor before our teacher." At this thought, the flame of desire named ambition blazed fiercely within Danzo's heart. Rinmin scratched his head in bewilderment, casting a puzzled glance at Tobarama Senju. "Lord Tobarama, has your disciple fallen ill?" Rin timidly inquired. "You scoundrel! Do you still dare to lie in front of the teacher? Stop feigning ignorance and speak. How do you know the information regarding the teacher's discussions? How exquisitely precise is your timing?" Upon hearing the inquiry from Shimura Danzo, Rin realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly turned to survey the crowd. Aside from the contemplative Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hizashi, the expressions of others, including Tika Kober, were marked by a palpable tension. Witnessing this, Rin's countenance darkened considerably. Goodness gracious, what manner of fools am I dealing with? No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his later years, became increasingly prone to ill-conceived strategies. It seems he was led astray by these individuals. With a flurry of internal complaints, I let out a resigned sigh. Good heavens! Such a simple matter should be evident to anyone with a properly functioning mind. As he spoke, Rin's expression contorted, and he scratched his scalp vigorously. To declare the war over yet not recall the ninjas from the battlefield. What could be the reason behind such a decision? From the moment I stepped into Konoha, the ever-present Inuzuka dog vanished without a trace. What could have happened? The Konoha Guard originally patrolled twice a day. Now, they patrol 7 or 8 times daily. Do you believe everyone is a fool? Having spoken, Rin tightly pressed his lips together, casting a sympathetic glance at Danzo not far away, before regarding the Senju Tobarama before him with the same expression. Witnessing this scene, Tika and Mito's hearts raced with trepidation. Rin's audacity was truly remarkable. What does that gaze signify? It clearly reflects a lament for Danzo's intellect, compounded by pity for the fact that such a disciple exists. Shikaku Rin, do you not possess an ounce of fear? Rinrin also noticed the expressions of the two, their faces contorting further. My goodness, have all your skill points been allocated to reading people's emotions? Why not broaden your perspective? My goodness, does this village of Konoha truly hold a promising future? At this moment, Rin's heart was filled with doubt and self-doubt. No, we absolutely cannot allow these 3 despicable individuals to lead Sarutobi Sasuke astray. At the moment when Rin silently resolved to take action, Shimura Danzo was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, it happened again. For the second time. This scoundrel has looked down upon my intelligence. Regret. Exhaustion. I long for death. Konoha's Tobirama Senju, gazed upon by Rin with a pitiful expression, did not succumb to anger. In truth, he was momentarily taken aback upon learning of Rin's arrival. After all, standing behind him was the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander. Should that individual become aware of their movements, it would pose a considerable threat. Nevertheless, Tobirama, being a seasoned strategist, quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation. However, the notion of including Rin in the peace talks was utterly out of the question. Not only did the discussions with the second Raikage pertain to two significant secrets, but it was also unbecoming for the illustrious Hidden Leaf Village to involve a mere child, an undercover agent from the Rain Village, in such diplomatic endeavors. After a brief contemplation, Tobirama shook his head resolutely. No, it simply would not do. Seeing the second generation shake his head, Rin let out a faint sigh and nonchalantly sprawled out on the ground like a rogue. Very well. If that is the case, which dungeon shall we venture into? Upon hearing this, everyone was once again struck with astonishment. Could it be that this individual has even deciphered Lord Tobirama's thoughts? Rin observed the crowd in silence, then reluctantly retrieved a tortoise-shaped purse from his bosom. With trembling hands, he extracted a 500-tael note and placed it upon the ground. Since none of you are inclined to speak, he declared, I shall take it upon myself to voice my concerns, regardless of where I may be confined. 3 meals a day must be guaranteed. I dread the thought of going hungry. Then, I must consume meat at every meal. Meat. Rin emphatically reiterated once more, before extending his trembling hand to push the 500 taels of banknotes towards Senju Tobirama. Lord Tobirama, this is my allowance for sustenance. As we agreed beforehand, once you accept my money, you must not go back on your word. You are all adults. How can you take pleasure in bullying a mere child like me? Observing Rin's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, even the typically composed Tobirama Senju could not suppress a twitch of his cheek. This insufferable brat, 500 ryo. He still expects to indulge in meat at every meal. It infuriates me. He must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he will become increasingly unruly. Upon this reflection, the hands of Senju Tobirama gently clasped together beneath the table. A resolute incantation resonated within his heart. Art of spiritual transformation. In the next moment, the enigmatic figure of Senju Tobirama remained in a state of contemplative stillness, his eyes closed. Meanwhile, his imperceptible soul traversed the fabric of space, colliding forcefully with the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen felt an abrupt rigidity seize his form, an overwhelming sense of terror flooding his heart. Just as he was about to struggle, he heard the swift and composed voice of his mentor resonating within his mind. Hiruzen, do not rush, listen to me. I am currently employing the art of transformation, and you shall act according to my command. The sound faded away, and Sarutobi Hizashi quietly noted his teacher's instructions. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he addressed Rin. Rin, you overestimate your own significance. Our village is remarkably resilient. Even in the absence of teacher Tobirama and ourselves, it would not face any significant troubles. Therefore, we have no intention of confining you. Upon hearing this, Rin was overwhelmed with joy, disregarding the noticeable shift in Sarutobi Hizashi's tone, and hastily seized 500 ryo, ready to make his escape. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi grasped Rin firmly, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. However, since you have brought it up, we shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request. How about this? Choose between the Uchiha clan's territory and the Umbu's dungeon. Upon hearing these words, Rin was taken aback. His expression contorted as if wearing a mask of anguish. Is there truly freedom within the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing Rin's stammering voice, Sarutobi Hizashi turned to the side to glance at Uchiha Kagami, who initially shook his head and then nodded. Understanding dawned upon him. There exists a relative freedom. After a moment of contemplation, Rin sighed and resignedly stated, then it shall be the Uchiha. Although their Byakugan can monitor me from every conceivable angle, a modicum of freedom is certainly preferable to an existence shrouded in darkness. At the very least, we can engage in some activity. Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent, casting bewildered glances at Rin and then at Uchiha Kagami, who was holding his forehead, torn between laughter and tears. Rin, our clan's bloodline limit is the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami explained with utmost certainty. Huh. Rin stared at Kagami with a face full of confusion. Isn't it the Byakugan? Then why does Liang Tai from our class roll his eyes at me every time he sees me? Upon hearing these words, even the impeccably composed Uchiha Kagami was rendered speechless. Struggling to suppress the urge to roll his eyes, he voiced the collective sentiment of those present. You, my friend, truly possess a sharp tongue. Chapter 40. The true purpose. Beneath the Hokage building lies the Konoha Umbu dungeon. In a clean and sanitary cell, Linrin reclined languidly on a rather firm bed, dressed in a bear-patterned pajama, his legs crossed comfortably. The room, a compact square of less than 10 square meters, boasted no windows, save for a small, sliding peephole on an imposing door made of special materials. Inside, a simple iron bed and a metal table occupied the sparse space. A dim oil lamp illuminated the area, its feeble glow barely piercing the shadows. Scattered across the table were several empty plates and a few books adorned with illustrations of little figures. Leaning against the bed, Linrin held a book in one hand and a skewer of octopus balls in the other, leisurely reading by the flickering light. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the creaking sound of metal. The peephole slid open, revealing a familiar dog-headed mask. Linrin 233, it's time to eat, the well-known voice announced. Upon hearing the commotion, Linrin deftly tossed aside his book, executing a nimble roll off the bed. Oh, dog brother, what brings you here? He greeted enthusiastically, striding to the peephole to peer outside. Outside, the scruffy dog retreated a couple of steps, his mouth twitching beneath the mask in silent exasperation. What do you mean, what brings me here? I'm delivering your food. You rascal. You still can't behave even in the dark department prison, expecting to order what you want. Look at your life. Does this resemble that of a prisoner? You have meals served to you, clothes handed over, and even toilet paper delivered for your needs. While other prisoners are content with a single ration a day, you indulge in seaweed rice balls for breakfast, a hodgepodge of meatballs for lunch, and grilled delicacies for dinner. 500 coins wouldn't cover your extravagant feasts. The dog's frustration mounted as he gazed at the disheveled books, stained with grease, within the cell. Damn it! Take care of my precious collection. If I hadn't lent you the Tale of Genji series at your behest, I wouldn't have done so. He fumed internally. And you, with your barely formed fur, dare to indulge in adult literature? Oblivious to the dog's inner musings, Linrin gleefully inquired, Dog brother, what is for dinner tonight? Is it from that charcoal grill place in Narazaka? Upon hearing this, the dog's expression shifted to one of incredulity as he glanced at the dark, chunky substance in his plate. No, you brat. A heartwarming dinner, With that, he thrust the plate through the window, swiftly shutting it with a click, turning away to leave. Listening to the series of mocking cackles fading into the distance, Linrin's expression darkened. To his dismay, the unidentified food in the plate was an even deeper shade of black than his own face. What on earth is this? At that moment, Linrin felt as if he had returned to the dungeon of the cult, reminiscent of the first time he held a large vial of poison, filled with trepidation and hesitation. With a sigh, he cradled the plate, swallowing the unidentifiable mass in one go. Sticking out his tongue and grimacing, he ambled to the bedside, picking up the half-read adult book and reclining once more. Yet, his ears occasionally twitched as if attuned to the slightest sounds. As time slipped by, a day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. Within the towering structure of the Hidden Leaf Village, now devoid of inhabitants, the confidential documents concerning the village had already been transferred to the underground storage of the intelligence unit. The remaining areas, aside from the necessary guards, had lost their once bustling atmosphere. As twilight descended, Linrin continued to lie with his eyes closed on the bed, silently counting his heartbeats and murmuring to himself. It has been 2 days and nights since I was confined in the dark department prison. During this time, patrols have been incessant, with intervals of unpredictability. Sometimes, someone passes by the door every 30 seconds. Other times, 5 minutes elapse without a soul in sight, utterly devoid of routine. It seems that Tobarama has some foresight. The patrol arrangements appear to refresh randomly each day. Indeed, it is no wonder that Naruto managed to sneak into the Hokage building to steal the sealing book. It must have been due to the old Sarutobi's indulgence. However, one must consider, perhaps that sealing book is a counterfeit. It might merely contain the technique for the shadow clone jutsu. After all, the techniques listed within would not be particularly friendly to Naruto at that age. Techniques such as 5 elements unsealing, Reaper Death Seal, and 8 gates are hardly considered reliable. Yet, if that sealing book is indeed fake, it would explain a lot. After all, a mere shadow clone jutsu, even if taken by Mizuki, would not pose a significant problem. If forbidden techniques cannot be reclaimed, then one can always retrieve those who wield them. As Linrin ruminated, 1,000 miles away in the land of the moon, Tobarama Senju knelt before a temporary office, scrutinizing a scroll, while an Umbu member knelt before him. This scroll contained intelligence sent from the village, detailing Linrin's actions, rather than mere information. It resembled a chronicle of the Umbu's woes. Linrin, though quiet and unassuming, had a precise appetite. His hunger struck like clockwork, never a second late. Whenever meals were delayed, he would pound on the door, clamoring for food. His cries would reverberate throughout the nearby cells, prompting other prisoners to join in. Strangely, these prisoners had learned to echo Linrin's demands for specific dishes: steamed lamb, braised bear paws, grilled duck, roasted chick, and various other exotic names that had never been heard before. Most infuriatingly, Linrin never repeated a single dish in his requests. Through the scroll, Tobarama could sense Linrin's absurdity. Suppressing the urge to voice his frustrations, he directed his gaze to the Umbu before him. Increase the personnel, keeping a watchful eye on Linrin 24 hours a day. I sense this lad is up to something. Understood. The Umbu nodded earnestly. As time ambled by, the clock struck 2 in the morning. In the silent cell, the candle had burned down to its end, leaving only a feeble glimmer illuminating the small space. Suddenly, Linrin's eyes snapped open, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The sealing book, here I come. Chapter 41, Shadow Clone Jutsu and Flying Thunder God Technique. In the still, dark underground prison, Linrin rose slowly, advancing towards the door. With hands clasped together, he intoned, "Ugly, secret technique, slippery, ghost technique." A soft hum resonated as a peculiar gray energy enveloped his body. The mist swirled, merging with the darkness, and in an instant, his existence seemed to be forcibly erased from this world. This technique from the village of Rain significantly diminished his presence. However, it had its drawbacks. It could only obscure one from ordinary sight, causing the average person to subconsciously overlook his existence. Yet, it would be ineffective against perceptive ninjas. Linrin was uncertain if the Umbu possessed Byakugan. Regardless, he could not dwell on such matters now. In every plan, there lies a risk of failure, and all he could do was minimize that probability. Faintly, Linrin's ears twitched, attuned to the sounds around him. Just moments ago, a barely audible footstep had passed by the door. He recognized it as the patrol of the Umbu. Though he could not discern the intervals of the patrols or their underlying logic, knowing the minimum interval was sufficient for him. The interval for the Umbu ninja is approximately 30 seconds. This signifies that each time one Umbu passes by the door, the next patrolling Umbu cannot arrive for at least 30 seconds. Counting silently in my mind, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now is the moment. Rin swiftly brought his hands together, forming the uziel with remarkable speed, and pointed his right index finger towards the lock. Aradikai no Jutsu. In that fleeting moment, within the corridor outside the door, iron particles concealed within the crevices of the wall swiftly coalesced into a key, traversing the expanse of space to manifest at the keyhole of the door. Click! A clear sound echoed through the empty corridor, resonating from afar. Oh no! Despite all my meticulous calculations, I had completely overlooked this door. Rin exerted great restraint to suppress the tremors of his body as he slowly pushed open the cell door. With deliberate care, he slipped outside, closed the door behind him, and then formed a series of hand seals once more. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! A soft sound echoed. The pillow on Linrin's bed suddenly transformed, taking on his likeness, and appeared on the cot within the cell. Come here. With an acute perception of steel through magnetic manipulation, Rin swiftly directed the shuriken concealed within the pillow, propelling it toward the door. Mere moments after Rin's completion, a familiar figure, the dog-masked individual, came barreling down the corridor. Upon recognizing the approaching form, Rin's heart leapt with joy. Though the visage of the dog was unknown to him, Rin was certain that this individual was neither a member of the Hyuga clan nor of the Uchiha clan. Consequently, it seemed highly probable that the substitute in his cell could successfully evade detection. As for why the dog did not belong to either the Hyuga or Uchiha families, the answer was quite simple. The characteristics of these two clans were distinctly apparent. One was characterized by sleek, straight black hair and an aloof demeanor, while the other was marked by a prideful, introverted disposition. In contrast, the dog was simply an ordinary, somewhat reserved individual. Pausing in its tracks, The earthy hound began to inspect each cell, guided by the source of the sound. Snap! The small window on the door creaked open. Inside, the prisoner lay sprawled across the bed, rolling over with a grumble before muttering a curse under his breath. Soon enough, the guard arrived outside Rin's cell door. After a brief hesitation, he yanked open the viewing slit. There, standing rigidly just beyond the threshold, was Rin, his face twisted into an eerie grin. His pitch-black eyes unnaturally wide and gleaming from the shadows, fixed unblinkingly upon him. A shiver crawled up the guard's spine, his feet instinctively stumbling backward. Why you? What the hell are you doing? Come, let us play a game of finding the ball together. Rin's innocent voice chimed softly by my ear. In an instant, a chill emanated from the chrysanthemum, racing towards the forehead, causing the bristles of the mutt's short hair to stand on end. I shall return to slumber. With a stammering shout, the anxious guard hastily closed the small window of the door, entirely oblivious to the fact that the sound emanated from beside him rather than from within the cell. Suddenly shivering, he cast a wary glance around, steeling himself as he made his way toward the duty room, unaware that a shadowy figure had silently trailed behind him. Rin, sporting a mischievous grin, casually brushed his fingers against the window of his cell, leaving behind an iron powder-triggered device. He then stealthily descended behind the guard, discreetly retracting the nearly undetectable iron powder back into his being. Following the guard, Rin proceeded until they reached a duty room located at the end of the corridor. This duty room was unlike others, not positioned along the corridor's edge. Rather, it stood directly in the path, with two doors, one leading into the corridor that housed the prisoners and the other connecting to the outside world. As they entered the brightly lit duty room, the gray mist enveloping Rin transformed, shifting colors like a chameleon in response to the illumination. The guard stepped briskly into the light, shivering once more as he turned to his companion seated in the duty room, exclaiming, "That rascal Rin. He spends the night haunting the window, nearly giving me a heart attack." Upon hearing this, several individuals in the shadows erupted into hearty laughter. "Serves you right. Who told you to show that boy the tale of Genji? His blood is rushing to his lower head. It's a wonder he can even sleep." The stray dog did not retort, trembling once more. "Continue your patrol. I have an urgent need to relieve myself. Excuse me for a moment. Surely you're not so frightened that you've wet yourself? Are you, Mutt?" Laughter erupted once more among the companions. Rin, unable to contain his joy, joined in with a broad grin, unsteadily following the footsteps of the earthy dog. After traversing through several doors and ascending numerous flights of stairs, encountering a handful of patrolling ninjas along the way, the earthy dog, clutching his stomach, finally emerged onto the ground above, with Rin closely trailing behind him until they reached the surface. As he surveyed his surroundings, Rin let out a gleeful chuckle. At that moment, he found himself within the confines of the Hokage building, specifically at the foot of the staircase on the first floor. Recalling his previous visits, Rin bid farewell to his good brother the earthy dog and, with familiarity, made his way to a pair of grand wooden doors nestled in the corner of the first floor. Gazing at the intricate and vibrant flame patterns adorning the doors, Rin could no longer contain the excitement bubbling within him and clenched his fists in exhilaration. How wonderful! After enduring countless hardships, he had finally arrived at this very threshold. To infiltrate Konoha, I eliminated the Rain Ninja and took Ri with me. To preserve my freedom, I racked my brains, desperately aligning with the will of fire. To make Konoha wary, I did not hesitate to slay the Rain Toad, revealing my true strength. To penetrate the Hokage's tower, I even risked my life, provoking Tobirama Senju with audacious words and actions. Each step of this journey has been taken with utmost caution, as if treading on thin ice. Upon contemplating this, a twinge of frustration welled up within Rin. Why is it that others traverse realms without concern for sustenance, effortlessly wielding kaleidoscopes or possessing eyes of rebirth? Yet, here I am, in stark contrast. Immortality is quite splendid, especially the kind where one is sliced and dried. After great difficulty infiltrating the Hidden Rain village, I was dispatched to the Hidden Leaf as a spy. Having painstakingly devised an elaborate scheme, who would have thought the leaf had already permeated the rain like a sieve, instantly exposing my identity? Even setting that aside, merely attempting to enroll in the Ninja Academy required endless groveling and theatrical lamentations. How utterly vexing! Lingren clutched his forehead, overwhelmed with despair. Yet the sweet fruits of victory lay just within reach. Soon, this Grandmaster Lingren would spread his wings and soar to the heavens. rubbing his hands together in excitement. Rin extended his right hand. Between his fingers, minuscule iron particles seeped from his skin, gradually coalescing into the form of a key. Click. A soft click. Rinjin's heart blossomed with joy. Disregarding the stealth technique's requirement for measured movement, he darted swiftly into the archives. Closing the door behind him, he inhaled deeply. Instantly, a rich aroma of ink mingled with the musty scent of aged parchment enveloped him. This is the essence of knowledge. Splendid. On tiptoe, with tiny hands clasped together, Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly surveyed the expansive archive room. The space was grand, taking on a cylindrical shape, with a soaring dome that reached an impressive height of 7 to 8 meters. Towering, ancient bookshelves lined the surrounding walls, each meticulously arranged with a myriad of scrolls, both large and small. Rin understood that these scrolls contained countless ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and secret techniques of Konohagakure. His gaze flicked over them, but he lingered not. His singular ambition was fixated on the colossal scroll at the very heart of the room, standing at a height just shy of his own. It was an ancient scroll, quietly resting upon the circular stone pedestal at the heart of the room. The pedestal was intricately adorned with a myriad of esoteric patterns, interspersed with numerous complex characters. Surrounding the pedestal, 6 candlesticks were evenly distributed, their flames gently flickering and illuminating the entire chamber. A fire broke out in the library, and the chief of the police station has fallen in love with me. Rin could not comprehend the thought process of these ninjas. Lighting candles in a place filled with scrolls felt akin to playing hide and seek in a restroom. However, with time of the essence, Rin disregarded such musings and swiftly approached the stone platform, gazing at the intricate patterns beneath. They were exquisite, enchanting, reminiscent of a third grader's first encounter with the English language. Those twisting and turning words knew me, yet I did not recognize them. Nevertheless, Rin understood that these patterns were not merely for amusement, much like the sentences in an English textbook, which served a purpose beyond mere frustration. With this thought in mind, Rin extended both hands and formed a series of seals. In the next moment, Rin retrieved a rod composed of iron powder from beneath. Now, let us see what you can do. As he spoke, he thrust the iron rod into the stone platform. Suddenly, a silvery beam of light flickered, and the right hand of the man, holding the rod, was severed at the wrist. Good heavens! You don't cut the rod, you cut me instead? If you were to cut me, that would be one thing, but to sever my wrist bone, as unyielding as steel, is quite an impressive feat. At the sight of the wound, crimson blood mingled with black iron powder, flowing forth in a relentless cascade. In a swift motion, Rin formed a seal with one hand. In the next instant, the iron powder coalesced at the wound, forming a membrane that staunched the gushing blood. Behold my technique, magnet release, Iron Man's art. A low growl echoed through the air. The iron rod that had fallen to the ground instantaneously transformed into a diminutive figure, barely the size of a palm. It was this very technique that had previously enabled the figure to unlock the specially designed prison door. The small figure gradually rose, first bouncing up and down a couple of times to acclimatize to its new, tiny form. Then, it retrieved its severed right hand and cast a spell. The figure deftly caught its own hand, reattaching it at the severed edge. Within its body, iron particles coalesced into needles, stitching itself together with remarkable speed. At this moment, time did not permit a leisurely healing process. Once the right hand was reattached, the figure formed another hand seal, manipulating the small entity within the spell array to swiftly approach the half-human height of the sealed tome. The small figure nimbly leapt up and pried open the clasp that held the tome shut. With a flourish, the scroll unfurled, and the figure hastened to the edge of the stone platform. There, emblazoned upon the sealed tome, were 7 striking characters, the technique of multiple shadow clones. My heavens! A skill of extraordinary prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin entered a state of intense focus, holding his breath and concentrating deeply, his eyes gleaming with determination as he fixated on the contents of the sealed book. In a flash, he absorbed the intricate details of the shadow clone technique, swiftly committing it to memory before turning the page. At the sound of the command, Xiaolin swiftly propelled the scroll, rolling to the side, just managing to come to a stop at the edge of the candle. Halt! As the flickering flame of the candle threatened to caress the tome of seals, Rin hurriedly maneuvered little Rin to grasp the scroll. Once the scroll came to a halt, Rin cast her gaze once more upon the tome of seals. This is not the 8 gates technique. What could this be? On the scroll, an exceedingly obscure text materializes. This, the flying thunder god technique. But where is the technique? Where is the seal? The incantations are obscured, leaving behind a lengthy passage of intricate and bewildering text. How frustrating. Rin, steeling himself, committed the lengthy string of text to memory. Fortunately, he had diligently honed his memorization skills in preparation for this day. Otherwise, he might not have been able to recall it at all. Moreover, while he recognized each character individually, when combined, they formed a sentence that eluded his understanding entirely. With a steely resolve, Rin was just about to proceed further when, suddenly, his senses were stirred. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Someone was inspecting the premises. Rin let out a low exclamation. Chapter 42. Achieving Success and Withdrawing. Just as Rin hurriedly made his way to his room, 7 members of the secret department were engaged in a serious discussion in the duty room of the dungeon. Captain Bao, what urgent matter has prompted your sudden assembly of us? A member of the Umbu inquired. Codenamed Explosion, he stood before 6 subordinates, wielding a sharp dagger. The situation unfolded as follows. Previously, the Inuzuka had claimed to be startled by the little ghost known as 233. At the time, I perceived no cause for concern. However, just moments ago, I revisited the scene with the Inuzuka. Upon opening the window, I discovered 233 lying in bed, sound asleep. I intended to rouse him to inquire about his condition, but to my astonishment, I found that no matter how I called, he remained utterly unresponsive, devoid of any reaction. Now, I must inspect this room. You are to follow the standard procedure. With that, I pointed to 3 among the 6, summoning 3 Umbu, including the Inuzuka. You 3 will accompany me for the inspection, while the remaining 3 shall patrol in shifts, ensuring that there are always 2 individuals in the duty room. At the slightest sound, immediately seal off the entire dungeon. The voice resonated with utmost seriousness. Yes, the 6 members of the Umbu nodded in unison. Baku drew his short blade, gripping it firmly in reverse, as his gaze fell upon the 3 individuals before him. It was time to commence the deployment. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the dark corridor outside the duty room, contemplating for a moment before continuing. When we arrive at cell 233, the dog and I will enter the room to investigate the situation there. You 2 shall stand guard on either side of the corridor, remaining vigilant against any potential surprise attack or unrest from cell 233. Remember, this is a moment of great significance. Any hint of unrest must be extinguished immediately. Upon concluding his statement, his gaze subtly flicked towards the Earth Dog. Earth Dog, you have been monitoring subject 233 for an extended period. Share what you know about him. At these words, the furrowed brow beneath the Earth Dog's mask deepened. In that moment, he ceased to be the frivolous LSP, transforming instead into a covert operative of Konoha. He is formidable. I have accompanied Lord Sarutobi on missions 3 to 234. Subject 233 possesses exceptional close-quarters combat capabilities, far surpassing those of an ordinary jonin. This strength is not merely a reflection of his proficiency in taijutsu, but rather an alarming combination of absolute power and speed, capable of shattering an adult man's skull in an instant. Upon hearing this, the brow concealed beneath the mask of the Earth Dog tightened even further, and he inquired in a grave tone, "Is there more?" Indeed, the native dog nodded. This little rascal possesses an astounding ability to adapt to the battlefield, with an instantaneous judgment capacity that is truly formidable. Upon hearing this, the man's brows furrowed even deeper. As a seasoned operative of the shadowy underworld, he understood a fundamental truth. Within the confines of a prison cell, the roles of pursuer and prey, hunter and hunted, could shift in an instant. Particularly when confronted with a prisoner adept in close combat, their position would appear exceedingly precarious. What troubled him most was that Linrun could not be roused. He had not yet reached the point of being able to eliminate him through the bars. All they could do at this moment was to open the door and investigate. Damn it! How could such a monstrous entity be confined to such a lowly cell? Unable to contain his frustration, Baku let slip a remark. Upon hearing this, several clandestine individuals, aware of various secrets due to their connection with Rin, pressed their lips together in silence. Even though the other party held a superior position, certain secrets could not be divulged without the approval of Lord Hokage. As time ticked away, Baku abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes shimmering as he fixed his gaze on the darkness of the corridor, gritting his teeth and declaring, Let us depart. We must ascertain the situation. Although his caution afforded Rin ample time, her actions were not without fault. There had been instances in the past where prisoners feigned death to launch surprise attacks on the covert operatives. Moreover, they were confronting utterly despicable felons, necessitating an unwavering vigilance. Shortly after the quartet set off, Rin, utilizing her stealthy technique, stealthily entered the duty room. As her gaze swept across the room, a pang of alarm gripped her heart. Something was amiss. The number of individuals present was not as it should be. Upon this realization, Rin swiftly quickened his pace, making his way towards his chamber. In a flurry of urgency, he finally arrived at the threshold of his room just before the 4 individuals unlocked the prison door. At that moment, the quartet from the Dark Division, half kneeling and huddled together, whispered conspiratorially amongst themselves. The Earth Dog said, "Wait a moment, I'll go in first. You guard the entrance and keep a firm watch on the cell door. Additionally, you two, keep an eye on both sides of the corridor. At the first sign of any strange noises, do not act rashly. Immediately signal the duty room." After assigning the task, the 4 of them stood up, and Baku retrieved a long string of keys from the pocket of his vest. Rin, who had completely understood the Dark Department's plan, immediately followed closely behind Baku, preparing to sneak in as he opened the door. With a soft click, as the key turned in the lock, the door creaked open. Baku, holding a ninja short blade, made hand signs with one hand, his gaze piercing through the darkness, fixating on Rin, who lay on the bed like a corpse. Upon hearing the click, the Earth Dog suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. Not long ago, he had seemingly heard that sound. A troubling suspicion slowly surfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, Rin stealthily followed Baku's footsteps. Upon entering the cell, Rin's anxious heart finally began to calm. Quickening his pace, he bypassed the extremely tense Baku and approached the bed, gradually crouching down to crawl beneath it. With the transformation technique having been discovered, it was inevitable that this incident would have to be downplayed as nothing more than a child's prank. After all, Senju Tobarama was on the verge of meeting his end at the hands of the Golden and Silver brothers, though somewhat lonely. There was no one left in this village who could guess his true intentions. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Rin gradually relaxed, feigning sleep as he lay beneath the bed. Inside the cell, Baku finally slithered to Rin's side. The lantern moved, its light slowly illuminating Rin's face, allowing Baku to finally see the Rin on the bed. In the next moment, he felt a tightening in his bladder, an overwhelming urge to urinate. There lay Rin, his eyes wide open, staring intently at him like a stiff puppet. Although he did not wear the eerie smile that the Earth Dog mentioned, his eyes had just moved slightly. My goodness, this scared the life out of me. Just as Baku was breaking into a cold sweat, suddenly, a head poked out from beneath the bed. Yet again, it was Rin. However, this Rin looked far less menacing, his face bearing the confusion of someone just awakened, squinting against the light. "Hey, uncle, what are you doing in my room? The toilet's over there. Take it yourself," a simple voice chimed. In the next second, the Rin on the bed exploded with a bang, transforming into a pristine, white pillow. The sound was not loud, yet it startled the 4 members of the Dark Department. Seeing the bewildered expression on Rin's face, Baku, who had just been terrified half to death, suddenly felt his face flush with embarrassment. A wave of unnamed rage surged from his heart. At that moment, all thoughts of close combat prowess and battlefield adaptability vanished from his mind. All he wanted was to drag Rin out from under the bed and give him a good beating. Without hesitation, Baku grimly seized Rin by the collar and yanked him from beneath the bed, delivering a punch without a second thought. "Damn it, scaring me like that. Keeping me up at night. Telling me to take the toilet out. You nearly gave me a heart attack," he roared, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Don't blame me for hitting you. This is just standard procedure after a door check." Rin, with a peculiar expression, dodged left and right, but unfortunately, his clothes were firmly grasped by Baku, who landed a few solid punches. This punch was for the Earth Dog, who was scared to the point of wetting himself. At the entrance, the Earth Dog's face turned crimson beneath his mask, and the kunai in his hand creaked under pressure. "This punch is for me. For causing me disturbances in the middle of the night." Even while being lifted in the air, Rin remained unyielding, clawing and flailing against Baku. "You coward, let me down. I want to duel you. Hurry, let me down. You're going to rip my pajamas." Upon hearing this, the Earth Dog standing at the door shuddered and quickly stepped forward to intervene between the two. He knew Rin all too well, or rather, He understood Rin better than anyone in the Hidden Leaf Village. This guy was generous towards his sister, but miserly to outsiders, especially regarding clothing. Uchiha Ryota lost $1 million for a pair of shoes. For ninjas from the Rain Village lost their lives for tearing this guy's sleeve. Having witnessed Rin's methods, the Earth Dog swiftly placed himself in front of Baku, carefully grasping Rin's shoulders and setting him back on the bed, even smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing as he let go. Pulling Baku aside, the Earth Dog leaned in to whisper, "It's fine if you hurt him, but just don't tear his clothes." "Why?" Baku asked, frowning. The Earth Dog awkwardly chuckled. "Well, have you heard this saying? If I don't extort you today, I'll never eat 4 dishes in my lifetime." At this, Baku's expression behind the mask turned peculiar. Was this the guy who extorted $1 million from the Uchiha clan? The Earth Dog nodded emphatically. Seeing this, Baku wasted no time in dragging the Earth Dog out of the cell. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed, and the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go. There's nothing to worry about, merely the mischief of a troublesome little brat." Baku called the others to leave, then turned to the Earth Dog, complaining, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that 233 was that mischievous child?" The Earth Dog scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Captain, I thought you knew." Inside the cell, listening to the receding footsteps, Rin suddenly broke into a grin. "Huh. Ha ha. Although I got beaten up, I'm really not angry at all. After all, compared to this little incident, the gains I made tonight are simply monumental. Shadow Clone Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. Although I didn't acquire the 8 gates of death that I so desired, having the Flying Thunder God is a unique compensation." Chapter 43. Senju Tobarama. Safe travels for 3 consecutive days. Rin remained in the dark department's dungeon, neither causing a fuss nor making noise. Though the cell was cramped, the lighting dim, and using the toilet quite inconvenient, everything is relative. Compared to the underground dungeon of the evil god cult, this place felt like paradise. Rin often lay on the bed, continuously recalling and pondering. Eventually, he fully grasped the passage describing the Flying Thunder God technique. To be honest, Rin never imagined that it would take him 3 days to comprehend such a simple paragraph. Once he understood, he discovered that problems arose in tandem. Firstly, the Flying Thunder God technique has extremely stringent cultivation requirements. One must be highly sensitive to the elusive nature of space. The text explicitly states that unless one can utilize teleportation techniques with minimal chakra continuously, they do not meet the conditions for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Most importantly, teleportation techniques merely serve as a stepping stone to learning the Flying Thunder God technique and do not guarantee mastery of it. However, the passage also clarifies that the ability to perceive space only improves when releasing space ninjutsu. Rin's understanding was that as long as one was not afraid of death or of having their head and limbs separated, they could boldly experiment. Talent would follow. This is great. I'm not afraid of dying. Losing my head is trivial. The Book of Seals further elaborated on the distinctions between various teleportation techniques. In summary, teleportation techniques can be divided into 3 categories: space ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. While Rin could achieve teleportation effects through immense explosive power, this was merely a basic application of taijutsu. Setting aside his own thoughts, he recalled the remarkable figures from his memory: Naruto in the Nine Tails mode, Guy unleashing the 8 gates, and the Fourth Hokage. Although he held little interest in the Flying Thunder God technique, Rin diligently immersed himself in its study. After all, once his business flourished, he could traverse distances effortlessly using the Flying Thunder God technique, engaging in negotiations without the burden of airfare. Even if his enterprise did not prosper as anticipated, he could still employ the technique for delivering meals or handling express deliveries. And should he fail to master the Flying Thunder God, he could always resort to the Shadow Clone technique. Having mastered the multi-Shadow Clone technique, I shall purchase land beyond Konoha's borders to establish a farm. Employing shadow clones for agricultural labor presents an exquisite arrangement. My physical stamina remains unexpended, effectively granting limitless chakra reserves. This ingenious method transforms the clones into cost-free, perpetual laborers of remarkable efficiency. Upon this thought, Rin, with a playful smile gracing his lips, began to fiddle with his toes. Just then, the small window on the cell door creaked open, revealing the familiar visage of the earthy dog on the other side. 233. The holiday has come to an end. At these words, Rin's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly sprang from his bed, hastening to the window. What was there to wait for? Open the door, brother dog. Do not refer to me as dog brother, the rustic canine said in a deep, resonant voice, before tossing in the garments worn by Rin prior to his incarceration. By the way, after you change into those clothes, do not be in haste to depart. Lord Tobirama wishes to see you. Lord Tobirama? Senju Tobirama? A flicker of doubt surged within Rin's heart. Was not Senju Tobirama supposed to be dead? How could he possibly encounter me? From the fragmented memories of Rinjin, Senju Tobirama should have perished at the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers. To be precise, he took down Silver Horn at the cost of his own life, while leaving Gold Horn severely wounded. Suppressing his bewilderment, Rinjin swiftly changed into his own attire and stepped out of the now open cell, following the guard's lead. In the Hokage's office, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, reclined in his chair, his strikingly handsome face drained of color, pale as death. A ghastly wound pierced through his chest, revealing glimpses of his faltering heart beneath. His blue armor bore countless scorch marks, and blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Beside him, a medic clad in a white coat channeled green healing chakra into his body in a desperate attempt to stabilize him. Outside the office, his 6 disciples waited with varied expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, eyes brimming with tears, gestured urgently to an Umbu operative and demanded, "Where is Sakata Rinjin? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" As the Umbu operative was about to speak, the urgent sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the end of the corridor. It turned out to be Inuzuka and Rinjin arriving in haste. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer concern himself with formalities. He grasped Rinjin's sleeve firmly. "Rinjin-kun, the Hokage wishes to see you immediately. Please enter without delay." Having spoken, just as she was about to release him, she anxiously grasped Rin's sleeve once more. "Rin-kun, teacher. Our teacher is gravely injured. Please, do not speak recklessly. Do you hear me?" The usually steadfast and composed Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared uncharacteristically lonely and helpless. Seeing the tears welling up in his eyes, Rin remained silent and nodded slightly before pushing open the wooden office door. Outside, an ANBU operative immediately closed it behind him. Upon entering, Rin's gaze was instantly drawn to the massive penetrating wound on Senju Tobirama's chest, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. "What? He's still alive despite this? You are not me. How can one endure such a fatal wound until returning to the village?" At that moment, the figure of thousand-handed Tobirama, reclining in his chair, gradually lifted his head. His crimson pupils, sharp as chisels, fixed their gaze upon Rin. "I discerned a sense of bewilderment within your eyes. Shuafeng Linrin, are you intrigued by my continued existence?" Upon hearing those words, a tempest of emotions surged within Lin Rin, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. How is it that this fellow becomes increasingly formidable the closer he is to death? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. No, I cannot lie. My expression has already betrayed me. Deceit holds no significance whatsoever. At this thought, Rin stiffened his neck and nodded with rigid movements. Indeed, he was truly curious. Upon hearing Rin's admission, Tobirama Senju suddenly smiled, as if the ice had melted in an instant. "Then, could you share your reasons with a dying man like me?" Rinhito could not help but swallow hard, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Jinxiao and Injiao, formidable figures from the land of Lightning's Yunin village, were renowned as the 2 radiant lights amidst the clouds, representing a staunchly radical martial faction. In stark contrast stood the second Raikage, whose demeanor was characterized by steadiness and kindness. Yet, to the eyes of the resolute martial artists Jinxiao and Injiao, such traits were deemed cowardly. Most crucially, the duration of this conflict was brief. Although both Konoha and Yunin suffered losses, these were not fundamentally damaging. Ultimately, both sides retained the capacity to engage in further combat. At this juncture, the Raikage's choice to pursue diplomacy was met with absolute refusal from Jinxiao and Injiao. At this point, Rinhito suddenly lifted his head, fixating intently on the wound upon Lord Tobirama Senju's chest. "Lord Tobirama, has the second Raikage truly perished?" Upon hearing Rin's question, Senju Tobirama could not help but applaud, his eyes filled with admiration. "Shakafeng Rin, truly remarkable. Indeed, truly remarkable. With this scan information, one can deduce the eventual outcome of the negotiations." Rin did not respond, lost in contemplation, when suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. Could it be the phantom gold rope, the 7-star sword, and the red gourd? Senju Tobirama shook his head and said, "Amber purity bottle." A flicker of doubt surged within Linrin's heart, as a name he felt was familiar echoed in his mind. Yet despite his earnest attempts to recall its origin, he found himself at a loss. Just as Linrin pondered this conundrum, Senju Tobarama gazed at him with an expression of astonishment, his smile fading into a soft sigh. He then remarked, "Though your guess may not be accurate, it is not your fault. After all, your information is inherently limited. However, Linrin-kun, I must admit, your intellect has truly astonished me. Although you were terrifying before, you now instill an even greater fear. To speak candidly, Rinrin, in terms of strategic vision and understanding the hearts of men, I, Uchiha Madara, am utterly inferior to you." Upon hearing these words, Rinrin was instantly drenched in sweat, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. "Brother Tobarama, I implore you, please cease your compliments. The more you praise me, the closer I shall come to performing an act most unbecoming." Rin understood that the more Senju Tobarama admired himself, the more perilous his own situation became. After all, he was not a resident of Konohagakure. No, he could not afford to await his demise. "Unleash your acting skills, allowing this imposing figure before me to experience a fleeting victory, granting him a moment of indulgence before his demise." Contemplating this, Rin let out a sigh and posed an exceedingly foolish yet remarkably astute question. "So, why has Lord Tobarama summoned me?" Upon hearing this, Tobarama Senju chuckled softly and, with a hint of intrigue, replied, "You are so astute. Cannot you discern the reason?" Upon hearing this, Rin fell into silence, staring blankly at Senju Tobarama. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly shook his head. In the face of a life about to fade away, all speculation is in vain. The living can never fathom the thoughts of those who are on the verge of death. Simultaneously, Rin silently added to himself, "Every dying person is capricious, free, and beyond the constraints of thought. No matter what reasons I may articulate, the outcome will invariably unfold in a manner I least wish to witness. Thus, in this moment, you have triumphed." Having spoken, Rin slowly and resolutely settled into a cross-legged position. "In light of my lack of harm towards the hidden leaf, I have 2 requests." With that, Rin bowed his head, concealing his entire visage within the shadows. "First, I did not betray the Hidden Rain village. I was merely slain upon the exposure of my identity. It suffices to inform Hanzo. Second, please treat Ri kindly. She is merely 4 years old and holds great affection for the Hidden Leaf." Having uttered these words, Rin's once erect spine sagged, and he ceased to make any further sound. As I witnessed the slow withering of Rin, Senju Tobarama let out a long sigh. What an extraordinary child. One who has thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the human heart. If only you were from Konoha. Rin and Konoha seem like 2 magnets forever unable to unite. They share a mutual understanding, but remain tragically apart. In his quest for survival, he chose to reveal his cunning. Yet now, that very cunning has made him a figure of deep apprehension among Konoha's higher-ups. Especially at this critical juncture, with Tobarama nearing death and concerned for Konoha's future. His wariness towards Rin only intensifies. Time passed, and Tobarama slowly lowered his head. "Rin, you may leave." Upon hearing this, Rin lifted his gaze, casting a profound look at Tobarama before rising and departing. Watching Rin's retreating figure, Tobarama sighed softly, muttering, "I hope my brother is correct. And may you never cause harm to Konoha. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death." Exiting the Hokage building, night had fallen. In the dimly lit alley, Rin turned back, his gaze resting on the imposing structure that, though not towering, was imbued with immense significance. He observed the light still flickering in the Hokage's office and sighed deeply. "Tobarama, may your journey be smooth." Chapter 44. Tsunade's transformation time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the news of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama's death, and the succession of Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage spread throughout the village. Outside, torrential rain began to pour. Clad in black, Rin sat in the corridor, watching raindrops patter against the rockery in the courtyard, observing the small lake ripple rhythmically. The Senju clan has officially exited the historical stage. The subsequent Hokage from the Senju clan would merely serve as instruments of war. Reflecting on this, Rin felt a profound sense of loss. Perhaps it was the village's sorrowful atmosphere that affected him, or perhaps it was his unexplainable admiration for Tobarama, the man who had spared his life twice. He was a time traveler, one who possessed knowledge of the future and was neither foolish nor lacking in intelligence. Yet, despite such advantages, he still felt as though he were walking on thin ice before Tobarama. This sensation was something no one else had ever made him feel since his arrival in this world. What an exceptional individual. Rin smiled and shook his head. He had never encountered Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, yet he instinctively believed that neither could compare to Tobirama. Madara, filled with dreams and hatred, seemed like a puppet controlled by Kaguya, unaware of his own status as a marionette. Hashirama, perhaps immensely powerful and resolute, was undeniably naive, failing to recognize the truth that Madara had articulated so accurately. As for Tobirama, most of the renowned places in Konoha were established by his own hands. The strength of Konoha was forged by him alone. The 20 years of peace following the war were built upon the solid foundation he had laid. He had dreams, patience for progress, and the drive to realize those dreams. Such qualities alone were remarkable. With these thoughts in mind, Rin couldn't help but chuckle at himself, muttering, "Enough of this trivial pondering. Time waits for no one." Rising slowly, he pushed open the bedroom door. Inside, Ri was changing clothes and let out a sharp scream. "Brother, what are you doing here? Quickly get out." Rin glanced at Akiko, who held a black short-sleeved shirt, then looked at Ri and scoffed. "You little brat. Have you forgotten? Just yesterday, I helped you change, and now you act like you're too good for me." Ri stubbornly retorted, "That was yesterday. Today, I am a big girl. I can't let my brothers see." Hearing this, Rin smacked his forehead in frustration. "You little rascal. I shouldn't have let you associate with Yako and the others. What nonsense are you spouting? People would believe I'm your father rather than your brother." Ri swiftly hid behind Akiko, sticking her tongue out at Rin. "Nah, my mom wouldn't even look at you." Rin's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to bestow upon her today's dose of fatherly affection. Aunt Akiko, kneeling on the tatami, found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Yet, there was truth in her observation. Rin had matured beyond his years, often leading others to overlook his age. Eventually, with a scowl, Rin exited the bedroom. In the corridor, he encountered Kato Aponji and Kato Dan, both clad in black as well. Soon, Akiko emerged with Ri, and the five of them donned umbrellas as they stepped onto the streets, merging into the sea of dark figures. At the Konoha Ninja Cemetery, countless heroes of the village lay buried. At the far end, next to Hashirama's grave, a new tombstone had been erected. By the time Rin and the others arrived, a large crowd had already gathered. In the front row stood Tobirama's family, disciples, and fellow shinobi, lined up solemnly. Rin positioned himself not too far forward, watching as individuals with expressions of solemnity and sorrow approached to lay flowers, small white blooms adorning the tombstone. The rain continued to fall. After what felt like an eternity, the funeral concluded, and the sky gradually darkened. The gathered mourners departed silently, the air thick with grief. Holding an umbrella, Rin gently placed Ri on the ground. "And Akiko, could you please take Ri back? I just remembered I have something to attend to." Akiko, still bearing traces of sorrow, nodded slightly and took Ri's small hand. She exchanged nods with the Kato family, observing them as they embraced and departed. Rin fell silent once more as darkness enveloped the surroundings. The cemetery was now desolate, with only a small figure remaining in front of the tombstone. Tsunade, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and skirt, stared blankly at the photograph of Tobirama on the tombstone. Her youthful face expressionless, droplets falling from her chin, whether rain or tears, one could not tell. Rin's gaze wandered past Tsunade's silhouette, choosing to remain silent. His identity as an undercover agent demanded distance from Tsunade, the princess of Konoha. Stepping around Tsunade, Rin approached the tombstone, gazing at Tobirama's calm and handsome visage. With an expression devoid of emotion, Rin retrieved a pure white flower from his pocket and placed it upon the tombstone. He then slowly knelt down, facing Tobirama's grave. "Lord Tobirama, this time, you have triumphed. I trust that satisfies you." To be honest, I was genuinely at a loss back then. Playing the fool felt like an insult to your intellect. Yet, speaking the truth, we might have ended up lying together. Returning to the topic, you truly are remarkable, managing to corner me so thoroughly. As he spoke, Rin's voice dwindled, and suddenly, a smile broke across his previously stoic face, as he whispered, audible only to himself. "This time, you have one. Consider it a life debt owed to you. Should you require assistance in the future, just send me a dream." With that, he pushed himself off the ground, preparing to leave. At that moment, Tsunade caught sight of Rin's handsome face, and a flash of hatred ignited in her hollow eyes. She lunged forward, seizing his collar, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, "You, the shadow of Amigakure, Did you betray my granduncle's whereabouts, leading to his death? Tsunade's hoarse voice echoed in the desolate cemetery. Rin did not utter a word, his icy gaze casually scrutinizing Tsunade. Instantly provoked by such a stare, Tsunade's already limited rationality evaporated in an instant. Bang! Tsunade's fist landed heavily upon Rin's cheek. Regrettably, in her current state, her blows were feeble and lacking in strength. Rin's head, having been struck, tilted at an angle as she gazed down at the ground, devoid of any hatred. Instead, she was engulfed in sorrow for this young girl and for herself. Tsunade did not relent, gripping Rin's collar tightly, delivering blow after blow to her face. In her eyes, tears mingled with the rain, cascading down her cheeks. Why? Why do you constantly dwell on warfare, fixate on adversaries, and contemplate the destruction of others' families? Why? With a desperate cry, Tsunade slowly released Rin's collar, collapsing weakly to the ground, her face buried in her hands as she wept inconsolably. Rin remained silent, acutely aware of the countless pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Tragically, confronted with the sight of the helpless girl kneeling before him, he found himself utterly incapable of uttering a single word of comfort. With a self-deprecating smile, Rin wiped the blood from his nostrils and turned away, striding off. He had come to understand why Senju Tobarama had revealed his undercover identity to Tsunade. Perhaps, at that moment, he was not the Hokage, merely a simple grandfather. After all, one's own identity truly does not lend itself to a close association with Tsunade. Senju Tobarama is indeed a rather worry-prone individual. Muttering to himself, Rin departed from the ninja graveyard. The rain continued to fall, and Tsunade remained kneeling before the grave of the Senju clan, her hoarse voice rendered mute from weeping. At that moment, the rain above Tsunade's head suddenly ceased. She lifted her numb face and discerned the identity of her visitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding a black umbrella, stood protectively over her. Tsunade's delicate brows furrowed once more. Why? Why must we retain the despicable pawn, Shuafeng Lin Rin? Oh, Uncle Rijan. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed steadfastly at the photograph of his teacher upon the gravestone, letting out a slow sigh. Before his departure, the teacher had cautioned me not to disclose matters regarding Sarutobi Rin to you. As he spoke, his eyes gradually dimmed. I understood the implication behind my teacher's words. He wished to shield you from excessive interaction with Sarutobi Rin. Hence, I inquired of my teacher, why not allow our generation to embrace him from the very beginning? After a prolonged silence, the teacher gently patted my head, reminiscent of my childhood. Subsequently, the teacher entrusted me with the responsibility of making my own decision. With those words, Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a soft gaze towards Tsunade. Now, I bestow upon you the authority to decide. Are you willing to accept Sakafumi Rinto into our village? Upon hearing this, Tsunade abruptly rose to her feet, her head held high, flames of fury igniting in her eyes as she roared, "No, I shall never accept such a person, who will only serve to disrupt peace." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes dimmed, and he slowly nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Then you need not concern yourself with the reasons behind the village's decision to retain Shakafang Rinrin. Tsunade was suddenly taken aback. She could not comprehend the distinction between staying and accepting, nor did she understand why she was unable to discern the reasons for Shikurin's departure. Contemplating this, Tsunade stubbornly shook her head. Uncle Hizashi, I wish to know. Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent, gazing up at the overcast sky, and spoke in an ethereal tone. He was a disciple of Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of the Hidden Rain village, known for his formidable prowess. Tasked with an undercover mission in Konoha, his objective was to pilfer vital intelligence. He disguised himself as one of the two sole survivors of a slaughtered village in the land of hot water, a war orphan. His temperament was notorious, cunning, and exceedingly avaricious. His strength was assessed at that of a jonin. With exceptional physical combat skills, he possessed the unique ability of magnet release. With an exceptionally high intellect, upon being unmasked, he readily agreed to cooperate with the village, providing false information to mislead Hanzo and exhibiting the capacity to influence his actions. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hizashi paused momentarily before adding, "Is that sufficient?" Gritting her teeth, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. What does enough mean? This is far from sufficient. I must thoroughly comprehend this individual and then expel him from the village. With a grinding of her teeth filled with resentment, Tsunade resolutely shook her head. Observing her reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered no response and continued to speak in an ethereal tone. Shukafang Rin, originally from the cult of the evil god, had endured various forms of torment as a child destined for sacrifice. Eventually seizing an opportunity to escape, he infiltrated the hidden rain and eliminated the cult's envoy who had pursued him. This act caught the attention of Hanzo the Salamander, who took him under his wing as a disciple. However, due to his lackluster talent, he was subsequently neglected. Hearing this drastically different version of events, Tsunade gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief, while he continued to gaze toward the horizon. Thus, Shukafang Rin encountered his mentor, Shukafang Suikyo, and inherited his surname. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She was keenly aware of the significance of inheriting a surname. Only under the unequivocal approval of Rin would the surname of Shaku Sui be inherited. Sarutobi Hizashi did not cease his narration despite Tsunade's astonishment. This bond was eventually perceived by the suspicious Hanzo of the Salamander, prompting Rin to accept orders and become a shadow operative in order to protect Shaku Sui. He was dispatched to Konohagakure, later relocating to the land of hot water, where he encountered the brutal slaughter of the villages by the Rain Village ninjas and boldly intervened, slaying the rogue ninjas from his own village. During this turmoil, Rin's younger sister, was saved. Subsequently, Rin honored the dying wish of Ri's mother to raise this child and bestow upon her the surname Shaku. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was so taken aback that she found herself at a loss for words. She did not realize that behind these events lay a profound depth of compromise and suffering. Rin, in truth, was but a child himself. Tsunade pondered, at her age, could she truly accomplish all of this? Though reluctant to acknowledge it, the voice within her revealed the answer, no. Neither the brilliant Orochimaru whom she knew, nor the even more exceptional Kato Dan, nor Ryota of the Uchiha clan, none among them could bear such a burdensome past. With this thought, Tsunade could not help but recall the carefree visage of Rin during their time at the Ninja Academy. How could he possibly smile like that? The tale of Sarutobi Hiruzen continues. Subsequently, Shukafang Rinrin disguised himself as an orphan, accompanied by his sister Shukafang Ri, infiltrating Konohagakure. Due to our extensive intelligence on Amigakure, we swiftly uncovered his ruse upon his arrival in the village. Yet, why did we refrain from eliminating him? Tsunade inquired anxiously. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh and remarked. He requested that she take good care of his sister, asserting to the outside world that he had not betrayed the Hidden Rain village, but had merely been unmasked in his disguise. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade's body, trembling slightly from the cold rain, came to a standstill. This man, is he so unwilling to relinquish his bonds and responsibilities, even in the face of death? As he observed the pupils of Tsunade widen to their utmost extent, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently placed the umbrella into her hands and expressed his views on Shukufu Rin. Shukufu Rin, amidst a tumultuous era, at such a tender age, struggled to protect his sister and safeguard the teachers of the Rain-hidden village. Entangled in various schemes and plots, he sought to defend his meager bonds. Ultimately, he was but a pitiable soul. Having spoken, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked away with his hands clasped behind him. The pitch-black night, the fine rain, and the desolate graveyard left Tsunade in solitary confusion. Chapter 45, Go. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, has passed away. Yet, the village did not exude the sorrow one might have expected. The grief for the departed could not diminish the hard-won joy and the yearning for peace that lingered. The departed have left us, while the living continue on. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes, gazed with a pained expression at the report sprawled across his desk. Less than a week had passed since the demise of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and already the Konoha Guard had apprehended several villagers for drunken disturbances. An array of tedious and complex matters also bombarded him, leaving Hiruzen utterly overwhelmed. For the first time, he acutely felt the immense pressure that had weighed upon his mentor. These political affairs could not be resolved merely by strength. On the contrary, at such times, power seemed particularly futile. Tsunade and Mito Manu clamored to join the administration to alleviate Hiruzen's burdens. Shimura Danzo insisted that Hiruzen required an aide to manage the Umbu, claiming himself to be that very assistant. Conversely, Akimichi Choza, whom Hiruzen had trusted deeply, expressed his weariness, stating, Hiruzen, I am exhausted. I have several barbecue restaurants at home awaiting my return. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kagami, since the passing of his mentor, had descended into madness. spending his days at home contemplating the progeny he wished to send to Rin as a disciple, aiming to mold his son into the next Uchiha clan leader and the Fourth Hokage, thus inheriting the will of Hashirama Senju and liberating the Uchiha name from its misfortunes. The thought of Kagami lurking by the school gate, waiting for Rin after class, caused Hiruzen a throbbing headache. Even more perplexing was that the increasingly unreliable Kagami had allied himself with the erratic Rin, conspiring in secrecy. The offspring they produced, possessing both Rin's cunning and the Uchiha Sharingan, stood a significant chance of becoming the Fourth Hokage, an enhanced version of Uchiha Madara. Just contemplating this filled Hiruzen with a sense of suffocation. One after another, "You all contribute to my troubles," he muttered under his breath, casting his gaze out the window. The sunset painted the sky beautifully, casting its final rays upon Konoha. Hiruzen felt no inclination to tackle administrative matters any longer. He decisively rose from his seat and instructed an Umbu operative beside him. "To the cemetery. I wish to pay my respects to my mentor." With that, he exited the Hokage's office. Truth be told, during the initial days of his succession, Hiruzen had experienced the exhilarating rush of wielding power, but that thrill had been fleeting. Soon after, he found himself suffocated under a mountain of responsibilities and stress. In those moments, he often sought solace at the graves of his two mentors, the first and second Hokages. As he traversed the streets, he engaged playfully with a few children and exchanged insights regarding postnatal care with a local matron before arriving at the Konoha Ninja Cemetery. Today, he found he was not the sole visitor. Rin, having mastered the shadow clone technique, had delegated his exhausting blacksmithing tasks to his clones, while also shedding the tedious chore of accompanying his sister on errands. With these responsibilities relinquished, he had effectively entered an early retirement. Hiruzen slowly walked into the cemetery and soon noticed an unusual visitor. Rin was seated cross-legged before the gravestone of the second Hokage, a low table set before him, covered with an array of black and white game pieces. As Hiruzen approached, he discerned the full extent of the table's contents. Rin, holding a black piece in his left hand and stroking his chin with his right, was fixated on the board. Hiruzen quietly drew near, but Rin remained oblivious, lost in contemplation. Ahem. Hiruzen cleared his throat, interrupting Rin's train of thought. "Rin, what are you doing?" At the sound of his voice, Rin instinctively turned around, and upon recognizing Hiruzen, immediately rose to his feet. "Uncle Hiruzen, I'm playing a game." "What game? With whom?" Hiruzen inquired with curiosity. "I'm playing Go, with Lord Tobarama." Rin replied, his excitement palpable as he gestured towards the board, explaining the basic rules. "It's quite simple. One side plays white, the other black. Once a piece is placed, it cannot be moved. One player plays their turn, then the other follows." He then gathered all the pieces into a bowl and placed a black piece on the board. "See, once the black piece is placed, it remains fixed, and the 4 points around it are called liberties. If the black piece loses all its liberties, it is captured." He demonstrated by removing the black piece and indicating the position where it could not be placed again, referring to it as a forbidden point. "It's quite straightforward, isn't it?" Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Compared to shogi, where each piece has specific movements, Go indeed appeared simpler. "Shall we have a match?" Rin chuckled inwardly, thinking simple. "I shall obliterate you." With that, Rin repositioned the table before the second Hokage's gravestone, and they commenced their game. However, what was meant to be a contest quickly turned into a one-sided affair, as Rin executed various ambushes and clever tactics, effortlessly capturing all of Hiruzen's pieces. Despite being surrounded, Hiruzen found himself unable to remove a single piece, as Rin cleverly maintained his forbidden points. After losing several rounds, Hiruzen's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that after a long day of work, he would be thoroughly trounced by Rin on the Go board. As Hiruzen's frustration mounted, Rin hastily pushed the board aside. "Uncle Hiruzen, this is getting dull. Go is primarily a battle of wits. How about this? You can pretend to be Lord Tobarama, and we shall boldly emulate Lord Hashirama's intellect." Initially, Hiruzen intended to refuse, yet he recalled how effortlessly Tobarama had managed the village's affairs. Perhaps he should learn from his mentor as well. With that thought, Hiruzen slowly nodded. "Very well, let us proceed." They resumed their game. This time, Rin abandoned his previous strategy, charging forward like a reckless child, while Hiruzen adopted a more cautious approach, considering each move through the lens of what Tobarama would do. Before long, Rin's black pieces were decimated by the white ones. Yet, as victory neared, Hiruzen's face bore no trace of joy. Rather, he felt increasingly alarmed. This seemingly simple game had unveiled a previously unseen tactical depth that resonated with the principles of warfare. In contrast, Shogi appeared somewhat constrained and lacked grandeur. Gradually, Hiruzen began to grasp the nuances of the game, finding his footing. Rin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the deteriorating position on the board. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lord Tobirama's wisdom surpasses that of Lord Hashirama." Then, with a shift in tone, Rin continued, "However, what makes Lord Hashirama remarkable is his power, which allows him to transcend the rules and create new ones." In the midst of his speech, Rin swiftly swept his hand across the board, scattering the pieces into chaos. Hiruzen, momentarily taken aback, shook his head in resignation before bursting into laughter. To become Hokage, Hiruzen was no fool. In fact, his intellect was keen. He had come to understand Rin's purpose in challenging him to this game, rather than merely playing chess. It could be said that Rin is subtly guiding himself. Understanding this, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not feel anger. He has never been one to crave power or act arrogantly. If he were, he would not have shared his authority with Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mido Gate. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the true inheritor of the will of fire. Therefore, he does not mind Rin's covert suggestions on how to become an exemplary Hokage. It is neither particularly difficult nor exceedingly simple. One could either emulate Lord Hashirama, using overpowering strength to subdue external threats, or follow Lord Tobirama's example, governing the village with calmness and wisdom. Hiruzen desires both of these qualities. In that moment, this typically unambitious third Hokage suddenly felt a surge of excitement. "Another game?" Rin inquired with a playful smile. "Let us play again." Hiruzen nodded. In the subsequent game, the pace slowed significantly for both players, and the previous flurry of moves seemed to vanish entirely, leaving the board in an unexpectedly harmonious state. Seizing the opportunity, Hiruzen, appearing casual, initiated a conversation. "Recently, I've heard that you and Kagami have been sneaking around together?" "Hey," Rin chuckled, "I can't be blamed for that. He waits for me every day at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. I truly have no choice. He forces my hand." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen responded in a conversational tone. "What do you two discuss? Do you never run out of things to talk about? How could we possibly exhaust the conversation? I've long since had my fill." "It's that Uchiha Kagami who remains unsatisfied," Rin internally grumbled before admitting, "We haven't talked about much. That guy has gone mad, constantly fixated on having children. His wife is nearly driven to depression by it." At this revelation, Hiruzen abruptly looked up, regarding the still youthful Rin with a strange expression, thinking to himself, "This fellow speaks with the wisdom of an old man." Unaware of the silent critique directed at him, Rin continued, "He blocks my way daily, merely to have me instruct his son, claiming he wants his child to be as cunning as a fox. Uncle Hiruzen, tell me, is that something a reasonable person would say?" As he spoke, Rin sighed dramatically, conveying his sense of grievance. In response, Hiruzen sighed as well, his expression darkening. "Moreover, he asked me how to instill the will of fire into a child's heart." Instantly intrigued, Hiruzen ceased playing and eagerly inquired, "Do you have an answer?" "Indeed." Rin replied matter-of-factly, "I told him to first have the child, then seek the aid of the Yamashiro clan to directly implant the will of fire into the child's mind." "Good heavens! I must have been blind to ask you if you had an answer." Hiruzen's countenance turned as dark as a soot-covered pot. Taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to expel his frustration. "That method is rather superficial. Is there perhaps a better, more refined approach?" Hiruzen asked, trembling slightly. Rin nodded. "Kagami's reaction was similar to yours. He too asked if I had a better method. I suggested brainwashing the child first, then sending him to the cult of the evil god. Perhaps when he returns, he will be as clever as I am, and as capable as he is. Equipped with the will of fire engraved in his heart, truly perfect." Hiruzen, now thoroughly disinclined to engage further with this individual, suddenly contemplated a question and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Rin-kun, what is your perspective on the will of fire?" As soon as he spoke, Rin, poised to make his move, halted, lifting his gaze to meet Hiruzen's. "Uncle, do you believe that someone with my experiences still has the right to bear the weight of the entire village?" He scratched his scalp and added, "The will of fire is an ideal, a goal. Do you think I possess such ethereal aspirations? What I have is merely a sliver of emotion, and that is what I am willing to fight to protect." With a carefree smile, Rin tossed aside his piece and swiftly departed from the cemetery. Watching Rin's elegant silhouette fade into the sunset, Hiruzen finally bent down to retrieve the fallen piece, instructing the empty surroundings, from now on, there is no need to monitor Sakufu Rin. Chapter 46. The unfortunate Tsunade having provided a slight nudge to Hiruzen, Rin felt quite satisfied as he walked home. During this period following the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he had been enjoying himself immensely. Although this sentiment may seem somewhat misplaced, Rin did not wish to deceive himself. He merely intended to express, the shadow clone technique is forever a divine art. In his view, utilizing the shadow clone technique for combat or reconnaissance was a sheer waste of Tobirama's brilliant invention. Why not use shadow clones to amass wealth? To research other ninjutsu? To train various skills he otherwise found tedious? This technique was nothing short of the lazy person's standard, a boon for those who traversed realms. Reflecting on this, Rin couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh. While the shadow clone technique was indeed remarkable, his chakra reserves allowed him to create only 3 clones at a time. In contrast to Prince Naruto, who could produce hundreds or even thousands, Rin felt woefully inadequate. However, this realization revealed a significant drawback of his immortality, the total amount of chakra. Currently, his chakra level was roughly equivalent to that of an average chunin. Once he reached this limit, no amount of training would enhance it further, as if this were the cap of his immortality. This conjecture was not unfounded. According to the chakra extraction technique, chakra was a synthesis of a person's spiritual energy and physical energy in certain proportions. In other words, those with strong willpower possessed more spiritual energy, while physically robust individuals had greater physical energy. This was the crux of the issue. Due to the prolonged high-intensity burdens he bore, Rin's physical strength had been gradually increasing, with his muscle and bone density improving moment by moment. Yet, the physical energy extracted from each of his cells seemed stagnant. He even suspected that in the original work, Haiden's chakra levels were only at a genin level, given that he appeared devoid of any semblance of intellect. The drawbacks of insufficient chakra were glaringly evident. Techniques like wood release, birth of the domain were simply unattainable. Nonetheless, Rin's chakra was sufficient for the basic application of the Flying Thunder God technique. Contemplating the Flying Thunder God technique, Rin felt an even deeper sense of frustration. Perhaps due to his utter lack of spatial sensitivity, mastering this technique proved exceptionally difficult. With 70 to 80 shadow clones stationed outside the village, practicing around the clock, he could only achieve pinpoint teleportation within a mere dozen meters. Even then, it often resulted in a body split. In simpler terms, his upper body might arrive at the destination while his legs remained behind. Each attempt resulted in the demise of a shadow clone, and bearing the memories brought back from these clones was quite burdensome. Even for someone like Rin, who had grown accustomed to losing his head, enduring such continuous splitting pain was challenging, let alone for an ordinary person without his unique experiences. Experiencing the arduous journey of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique only deepened Rin's envy for the talents of Senju Tobirama and his successor, Namake's Minato. Particularly, Minato had nearly perfected the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to swiftly traverse the entirety of the Land of Fire to reach the battlefield. It is essential to note that the further the technique's range, the greater the difficulty and chakra cost. However, fortunately, despite the excruciatingly slow progress, akin to that of a snail, there was still some advancement. He believed that in the foreseeable future, he would become Hokage, free to go wherever he wished. Embracing the spirit of AQ, Rin's mood brightened once more. As he strolled under the last rays of the setting sun, lightening his steps towards his home, he was suddenly struck by a familiar sensation, causing his brow to furrow in concern. What could be amiss? The shadow clones outside the village practicing the Flying Thunder God technique had all exploded? Struggling to recall the memories of the clones from hours prior, Rin stroked his chin and pondered deeply. Based on the overwhelming sensation relayed by the clones, it must have been a technique involving earth or wind. The ability to annihilate nearly 70 of his clones at once indicated an extensive range. This thought sparked a flicker of curiosity within Rin. Who, in their right mind, would engage in conflict with a multitude of shadow clones? Realizing he too was rather idle, Rin resolved to venture outside the village to confront this equally bored individual. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Ugly, dog, dragon, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding bang, a clone materialized, and Rin pointed towards the Kato residence. "You go back and rest." With that, he pressed his toes against the ground and vanished in an instant. To prevent this tedious adversary from escaping too far, Rin quickened his pace, darting out of the village like a fleeting shadow. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the location where his shadow clones had been situated outside the village. The scene before him was chaotic. Trees lay in disarray, and the ground resembled a battlefield, uneven and scarred. Rin meticulously examined the traces left behind, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of this individual, when suddenly, an extraordinarily faint yet familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. That unmistakable milky aroma? Was this person still nursing? As he contemplated this, Rin's eyebrows knitted together as a flash of memory struck him. No, it was Tsunade's scent. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin followed the fading trail. There was no doubt about it. Tsunade was in trouble. At this juncture, she should not have possessed the strength to eliminate all his clones. More importantly, as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she wouldn't venture outside the village at night unless she had been abducted. The perpetrators must be at least elite ninjas. It was no longer a question of whether to rescue her, but rather an imperative necessity to bring her back, safe and sound. Having grown accustomed to the presence of the Earth Dog, Rin was acutely aware that it was no longer monitoring him. And now, just as he had evaded the watchful eyes of the Umbu, the princess of Konoha had been kidnapped. What a disaster! With his heart tightening at the thought, Rin accelerated his speed. Shadow clone technique. He formed hand seals once more, and with 3 soft pops, he expended all his chakra to create 3 clones. Conceal yourselves. Ready to strike at a moment's notice. The shadow clones slowed their pace, trailing behind Rin. He then summoned the replenished chakra within him. Iron sand erupted from his back, coalescing into a massive sword, larger than his own height. Rin felt an immediate sense of relief as the tension in his muscles dissipated, and the blood coursing through his veins surged with vigor. Detoxified and invigorated. With a refreshing shiver, Rin exerted himself, increasing his already imperceptible speed further still, liberated. His base sprinting velocity reached the level of instantaneous movement. Not far ahead, 3 figures clad in ninja attire raced forward, one of whom was carrying a girl with a high ponytail, Tsunade herself. Their trajectory led northwest towards the land of Earth, where they would deliver their captive to a boss who had offered a hefty sum. In other words, they were mercenary ninjas. As the trio hastened onward, the ninja bearing Tsunade suddenly furrowed his brow. "Big brother, there's someone pursuing us." "How many?" inquired the man at the rear of the group. "One." Upon hearing this, Tsunade, who had been pretending to be unconscious, froze momentarily. Her grandfather was from the Senju clan, and her grandmother from the Uzumaki clan. Inheriting the strengths of 2 legendary clans, Tsunade was not easily subdued. The prospect of being pursued elicited a flicker of hope within her. But upon realizing it was just one person, her heart plummeted. "Is that you, Uncle Hiruzen?" In her desperate state, Tsunade yearned for the approaching figure to be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet upon reflection, she found the notion absurd. Hiruzen had only just assumed the role of Hokage. How could he possibly chase after her alone? Even if he did, surely he would have a cadre of Umbu at his side. The thought of this instilled a sense of despair within her, and she regretted lingering near the Nanga River in the south, especially staying out until nightfall. "Run. Don't pursue. You'll die." Just as Tsunade was consumed with anxiety, the 3 captors landed on the ground. The bald man at the rear, adorned with war paint, wore a stern expression. "Bing, take the meat ticket and go ahead. E and I will hold off the pursuer. Rendezvous at the secret base on the border of the Fire Country." "No," Bing exclaimed suddenly, realizing it was too late to flee. He cast a wary glance towards the direction of Konoha, where the earth trembled slightly, trees splintered, and debris flew as if a ferocious beast was charging forth. "Stay alert." A taijutsu ninja, the oldest of the trio, named Jia, commanded in a low voice. As soon as the words left his lips, a strikingly handsome youth, wielding a massive door-sized sword, descended from the canopy of dark trees. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as the ground shattered beneath him. "Hello there. Where do you intend to take the Princess of Konoha?" Rin remarked with a teasing tone, slowly lifting his head, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon hearing that familiar voice and tone, Tsunade felt darkness envelop her vision. "Why is it this guy? Damn it. He actually called me a washboard." The very nickname she despised ignited a furious fire within Tsunade, causing her to tremble in rage, nearly forgetting her dire predicament. "Bastard. I swear I will grow to be magnificent and blind your eyes. While Tsunade cursed Rin internally, he, observing the three adversaries before him, felt a weight settle in his heart. The trio wore the most common civilian garb, positioned in a defensive formation. Although not a sensory ninja, Rin could sense that these three were formidable foes. 3 Jonin. This situation was troublesome. With his explosive power, he could easily handle 1 Jonin. 2 could be managed with cunning and the advantages of his immortality, but facing 3 was a different matter altogether. They could support one another, employing overlapping techniques to thwart his attacks. Moreover, elite ninjas rarely had any weaknesses and possessed extensive combat experience. In the blink of an eye, a plan began to form in Rin's mind. Just as he was strategizing, a flash of blue-purple lightning surged forth, aimed directly at him. Lightning release, false darkness. Instantly, Rin furrowed his brow and vanished from sight, evading the insidious bolt of lightning. Seriously, you're going for a sneak attack? You can't handle this. You little trash. A few meters away, on a branch, Rin gazed disdainfully at the 3 individuals. Their explosive power was formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary child. The leader, with a face as serious as water, ignored Rin and quickly scanned the ground where he had just stood, adding at a rapid pace. Sturdy physique. Specializing in physical techniques. Maintain distance. I will intercept him with the second, while the third will control the target before assisting us. Plan 2. Let us make this swift. With that, the 3 nodded in unison and scattered like the wind. Rin made no attempt to intervene, not out of a lack of desire, but rather an inability to do so. The moment the 3 had gathered, it seemed like a perfect opportunity to strike, but in reality, there was no chance to act. To recklessly charge in and endure ninjutsu would not only risk revealing his immortality, but also guarantee it. His immortality, one of Rin's trump cards, could only be exposed under the condition of absolutely ensuring the opponent's loss. On the opposite side, carrying Tsunade, the third retreated to the edge of the battlefield, away from Rin. Suddenly, 3 silver-white iron rods were thrust into the ground in a triangular formation. The third, with a forceful motion, brutally tossed Tsunade into the center of the triangle, looking down at her as she lay motionless, pretending to be dead. No need to feign it. Your heartbeat has already betrayed you. With a sneer of contempt, he swiftly formed hand seals. Lightning release, lightning binding. With a crackle, a blue arc of electricity shot from his fingers, striking the 3 iron rods, creating a blue barrier among them. Instantly, a faint electric buzz filled the air. Seeing that he had trapped her with ninjutsu, Tsunade decided to abandon her charade, quickly rising with a serious expression. 100 meters away, dodging various earth and fire techniques. Rin's gaze flickered over to Tsunade, his heart sinking. Damn it, how did she wake up? How can I showcase my immortality now? He could eliminate the 3 captors. Yet silencing Tsunade was out of the question. Just as Rin was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a slickness beneath his feet. He instinctively looked down, his heart dropping. Oh no, quicksand. Are you really trying to shove mud into my pants? Not far away, the leader knelt on the ground, hands forming the yearn seal. His expression grave as he focused on Rin. Damn, 3J yearn are indeed troublesome. While he mulled this over, another wind-infused chakra sphere shot toward Rin. In that instant, he swiftly formed hand seals. Body replacement technique. With a loud bang, the wind sphere shredded the replacement log into a flurry of wood shavings. Rin narrowly avoided the wind technique, reappearing on a distant tree, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. That was close. You truly work well together. Hearing Rin's compliment, the leader's expression remained unchanged, though he cast a glance at the cracks covering the stone wall beside him, his heart filled with dread. This child had once again exceeded his expectations. Not only was he physically formidable, but his mastery of the body replacement technique was also exceptional. Damn it. He looks no older than 10. How could he have had so much time to train? At 10, he himself had been an inexperienced genin, while this child was holding his own against 2 seasoned genin. Had he not been extremely proficient with the earth release, returning to the land technique, he might have fallen victim to this child's ambush. However, he did not believe Rin could maintain such peak stamina indefinitely. Once the child grew weary, their side would have the upper hand. On the other side of the battlefield, the third watched Tsunade, who appeared cold and unyielding within the cage. A cruel smile curling his lips. Is the princess of Konoha truly this heartless? Just watching her comrades from her village struggle without a hint of concern? Tsunade remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on the battlefield, her mind racing with thoughts. Shufang Rin is an undercover agent from the Rain Village, not a comrade, not a comrade, not a comrade. At that moment, the battlefield shifted dramatically as Rin executed a successful ambush, instantly exploding the leader's head. Yet before Rin could fully comprehend the situation, the leader's body transformed into a clay clone, ensnaring him. Soon after, Rin felt a swift wind blade pierce through his left shoulder joint, blood spraying forth. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade gasped, instinctively rushing toward Rin. But just 2 steps in, the blue barrier between the iron rods flared to life, accompanied by a sharp electric crackle, and Tsunade was instantly paralyzed, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Rin in dire straits, Tsunade could no longer convince herself otherwise. The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed in her mind. Ultimately, he was merely a pitiable soul. A pitiable soul. A pitiable soul. With that thought, Tsunade could no longer hold back her tears, desperately lifting her head from the dirt. Shufang Rin, run. Get out of here. You still need to protect your sister, don't you? You can't die here. Her voice quivered, growing ever fainter. Hearing Tsunade's desperate cries, Rin momentarily froze, instinctively glancing in her direction. How does she know I want to protect my sister? Could it be Sarutobi Hiruzen? Why can't any of you keep your mouth shut? As Rin momentarily fell into confusion, the third, who had been covertly observing, felt a surge of excitement. An opportunity. The third activated the body flicker technique, rapidly closing in on Rin while swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness. In an instant, a blue-purple lightning bolt struck Rin, piercing through his chest. Got him. The trio rejoiced simultaneously. However, just then, Rin suddenly puffed into a log that fell to the ground. Not good. Body replacement technique. Be wary of ambush. The leader urgently called out. Before his words had even finished, Rin reappeared behind the third, his fist tightly clenched and swinging heavily toward the back of the third's head. Watch out, the leader shouted, quickly forming hand seals. In the blink of an eye, the ground trembled, and a massive earth wall rose to block Rin and the third. Meanwhile, the third showed no hesitation or thought of retreat, lunging forward. Their shared consensus was to distance themselves from this feral child. Little did he know, at that moment, he was only a step away from Rin's replacement log. Seizing the opportunity, the leader and the second unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu aimed at the blocked Rin. This time, they intended to eliminate Rin once and for all. Chapter 48, Mondo. Wherever you want to go, just go. Rin, who had stealthily attacked the third, was instantly engulfed by the oncoming ninjutsu. Just as the leader and second showed signs of delight, a soft bang resonated. The heavily struck Rin transformed into a cloud of white smoke, rapidly dissipating. The leader's eyes widened in horror, shrinking to the size of needle points as he cried out, "Oh no! Shadow clone! Stay alert!" Rapidly scanning the surroundings. The leader's heart sank at the ominous feeling creeping over him. Sure enough, upon seeing the third, a chill coursed through him. There stood the third, positioned where Rin had been struck by lightning release. False darkness. The log from the body replacement technique long vanished. Instead, a bloodied arm protruded from the third's chest. Clutching a still-beating heart, the third's face froze, blood flowing steadily from the corner of his mouth. With slow, deliberate movements, he lowered his head, staring at his heart, the heart that was immeasurably important to him. The night grew darker. The resplendent moon cautiously peeked from behind the clouds, casting its cold, silvery light upon the tranquil battlefield. Through the treetops and leaves, the moonlight illuminated the chilling and cruel smile that curled at Rin's lips. Stop! A piercing roar echoed through the forest. It was too late. Unmoved, Rin tightened his grip, crushing the vibrant heart before the eyes of A and B. In the distance, at the edge of the battlefield, Tsunade lay helplessly, her head tilted, witnessing the gruesome scene unfold before her, feeling as though a heavy stone pressed down upon her chest, suffocating her. She had never encountered such a brutal spectacle, or rather, during her time at the Ninja Academy, she had never been exposed to such bloody scenes. Strangely, she felt no revulsion towards Rin, the orchestrator of this cruelty. Gradually, she found herself agreeing with Sarutobi's words, feeling a deep sense of pity for Rin. What kind of harsh reality could harden a boy of less than 10 years into something so unyielding? What kind of world could compel Rin to nonchalantly crush a heart? Cruelty is not innate. It is the world's pain that breeds indifference. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly yearned to know Rin's past, every detail of his history. If only you were a comrade of the village, Rin. On the battlefield, B, with hollow eyes, slowly collapsed, much like Tsunade, who lay paralyzed. Except he had lost the right to breathe. He was dead, the kind of death from which rebirth could not save him, for his heart had already turned to mush. Scattered across the ground. Die? You must die. I will crush every bone in your body. Looking at the lifeless B, A's indifferent expression vanished, replaced by an endless fury. Meanwhile, on the other side, C's expression was even more frenzied. Die? Wind release. Wind cutter technique. C frantically formed hand seals, his speed almost a blur. In an instant, a rapidly spinning gust of wind shot towards Rin. With a cold laugh, Rin vanished from sight, his mind racing with analysis. He had sensed a resemblance among the three. Now with B dead, A and C's reaction confirmed their kinship. Excellent. Lose control, squander your chakra. Once you are depleted, I shall eliminate you both. The ninjutsu erupted. Wild winds howled, flames surged forth, and the earth trembled. Temporarily abandoning his attack, Rin moved like a nimble monkey, darting among the trees. Before long, the battlefield was reduced to barren land by the continuous onslaught of ninjutsu. Damn it, don't think you can escape. A, no longer calm, slammed his hands together, his expression twisting grotesquely. Earth release, earth flow river. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in a torrent of yellow mud, the ground becoming thick and soft. Rin quickly leaped into the air, gazing down at the slowly flowing yellow mud beneath him, his brow furrowed. Damn, this is troublesome. On the other side, C continued forming seals, his chest swelling. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, enveloping the sky in a roaring inferno. Rin, airborne and unable to evade, hastily formed seals. Shadow clone jutsu. In a puff of smoke, a shadow clone appeared beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked off, propelling himself higher and narrowly avoiding the combined ninjutsu. Bastard. Seeing Rin evade his deadly strike, C became even more hysterical. His chakra was nearly depleted, yet Rin remained vibrant. Dodging left and right like a slippery eel. Scanning the battlefield, C spotted Tsunade cornered at the edge, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Big brother, hold him off. I'll be right back, he said rapidly, casting a glance at Tsunade. A, eyes bloodshot, understood immediately, and a similarly cruel grin crept onto his lips. With a burst of speed, C rushed to the battlefield's edge. A, without hesitation, unleashed Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Rin had no choice but to draw his large sword, raising it defensively, though the Earth Dragon bullets sent him reeling further away. The muddy ground had robbed Rin of his greatest asset, speed. Without it, he could only summon shadow clones, desperately trying to alter his trajectory. At that moment, C closed in on Tsunade, a wicked glint in his eyes as he approached the powerless woman. As he withdrew a long ninja blade from the ground, Tsunade's heart raced with growing dread. She remained utterly exhausted, unable to move a muscle. Closer. C stood before Tsunade, slowly raising the blade to her neck, turning to Rin with a gleeful and sadistic expression. Kid, did you come all this way alone? Seems like you fancy this little lady. Panic surged within Rin. No. Big brother, let's talk this out. If you kill Tsunade, I'll be left with nothing. As he pondered, Rin summoned another shadow clone, using it as a springboard to evade a barrage of shuriken. No more dodging. Otherwise, I'll start by cutting off this little lady's legs. C screamed frantically, the blade poised to slice towards Tsunade's legs. At that moment, Tsunade, filled with despair, took a deep breath and summoned her last ounce of strength to shout at Rin, "Get out of here. You're not from Konoha. You don't need to save me. Just go." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. At her words, C spun around, his face twisted with rage as he kicked Tsunade in the face. Her delicate features instantly swelled. Witnessing this, Rin's expression turned icy. As he landed, Rin's legs sank into the slick yellow mud, his cold gaze fixed intently on C, unfazed. C glared back at Rin, a smug and cruel smile on his lips, clearly feeling confident. Meanwhile, A seized the opportunity to launch a kunai. Clang. Rin instinctively swung his large sword, deflecting the kunai. Seeing this, A's fury erupted. Damn kid, how dare you block it? C, teach him a lesson. Scar the pretty face of our prize. C hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes gleamed with malice as he brandished his ninja blade. Tsunade, now utterly hopeless, did not wish to die, nor did she want to be disfigured. Yet, even so, she bit her lip hard, suppressing any sound. She feared that she might instinctively cry out to Rin for help, that this boy would recklessly come to her aid. If only he would just walk away. After all, if he died, the fragile bond he sought to protect would vanish as well. As the ninja blade was raised high, about to descend, Rin's somber face broke into a grin, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Throw! With a thunderous shout, another shadow clone emerged, positioned at the battlefield's edge, not far from Tsunade. In that instant, the shadow clone raised its arm with all its might, hurling a brick-like object into the air. Scrawled across the brick were the words, "Mondo, go wherever you wish." Now was the moment, Rin shouted. Flying Thunder God technique. Just as the ninja blade was about to fall, the brick perfectly positioned itself between the blade and Tsunade. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Rin's presence was precisely felt by Tsunade as he used the large sword strapped to his back to block the incoming strike, yet both of his arms remained behind. Driven to madness, you could no longer tolerate Rin's relentless tactics and swiftly seized Rin's sword to strike once more. A sickening sound echoed as a deep wound was inflicted on Rin's back, blood spraying forth. Unable to contain himself, Rin coughed up blood, splattering Tsunade's face. Their eyes locked. Rin's pale teeth stained with crimson, he managed a bitter smile. If you die, there will be no clarity left. Chapter 49. The sword approaches with the ninja blade raised high. You aimed for Rin's heart and thrust downward again. A sickening sound. The blade pierced through, and Rin could no longer hold back, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Observing Tsunade's pupils constrict in horror, Rin's expression softened, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Do not swallow my blood. It is highly toxic. Rin recalled the horrific images of the experiments conducted by the evil god sect, where subjects injected with his blood grew uncontrollable weeds and ultimately transformed into thickets. Tsunade stared blankly at Rin's face, feeling as if time had come to a halt, tears streaming silently from the corners of her eyes. Rin, for the first time, she called his name, desperately reaching out to caress Rin's rigid face. At that moment, you looked down at the two pitiful figures and disdainfully kicked Rin's lifeless body aside. Even in death, you cling to each other. How revolting. Allow me to grant you both a swift end. With that, you raised his ninja blade once more, aiming at the vacant-eyed Tsunade. Just then, Jia, carrying Bing's lifeless form, rushed forward to intercept you. Brother, the obstacle is dead. Let us take the meat ticket and complete the mission. We are 2 hours from the Fire Country's border. Do not waste time. If the Konoha pursuers catch up to us in our current state, we will surely perish. Hearing this, the wearied you let out a sigh and slowly nodded. As they prepared to carry the motionless Tsunade, Rin, who appeared to have lost all breath, suddenly grinned, as if resurrected from the dead. In the distance, where Rin had previously fallen, two hands slowly came together, forming a peculiar seal. Sword come. With a ferocious roar, the large sword in Yu's grip began to tremble violently before striking towards the unprepared Yu. Rin had bided his time, concealing a hidden magnetic technique, waiting for this moment. After all, once his trump card was revealed, these two would surely be on guard. Moreover, Jia's earth techniques were too adept. Exposing his magnetic technique would mean losing his last chance for a comeback. Thus, even when Rin was treated as a living target midair, he refrained from flying with his sword. The severed arms were not remnants of the Flying Thunder God technique, but rather left by Rin himself, intended for a discreet seal. With a sharp crack, Yu's head exploded into a myriad of petals. The large sword continued its trajectory, aiming for Jia's head. Despite his older age and greater experience, Jia had no time to be shocked. His blood-soaked hands quickly formed a seal, disappearing in an instant. However, Rin would not let him escape so easily. The solitary hands in the distance formed another seal. Curse you, Sword 23. In an instant, the large sword shattered, transforming into 10 slender blades that shot towards Jia's reappearing figure. Jia, recovering from the dizziness induced by his hasty technique, saw countless flying blades approaching him. This is bad. Earth style, Earth return. At this moment, Jia invoked his most familiar ninjutsu. The flying blades collided with an immensely sturdy earthen wall, sending debris flying. Unfortunately, Earth Return could only shield one side, while Rin's flying blades approached from all directions. Exhausting his remaining chakra, Jia invoked an enhanced version of Earth Return. In a flash, earthen walls rose from all sides, forming a semicircular mound to protect him completely. The flying blades continued to bombard the mound, while in the distance, Rin's hand seals shifted, changing to a new formation. In the next moment, the 10 flying blades split again, creating a rain of short swords that relentlessly struck at Jia's earthen barrier, scattering debris yet reconstituting under Jia's chakra reinforcement. For a time, the two were at an impasse. Jia, today I shall reduce you to mere rubble. As chakra drained from his body yet quickly replenished, Rin licked his bloodied lips, vowing to strip Jia of his scalp. Inside the earthen mound, Jia's veins bulged with effort as he desperately squeezed the last remnants of chakra from his body. He could scarcely believe that this young boy, having fought for so long and bearing such grievous wounds, still possessed chakra to endure. Rin, multitasking, controlled the flying swords to shave Jia's head while pondering the drawbacks of his Sword 23 technique. As a variant application of magnetic release, its power was not fully realized. After all, Rin had created this technique not for mere display, but for the future advancement of magnetic release. Currently, its effectiveness was limited, and it required significant mental focus to control. The reason for its inadequacy was obvious. Rin's chakra was insufficient. At this moment, few methods existed to increase his chakra reserves. He could either wield a great blade like Samahata, or learn a sealing technique from Tsunade, or perhaps take a bold step and seek to become a Jinchuriki. Rin felt a premonition that becoming a Jinchuriki would allow him to freely host a tailed beast without fear of death. Yet, this posed a dilemma. Certain tailed beasts, such as the nine tails with its deep voice, were out of the question. The one tail, with its incessant chatter, was equally unsuitable. The three tails, with its shell and spines, was bothersome. The four tails, resembling Sun Wukong, was not an option for him. The six tails resembled a pile of white excrement. Where would it even be sealed within his body? The seven tails, an insect, and the eight tails, a cow demon, were equally unappealing. As Rin pondered, he found himself at a loss. The options were dwindling. Was he really contemplating learning a sealing technique from Tsunade to become a mere power bank? Just as Rin furrowed his brow in thought, the earthen mound finally ceased its restoration. With a resounding crash, it collapsed, revealing Jia, drained of chakra and lifeless within. Without further ado, Rin gathered the flying swords, and the large sword reappeared, delivering a decisive blow that reduced Jia to mere rubble. Having resolved the matter, Rin raised an eyebrow in triumph, playfully whistling. I am truly magnificent. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something, tilting his head to see Tsunade lying beside him. She was staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. Panic surged within Rin as he involuntarily broke into an awkward smile. Could you help retrieve my hand for me? Rin asked weakly. Hearing his feeble request, Tsunade paused, then vigorously nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Ignoring her still numb legs, she stumbled to her feet and approached Rin's solitary arm. Observing Tsunade's trembling figure, Rin wiggled his toes and couldn't help but murmur, "This is truly embarrassing." However, at present, a perplexing dilemma looms before us. The immortal body has been exposed. What shall we do? Eliminate her? No, that would not do. This girl is merely a victim of misfortune. Furthermore, the commotion from the battle was too great. It is only a matter of time before someone from Konoha arrives. Although we are quite distant from Konoha, we remain within the borders of the Land of Fire. What other options remain? Inflict amnesia upon her? Alas, how could I possibly execute such a miraculous feat? Perhaps seducing her? That notion is rather on point. Yet, this woman has grown into quite the spendthrift, which is in stark contrast to my grand strategy of becoming the wealthiest in the ninja world. Well, never mind. Let us take one step at a time. In that brief moment, Tsunade returned, dragging Rin's arm along with her. The sight was comical. She held Rin's pinky finger delicately, as if it were something repugnant. Witnessing this, Rin's expression darkened. How dare you treat my two girlfriends and saviors in such a manner after I risked my life to save you? That one, the princess of the washboard, assist me in reattaching my arm. As he spoke, Rin struggled to turn around, revealing the ninja pouch on his backside. Upon hearing Rin's words, Tsunade surprisingly did not react with anger. Instead, she nodded seriously and reached toward the ninja pouch on Rin's back. With a kunai and some thread in hand, Tsunade approached Rin with trembling hands. Unbeknownst to her, Rin was fully capable of managing this himself, but chose to deliberately torment her since she found his detached arm repulsive. Simply put, his petty nature relished in making others uncomfortable. Chapter 50. Tsunade's affection. The task of stitching the arm continued. Tsunade, a paragon of medical ninjutsu, was truly gifted. Gradually, her hands steadied, her expression becoming intensely focused. Soon enough, Rin's arms were restored to their rightful place. Without changing his demeanor, Rin clenched his fists, unable to suppress a mental thumbs up for Tsunade. Marvelous craftsmanship. Though, are you quite serious about tying a bow at the seam? Suppressing his urge to voice his thoughts, Rin feigned excessive blood loss, sitting up weakly and sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Princess Tsunade." Kneeling beside Rin, Tsunade appeared oblivious to his words, fixated on the gruesome wound on his arm. Even now, she struggled to acclimate to such a brutal method of treatment. After all, when a normal person's arm is severed, it is truly severed. Tsunade had even witnessed Rin's heart pierced by a lightning jutsu. She was not foolish. She understood the uniqueness of this boy. Yet, she could not erase the image of Rin suddenly intervening to block that fatal blow. Nor could she forget the sight of him smiling helplessly while blood poured from his mouth. As Tsunade's face flushed deeper, Rin waved his hand before her. "Princess Tsunade. Princess Tsunade. Huh? Is her mind malfunctioning?" Tilting his head, Rin rubbed his chin, puzzled. In the next moment, Tsunade rolled her eyes, unable to help herself. Although she was unsure why she reacted that way, it was a compulsion to do so. What should have been a beautiful scene, the moonlit forest, the chaotic battlefield, a boy and a girl sitting across from each other, had been marred by his remark about her mind malfunctioning. "What is it?" Tsunade asked, her expression unchanged. With Tsunade now attentive, Rin awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "When we return to the village, could we refrain from discussing today's events?" Although he knew the hope was slim, he decided to ask nonetheless. In truth, he was mentally prepared to flee. After all, the third Hokage had assumed power, and while Sarutobi Hiruzen had been somewhat intimidating in his youth, he was actually quite gentle at heart. Ironically, in his old age, he appeared benevolent yet was, in essence, quite stern. Such is the transformation that strength brings to one's mindset. When powerful, one fears nothing and can freely express kindness. Yet when weakened, trust in others diminishes. At present, having saved Princess Tsunade, it was likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not make things difficult for Rin out of gratitude. Tension coursed through Rin's muscles. He awaited Tsunade's refusal or challenge, ready to swiftly incapacitate her and make his escape. After a moment of silence, Tsunade lifted her head, her beautiful face scrutinizing Rin intently. "So, if I refuse, you intend to leave Konoha?" Rin was taken aback. This girl possesses quite the sharp intellect. Did we not agree that she would be beautiful yet simple-minded? How could she stray from her character? His gaze dropped, surveying the vastness below. "Very well. It is of no consequence." Tsunade, unaffected by Rin's somewhat lascivious stare, or perhaps she was too young to discern the difference, merely stared blankly into his eyes. Avoiding her gaze, Rin sighed in resignation and nodded slowly. "And what of Ri?" Tsunade pressed. With a resigned sigh, Rin's expression shifted to one of melancholy. As if comforting himself, he replied, "It's fine. She knows where I keep my money. 90,000 Rio will suffice for her for quite some time. Moreover, the children at the orphanage will look after her. As for Uncle Hiruzen, I trust he will allow Ri to grow up well. Considering I am not causing trouble in Konoha." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's demeanor suddenly turned obstinate as she grasped Rin's collar tightly. "Then tell me, why can't you disclose what happened tonight to Uncle Hiruzen? Why must you leave Konoha if I do not agree?" At this, Rin offered a bitter smile. "Ah, Tsunade, this girl truly has never witnessed darkness." With that thought, Rin gently pried her hand away and spoke to himself. "Since you know I hail from the hidden rain, you likely also understand that I escaped from the cult of the evil god." Tsunade nodded. "I've heard Uncle Hiruzen mention that you've endured much suffering." At her words, a subtle smile crept upon Rin's lips, hidden in the shadows. "What sort of suffering?" Tsunade was taken aback, having never contemplated such a question. Perhaps in her mind, the phrase, "as a child sacrificed, endured all sorts of torment," remained the epitome of suffering. "Look here," Rin said, raising his left hand while producing a kunai with his right. With a swift motion, the kunai pierced his palm, blood gushing forth. "Is this suffering?" "Huh." I would shake my head. This does not even qualify as the slightest pain. Ignoring Tsunade's horrified gaze, he swiftly flicked the kunai, and in an instant, 5 fingers fell to the ground. "How about this? Painful, perhaps? It might be the smallest measure of suffering." Rin wore a smile devoid of warmth, quietly observing Tsunade. "And then there are the flames, slicing, drying, electric shocks, disembowelment, extracting hearts, sawing open skulls, and so forth. Of course, Due to the lack of tools and my own fear of pain, I shan't demonstrate each one for you. At these words, Tsunade felt a chilling wave surge from her back to the crown of her head. She was just a child, unaccustomed to such inhumane methods. She began to grasp why Rin would prefer to flee rather than remain in Konoha if she were to reveal the events of that night. It was a choice that hardly required deliberation. At this moment, an inexplicable emotion surged within Tsunade, overpowering her fear, as she suddenly embraced Rin tightly. I will never speak of this, not even in death. Come back with me, back to Konoha. Holding Rin's head firmly, Tsunade spoke with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Rin's lips curled into a silent smile. Finally, I managed to intimidate this girl. It wasn't easy. Indeed, dealing with a young girl required activating her maternal instincts, while handling a mature woman meant treating her like a child. The wisdom of the Sea King was not lost on me. However, on another note, this broken finger truly does hurt like hell. Have I been too carefree lately? Have I been receiving fewer beatings? You're pressing on my finger, Rin weakly remarked, caught in Tsunade's embrace. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead. You jerk. At a time like this, you're still worried about your finger? Here I am, a beautiful young woman in your arms. Focus on the atmosphere. She tightened her grip around Rin's neck, feeling his warm body and the unyielding rhythm of his heart. Goodness, does this guy's heartbeat even exist anymore? What a complete mood killer. Just one more degree of awkwardness would send me over the edge. Tsunade's expression darkened, and she released Rin in frustration. Your heartbeat is gone. Huh. Rin blinked in surprise, then pulled up his shirt to inspect the wound piercing through his chest, mentally scoffing. Isn't that obvious? It's penetrated. How can it still beat? If it were to thump, wouldn't it just spill blood everywhere? However, seeing the threatening expression on Tsunade's face, Rin shrank back and chuckled awkwardly. Maybe you should wait a bit. Perhaps it'll be willing to beat again soon? Observing the carefree smile on Rin's face, Tsunade's heart softened, and she bit her lip, pulling out needle and thread. Fine, I'll sew it up for you. Just as she prepared to act, Tsunade suddenly realized that if she were to become Rin's girlfriend in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about him dying on the battlefield. Could this really be allowed? Rin, seeing Tsunade's intent to perform heart surgery on him, shook his head vigorously. It wasn't that he was concerned. He simply did not trust her skills. If she stitched it well, all would be fine, but if not, he might experience a heart leakage at the most inconvenient times. Who could endure that? It would be better to dig it out and let it regrow. At that thought, Rin shivered. Tsunade, never mind. It will heal on its own soon. Upon hearing this, Tsunade became bashful, whispering, just call me Tsunade, or you can call me little son. Rin didn't catch her words, only noticing the flush on Tsunade's face, thinking she must be out of her mind. Why would someone blush while conversing normally? Ahem. Tsunade, then we agree that after we return. Before Rin could finish, Tsunade's long brows furrowed, and she yanked Rin's ear, shouting, Don't call me Tsunade. Call me little son. Goodness. Whoever marries this woman is in for a rough time. She's so violent at such a young age. Imagine her as an adult, breaking ribs left and right. However, for the sake of his ears, Rin nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Little son, I'll call you little son from now on. By the way, isn't your Onyx's hidden ability shattered armor? You acted so quickly, grabbing my ear in an instant. At Rin's comment, Tsunade finally loosened her grip. Though her cute appearance, especially with her golden hair tied in a proud ponytail, captivated Rin momentarily. In the serene forest, silence enveloped them as Tsunade leaned against Rin. Her head bowed and cheeks flushed, as if wishing to remain like this forever. Suddenly, Rin's expression snapped back to awareness. A kilometer away, hidden in the grass, his shadow clone dispelled its jutsu, returning with memories. A large number of ANBU, led by Uchiha Kagami, were rushing their way. Simultaneously, Rin sensed some commotion in the northwestern border. He understood, then, that even if he did not rescue Tsunade, she would not be taken by anyone from other villages. However, not rescuing her would mean he might be suspected. Conversely, saving Tsunade, coupled with the existence of a body named Ping, would completely absolve him of suspicion. After all, Konoha possessed a secret technique to probe the memories of the deceased. This was precisely why Rin had smashed the heads of Jia and Yi. These two had witnessed his unique constitution. While it wouldn't lead to the revelation of his immortal nature, Rin, ever cautious, would not allow any loose ends. As for Tsunade, Rin was confident that as long as she did not wish to speak, no one could force her. After all, her grandmother, the wife of Senju Hashirama, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito, was still alive. Even setting aside Mito, her identity as Hashirama's granddaughter would deter anyone from questioning her. With this in mind, Rin finally spoke. Someone is coming. It should be the Anbu. As he spoke, he began to absorb the scattered iron sand. Drawing it into his body, the iron sand flowed, gradually reattaching his fingers. Once everything was in order, Rin let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, had Tsunade not awakened, he wouldn't have forced himself to use the Flying Thunder God technique, ruining his short-sleeve shirt. Thinking of this made Rin feel a pang in his heart. A short-sleeve shirt cost 200 Ryo, enough for him to enjoy 20 skewers or 60 meatballs. Damn, what a loss. Had he known, he would have stayed home instead of venturing out. Lost in thought, a multitude of figures suddenly appeared. Leading them was Uchiha Kagami, who had recently formed a rather ridiculous duo with Rin. Kagami, devoid of his usual cheerful demeanor, fixed a stern gaze on Rin. The Anbu swiftly approached and promptly took Tsunade away from Rin, while the remaining Anbu stood guard, watching Rin warily. Indeed, it's you, Rin-kun. I saw your shadow clone earlier, Kagami remarked, his gaze sweeping over the uneven battlefield and the bodies of Jia, Yi, and Ping. Before he let out a sigh of relief, a teasing tone creeping into his voice. It seems you'll be spending another couple of days in the Konoha dungeon. Going again? Rin nearly burst into laughter. This time, I'm definitely throwing a special brick into the archives. Struggling to suppress his joy, Rin was interrupted by Tsunade, who interjected, "It was Rin who saved me." The young girl's voice was remarkably calm. At her words, Kagami prepared to explain, but Rin suddenly waved his hand at Tsunade. "No, this is the Anbu's protocol. As law-abiding citizens of Konoha, we must comply." Kagami and the other Anbu inwardly cursed. What the hell? What are you pretending for? Who here doesn't know you're a traitor? Hearing Rin's words, Kagami nodded with an oddly amused expression. By the way, Rin-kun, is it really appropriate for you to be so knowledgeable about this? Rin raised his hands in surrender without any resistance. Meanwhile, a reluctant figure wearing a dog mask approached Rin. "Hey, dog brother, I missed you so much after just one night." Hearing this, the other Anbu concealed behind their masks turned their gazes toward the dog, and countless eyes focused on him. Instantly, the dog felt as if he had developed hemorrhoids and a mole on his backside, nearly forgetting how to walk. With a huff, the angry dog placed shackles on Rinjin, resembling a disgruntled wife chastising her husband for losing at mahjong. The tone was unmistakably akin to a spouse berating her partner for financial losses. Tsunade observed this and felt an overwhelming wave of frustration wash over her. In the dark depths of the Umbu dungeon, they entered the familiar room 233, surrounded once again by the well-known collection of the Tale of Genji. The only notable difference was that the book lent by the dog this time was a colorful edition with illustrations. Rinjin lay on the bed, his nostrils stuffed with paper, fully engrossed in the captivating narrative. Just as he reached the enthralling section about the Rokuge residence, the door to his cell swung open abruptly. The dog hastily approached, snatching the colorful book from Rinjin's hands, his face darkening beneath the mask at the greasy fingerprints smeared across the pages. "Rinjin Sakuhu, Lord Hizashi seeks you." "Me?" Rinjin raised an eyebrow. Under normal circumstances, with the evidence of the deceased from the conflict and Tsunade's testimony, he should have been released after a brief detention. Why would they still want to see him? Perhaps to express gratitude? Reluctantly, he nodded, seizing the opportunity to snatch back the Tale of Genji while the dog was distracted. "Brother, let me borrow it for 2 more days." "Not a chance." The dog snatched the book back, swiftly performing a technique to transport himself outside. Rinjin gazed blankly at his empty hand, then glanced up at the dog, who carefully tucked the book into his own clothing. His mood soured further. "Come on, brother. Are you really that petty?" With a chuckle, the dog replied, "You think I don't know you've borrowed from Kato and never returned? Plus, you still owe me the last set of the Tale of Genji." Muttering about the dog's stinginess, Rinjin stepped out of the cell, following closely behind. They soon arrived at the Hokage's office. After a gentle knock and receiving permission to enter, the dog ushered Rinjin inside. Upon entering, the first sight that struck them was the enormous desk, now cluttered with towering stacks of documents. Scrolls spread haphazardly across the surface. From behind the mountain of paperwork, clouds of smoke billowed forth, revealing Sarutobi Hizashi, pipe in mouth, scratching his head while scribbling with a brush. Upon seeing Rinjin, he waved his hand to dismiss the surrounding umbu, who nodded in unison and exited the office. Rinjin approached, peering over the high piles of documents towards Hisashi. Uncle Hisashi, what brings you to summon me? Taking a slow drag from his pipe, Hisashi stood, a look of gratitude washing over his face. Rinjin-kun, thank you for rescuing Tsunade. Rinjin nonchalantly shook his head. No need for thanks. I was merely saving myself. Besides, even without my intervention, they wouldn't have managed to take Princess Tsunade. Hisashi appeared even more pleased upon hearing this. Last night, the intelligence team uncovered some information. These 3 ninjas were hired by a benefactor known as Amaya to kidnap Tsunade. They are brothers who, discontented with the leadership of Takigakure, defected and have since sold their services for gold. According to intel from the underworld, this Amaya has close ties with the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning again. Hisashi frowned deeply. Previously, the death of Tobarama had been linked to the village of Kimogakure, and Shimura Danzo suspected it was part of an evil plot. They feigned discord between the Gold and Silver brothers and the Second Raikage, only to launch a surprise attack using the Six Paths treasure against Tobarama. To be honest, Hisashi had been reluctant to believe that the kind-hearted Second Raikage could be involved in such treachery. However, upon becoming Hokage, his perspective shifted. He would consider any means necessary to eliminate a formidable enemy for the sake of his village and comrades. Moreover, Tsunade's abduction seemed to have vague connections to Kimogakure. With this thought, Hisashi's resolve intensified. Rinjin-kun, I actually have a request to make of you. What could you possibly want from me, Hokage? Rinjin questioned, instinctively shaking his head. I don't have any special skills that could assist you. Please, hear me out, Hisashi urged, but Rinjin remained steadfast in his refusal. I'm not interested. I know better than to regret what I might hear. I want to do it, no matter the incentive. Hisashi was momentarily taken aback by Rinjin's unwavering rejection. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes, and he sighed. What a pity. I was hoping to award you with a commendation for your contributions to Konoha, allowing you to become a Nin without the usual prerequisites. Rinjin nodded in agreement, feigning disappointment. Indeed, what a shame. But everyone knows that the true prowess lies with the lower ranks of Konoha. No one can deter me. I wish to remain a genin for life. Seeing Rinjin mimic his own expression, Hisashi felt his face flush with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he continued, I had even planned to arrange a 2-bedroom apartment for you in the Konoha Tea Street after this mission. But now, perhaps we can discuss it another time. Rinjin chuckled, recognizing the allure of Konoha Tea Street, conveniently situated near the Hokage building. However, the notion of a 2-bedroom apartment seemed absurd. You, the esteemed leader of Konoha and the Sarutobi clan, think this is an adequate test for your officials? Who could withstand such an evaluation? Internally, he thought. The 2-bedroom apartment in Tea Street only costs 850,000 Ryo. I could easily make that much by casually visiting the Uchiha clan. Moreover, during this period, Rinjin had also made considerable earnings through forging with his shadow clones, amassing around 170,000 Ryo in total. With his previous 800,000 Ryo, he was nearing 1 million. With that sum, he could acquire a spacious 3-bedroom apartment or even invest in land outside the village to establish a factory. Why settle for a mere 2-bedroom apartment? As if he were a beggar? Noticing Rinjin's disdainful expression, Hisashi's countenance darkened. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, I'll add an additional 500,000 Ryo for your expenses. Are you in or not? Absolutely not. Rinjin shook his head vigorously, detesting the term activity funds. He understood all too well that such offers came with strings attached, often lasting for 3 years. After discussing for so long, if Rinjin still failed to grasp Hisashi's intentions, he would have been quite foolish. What he could excel at, and had excelled at, was acting as a double agent. The mere thought of being sent as a spy from Amigakure to Konoha, only to be dispatched to other villages as a double agent, made Rinjin feel a wave of revulsion. This wasn't merely a matter of espionage. It was, how should he put it, utterly distasteful. Would he have to introduce himself in the future as I am Saku Rinjin, the leader of Amigakure, the consort of the Hokage of Konoha, the consort of the leader of Kirigakure, the consort of the Tsuchikage, the leader of the Umbu of Sunigakure, and the captain of the Raikage Guard from Kimogakure? At first glance, it appears quite impressive, but upon further reflection, it indeed seems remarkable. After all, I have accomplished the task of bringing peace to the ninja world, a feat that even the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could not achieve. Of course, This is all contingent upon being in bed. No, no. Rin shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast aside the enticing thought. Observing Rin's resolute demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless. Surely, this individual must have forgotten his identity as an undercover agent, lingering here without intention to leave. Sighing in resignation, Hiruzen decided to employ his final tactic, revealing his true feelings. Rin, do you not wish to know who orchestrated Tsunade's abduction? Gazing at Hiruzen's flickering eyes, Rin sighed in exasperation. Are you suggesting it was the village hidden in the clouds? At this, Hiruzen instinctively took 2 steps back, once again taken aback by Rin's insight. How could he possess such intelligence? Where had he gathered this information? Or had someone leaked it? In that moment, Hiruzen truly grasped Rin's exceptional aptitude. Initially, before assuming the role of Hokage, he was merely astonished. Now, in his position, he felt a tinge of fear. No wonder this individual remained impervious to persuasion. He had already anticipated Hiruzen's intentions. Simultaneously, Hiruzen recalled his mentor's words. Why was it impossible to allow this prodigy to ascend to the higher echelons of Konoha? It was as if his teacher had foreseen that he would feel utterly overwhelmed when confronted with Shin Uchiha. Clearing his thoughts, Hiruzen coughed lightly and inquired, Rin, from where did you acquire this information? Rin looked at Hiruzen as if he were simple-minded. Uncle, are you tired? Perhaps it would be wise for you to return home and rest. Ignoring Rin's sarcastic remark, Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. I am not tired. Do continue. Rin pressed his lips together in annoyance. First, let us confirm what I can do. What can a boy under 10 accomplish? I shrugged, raising my hands in resignation, a mere pawn. How could such a remarkable pawn infiltrate a small village? Impossible. Seeing Rin boast about his own prowess, Hiruzen's expression darkened, silently warning him to continue speaking or face his wrath. That leaves us with fewer options: the land of lightning, the land of wind, the land of earth, and the land of water. The land of wind and the land of earth both harbor Hanzo of the Salamander, who, to put it bluntly, could survive even if everyone else perished. The threats posed by Tsunagakure and Iwagakure are negligible. They can be dismissed. Then there are the water and lightning countries. The land of water borders the land of whirlpools, and to put it harshly, Konoha's relationship with the village of Yuzushiogakure is one where I take the blame and you perish. Thus, the Mist Village poses little threat. It can be passed over. So, we are left with the land of lightning. Furthermore, with the recent passing of the second Hokage, it is only natural for your disciples to seek vengeance. Listening to Rin's rapid-fire analysis, Hiruzen found himself nodding involuntarily. This young man articulates his thoughts with such clarity that the international landscape becomes evident, far surpassing the convoluted reasoning of Danzo, who claimed Tsunagakure was a significant threat and should be approached with caution. Acknowledging Danzo's logic, Hiruzen realized that Rin's insights were far more aligned with reality. Moreover, 20 years later, during the Second Ninja World War, Rin's words would be validated as Hanzo became an indelible boss across the 3 nations of wind, earth, and fire. Noticing Hiruzen's silence, Rin shook his head and sighed, taking the initiative to speak. Uncle Hiruzen, are there truly no other candidates? At this, Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. There are others, but none possess such extraordinary talent at your age. They could only infiltrate the land of lightning disguised as merchants or residents. Rin scoffed internally, deriding their ambitions. Did they expect him to ascend to the upper echelons of the land of lightning? Surely they must know that those fools are black and white in their thinking. Was he to paint himself in shades of gray? With this thought, Rin's expression grew stern, and his tone turned serious. Hokage, what about Shikamaru? The reason I chose Konoha was to provide her with a joyful childhood, to spare her from the hardships of wandering alongside me. Seeing Rin's earnest demeanor, Hiruzen too adopted a serious expression. He understood that success hinged on this moment. Persuading Rin to infiltrate the land of lightning would not only unveil its secrets, but also fulfill his mentor's dying wish, keeping Rin distanced from Tsunade, ideally avoiding any entanglements. I assure you, both the village and I will take excellent care of her, Hiruzen asserted with conviction. However, Rin resolutely shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Hiruzen. That answer is unacceptable. He was aware that Hiruzen had a prior experience in this regard, albeit one that did not concern him directly. Naruto, the child of the fourth Hokage, was often hailed as the village's hero. Yet, how was he treated? Instant ramen, expired milk, labeled as the Nine Tails, and a solitary childhood. In Rin's eyes, the Uchiha's bloodline limit paled in comparison to the true white eyes of Hinata, who treated him with both kindness and compassion, a bitter irony. While he could not intervene in Naruto's plight, he was determined to ensure that Shikamaru would not endure a similar fate. After all, Rin's profile in the Konoha Umbu intelligence reports indicated a loyalty rating of E-. He cared little for Konoha, prioritizing only those he cherished. Noting Rin's refusal, Hiruzen fell silent. Rin's steadfastness stemmed from a well-prepared contingency plan. A shadow clone had already departed the borders of the Land of Fire, bearing a brick. At any moment, he could choose to flee, perhaps sacrificing a limb, but ultimately, it was a small price to pay, one that could be regrown with time. Moreover, with newfound strength, his return to the village would ensure he received the recognition he deserved. As for the 8 gates, Rin thought, Conan is so adorable, Nagato is truly impressive. And I wish to follow Nagato and indulge in 3 meals a day. When Nagato ascends to the First Hokage's office, I will sneak into the archives, seize the sealing scroll, and make my escape. An impeccable plan. However, Hiruzen's subsequent words momentarily disrupted Rin's scheme. I have discussed this matter with Tsunade. At this, Rin felt a surge of indignation. Why must you share everything with that girl? Little did he know that Hiruzen had already sensed Tsunade's unique feelings toward Rin. Before Rin could voice his inquiry, Hiruzen took a deep breath and continued, Tsunade has offered to care for Shikamaru. She can allow her to stay at her home. Upon hearing this, Rin gasped in astonishment. This is absolutely perfect. Not only is it feasible, but it is the optimal choice. Who would dare bully the little chubby girl next to Princess Tsunade? With this thought, Rin extended his thumb and nodded enthusiastically. Excellent, I think it's fantastic. And from now on, I am not her brother. At this declaration, Hiruzen furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he realized the implications, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Rin's decision was clear. However, he sensed the growing distance between himself and this remarkable youth. Setting aside the relationship with his sister, Ri, this action not only encompasses boundless affection for her, but also reveals a profound distrust towards the village and oneself. Rin has firmly resolved that his true identity will inevitably be exposed, leading to a tumultuous uproar within the village, ultimately affecting Ri's life. But where might his identity be revealed? Who truly knows his secret? His apparent confidence in Tsunade's care for Ri indicates that he indeed trusts her. However, does he extend that trust to others, including himself? The answer is a resounding no, without hesitation. Now operating in a clandestine mode, Rin's mind raced as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen once more. Lord Hokage, I entrust the communication with the Rain Village following my departure from Konoha to you. The Umbu must have skilled individuals capable of mimicking my tone. By the way, that mutt, Toby, would suffice. He scratched his head as he spoke. Also, please inquire about the recent circumstances of Suigetsu. I wouldn't want Hanzo to think I've forgotten about him. Observing Rin's incessant chatter, reminiscent of an old man, Hiruzen pressed his lips together, suddenly reflecting on how sincere their relationship had seemed before he assumed the role of Hokage. Now, it appeared they had devolved into a game of subterfuge. With a sigh, Hiruzen made a decision. Ahem. Rin. Hearing this, Rin paused mid-sentence, gazing at Hiruzen with a hint of confusion. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. Rin, Shukabu Suigetsu has passed away. Upon uttering these words, Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Rin, his muscles tensing in anticipation of any potential outburst. He was prepared to restrain Rin should he spiral out of control. At this revelation, Rin stood frozen, his mouth agape in shock. In that instant, images of Suigetsu flooded his mind, his stern demeanor while teaching Rin chakra extraction techniques. The comforting gestures when Rin faced Hanzo's disdain, the childlike excitement when urging Rin to visit Kabukicho, the blissful smile shared with Mei and Yukiko, the despondent expression upon learning of Hanzo's plans, and the worried farewell when parting ways. The memory of Suigetsu slyly passing him a secret technique scroll lingered too. As these thoughts cascaded through his mind, a single crystalline tear escaped the corner of his eye. So this is the feeling of loss. Exhaling deeply, Rin wiped away the tear and forced a stiff smile at Hiruzen. I apologize for my emotional display. He stammered. Where were we? Yes. Discussing how to mimic my handwriting. It's rather simple. As he spoke, his voice faltered, trembling as he raised his gaze, attempting a sheepish smile at Hiruzen. I'm sorry, I seem to have lost my composure. I must take my leave. Gritting his teeth yet maintaining a gentle tone, he bid farewell, while a clear liquid, whether tears or snot, trickled from his nostrils. With hesitant steps, he shuffled towards the door, opening it like a marionette and exiting the Hokage's office. Hiruzen remained motionless, observing Rin's retreating figure, words caught in his throat, unable to express his thoughts. He had expected Rin to erupt in fury, to recklessly charge towards the Rain Village, or to succumb to a dark despair, filled with hatred for the world. What he did not anticipate was Rin's response, shedding tears like a child who had lost a parent, utterly helpless. As the sky began to drizzle, the rain quickly transformed into a curtain, enveloping the earth. Standing before the vast window, Hiruzen smoked his pipe, the crackling sound drowned by the rain. He watched as a child stumbled through the downpour, resembling a mere shell of a person, once proud, now hunched, trembling and collapsing into the rain. Weeping like a child, this was Shukabu Rin. Chapter 51. Farewell, Konoha. In the darkness, a whispering voice muttered, occasionally accompanied by a sinister chuckle, sending shivers down one's spine. Rinnegan. Corpses. Edo Tensei. Hanzo Shindai, giggle. Uchiha Madara, peaches. Konoha. The long night passed, and dawn once again graced the earth. Early one morning, Rin emerged from the inn, cradling his head as if suffering from a hangover, with a pained expression etched on his face. Behind him, Tobi, donned in a dog mask, staggered along in his wake. Tobi had been given orders to monitor, protect, and prevent Rin from engaging in any reckless actions. Yet, he was uncertain whether he had fulfilled those duties the previous night. In short, he had lost his memory, and although he could not recall the events of the night prior, every instinct and sensation within him screamed to forget. Above all, he, being both heartfelt and somewhat timid, naturally decided that he would think of nothing at all. Turning to Tobi, Rin began, "Hey, dog." Before he could finish, Tobi stumbled back, swiftly covering his eyes. No, don't look back. I can't handle it," Tobi shrieked. Rin's face darkened at the remark. "What the hell, you coward? You're afraid of me just turning my head?" Still, he couldn't help but acknowledge Tobi's high-pitched shriek. To placate Tobi, Rin led him to a dingy noodle shop. "Ahem. Boss, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen." Beside him, Tobi nervously tugged at the boss's sleeve, timidly adding, "Boss, I don't want any meat. No fish, no pork, nothing." "All right." Before long, the noodles arrived. "Let us dig in," Rin declared, breaking apart his chopsticks and preparing to shove a mouthful into his mouth. At that moment, Tobi screamed again, "Close your mouth." Rin was utterly speechless. Yes, I might have unleashed something that should not have been released last night, but must you react this way? And you dare call yourself Umbu? Tobi rolled his eyes beneath the mask, snorted defiantly, and retreated to a nearby table, slurping his noodles quietly. Rin, exasperated, chose to ignore Tobi and devoured his meal, his mind replaying the events of the previous day. Upon hearing from Hiruzen that Suigetsu had died, he had felt an overwhelming sorrow, akin to losing a father. In his deep despair, he had sought refuge in an inn and rented a room, unaware that Tobi was lurking in the rafters. Consumed by grief, he had unwittingly released the monstrous side of himself while lying on the bed. Tobi, witnessing the distorted actions, developed a psychological trauma from the experience. In truth, labeling it a monster was an exaggeration. Rin had merely set aside all his morals, honor, responsibilities, and emotions that constrained him. What remained was a wholly rational being, devoid of moral constraints, driven to madness. Through this madness, Rin conceived a brilliant plan, a way to restore Suigetsu. The side effect is the indiscriminate mental pollution it inflicts upon those around. After all, in the face of all that which one cannot comprehend, the psyche is inherently fragile and helpless. Yet, the strength of humanity lies in the ability to say, "I may not understand now, but once you allow me to grasp it, I shall seize it." Observing the current state of the Earth Dog, Rin can see that he is making efforts to adapt. In simple terms, this fellow is evolving, mentally fortifying himself. As for the benefits, is the ability to withstand illusions not one. After all, illusions are merely normal, comprehensible creations of ninjas. To adapt to and accept Rin's mental pollution, such illusions are almost childishly simple. Casting a glance at the Earth Dog stealthily stuffing noodles under his mask, Rin felt it prudent to inquire about training fees from Sarutobi Hiruzen. After finishing breakfast, Rin emerged from the ramen shop, invigorated, and made his way toward the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just enjoyed a heartfelt breakfast, was once again absorbed in his busy work. However, his concentration was soon interrupted by Rin's arrival. Observing the subtle changes in Rin, who seemed to have undergone some transformation overnight, Hiruzen felt a twinge of curiosity. "Rin-kun, have you adjusted?" His curiosity was justified. After all, only a night had passed since yesterday, which seemed utterly inconceivable to him. Yet, he did not doubt that Rin's earlier sorrow was feigned. As someone who had experienced similar trials, he possessed the discernment to see through facades. The Rin before him, this child, appeared far too mature to an astonishing degree. With a silent sigh, reminded of his responsibilities as Hokage, Hiruzen slowed his speech and gently inquired, "Rin-kun, could you share your thoughts?" At this, Rin's lips curled into a faint smile, and he nodded softly. "It's quite simple. Grow stronger, and then eliminate Hanzo the Salamander and the Salamander God." He spoke no lies, nor did he feel the need to embellish, merely omitting a minute detail. Konoha was a crucial part of his revenge, and Hiruzen, having served as Hokage the longest, was not someone to deceive foolishly. Hearing this, Hiruzen nodded slowly. It was an entirely normal choice, given his understanding of Rin. It was only natural for this meticulous individual to seek vengeance. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Hiruzen began, but was interrupted by Rin's cheerful interjection. "No need for assistance, Uncle Hiruzen. This is a personal vendetta. Your involvement would alter its nature." With that, Rin settled comfortably into a chair. In the presence of Hiruzen, he felt no pressure akin to facing Senju Tobirama, not out of disdain for Hiruzen's intellect, but because the old coin had yet to mature into a true elder. "Uncle, I have accepted the mission from the Cloud Village. Please share any specific requirements and intelligence you may have. As for his remuneration, could you procure the body of the water bear for me?" Upon hearing this, Hiruzen felt a sudden pang in his heart, recalling an insidious jutsu from the Book of Seals. "That is certainly possible, but what do you intend to do with it?" Noticing the brief furrow in Hiruzen's brow, Rin silently lamented that the plan conceived by his darker self was indeed quite clever, yet its execution was often fraught with countless lies. With a sigh, Rin's gaze reflected a mixture of nostalgia and sincerity. "I would appreciate your help in burying him near Konoha, as it would allow me to visit him from time to time." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen felt a significant weight lift from his heart. "Understood. As for the Cloud Village mission, that poses no problem. You need only handle the operational expenses, the rest is on me. By the way, we must maintain our communications with the Rain Village. We should not hesitate to utilize them." Rin spoke with a calm demeanor. Had this been anyone else addressing Hiruzen, he would have scoffed, yet Rin's composed tone instilled in him a profound sense of reliability. After all, this individual before him was a veritable architect of miracles. Under the circumstances of exposing the Rain Village's undercover identity, he still managed to navigate Konoha with freedom and ease, living comfortably and amassing considerable wealth. Such a seemingly impossible feat was accomplished solely by this remarkable individual. Seeing Rin take on the mission, Hiruzen exhaled deeply, envisioning a Konoha that had infiltrated the Cloud Village, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. Hanzo the Salamander is merely a blind, washed-up fish. How could he fail to cherish such a superlative talent with max-level infiltration skills? Now, he belongs to me, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After discussing some details and agreeing to depart in 3 days, Rin politely bid farewell to Hiruzen and prepared to leave the Hokage office. "Wait, Rin-kun." Hiruzen suddenly recalled something and swiftly approached his desk, retrieving a scroll from within. He walked over to Rin and handed it to him. Rin looked at Hiruzen with a bemused expression. "Uncle, did I not mention? My vendetta against Hanzo the Salamander is personal. Your involvement would change its essence." Hiruzen abruptly shed his Hokage persona, transforming into an ordinary middle-aged man. With a smile and a scratch of his head, he handed the scroll to Rin, chuckling. "This is a private favor from your uncle Hiruzen, my modest research into chakra nature transformations. Think of it as my support for you." Rin, taken aback by Hiruzen's cheerful smile, felt a warmth welling up within him, his lips gradually curving into a smile as he emulated Hiruzen's gesture of scratching his head. "Then I shall thank you, uncle." After another round of farewells, Rin departed from the Hokage office. Upon returning to his seat, Hiruzen retained a lingering smile, recalling Rin's earlier words, "From now on, I am no longer her brother." He also remembered Rin's recent cheerful demeanor. Suddenly, Hiruzen experienced a moment of clarity. Rin did not distrust the higher-ups. Nor did he lack faith in himself. He simply harbored skepticism toward politics. 3 days later, Rin, laden with a backpack and holding the small hand of Ri, made his way to the Senju family estate. The ancient, elegant mansion stood with its broad doors wide open, and a girl with golden hair tied in a high ponytail stood at the entrance. Beside her stood a dignified middle-aged woman, Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido. Upon seeing Rin's arrival, Tsunade's previously gloomy expression brightened into a radiant smile as she waved joyfully. "Rin, over here." Observing Tsunade's exuberance from a distance, Rin turned his face slightly, murmuring to Ri, "Ri, this is your target for this mission. Be warned, this kind of exuberance can be contagious. Proceed with caution." In response, Ri pouted her chubby face and nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, big brother. I will perform splendidly and strive to integrate into the Senju clan, becoming Senju Ri." Hearing this, Rin's expression darkened. "You rascal. I wanted you to blend into the Senju clan for protection, not to change your surname." He mentally scolded Ri while instinctively giving her a playful thump on the head. "Behave. Who told you to change your surname?" The little girl covered her head with both pudgy hands, looking defiant. "Who says I changed it? I am Senju Ri." Rin was utterly speechless. This child was beyond redemption. "Are you planning to call yourself Senju Uchiha Yuzuki Nara Yuni Hinata Ri in the future? You scoundrel. Your mother in the heavens will surely strangle you." In this moment, Rin found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Could it be? Could this truly be the king of all traitors? To immortalize one's remarkable achievements within their name, ensuring a legacy that endures through the ages? Lost in thought, Rin suddenly shuddered, vigorously shaking his head to cast away the terrifying notion. "Hurry, cease your thoughts, Rin of the Northern Realm. You have fallen under the spell of this little chubby girl." Taking a deep breath, Rin composed himself and stepped forward. "Greetings, Lord Mido, Princess Tsunade." "Hello, Rin-kun," replied Uzumaki Mido with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing this, Tsunade shot Rin a disapproving glare, but her expression soon softened as she slightly inclined her head. "Rin, it's good to see you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Rin articulated the purpose of his visit, entrusting Ri to Tsunade. However, before Rin could speak, Uzumaki Mido broached the subject. "Are you hoping for your sister to stay with us, Rin-kun?" Upon hearing those words, Rin was momentarily taken aback, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he nodded. In truth, it was customary for the party making a request, Rin, in this case, to initiate such conversations, rather than the recipient. Lady Uzumaki. It was evident that this noblewoman had extended a modicum of goodwill towards him. Perhaps it was due to his rescue of Tsunade. Or perhaps she was privy to certain knowledge. Regardless, goodwill was undoubtedly preferable to malice, especially for Ri. Contemplating this, Rin tenderly ruffled Ri's hair and introduced her. "Indeed, this is my sister, Saku Ri." Observing this, Lady Uzumaki stepped forward, crouching before Ri and gazing at her cherubic face, before breaking into a warm smile. "I have heard from Anko that Ri-chan is a remarkably well-behaved child," she remarked, extending her delicate hand to gently pat Ri's head. Ri, showing no signs of shyness, stared up with her round, innocent eyes at this mature woman who appeared to be of a similar age to Aunt Anko. Perhaps it was Lady Uzumaki's innate ability to sense malice that allowed her to express kindness so effortlessly. This graceful and dignified woman exuded an unimaginable warmth, such that even Ri, who typically harbored a timorous disposition around strangers, felt no trace of fear. After affectionately stroking Ri's head, Lady Uzumaki slowly rose and, with a hint of jest, remarked, "A few days ago, when Anko returned, she mentioned Ri, expressing how she couldn't bear to part with such a sweet child, even shedding tears over it." At these words, Rin lowered his gaze slightly and replied, "It is I who have been too obstinate." He then tentatively inquired, "Lady Uzumaki, are you familiar with the surname Saku?" In a moment of brilliance, the captivating gaze of the whirlpool water maiden discreetly glanced at Rin, accompanied by a graceful nod. Observing this, Rin was taken aback, realizing that this woman possessed knowledge that rivaled even that of Sarutobi Sasuke. He even had a sense that if this woman were to assume the mantle of Hokage, she might wield her power with far greater finesse than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Impressive. With a quiet sigh, Rin no longer concealed her emotions. "Since you are already aware, I shall speak plainly. This child, Ri, is entirely unrelated to my past. She is merely a pitiable little soul. I made a promise to her mother to care for her until she reaches adulthood. Beside her, Ri tightly grasped Rin's hand, lowering her head as she softly murmured, "Not until adulthood, but for a lifetime." Ahem. Rin lightly coughed before continuing, to care for a lifetime. However, I do indeed have pressing matters at hand. As you know, someone of my circumstances is not entirely free. I cannot wander aimlessly with her, living in constant fear. Thus, I earnestly beseech you to look after her for a while. 3 years, at most 3 years. As she spoke, Rin opened the suitcase she had been carrying, revealing it meticulously stocked with 1,000,000 taels. This is her living expenses. I implore you to accept it. After uttering these words, Rin bowed deeply, her expression filled with sincerity. Nearby, Ri obediently followed Rin's lead, bowing as well, at times. This girl displayed a maturity that tugged at the heartstrings. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade, who had remained silent until now, pressed her lips together, gazing at her grandmother with longing. Ultimately, it is still her grandmother who holds the authority in this household. Uzumaki Mido did not keep Rin waiting for long, nodding earnestly as she said, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of Ri." Upon hearing this, Rin felt a gradual sense of relief wash over her, and with a hint of melancholy, she extended her delicate hand to the whirlpool of swearing. "Thank you." Having finished speaking, Rin politely bowed once more, then rose and set down his suitcase, walking away without looking back. Behind him, 3 women of varying ages held hands, watching Rin's retreating figure. Li could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her large eyes as she shouted towards Rin's back, "Brother, if you do not return in 3 years, Li will go with Yazi and the others to search for you." Upon hearing those words, Rin stumbled and fell clumsily to the ground. Observing her brother's misfortune, Li couldn't help but laugh, her cherubic face adorned with both a smile and tears, softly murmuring, "Brother, please return swiftly." Tsunade gazed at the pair of siblings, her heart a tumult of emotions. While she felt reluctant to see Rinrin depart, she couldn't help but feel an intense envy for the profound bond shared between blood relatives. "Grandma, I too wish for a younger brother or sister," Tsunade said, casting a playful glance at Uzumaki Suiryu. Beside her, Rii hastily wiped away her tears, her small mouth suddenly curling into a smile reminiscent of Rinrin's. "Sister Tsunade, you should ask your parents for one. Grandma Suiryu can only provide you with uncles and aunts." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression darkened instantly. On the visage of this young girl, she unexpectedly discerned the shadow of the person she had longed for, Rin. It could be said that these two truly were siblings in every sense. However, the mere thought of having such a sister caused Tsunade's expression to darken considerably. "Perhaps it is better to have just a younger brother. My sister is simply not suited for me." The gentle Mizuho smiled warmly as she led Tsunade and Ri into the grand mansion. Deep within her heart, a peculiar and magnificent 9-tailed fox lay languidly before a colossal iron gate, letting out a haughty snicker. "Oh, Mizuho girl, it seems your granddaughter has taken a liking to quite the remarkable individual, hasn't she?" The curious Whirlpool Water household gazed at the 9 tails, and deep within her heart, there was a hint of playfulness overshadowing her usual grace. "9 tails, have you discerned anything?" Upon hearing this, the 9 tails remained silent, their slightly opened pupils gradually narrowing into a mere line. "It has been far too long. I can scarcely recall. If given the opportunity, one could indeed plant this fellow into the earth, and perhaps it would yield some fascinating curiosities." With that, Kyubi gently closed her eyes, adopting an expression that suggested she would no longer speak. In the courtyard of the Senju residence, Uzumaki Naruto gazed at the babbling brook nearby, softly murmuring to himself. Planted in the soil, perhaps? Chapter 1. A youth from the south. As he traversed the lush forests of the Land of Fire, a vast expanse unfolded before him. An endless green wilderness stretched out, beneath a sky of crystalline clarity adorned with a few wispy white clouds. Linren, burdened by a backpack the size of his own frame, stepped into this open realm. "Ah, the land of soup. I have returned once more." The mere thought of the land of rain evokes memories of the malevolent acts committed by the village of Amigakure. Presently, this village no longer holds any ties to him. What remains is an enduring, unrelenting hatred. A week has elapsed since Rin's departure. Just a few days prior, the Inuzuka who had been tasked with communicating with Rin informed him that the remains of the water bear had been discreetly transported from Amigakure to Konoha and laid to rest in the cemetery for villagers located to the west of Konoha. Although not interred in the ninja cemetery, this treatment is nevertheless a considerable privilege for a shinobi from a different village. Moreover, with the presence of a corpse, the concepts of tainted soil reincarnation and the cycle of life and death can all be arranged seamlessly, thanks to the advanced technology of the Hokage world. Now, it is time for me to take action. Rin, accustomed to infiltration, had previously succeeded in penetrating Konoha. However, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demands differed from those of Hanzo the Salamander. Aware of Rin's capabilities, Sarutobi entrusted him with a task that posed greater challenges. Not only must he infiltrate the hidden cloud village smoothly, but he must also integrate himself into the upper echelons of the village within 3 years to gather intelligence. To be frank, this was somewhat unreasonable. Nevertheless, Rin was unfazed. He was akin to a kite, released and unrestrained. What did he intend to do upon arriving in the hidden cloud village? He could do as he pleased. With this thought, Rin smiled broadly. Tasks could wait. Earning some money and enhancing his strength were of utmost importance. As for the mission, he would tackle it as a secondary concern. With wealth, he could annoy Hanzo the Salamander. With increased power, he could easily dispatch him in the future. Thus, the focus shifted to how to enhance his strength. Thinking of his destination, the hidden cloud village, he felt a surge of excitement. Among the secret techniques of the village, Rin was particularly drawn to the time-space ninjutsu known as Heavenly Send. In his memories of the Fourth Great Ninja War, a striking kunoichi from the hidden cloud had used it to send both the Fourth Hokage and Tsunade to the front lines. To Rin, this was a gross misuse of such a technique. He viewed Heavenly Send as a blend of logistics, tactics, ambush, and precise strikes, akin to a railgun. A railgun capable of long-range precision targeting, combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, would allow him to unleash devastating firepower. Even in the presence of enemies, he could use shadow imitation techniques to banish foes to the ends of the world. At that moment, with his stylish hair, he could sing, "I send you away 1,000 miles afar, as a lump of waste flies by, and how delightful would that be?" With this whimsical thought, Rin shook his head in bemusement, embodying a sense of frustration. Of course, Rin had another, even more significant objective for this journey, the Two Tails. Regarding the enhancement of his chakra reserves, he had attempted countless methods. Yet the results were consistently unsatisfactory. His immortality had effectively capped his total chakra, restricting him to the mere level of a basic nin, which limited his potential. Ideally, Rin's ultimate ambition should have been to pilot a mecha capable of grasping the Nine Tails with one hand or to become a terrestrial sword saint, unleashing a barrage of arrows with a mere flick of his fan. Although his aspirations diverged from the norm, being adept in magnetic release compelled him to pursue these dreams. Yet, his chakra reserves were so minimal that he could only wield a large sword and execute a simple technique. Quite a lackluster prospect. Muttering to himself, Rin traversed the rural path, his stomach churning with anticipation. Contemplating his next steps, he bypassed the hidden hot springs village located at the heart of the land of hot water and headed northwest toward the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron, known as a neutral territory in the ninja world, was home to individuals wielding the power of the samurai. Additionally, it was one of the largest sources of iron ore in the entire ninja realm. The reason for Rin's choice of this location was precisely the iron mines. He needed resources and preparations rather than recklessly plunging into the Land of Lightning. Such an approach would only raise suspicions within the hidden cloud village, jeopardizing his plans and thwarting his goals of strengthening himself. Thus, preparation was imperative. A week passed, and on the eastern coast of the Land of Iron, far from villages, a small wooden cabin was erected. Facing the sea, across from which lay the rugged mountains of the Land of Lightning, Rin, adorned with a straw hat and vibrant shorts, emerged from the cabin early one morning with a bamboo basket in hand and made his way to the nearby beach. Removing his straw hat and setting down the basket, he dove into the ocean, swimming freely before returning to the shore to bask in the sun. Rin was effectively sunbathing. As an undercover agent, he needed to embody the role convincingly. He opted for the most fundamental approach, skin tone assimilation. Although transformation techniques existed for quick and convenient disguises, they were only suitable for short-term infiltration as an inconspicuous villager. However, Sarutobi's requirement was to ascend to the upper echelons. Thus, relying on transformation techniques would likely lead to complications. As for whether he could tan, he was unconcerned. During his time with the evil god cult, he had endured the process of sun-drying. Back then, he had peeled off his sunburned skin simply because he found it difficult to see his hands at night. After sunbathing for a while, Rin retrieved a palm-sized scroll from the bamboo basket and opened it, studying its contents intently. The scroll documented a wealth of intelligence gathered by Konoha's Umbu regarding the Jinnin and Chunin from the Hidden Cloud Village. Given a mere 3 years, the prospect of ascending to a high-ranking position as an outsider seemed nearly impossible. Thus, the necessity of substitution became evident. After perusing the scroll multiple times, Rin identified a candidate who piqued his interest. This individual, named Raime, was an orphan aged 14, characterized by an arrogant and reckless demeanor, often clashing with peers due to mission-related disputes. He was a fervent admirer of the Third Hokage, obsessively devoted to physical techniques and disdainful of all ninjutsu and jinjutsu except for lightning release. Furthermore, he had poor interpersonal relationships, with only a small team of companions to rely on, leaving him largely isolated from neighbors and classmates. However, he had the talent to back up his arrogance. Although classified as a genin, observations from Konoha's Umbu indicated that his physical prowess had already reached the level of a chunin. The reason for his stagnation in rank was due to his team leader's belief that he lacked the capability to independently lead a squad. Strangely enough, despite his personality, he faced little exclusion within the village. Upon reading this, Rin couldn't help but remark, the Hidden Cloud Village truly deserved its reputation as the foremost martial arts village. In Konoha, someone with such a personality would have been ridiculed to no end. It was astonishing that in the Hidden Cloud Village, he could still manage to thrive, given his reasonable strength. Goodness, if Kakashi Hatake were born in the Hidden Cloud Village, he would have obliterated Konoha. With a chuckle at this thought, Rin set the scroll aside and picked up another ancient-looking scroll, scrutinizing it closely. This scroll detailed several heavily fortified locations within the Land of Lightning. It was a request made to Sarutobi prior to his departure, aimed at uncovering the sealing site for the Two Tails. After all, the current Hidden Cloud Village had no information regarding the Two Tails Jinchuriki, aside from an Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The method employed by the Hidden Cloud Village to seal tailed beasts was the Amber Purification Bottle. It was evident that the Amber Purification Bottle must be reserved for the Eight Tails. If it were to contain the Two Tails, what would happen if the Eight Tails Jinchuriki went berserk? Releasing the Two Tails? Resealing the Eight Tails? Clearly, the Hokage would never consider such an option. Hence, the conclusion seemed straightforward. The Two Tails must be sealed in a separate location. Chapter 2. The style of the Hidden Cloud Village. Time passed, and over a month had flown by. Once again, the familiar seaside greeted Rin. The same quaint cabin standing in solitude. In the afternoon, sunlight bathed the land. The door of the quaint wooden cabin creaked open, revealing Rin, who emerged with a composed demeanor and an invigorated spirit. He casually produced a mirror. What the hell? Who is this dark-skinned fellow? Startled, Rin hastily discarded the mirror, clearly taken aback by his own reflection. However, this was of little consequence. The crux of the matter was that after more than a month of relentless efforts, with countless shadow clones working day and night, he had finally mastered the advanced technique of the Flying Thunder God, specifically, the Flying Thunder God's instantaneous rotation technique, just before his mental state teetered on the brink of collapse. Moreover, during his last communication with the agents of Konoha, Rin had clarified the forthcoming methods of contact. He would sever all ties within the Cloud Village, ensuring that all information transmission would occur within the borders of the Land of Water. At that time, he would rely on his shadow clones to relay messages. Furthermore, any requests he transmitted would be conveyed verbally, without leaving any written trace. Konoha's response was that Tucho, an old acquaintance of his, would act as his point of contact, remaining undercover in the Land of Water for an extended period. With no lingering concerns behind him and all necessary preparations completed, Rin stood poised on the hilt of his great sword, ready to embark on his journey. This time, he would infiltrate the Land of Lightning from above. The Land of Lightning is characterized by its steep peaks that pierce the clouds, with a temperate climate and a constant rumble of thunder. Entering this realm from the air significantly increases the likelihood of being struck by lightning. Consequently, the Land of Lightning is notoriously unguarded against aerial incursions. Although Rin's skin was dark, his hairstyle was far from adequate. It was essential to note that his target, a person named Raime, sported a flamboyant, explosive hairstyle. Rin's medium-length, tousled hair was evidently insufficiently extravagant. What to do then? With a series of hand seals, Rin summoned his great sword to take flight. Stepping onto it with his hands clasped behind his back, the edges of his attire fluttering in the wind as he sped toward the distant sea. Soon, with a newly crafted explosive hairstyle, Rin arrived at his first destination, the Wind Thunder Temple. Nestled at the base of a towering peak, the temple boasted grand architecture adorned with intricate carvings. From afar, the resounding chime of bells could be heard. The sky was growing dim, marking an opportune moment for infiltration. Rin descended from his flying sword, landing gracefully on the ground, his newly styled hair emitting wisps of smoke as he cautiously approached the renowned temple in the Land of Lightning. Utilizing the secret technique, slippery ghost technique, Rin swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping himself in a gray mist that seamlessly blended his figure with the dense underbrush. Concurrently, he formed another set of seals. "Go," he whispered sharply, sending the great sword soaring once more into the sky. As the massive sword reached its designated height, Rin lowered his head and stealthily advanced toward the Wind Thunder Temple. With each step, he drew closer. At that moment, from the temple's red-bricked walls, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a Cloud Village forehead protector sprang forth. "Who's in the bushes?" he demanded coldly. In an instant, 3 more Cloud ninjas leaped from behind the walls. "Attack!" Before Rin could utter a word, a shuriken affixed with an explosive tag hurtled toward him. "Good heavens! Are you all trying to scare me?" With no time to ponder, as the explosion erupted, Rin vanished from his position, reappearing atop the airborne great sword. Below, a violent explosion resonated, flames flickering against the dim twilight. "Captain, did we succeed?" The first man to leap out shook his head gravely. "No." The chakra vanished suddenly. It must have been a clone. After speaking, the man, referred to as the captain, nimbly retreated to the temple's brick wall. "Go, search that patch of bushes." "Understood." The 3 others nodded in unison. In the air, Rin furrowed his brow. "What a blunder. I never anticipated I would make such a rookie mistake. It seems my visit to Konoha has made me somewhat overconfident. No, I must recalibrate my mindset." He recalled the lessons once imparted by Suikyu. As an undercover agent, one must thoroughly understand the customs and character of the target location before infiltration. Rin had reviewed ample intelligence on the Cloud Village, believing he was well informed, only to find himself nearly outmaneuvered. However, it was not too late. Now, he needed to adhere to the second lesson taught by Suikyu. Strive to align his demeanor with the overall character of the village. Previously in Konoha, Rin had not considered this, as the village was remarkably inclusive, allowing for a myriad of eccentric styles to coexist. The Cloud Village, however, was entirely different. With few defectors and minimal scandal, its character diverged sharply from that of Konoha. Yet, the established style, as conveyed by his elder brothers, could be summed up in one word: reckless. With this thought, a smile crept across Rin's face, revealing his immaculate white teeth. "In that case, let us adjust the battle plan." He swiftly performed hand seals. "Transformation technique," he declared. Rin morphed into the guise of an inconspicuous middle-aged man. Next, he muttered to himself as he retrieved several bricks from his pocket. Aiming at the temple's rooftop, Rin hurled the bricks with precision. "Here goes." The bricks spiraled downward, crashing against the ancient, azure-tiled roof. The sound of the impact echoed resoundingly. This spinning brick not only shattered the millennium-old temple's roof, but also disrupted its tranquility. Shortly thereafter, a bald monk rushed out from the temple's main hall, a swollen lump the size of a peach adorning his smooth head. "Which scoundrel is this?" Upon looking up, the monk spotted the flying sword in the sky, along with the unremarkable middle-aged man upon it. His eyes widened in shock as he pointed skyward, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You little brat, come down. Didn't your mother teach you not to throw bricks around?" Rin couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh my, this bald fellow has quite the sharp tongue." However, Rin refrained from retorting. With a stern expression, he quietly retrieved a stack of bricks from his backpack. "When I can't win, I'll hurl insults. When I can, I'll strike hard. Here goes." The bricks flew through the air, producing a piercing sound as they hurtled toward the monk's bald head. "I'll dodge," the monk exclaimed, twisting his body comically to evade Rin's projectile, then cheekily raised his middle finger. "You little brat, didn't your mother teach you that bricks are meant for building walls? Come down, and let me slap some sense into you." Nearby, the ninjas who had gathered in response to the commotion stared at the old monk in disbelief. "Master Chinkong, that's a middle-aged man, not a brat. You should find a place to hide." "Nonsense. You can't tell it's a transformation technique." The monk puffed up, pushing aside the nearby Cloud ninjas, and pointed at Rin, resuming his tirade. "You little brat, Come down. Let me fix your brain. We can call it even. He brandished a brick, ready for action. Rin's expression darkened. Even? I'll give you 3 even. He muttered, seizing a brick and launching it with lightning speed. Whoosh. The monk, with a disdainful expression, glanced at the incoming brick, not even considering it, and twisted his body. Just as he narrowly avoided the brick, a voice, more mocking than his own, echoed in his ear. Flying Thunder Godstrike. With a resonant clang that resembled a bell. The monk was instantly knocked to the ground by a middle-aged man wielding a brick. Within a second, the man vanished from sight. Witnessing this, the assembled ninjas were struck with shock, and a young female ninja hurriedly rushed forward to assist the fallen monk. However, when she caught sight of the old monk's bald head, she could not help but burst into laughter. The moment her laughter echoed, the vigilant ninjas surrounding the sky immediately turned their heads to look at the monk. In the next second, they all uniformly averted their gazes, their faces turning crimson. Master Chinkong was helped up by the laughing female ninja, feeling dizzy and experiencing a severe headache. He hastily reached up to touch his head. Instantly, Master Chinkong's eyes widened in shock as he gazed towards the sky, his face ablaze with uncontainable fury. Ba, you scoundrel! Get down here. Today, I shall make you into a Buddha. Rin half-squatted atop a giant sword, weighing a brick in his hand, and with a smirk, shouted back, Master, you have a butt growing on your head. Upon hearing this, the old monk was utterly infuriated and frantically hurled the brick at Rin. Unfortunately, while his bald head was tough, his strength was lacking. Unable to overcome gravity, the brick fell back to the ground, nearly hitting his own people. Witnessing this scene, the old monk began to furiously curse at Rin in midair, various exclamations of your mother didn't teach you, erupting from his lips. Rin remained unfazed, responding to the old monk's tirade with a simple, you have a butt growing on your head. Realizing he could neither strike nor verbally overpower Rin, the irrational Master Chinkong seized a nearby ninja. Quickly, shoot this brat down. A middle-aged ninja glanced at the 2 large swollen bumps on Master Chinkong's head that resembled a butt, and upon closer inspection, noticed one of the bumps had words inscribed on it. Where do you want to go? Just go? Struggling to stifle a laugh, the ninja replied, Master, it's too far. It'd be hard to hit him. Then shoot anyway. Master Chinkong shouted, his mustache bristling with rage. With a sigh, the middle-aged ninja swiftly formed hand seals, and with hands clasped together, pointed at Rin. Rigid locking technique. In an instant, 4 or 5 beams of laser shot forth from his fingertips. Simultaneously, not far away in the hidden village of the clouds, a figure darted out like a blue lightning bolt, leaping through the mountains at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, Rin smiled slightly and formed a hand seal with one hand. Goodbye. Flying Raijin technique. Chapter 3. Preparations before infiltration on a steep mountain peak in the distance. Rin, with a massive sword slung across his back, took out an hourglass from his pocket, glancing at the grains of sand within. 10 minutes, huh? Although it was nearly certain that the 2 Tails was sealed within the Wind Thunder Temple, Rin still made a round of the remaining 4 forbidden areas. Among these, aside from the Yearn Gorge, which housed the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and had ninjas stationed there, the other 3 were completely unguarded. Ascending into the sky once more, Rin focused on the rumbling thunder in his ears, casting his gaze toward the hidden village of the clouds. He noticed that the rain-hidden village was situated in the middle, while the Wind Thunder Temple and Yearn Gorge lay to the south and north of the hidden cloud village, respectively. Realizing this, Rin was now virtually certain that the 2 Tails was imprisoned at the Wind Thunder Temple. However, he still needed to infiltrate the hidden cloud village. Contemplating the series of operations he had yet to perform, Rin felt a dull ache in his head. Though both engaged in illicit activities, the disparity between ninjas and undercover operatives was immense. Ninjas simply needed to infiltrate, execute theft, sabotage, and escape, tasks that seemed relatively straightforward to Rin. After all, they could complete their missions without interacting with anyone. In contrast, being an undercover operative was about lurking. Not only did one need to infiltrate, but also to blend in. And the more one interacted with others, the easier it was to reveal flaws. Additionally, most ninjas' missions involved a quick strike followed by a hasty retreat, resembling a mere hit and run. Yet, undercover operatives spent years lurking, engaged in menial and laborious tasks, often with uncertain chances of escape. Of course, with the power of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, it could hardly be called covert, it was conquest. Reflecting on this, Rinrin felt he should gradually transition, aspiring to match their prowess and compel enemies to kneel in submission. The night in the hidden cloud village was serene, save for the occasional rumble of thunder in the sky. Cloaked in black robes with a hood, Rinrin proceeded cautiously along the foot of the mountains. The hidden cloud village was an unusual place, with all significant buildings perched atop the mountains, while the commercial and residential areas sprawled at their bases. This layout posed a challenge for Rinrin's infiltration. Initially, he considered using the body flicker technique to slip in. But remembering how he had been detected by sensory ninjas outside the Wind Thunder Temple at dusk, he quickly lost faith in that secret technique. Indeed, what Master Fukasaku had said was true. This technique worked splendidly in the absence of sensory-type ninjas. However, once faced with an opponent possessing extensive sensory capabilities, it would become utterly ineffective. With a resigned eye roll, Rinrin concluded that this technique was best saved for future escapades, such as spying on women's baths, as using it now was far too unreliable. What about continuing with the aerial bombardment strategy? Wouldn't that be too unscrupulous? The targets below were not merely grandmas dancing in the square. Forget it, the mission takes precedence. Having finished his thoughts, Rinrin wielded his great sword, pressing closely against the continuous mountain wall as he approached the village. Just as Rinrin flew past the boundary of the hidden cloud village, suddenly, countless bolts of electricity ignited within the village, shooting out towards him. Simultaneously, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility of the night. Indeed, the hidden cloud village has anti-air barriers. Just like Konoha, Rinrin had no time to ponder further and instantly unleashed Jiraiya's signature technique, Brick Barrage. In an instant, a torrential downpour of bricks descended upon the hidden cloud village, each one inscribed with the words, "Where do you want to go? Just go." As the bricks rained down, he formed a hand seal with one hand and activated the flying Raijin. His figure vanished from sight. As the bricks struck the ground, a cacophony erupted, causing a significant commotion in the village, with a chorus of shouts and curses filling the air. When Rinrin reappeared, he had already entered the village, finding himself in a dark alley. My apologies for disturbing your slumber, truly sorry." He mumbled softly as he stealthily picked up a brick at his feet and peeked out from the alley. In his sensory perception, he noted that his flying Raijin bricks were being rapidly gathered in one location, suggesting that the hidden cloud village had a swift response capability. However, having never encountered the flying Raijin technique, they had no idea that as long as he had one technique left, this village would become his playground. Identifying his direction, Rinrin quickly made his way to his destination, Reimai's home. Based on intelligence from Konoha, Rinrin located Reimai's residence on the outskirts of the hidden cloud village. With a soft click, Rinrin activated the magnetic release, Iron Man technique to open the door to the apartment. The space was modest, barely 30 square meters, consisting of a bedroom and a bathroom. At this moment, Reimai lay soundly asleep in bed, cloaked in the body flicker technique, shrouded in gray mist. Rinrin quietly approached Reimai's bedside. This fellow wasn't unattractive, but the arrogance etched between his brows made him seem somewhat unapproachable. Standing by the bed, Rinrin meticulously noted the contours of his face and figure. Soon, the skin on Rinrin's face began to shift as fine particles of iron sand gathered beneath the surface. They penetrated his cells, tore through blood vessels, and ripped through muscles and fascia, causing harm to his own body while arranging themselves according to his desires. In no time, a face identical to Reimai's emerged, the only distinction being that this new face bore a slightly rigid expression. Rin gently pinched his cheeks, furrowing his brow and striving to make various expressions. Before long, his flesh reconstituted, adapting to the mixed sand and iron within him, and his face suddenly became animated. Having accomplished this, Rin did not linger, leaving behind a concealed flying thunder god technique at the entrance of the village before departing. Everything was now prepared, awaiting but a singular opportunity, a moment to shine in the spotlight. On the mountaintop, Rin gazed down at the hidden village of Yearn in the clouds, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 4. In dire straits, 18 hours had passed since the mysterious assault on Yearn Hidden Village, the sun setting in the dusk. The newly appointed Third Hokage, AI, had been in his office for 12 hours, fuming. From the early morning, the Hokage's office, resembling more of a gym, was filled with various coarse roars. 148 curses concerning the assailant's mother, and 3,200 exclamations linked to his female ancestors. Now there were 3,201. In the Hokage's office, a slender, fair hand held a pen, recording the number 3201. The hand's owner, a strikingly beautiful woman, sat before a modest desk, her long, agile fingers idly twirling the pen while her other hand propped her chin, lazily leaning against the desk. She possessed mesmerizing large eyes, her long lashes slightly curled, imbued with a hint of mischief. Most captivating were her two adorable white rabbits, neatly placed on the desk, drawing the gaze of anyone who dared to look. It was evident that the weight of these rabbits must surely be a burden on her shoulders. As the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window darkened, the woman, clad in a fitted skirt and a delicate vest, lazily rose to her feet. "Uncle, you have been throwing a fit for 11 hours and 49 minutes. In 11 more minutes, I shall be off work." The robust and towering Rakage AI bit back a curse, glancing exasperatedly at his young niece, sighing as he inquired, "Yawai, has anyone reported the identity of the assailant?" Regrettably shaking her head, Yawai replied, "No, only 199 specially made bricks were found. According to the intelligence department, these bricks seem to be related to some kind of technique." "What technique?" AI asked instinctively. Yawai brushed back a strand of her light yellow hair, shaking her head once more. "The intelligence department could not decipher it. There is nothing particularly special about them, merely a peculiar arrangement of chakra." "Damn it." The third Rakage AI kicked the sofa, which had already been burdened, shattering it into pieces. Observing this, Yawai remained unfazed. She knew her uncle was exercising remarkable restraint. Should he unleash his fury entirely, the entire Rakage building would undoubtedly crumble. "Uncle, there is no need for alarm. This coward lurking in the shadows must have some ulterior motive. Once he reveals himself, we shall capture him." Upon hearing this, the Rakage let out a heavy grunt. "Have the sensing unit been deployed?" "They have been dispatched, and additional reinforcements are on their way from Fourth Temple and Yearn Thundergorge." Before Yawai could finish her sentence, the door to the Rakage's office was suddenly pounded upon. "Come in," AI bellowed. Instantly, the door swung open, and a ninja dressed in the attire of Yun's Umbu rushed in, kneeling before him. "Lord Rakage, Fourth Temple has been attacked again." "What kind of attack?" "Be clear." "It seems to involve magnet release, with countless cylindrical iron blocks raining down from above, causing havoc." "And the assailant?" AI quickly inquired. "I'm cursing while chasing after Master CHK, who has a bald head and is getting hammered." He completed his thought, as the two sensing unit members present were already struggling to contain their laughter. After all, Master CHK was akin to a Buddha. Upon hearing this, the third Rakage's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. This scoundrel dared to assault Master CHK, a master of Buddhist teachings, truly outrageous. As this realization struck him, a fierce fire ignited in AI's eyes, and he turned towards the grand window. Just as he was about to leap through the glass, Yawai intercepted him. "Uncle, the situation is not right. The assailant's behavior raises significant concerns." Yawai's brow furrowed, her youthful face displaying an unexpected gravitas. "Uncle, send the Jonin, dispatch more of them. You should remain in the office." The third Rakage's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze on Yawai, replying solemnly, "Are you suggesting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki?" Yawai nodded vigorously, her small rabbit bouncing cheerfully on her chest. Clearly, the Rakage was not foolish. The assailant was simply reckless. After a moment of contemplation, the third Rakage nodded decisively, preparing to issue orders to the Umbu, when suddenly another Umbu burst into the room. "Lord Rakage, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, speak." AI pivoted sharply, shouting, "The Jinchuriki has been attacked and has already entered tail beast mode." "How many tails?" "One tail." Hearing this, the Rakage let out a sigh of relief. Urgently instructing Yawai, "You arrange for reinforcements to Fourth Temple." Without a moment's hesitation, he bypassed the window and rushed out of the office. Despite a peculiar sensation arising within him, time left no room for reflection. Yawai quickly commanded the Umbu, "Gather the combat units in the village. The Jonin should head to Yearn Thundergorge to assist Lord AI, and the CH-Nin should support Fourth Temple. Aside from scouts, all other Umbu return to the Rakage building. I want to see what this mysterious figure is up to." Having swiftly dispatched her orders, Yawai exited the Rakage's office. Within Yearn Hidden Village, news had yet to spread, and the remaining ninjas leisurely attended to their affairs. At that moment, a loud, urgent knocking echoed at the door of the Raimui residence. Abruptly halting his push-ups, Raimui rose to answer the door, revealing his teammate, a lower-ranking ninja named Ofu. "What brings you here?" Raimui asked distantly, seeing Ofu at the door. Today, Ofu appeared unusually excited, a stark contrast to his usual taciturn demeanor. I'm here to inform you that F-Right Temple has been attacked. I'm preparing to take down the assailant. You? Raimui scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. To this, Ofu did not bow his head as usual. Instead, he frowned, his expression defiant. Yes, it's me. Just because I was silent before doesn't mean I will remain so now. I will capture the assailant, earn merit, and acquire secret techniques to become powerful. With that, Ofu turned and dashed away. Coward, you should stick to your push-ups at home. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ofu had already bolted from the apartment, racing towards F-Right Temple. Standing at the door, Raimui seethed with anger at Ofu's derisive remarks, his reckless arrogance overshadowing any concern for his teammates' unusual behavior. Quickly donning his ninja shoes, he sprinted out. Damn Ofu. The one who will earn merit will be me. The Raikage will surely reward me with lightning release chakra mode. With that, he propelled himself towards F-Right Temple, confident that his prowess in physical ninjutsu would surpass Ofu's speed. Unbeknownst to him, his teammate Ofu had already met his demise. Rin had successfully lured in his target, a wheat-like fish named Raimui. Meanwhile, he seized the opportunity to infiltrate the Grand Hall of F-Right Temple amidst the chaos created by his clones. In this place, he felt an immense and searing chakra. This chakra was so palpable that he sensed it the moment he stepped through the gates of the Wind and Thunder Temple, even though he was not a sensory-type ninja. At this moment, the entire temple was in chaos, with an endless stream of shadow clones emerging from the void, brandishing bricks and striking indiscriminately. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. After a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village dispatched one of the clones, the fallen brick would be caught by another clone that seemingly appeared from nowhere, continuing the unfinished task. Soon, the ground was splattered with the grisly remnants of battle. This was the first time Rin had to resort to lethal force. He was uncertain whether any sensory-type ninjas were among them, or if they could recognize his unique chakra. Such uncertainties made him wary. Although he was not a bloodthirsty individual, he was not soft-hearted when it came to taking lives. Among these individuals, the only one missing was the hard-headed Master CHK. Contemplating this, Rin narrowed his eyes and keenly sensed the technique on Master CHK's smooth head. Suddenly, Rin's eyes widened as he directed his gaze toward the Buddha in the center of the hall. He realized that the technique he had left behind was situated beneath the Buddha. Flying Thunder God, Rin formed a hand seal and vanished from his spot in an instant. The next moment, he found himself in a vast underground space, where 8 thick chains, swirling with gusts of wind and flashes of lightning, firmly bound a gigantic blue kitten. This adorable feline lay languidly on the ground, its elongated pupils coldly fixated on him. Two tails. Upon seeing the main subject, Rin quickly cleared his throat and donned a sincere smile, entirely disregarding the plaintive cries of Master CHK beneath his feet. Ahem. Young lady. Miss Ri, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Matzi. My apologies, I got a bit too excited. Gently tapping his forehead, Rin ignored the increasingly frigid gaze of Two Tails and continued. I am Shimura Danzo. A pleasure to meet you. And I would like to invite you for a stroll and a meal. If he were addressing a delicate young lady, such words might have been suitable. However, before him was a creature whose teeth were longer than his own. Nevertheless, this posed no issue for Rin, who said that Jinchuriki and tailed beasts could not engage in romance. Isn't a platonic spiritual love quite delightful? Well, perhaps not. Regardless, this date was happening. You would come whether you liked it or not. A forcefully plucked fruit may not be sweet, but I shall have a taste. Chapter 5, Ri Dance. Time was of the essence. In Rin's plan, the Raikage would undoubtedly head to the Cloud Thunder Gorge. This was not merely a matter concerning the Jinchuriki, but also because the 8 tails surpassed the 2 tails in strength. Moreover, Rin had gleaned some unreliable information through Konoha's Umbu channels. The ironclad seal of the Hidden Cloud Village was particularly effective against the 8 tails. Yet it was relatively easy for the lesser 2 tails to escape. A formidable 8 tails capable of combat versus a 2 tails that could not yet fight. One would have to be foolish not to choose wisely. This was a deadlock. The third Raikage, A, would inevitably make the wrong choice. Most importantly, the 8 tails Jinchuriki had begun the process of transformation. Currently, the Jinchuriki was originally named Fukai, later renamed Barubi, who, if Rin recalled correctly, was not a perfect Jinchuriki. Therefore, Rin controlled the Jinchuriki, manipulating the number of clones to regulate his transformation degree, facilitating the third Raikage's swift subjugation of him. The Raikage would surely rush from the Cloud Thunder Gorge to the Wind and Thunder Temple. This journey would take approximately 20 minutes, totaling 30 minutes on the road. Rin had also allotted the Raikage 5 to 10 minutes to subdue the not-so-seriously transformed 8-Tails Jinchuriki, with 15 minutes already elapsed. It could be calculated that the Raikage would arrive at the Wind and Thunder Temple in 20 to 25 minutes. At this moment, the protagonist of Rin's meticulously crafted drama, Ri, was frolicking on the rooftop with the incessantly arriving Cloud Ninjas. Thus, Rin had only 10 to 15 minutes left to unleash the Two Tails, as he needed to provide the Two Tails with an opportunity to showcase her power. It could be swift, but it could not be slow. At that time, as the Two Tails was unleashed, the Raikage would be arriving. By then, Ri would turn to ashes in the flames, and a new Ri would be reborn from those flames, rescuing her comrades from peril. As the protagonist of the first act, Rin held a favorable view of this Ri. She was audacious and unruly, devoid of friends, significantly reducing Rin's chances of being recognized by acquaintances later on. Although she was a low-ranking ninja, her physical combat skills had already reached the level of a nin, displaying great potential. Her recklessness would serve as the necessary performance for the forthcoming stage. Ultimately, her brazen arrogance would turn to ashes before the might of the Two Tails. The reborn Ri would be a youth enlightened by the power of tailed beasts, having faced death, awakening from grievous wounds. Realizing her previous arrogance was trivial, she would become silent and introspective. Having witnessed unparalleled strength, she would yearn for power even more. Having confronted the deaths of her comrades, she would cherish life, vowing to grow stronger to protect her village and comrades. Was this not the so-called martial spirit of the hidden Cloud Village? Before the Two Tails, Rin lowered his head, smiling as he murmured, "Teacher Mizukama, look how well I have integrated into the village's style, just as you taught me." Not far away, the reclining Two Tails suddenly spoke, her voice bright and melodious. "Intruder, you seem quite sorrowful?" Upon hearing this, Rin lifted his head and shook it. "Yes, I am quite sorrowful, but I will shake my head because that is my weakness, and I shall not divulge it to you." Rin playfully responded, "Are all humans like you?" The Two Tails inquired again, but before she could finish, she shook her adorable little cat head to herself. "You feel very familiar. Yet I cannot recall why." "No, you are not human. Who exactly are you?" One question after another, the tone of Ri grew increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, Rin's attention was no longer on her. He was contemplating how to release her. "Yes, indeed, I am not human. I am Tsutsuki Umbrella, the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki," Rin said dismissively, suddenly noticing that Master Sage, who had been wailing beneath his feet, had stopped his cries. "Oh, Master, it seems you know something." Hearing Rin's teasing tone, Master Chk's head shook like a rattle drum. No, I know nothing at all." Rin had no intention of pressing further. Time was pressing, and he merely stored his doubts in his heart. Bending down, he grasped Master Chk by the collar and lifted him up, pointing at the chains binding the Two Tails. "Master, how do you unlock these chains?" Trembling, Master Chk furtively glanced at the nearby Two Tails. Noticing her eyes were filled with frost, he immediately began to shake his head in trepidation. I don't know." Upon seeing this, Rin's eyes widened as he drew his great sword and pressed it against Master Chk's neck, a sinister smile forming on his face. "Master, I am quite curious. Does your neck match the hardness of your head?" As he spoke, Rin applied force with one hand, bringing the massive sword down. It was evident that he was genuinely prepared to act, as the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakably intense. At that moment, a cold, haughty female voice emerged from behind Rin. "Cease at once." Rin halted abruptly, the massive sword poised just a hair's breadth from Master Chinkong's throat. "If I sever the iron chains, I will be able to escape." The second tail, Yulu, interjected. Rin's gaze flitted back and forth between Yulu and Master Chinkong, his expression one of disbelief. With his keen perception and intellect, it was inconceivable that he could not discern the furtive glance Master Chinkong had cast at Yulu just moments prior. It appeared that these two might be engaged in some clandestine dealings. As his eyes swiftly scanned the iron chains, Rin suddenly smiled and beckoned to Yolu. "Turn around. Let me see what lies behind you." "What?" Yolu's large, adorable eyes widened in shock, her pupils shrinking to the size of pinheads as flames erupted around her. Yet even in this state, She showed no intention of standing up. Do you take me for a fool? Her sharp voice rang out. Rin chuckled awkwardly in response. Clearly, this ancient second tail was not lacking in wisdom. Ahem, not that behind, the other behind. Rin raised an eyebrow and emphasized his words, attempting to clarify. However, anyone who had experienced such a situation knew that clarity was often elusive. Noticing Yulu's continued anger, Rin pulled out an hourglass, glancing at it with a resigned sigh. Stop playing dumb. I was the top of the rope-skipping competition at Little Red Flower Kindergarten when I was young. Do you truly believe I cannot see that you are concealing a long chain beneath your belly? Aren't you embarrassed? Upon realizing her disguise had been uncovered, Yulu's fury ignited further. This insufferable chatterbox, how infuriating. With that thought, Yulu slowly tensed her limbs, her gaze fixed intently on Rin, assuming a poised, feline stance. Ready to pounce. She was confident that in this confined space, eliminating him would be a trivial task. In truth, Rin had sensed something amiss long before Master Chinkong had furtively eyed Yulu. How could a guard and a prisoner exchange glances, and more alarmingly, how could the prisoner assume the dominant role? Who would dare believe that there was nothing suspicious afoot? Coupled with Yolu's intervention to stop Rin from dispatching Master Chinkong, it was clear that Rin would be a fool not to perceive the underlying truth. It was evident that Yolu was not truly bound. She had merely tightened the chains of her own accord, and indeed, there was likely another lengthy chain concealed beneath her abdomen. As this realization crystallized in Rin's mind, the connections became increasingly apparent. The second tail had covertly manipulated the abbot of Wind Thunder Temple, securing herself a tranquil refuge. Bored in her seclusion, she could sneak out for air whenever she pleased. When the heat was on, she could simply hide away. After all, nestled against Yearn village, no one could touch her. Indeed, not a single one of these ancient beings was without their complexities. Of course, with the exception of the ox demon, who likely possessed little intellect, having allocated all his skill points to muscle. Given this understanding, the solution to the predicament was straightforward. With this clarity, Rin raised his massive sword and positioned it against Master Chinkong's throat, grinning as he declared, Yulu, let the dance begin.